Why risk your life for me?
Because you taught me to feel.
Even elves can fall for a mortal's heart.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fell in Love with Riveria Ljos Alf movie. Before we start, please go support at 556 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. A young man who was born surrounded by love. A princess who had never known that emotion. This isn't just the story of a dreamy boy who wanted to become a hero. It's the story of how he became a hero. His own hero. Nor is it the story of a princess who longed for freedom, but of how she found it alongside the one who taught her that even she could love. Because love knows no age, status, or desires. It arrives unannounced, sometimes when you least want it, other times when you least deserve it, but always when you need it most. And that moment changes everything. Prologue. 2 different contexts. What makes an ordinary person a hero? For a child, their father might be a hero. For someone trapped in a fire, that role could easily be filled by their rescuer. If a person is in a life or death situation, facing imminent danger, whoever comes to their rescue will also be hailed as a hero. There are plenty of reasons to become one. None of the stories I've read throughout my life have a common denominator when it comes to achieving that title. There are men who travel across land, sea, and sky to win a woman's love or to save her from an inevitable tragedy. From this emotion, heroes have emerged. There have been beings whose actions have a noble purpose. To bring peace to the world, to allow children to run freely with smiles on their faces, and thus achieve the longed-for happiness that only the absence of danger provides. In my particular case, I feel that my desire is somewhat different. Yes, it was a woman who awakened in me the dream of going down in history and receiving the title of hero. I must also admit that it has all been motivated by love, pure love that only I could understand. So the motivation of the hero of this story, in short, is to fulfill the promise that a son made to his mother. Nothing more, nothing less. A selfish goal that is only guided by the desire to bring happiness to one person and that, as a side effect, could benefit everyone else. Heroes are hypocrites. That's what my mother always told me. I wondered why she spoke of them in such a hostile and disgusted way. It wasn't until I held a gun in my hands that I understood. Heroes are hypocrites because there is no greater hypocrisy than risking your own life to save another or sacrificing someone else's to preserve the life of another. You don't think about the broken hearts you leave behind or the danger you subject yourself to for that simple act. You don't value what you've been given, the miracle of life, all because you believe you have a debt to repay to humanity. However, I suppose you're wondering, where are you going with all this? Well, one day, years ago, I decided to become a hypocrite. The date I knew that the path I should follow in life was that of heroism has been etched into my soul. I remember that moment as if it were yesterday. The echo of the woman's voice, the one who inspired me, still resonates in my mind like a soft melody. A peaceful image comes to mind, in a village far from where I am currently located. My eyes surveyed a vast wheat field stretching for miles around. The breeze rustled the tips of the plants, shaking them in perfect harmony from right to left. It was an atmosphere of profound peace, one in which you could sleep and forget everything else. The sky was tinged with orange. The sun showed the last vestiges of its presence high in the sky, before being replaced by the imminent night, which brought with it darkness in the sky, but not total blackness, for even in the void, the stars continued to light the way. He sat on a small mound of earth, one that rose higher than the ground, admiring the miles of plantations on the plain described earlier. On its highest point stood a tree of considerable height and leafy branches, providing shade when needed. The wind was getting colder, as if it were blowing towards us. Yes, towards us. I wasn't alone under the tree. On this quiet night, I was accompanied by a woman I called Mom, whose first name is Alfia. She wasn't my biological mother. You could say she's really my stepmother aunt, since she decided to take care of me after my mother passed away after giving birth to me. However, because she's the woman who raised and cared for me, there's no other title as accurate as mother to express how much she means to me. We were sitting next to each other. His hand rested on my hair, rubbing his thumb through it in a caressing way. She's a woman of few words and an explosive temper. Or at least that's how the rest of my family describes her. She always wears a fake smile when she's alone in complete silence. A smile that sometimes becomes genuine when she's with me, my father's old, or when she talks about her sister. Whenever the subject comes up, she showers praise and joy on my mother, named Materia. Anyway, back to our meeting under the tree and the sunset. She remained silent, her eyelids lowered, stroking me slowly. It seemed to grant her peace, a peace I didn't wish to disturb, even though I was beginning to feel the force of her caresses, so much so that my scalp was burning. This was usually how our interactions went when we came to this place. You could say it was his safe haven, a place where he could escape my grandparents' arguments and get some rest from my overbearing father, who, by the way, wasn't really my father, but rather what could be described as a father figure. I had never seen Mom's eyes before that day. Even after that, she rarely opens them. And yet, she has excellent vision. She notices every tiny detail by relying on her other senses. The only thing I knew at that point, thanks to what my grandparents Zeus and Hera told me, was that one of his eyes was gray and the other green. The day I asked why he didn't show them, my father explained. Opening them is excessively tiring for them. That raised more questions than it answered. However, my grandmother Hera immediately dispelled them. Alfia, like your mother, was born with a disease that deteriorates her health at an alarming rate, consuming more energy for actions we might consider routine, like opening her eyes. Fortunately, she had greater stamina and resistance to the consequences, allowing her to live to this day. Materia, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. From the moment I met them, that disease held her captive. She was always bedridden or in a wheelchair until the day of her imminent death arrived. She couldn't endure it any longer. The way Grandma Hera told me the story revealed a deep sorrow born from what had once been love. Her eyes would well up with tears when she spoke of my mother, Materia, and her voice would tremble as if it might break at any moment. I don't know why, but when I heard it, I burst into tears, and the three of them comforted me since Mama Alfia was where I am now with her. That's what brought me there. We were quiet, in complete silence. The only sounds that interrupted us were the threshing of the wheat and the chirping of the crickets. I watched her out of the corner of my eye, clutching the hem of my shirt with my small hands, as if that would give me the courage to speak, to ask her what I've always wanted to know. I longed to hear from her own lips if my mere presence brought her sadness. Don't misunderstand me. I would never doubt her love for me. I'm sure Mom loved me with all her heart and I loved her too. However, there were times when, as we slept in bed and she held me close, she would stroke the strands of my hair, just like now, sighing and holding back tears. It was as if it brought her nostalgia, as if seeing my white hair made her long for me to be someone else, someone she remembered with deep sadness and regret. And now was one of those times. I fidgeted with my feet, which lay spread out on the soft grass. I saw it as a way to mask my unease. I was a fool to think it would work. Mom, even though her eyelids weren't raised, could tell what was wrong with me. She was aware of the internal struggle raging inside me. Belle. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no way I won't hear you. She had broken the ice, startling me with the suddenness of her request and making me question how she had learned of my intentions. You've been stamping your feet on the grass ever since you sat down here with me. You're also tugging at your shirt so hard I can hear some of the thread snapping. If you're not feeling well, feel free to tell me why. Why yes. I feel fine, Mom. She insisted again, revealing her incredible attention to detail, things that even I, being the one responsible for them, hadn't noticed. Because of that, and because of the shock, I answered her immediately, the product of an uncontrollable reflex. Nevertheless. Tch. Te. His face frowned, his brows furrowing in clear displeasure, prompting a frightened shriek from me. It was never wise to provoke the wrath of silence. He turned towards me, bringing his face close to mine and exerting a strong pressure on my shoulders, almost suffocating me. I'm warning you. You may be my son, but even coming from you, I won't tolerate lies. So tell me what's wrong and be honest. Before, it was a polite request. Now I'm demanding it, ordering you. Hi. Sorry for lying to you, Mom. Please don't use gospel. She could be terrifying when she wanted to be. The fluid way she spoke, accompanied by her twisted, distorted face and her harsh, displeasing tone of voice, instilled terror in the hearts of those who heard her. I wasn't the only one who could confirm this, since my grandparents and stepfather experienced the same thing. In fact, because of her warning, I lowered my head and begged her forgiveness profusely, fearing the retaliation she usually used to punish me. Her hand rested on my chin, lifting it so I could raise my face, and my terror would cease. I could see her let out a tender, amused laugh, one that relieved the pressure and allowed me to breathe normally. There's no way it could harm you for such a trivial reason. And what if I lied to you? That's a different matter. So take this opportunity I've given you and tell me what's bothering you. After shaking his head and receiving my question, he insisted on the subject again, dismissing my complaint. He brought his face close to mine again, returning the pressure. It's incredible how nervous he can make you without even making eye contact. It's just that my mom, Belle, if there's one thing I hate more than lies, it's people who don't express themselves clearly and whose stuttering makes annoying noises. Please, my boy, don't make me hate you. Sorry. Because of my nervousness, my words tangled up and my tongue almost stuttered as I spoke. This provoked a bad reaction from my mother. I could see her left eyebrow twitch in a kind of nervous tick as she issued that second warning. Again, instinctively, I apologized. Fu. I'm just kidding. How could I hate you, little Belle? Besides, hating you would be like hating her. She let out a little laugh, revealing that it was just a joke. But as the laughter subsided and her answer ended, the last part became slow and painful, just as it always was when she spoke of my mother, her sister. Seeing her that way, I was able to gather the courage to voice the questions that troubled me. Without restraint or hesitation, I took a deep breath, filling myself with air and determination. Mom, why is it that sometimes, even when you smile, you look sad and depressed? I did it. My question was posed, answered. However, no prior training prepared me for what came next. She opened her mouth slightly. Her lips parted in a gesture of shock. She was stunned. I had left her speechless, I had stolen her words. Mother? What do you mean by that, Belle? What gives you the impression that I'm sad and not actually happy? When I tried to check if she was alright, calling out to her to break her out of her trance, she immediately interrupted me, bombarding me with those two questions, infused with nervousness, an emotion I didn't know she possessed. She sounded desperate, as if trying to reveal as little as possible about her feelings. He shortened the distance between us, making me bend my back and crawl a few meters backwards. I don't mean anything bad or anything like that. It's just that I've noticed that when we're alone and quiet like now, your heart beats really fast and you sigh repeatedly. It's like your body is with me, but your mind is somewhere else. And when I talk to you and you answer, your voice is shaky, like you're about to cry. I explained myself hastily, closing my eyes, my face flushed with nervousness and feeling a pit in my stomach, fearing my answer wouldn't satisfy her. I was already imagining the pain the coming gospel music would inflict. However, it never came. When I opened my eyelids again and didn't feel a ball of sound or air hitting my head, I knew it was time to look at her again. Mom was on her knees, looking down at me with an expression that was hard to read. Her lower lip trembled in the moonlight that enveloped us. After a few seconds, she sat back down and lowered her head, shaking it as she let out a rather curious laugh. You're identical to Materia. You don't miss a single detail about me, no matter how small. You read me like an open book. Is it genetic or something? Did she inherit the ability to know how I feel? She exclaimed with amusement, covering her mouth with her hand as she laughed at the prospect. I tilted my head in confusion. Her reaction was, to say the least, unexpected. It was a genuine laugh, one of true happiness. I couldn't help but notice. My eyes lit up with hope when I learned that my mother's sorrows were being eased simply by talking about her sister. And that made me want to hear more from her, to hear the truth from her own lips. I've been a little unfair to you, Belle. I demand complete honesty, but at the same time I hide what's happening to me from everyone else. Sometimes withholding information is a form of lying. He leaned his back against the tree trunk, crossing his arms and legs after extending them, taking off his shoes in the same way I did. Mom, is it a bad thing that I look so much like my other mom? Does it make you sad? I asked, driven by curiosity and a touch of tactlessness in saying another mom, typical of a child my age at the time. Alfia's smile didn't disappear. On the contrary, it widened, almost from ear to ear, revealing her perfect white teeth. Not at all. I'm glad we're both similar in that respect. If you had inherited my temperament, we'd probably be fighting all the time, being equally explosive and rude. It's good that you have his empathy intact. That way we can live together harmoniously. In a harmonious way? Yeah. It was one of the first times I'd heard her speak at length and without reservation. It seemed that her seemingly impenetrable adamantite shell was beginning to show cracks, revealing what lay hidden within. And I wanted to dig a little deeper, to know my mother. Her sorrows, her misfortunes, and her greatest pain. Only by knowing what she suffered could I find a way to comfort her and, if possible, ease her suffering. There will be no more secrets between us, okay? Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. I expect the same treatment from you, or I'll be upset. Oh, of course. I would never lie to Mom. I answered him immediately, unaware that I would later develop a severe inability to lie, fearing the consequences. This experience left me with a deep-seated trauma. Putting that aside, in short, I had been given free rein to satisfy any lingering doubts within me. Determined to take advantage of this, I proceeded with what raised the most questions for me. Mom, is it because of Mom Materia that you can't be happy? I crawled back to her side, snuggling up next to her. She put her arm around me and pulled me close to her chest, stroking my hair again in the soft, gentle way she had before. Yes, it's because of my sister. To say it's her fault would be blaming her for things she can't control. It's just my emotions burdening me with the regret and remorse of having stolen all my talent. Talent? Yes, talent. That word echoed in my head. I didn't understand how it related to her sorrows and the situation that plagued her. What did talent have to do with her sadness? I would know in an instant. As you may have heard, we were both born with the same illness. However, we experienced the symptoms differently and with varying degrees of severity. In my case, with a teammate from branches of the sacred tree of Alf's kingdom, I could carry out my daily activities in moderation. She, on the other hand, could only stay alive and breathe. That made me feel that, when we shared our mother's womb, I somehow took all the good, leaving her only the bad. Perhaps it wasn't like that, and I'm wrong. But that impression will stay with me until the day I die, so there's no point in trying to make me think otherwise. The lockbox opened, and its contents spilled out without pause. There was no stopping, no restraint. Everything it held was shared with me. She moved her fingers in her lap, her eyes closed as the moon finally appeared. When he died, my world turned gray, it lost its color. The hand that was holding me trembled. No, it shook with a shiver. I suppose Zal told you, right? That my eyes are green and gray. Hi. He asked me that question. I nodded repeatedly. That loud mouth will pay for this. I'll give his tomato patch a good thrashing. Physical harm won't do the trick. He commented in a humorous way. He found my stepfather's misfortune amusing, since he adored his tomato garden to an extreme degree, just as my mother's threat had indicated. That made me laugh, and when a laugh escaped me, his trembling subsided. He rubbed his palm over my skin and continued. What I'm trying to say is that, as if my gray eye were taking over my vision, everything has taken on that color. Even though my eyes tire very quickly, I don't want to see the world where materia is no longer because everything seems dull and lifeless. A opaque black and white hue. Mother. The brief moment of joy ended as quickly as it had appeared. I was able to confirm what Grandma Hera had said, but I also learned the rest of the truth. Her voice broke when she called her name. Hers remained calm, as if nothing had happened. However, I loved my sister like no one else in this world. That day I realized something. Mama Alfia is the kind of person who. I loved her with all my heart. He cries without shedding tears. The regret that this state of deep sadness was caused by my thirst for curiosity soon surfaced. I clenched my fists angrily at myself. I was hurting her. I tried to ask her to stop, but the words simply wouldn't come. However, it didn't have to happen. Or at least, that's what I thought until I met you. The tears that had been welling up on my eyelids, threatening to spill down my cheeks, stopped. My face filled with surprise, and I turned to face him, and his face met mine. The day I first saw you, the sorrow that weighed on my chest vanished. You are her mirror image. You are incredibly similar. That innocence, kindness, and purity of heart that characterized her are now in you. That white hair, it's identical to hers. That's why, when I struck it, her memory returns to me. She comes back to my side. I was beginning to understand the reason for her restlessness at night. Mama Materia and I had hair of the same color and, apparently, of a similar texture. My mere presence reminded him of his greatest loss. You have another question, right? Ask it, I'll answer it. She smiled and ruffled my hair, pretending everything was alright when inside, without a doubt, she was suffering. But I wanted to know. I wanted to know why she and my stepfather didn't appear until I was 4 years old. Is that the reason why? I swallowed, containing my overflowing emotions. Is that the reason they appeared years later? In the early years of my life, I was raised by my grandparents. I knew no other family besides them. However, on my 4th birthday, when I least expected it, a visitor arrived at my home, one who never left. I don't remember the exact details because of my young age. However, one action is etched in my soul. A hug that still brings warmth to my heart today. The hug of that woman I had only heard stories about and seen in dreams. Yes. I was consumed by guilt over her death. I was afraid to stay with you because I felt unworthy to share the same space as Materia's last gift. However, Zald convinced me to come see you before I made a terrible mistake. We only planned to watch you from afar while you celebrated your birthday. But when a white strand of hair flew past the window. Without planning it, I was already standing in front of the door with you before me. That day I had a revelation. I knew there was something more important than my own pain, someone who would need me. That's you, Belle. It's still you. Her words made my heart pound. The fear of being a burden to my mother vanished. The tears I had been holding back spilled out one by one, seemingly endless. A lump formed in my throat. I didn't know what to say, or even if it was necessary to say anything at all. While I was in that state, he wrapped his arms around me and pressed my face to his chest. My crying dampened his clothes, and the trembling in my body gradually subsided. She could hear how fast her own heart was racing. She sensed her sensitivity. That day she was witnessing the real Alfia. Yes, Belle. Seeing you reminds me of Materia, and that fills me with nostalgia. But not seeing you, now that I know you and you've become my son, would kill me. I love you, my child, I love you the same way I loved her. Mom, Mom. My sobs were muffled, just like my screams. In the dark night, with the crickets chirping and the cold wind blowing, I learned that Mama Alfia didn't love me as much as I thought. She loved me much more. Minutes passed, his fingers ran through my hair, comforting me. And, in that calm state where our feelings surfaced, a fleeting comment was uttered. A comment unrelated to what we had been talking about. Even if the world is condemned by my decision, I will never leave you. You are my world and my everything. Without you, there would be no point in staying here. This stopped my crying. I was confused by how random his words were. I pulled my face away from his chest, wiping my tears and snot with my shirt sleeve. Is the world condemned by your decision? I repeated his words with surprise, receiving in response a nod and the wiping of my face with a handkerchief before the explanation. Zald and I had decided to share the same destiny. Together with a god named Erebus, we planned to inspire the adventurers of Aario to overcome their limitations and thus give rise to a new generation of heroes. However, as you can see, I stayed here with him and we decided against playing that role. The name of the center of the world, the city of the strongest people, echoed in my mind. Now, without an incentive to improve and become stronger, they have been doomed. Pardon me, the entire world has taken the path to the bad ending. The hero who will end the dark apocalypse will not be born. The man or woman destined to give the world hope and defeat the calamity, fulfilling that mission we failed at, will not exist. Hero? I repeated it. At that time, at that age, I believed that heroes were only figures from fantasy stories. I didn't know that they could exist in real life. He was young. There were many things he still didn't understand, things he hadn't yet learned or comprehended. And yet, hearing the sorrow in her words, a way came to my mind to repay the sacrifices that Mama Alfia had made for me. Mom, if I became that hero you're talking about, the hero you and Dad were looking for, would you be happy again? I saw the shock in her expression. Her face tensed and her mouth opened slightly, her lips parted. I haven't thought about what I want to be when I grow up. However, if being a hero eases your worries and takes the weight off your shoulders, then I want to be one. He remained silent, allowing me to continue. He wanted to hear me from beginning to end. If the hero, the one who defeats that calamity, cannot exist without you, then I will take his place. That way, you can truly smile. At the time I didn't know it, but I had made an important promise. Mom smiled at me sincerely. My words had reached her. Her happiness and the hope she had lost were manifesting themselves in all their splendor before me. Those are goals too high for a child who's afraid of goblins. But who knows? If you try hard and succeed, it might happen. I will do that. I answered him immediately, ignoring the shame I felt that he spoke of my fears so casually. I was filled with excitement knowing that there was a possibility of making her happy by fulfilling that promise, so I stood in front of her and placed my fist on my chest, making the oath that would mark me for life. I will be the last hero of this world. The one who defeats the black apocalypse. I will bring peace to every corner so you can be happy with me. You will be proud of me, Mom. Believing me, she chuckled before getting up too. We held hands and walked down the hill. We were going home. The wind was getting colder and colder, and it could make us sick. We were silent the whole way. It wasn't until she called my name, just a few meters from our house, that the silence was broken. Belle. I turned towards her and my eyes widened in shock at what I saw. We will help you keep your word. Create that world you speak of. For the first time I could see those beautiful eyes that Dad Zald had told me about. Those heterochromatic eyes, green and gray, shone brightly as they looked at me. Currently, 8 years have passed since I made that promise. My parents trained me to achieve that dream, that goal. Now, I've come to Aario, the city of heroes, on my 15th birthday to finally become one myself. I flashed a radiant smile, brimming with excitement and eagerness to be in Aario, and finished my story. I was sitting in a huge waiting room in front of a rather striking-looking girl. Although I have to admit, everyone here is strangely eye-catching. I had entered a large building with my great-uncle Hermes, which had a curious statue at the entrance. The statue was of a man strangely similar to the madman at the entrance, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, "I am Ganesha." I gave him a few coins so he could have something to eat. From what I was told, this was the seat of one of the most important gods in the region. While I was in the waiting room, the aforementioned girl approached me with a curious expression. She was a young woman older than me. Maybe around 20 or 22 years old. She had short sky blue hair. First, as was her custom with people she'd just met, she said I looked like a cute rabbit. After that, she asked me why I was there, and I replied that I was looking to join a family. That's how the conversation unfolded. At first, she seemed lively and full of energy, but after I told her story, that disappeared. She was downcast, her fists on her thighs. Miss. Are you feeling alright? When I tried to ask her about her condition, she lifted her face and burst into tears in a cartoonish way, scaring me and making me jump. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. The sobbing intensified and cascaded down her sides. This. I spoke to him again, fearfully, pressing myself against my seat. Of course I don't feel well. Sorry. This time I did get a response. It was harsh and she sounded indignant, but I got it. As has become my habit, I apologize for any harm I may have caused. Why did you tell me that sad story? How do you expect me to be okay after hearing that? She scolded me, her face red with anger. Or at least, that's what I thought. Honestly, it was hard to understand what this girl was feeling. I only knew that the cause of her tears was my story. She probably empathized with my mother's situation and with me. I just asked you if you liked stories about heroes. He murmured, wiping his tears with the sleeves of his jacket. Yes, I like them a lot. My favorite heroes are Epimetheus and Argonaut. That's right, now that I think about it, that was indeed his question. I suppose it's my fault for having said too much. It's a bad habit I have. Anyway, I proceeded to give her the information she requested, and for some strange reason, she stood up and walked purposefully toward me. Seeing her from below made me feel insignificant. Once again, I was about to apologize for not having done anything wrong. But, to my surprise. You must keep the promise you made to your mother. I will help you become the hero you swore to be. I, Arti Varma, give you my word. I will walk that path with you. Ar. My hands were held in hers. Her eyes, the same color as her hair, shone brightly as she made the previous statement. I could even swear there were sparks and a flame of sisterhood emanating from them. She also had a couple of snotty noses, which I wouldn't mention, given that she's a lady, and, according to my grandfather, making a lady look ridiculous is a sin punishable by Hades. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Varma. Tell me Arti. It's just that if you're referring to me by my last name, I might get confused because I have a sister. Okay. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Arti. Only Arti. But. Just call me Arti. It's a pleasure to meet you, Arti. Because of his persistence and the intense spirit he displayed, I had no choice but to give in to his requests. Although, to be honest, his enthusiasm was endearing and I found his personality pleasant. I hope we can get along. If you need me, I'll be more than willing to help. Yes. Thank you very much. Her willingness to lend a hand to someone she'd just met. The boundless enthusiasm she showed and the empathy she displayed while listening to my story made me realize she was someone I could trust. However, she was strangely similar to someone I know. I remember now. She's just like me. It's like seeing myself in a mirror. I am Ganesha. While he held my hands, the bedroom doors were suddenly flung open by that strange noisy vagrant from the entrance. Did they let him in? Well, when I got to Great Uncle Hermes, Arti let go of me and stood at attention. Welcome, Ganesha-sama. He's Ganesha. I am Ganesha. Yes, it's Ganesha. The four of us said his name in less than a minute. By the way, Belle. I see you've met little Arti Varma. That's a good thing, since you'll both be part of the same family from today onward. I am Ganesha. He's a truly kind boy. He gave me a few valas for a Jag-American. I thought he was a homeless person. I didn't know he was the god of this family. Hermes smiled, pleased that I had finally met the girl from before. Following that, Ganesha revealed the details of the charity I had given him, which shocked Arti and my great uncle. I hurriedly explained why I had done it. My apologies, Ganesha-sama. I took advantage of the pair's confusion to apologize to the elephant-masked god. Haha. No problem, kid. It's great to have you in my family. Why yes. It's also a pleasure that you accepted me. At least she seemed to be one of those deities who didn't hold grudges, quite the opposite of my grandmother Hera, who severely punished anyone who dared to insult her. You always talk like that, great uncle. Ugh. I've already told you to only refer to me as Hermes. It's fine that being a god means I'm old, but you wound my young soul. When I asked him that question, he complained and a trickle of blood fell from his mouth, as if I had physically hurt him by the mere way I spoke to him. Ganesha is pleasantly surprised that Zeus and Hera entrusted their grandson to me. Ganesha declared, placing his hands at his sides. By the way, Zeus will come in the next few days to take the Falna from Belle, and for you to give him yours. Alright. Ganesha wants to see his old friend. But Ganesha still doesn't understand why they chose his family. The two gods were conversing until the topic of choosing the family to which he would belong came up. Well, Mama Alfia agreed to let me come to Aario on the condition that I join a good family where I can grow up without obstacles or hardship. She also demanded that the patron gods not be perverted idiots or, if they're goddesses, nymphomaniacs, liars, busty, etc. Whatever that means. Ganesha and Hermes exchanged glances. A drop of sweat trickled down from beneath the mask. So Hermes-sama mentioned your name, and she seemed pleased. She only complained that you were very noisy and annoying. Which, to be honest, I'm starting to believe is true. I added to the explanation, lowering my voice at the end so as not to offend him. I am you have a very wise mother. He almost confirmed the complaints against him. He stopped himself in time. Did you hear that, Belle? From today on, we'll be partners. Aario looked genuinely excited. And to be honest, so was I feel that with her by my side, I'll be able to adapt better to this new environment. I am Ganesha. Aario. You will be in charge of Belle. It's your duty as lieutenant. Her god ordered it. Or rather, our god. Thanks to that, I was able to find out that this girl next to me held a high position within the family hierarchy. I'll be in your care, Aario. Yes. And as a first welcome test, let's go to the dungeon. Her hands joined mine. She looked really uneasy. Wait, did she say dungeon? Of course. Let's go. I've always wanted to see the dungeon my parents told me about. It's decided. Ganesha-sama. We'll be back in a few hours. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Since I had only heard stories of the terrible dungeon that forces adventurers to overcome their limits, the idea of visiting it excited me as much as it did my sub-captain, who, without waiting for Ganesha's confirmation, dragged me out of headquarters towards that pit of monsters. From a distance I could hear both gods conversing. I suppose there was no other way. His mother told me that no mature woman, goddess, or Amazon should come within 10 meters of him. Since Shakti and Ilta fall into those categories, Aario was the best by sheer process of elimination. I heard loud and clear my great uncle talking about my mother's wishes and how that limited my interaction with other members here. Why am I not allowed to go near those kinds of women? Mom, you're being way too overprotective. Oh. What is love? Why do so many people place such value on a word and a feeling, to the point of taking it as a source of inspiration, as a reason to live? These are things I've wondered about for as long as I can remember, and in my 99 years of life, I still don't understand them. The stories tell of great feats motivated by the desire to unite their lives with a girl they swear and continue to love. People have been killed to obtain that precious good, irreplaceable in any area or aspect. That emotion that is spoken of with such joy, so much so that it is sometimes difficult to put into words what it represents. That feeling that fills hearts and allows you to smile, especially when you are next to the one who reciprocates it. I don't understand it. I've heard my best friend Ina's description of it hundreds of times. Despite that, I've only ever dismissed her as a hopeless romantic and an exaggerator who's somewhat annoying for harping on about it. It's something empty, unimportant, and unnecessary in my vast existence. I've never known what it is to love and be loved. Nor have I ever been interested in it, obviously. As I mentioned, in my 99 years of life, I couldn't understand it. A father's hug is considered a sign of love. So is a family member's protective instinct. Caring for another person is supposedly categorized that way too. If that were true, I suppose I've only ever felt it for a very select group of people. In 99 years, I've experienced hundreds of events that have helped me develop friendships and camaraderie with my close friends in the Loki family, among hundreds of other emotions. However, nothing has even remotely resembled what many call love. My heart has never been captivated, nor has it ever stirred a sigh within me. That spark that those who experience it speak of has never ignited inside me. Love, the romantic kind, the kind Ina professes and wants to show me is nonsense. And the kind that your family is supposed to teach you in your early years, I never experienced. My birth was premeditated and planned. I was brought into the world with the sole purpose of fulfilling someone else's dream, a goal that disregarded my wishes and opinions, without the possibility of refusing or even arguing. I was constantly instructed on what, because of my position, I should aspire to. Not a day went by without being reminded of the role I was expected to play, the behavior I was expected to demonstrate. My existence was largely governed by what others told me, never by what I wanted. For a long time, I was fine with that. I simply obeyed orders without question or interest. If my role in this world had already been determined, why deny it and behave like a fool? If going against it was pointless, why fight? That was my way of thinking, the profound indifference I felt toward letting them mold my being as they pleased. The princess in fairy tales almost always represents the aspiration of many little girls. The idea of an elegant hero facing great risks to rescue you from your prison and grant you the happiness with which the stories ended, the longing of the masses. That happily ever after was nothing but a vile lie, a farce to conceal what lay beneath. Being the princess of a race is a heavy burden. You're filled with expectations to meet and opinions to manage. Appearance was always important in royalty for a reason. And in my family it was even more so. The Ljos Alf family may be admired from the outside by their followers and close friends, but to those outside their circle, they represent an arrogant and cruel group who only think of their own well-being. I realized this the hard way. That admiration forced many future kings for generations to only have children to preserve the purity of the race and continue the cursed traditions, leaving that supposed love aside. I, Riveria Ljos Alf, was a product of this same practice. My parents, who, incidentally, were also married in a legal agreement to maintain appearances, had me for that purpose. It was a toy stored on a shelf until its owner decided it was time to use it. Or a farm animal that you care for and feed until its task is to be performed. How's a girl supposed to know love when even her family didn't provide it? So they have no right to blame me for not believing in its existence. So, in fact, I have no attachment whatsoever to my parents and family. If I had to weigh it up in terms of love and affection, there are at least 20 people I would rush to rescue before my own parents. I suppose more than one person will wonder, if I had accepted living that way, why was I now speaking about it with such anger, disgust, or even contempt? Simple because one particular day I realized the harm my family was causing, and I no longer wanted to be a part of it. I refused to be involved in the filth emanating from the Ljos Alf family, transforming my pride in my surname into unparalleled loathing. That was the day I finally made a decision on my own. The day I set aside everyone else's expectations and focused on myself, only on myself, and the only person I considered truly in my life, my best friend Está. I remember it perfectly. I could describe it with a boring and absurd amount of detail that would probably make more than one person dizzy. It was a day like any other, almost 28 years ago, in the royal forest of Alf, home and main site where the Ljos Alf family reigns. Alf's royal forest was a truly beautiful place at first glance. It was surrounded by lush vegetation, and in its center stood a great sacred tree whose branches and leaves covered a large portion of the land. The air was pure, and breathing it filled you with vitality. The harmony one could experience by simply sitting on the grass for a few minutes was a sensation unlike any other pleasure in mortal life. It would easily captivate visitors with the joy of entering. If only such people existed, of course. As a people of elves, we had strict restrictions on the arrival of foreigners or goods from outside our borders, so I naturally developed a curiosity about what lay beyond the lush forests that surrounded us. I would gaze at the starry sky, imagining what it would be like to see the same thing elsewhere in the world. I was filled with longing and yearning for what I might find if I took just one step outside what I had known all my life as home. The people I might meet, the races I might be able to confirm whether they exist or not, as well as the traditions, new flavors, and adventures that awaited me on the other side, filled my desire to escape. I've always been an avid reader of those stories where seemingly fantastical worlds immerse you in a real experience, including the tales of heroes and princesses I described earlier. I would never dare criticize anyone who has read them because I was arguably one of the first. However, I would never allow myself to be called old if I were to reveal that detail, so I'm keeping that information to myself. During a festival, one of the few traditions significant enough to warrant the presence of a member of the royal family, since we weren't required at a vast number of events to demonstrate the differences between our positions, I sat calmly with my hands in my lap, observing how things unfolded. Beside me, as had been the custom for many years, was my former chamberlain, caretaker, or whatever you wish to call her, Está, the closest thing I have to what humans call a best friend. Está was the small speck of happiness within the vast amount of dust called family. We've known each other for as long as we can remember, and although we had our share of missteps, we were able to develop a healthy relationship based on mutual respect and friendship. From what I understand, her family is from a branch closely related, though not closely enough, to the royal family, which is why her surname isn't Ljos Alf. You could say we're distant cousins or cousins by marriage. Wow. The bride looks beautiful. Ina's eyes filled with emotion and joy, her hands were raised and placed on her chest as she made that comment to me. Yes, indeed. The celebration that required my presence was, no more and no less, than a wedding beneath the great sacred tree, which supposedly represented the union of eternal love between the people who decided to perform that ritual in its vicinity. Lately I had been acting rebellious, refusing to do what my father Larfel ordered me to do, so, because of my disinterest, he punished me by sending me to this place. She didn't know the bride and groom. If anything, the groom was a distant cousin from a branch of the main family more distant than Ina's, but she couldn't confirm this. Consequently, the ceremony's importance was downplayed, and they believed it would be appropriate for only the princess to witness the marriage. We watched like sentinels, observing every detail of the union. The scene itself was beautiful. The area was filled with guests, family, and friends, all eager to share in the couple's happiness. The dark sky, the fireflies flitting about, and the twinkling stars adorned the scene, making it an unparalleled experience. I even saw some animals wandering freely, chased by children in a playful game. A white rabbit with red eyes caught my eye. It would be wonderful to get married, don't you think so, Riveria sama? My best friend, still looking beautiful and slightly flushed from the kiss that husband and wife were giving each other, asked me that question. I don't know if you're too gullible or if you're just not paying attention to the details right in front of you. But this is no different from an act in a play. A lie to hide the imminent lack of desire those two have to get married. She's terrible at reading people's moods, Riveria-sama. Please allow me to imagine that you're truly here because you love each other. Don't shatter my illusion so easily. Love? What do you know about that? I glanced sideways after being extremely direct with her comment, cursing the fact that what we were witnessing was real. Later, when I received her response, I questioned her about what she knew on the subject. We were identical. She possessed no additional information that I didn't already know. I'm only aware of what books and stories mention. She lowered her head and her cheeks flushed even more. I chuckled and continued watching from my comfortable position, which allowed me to witness the pair's behavior in exquisite detail. The smiles looked forced and fake. A stretched grimace in which the corners of the lips were forced to curl. The red tones on her face were nothing more than a touch of that color applied as makeup, concealing a clear coldness toward the man who would be her husband. Yes, this was another arranged marriage, motivated by self-interest and ambition, those desires to climb the ladder or maintain the lifestyle they have become accustomed to preserve the importance they believe they have, by storing a portion of Alf blood in their veins. If love was that fake, I would never want to experience it. Of course, I didn't doubt that there were couples within the royal forest who truly shared each other's company with no ulterior motives. The problem was that it was merely a belief, since I hadn't been able to meet any other married couples. I'd spent my life confined to my home, only venturing out within its boundaries and leaving the perimeter when ordered to do so. But I wanted to hold on to the hope that there were elves different from the men my parents, because, like Ina, I only know the love of books and fantasy. Excuse me, Riveria-sama. Yeah? For you, if you could choose without regard for what others might say, what would be your ideal type of man? My eyebrows rose at Ina's question. She was rubbing her thighs and looking down, completely flushed from bringing up such a topic so suddenly and casually with me. I won't deny that it caught me off guard. Lately, she's been showing a marked interest in love, as if she's eager to finally get married. I simply shook my head, letting out a long sigh as I rubbed the space between my eyes in obvious disdain, before answering him. That's nonsense, Ina. Something like my ideal man doesn't exist. While I was dismissing his question as ridiculous, a noise interfered with my response, causing me to instinctively turn towards its source. It was a scream, the product of immense pain. The voice was clearly that of a child, so I stood up immediately, worried about the state of the one who uttered it. Riveria-sama. I could see in the distance that several people were gathering in a circle around the source of the sound, so I decided to walk in that direction, trying to help whoever was injured. Behind me, Ina was chasing after me, still calling my name. It was just like the situation that had brought me to this wedding in the first place. I was about to get involved in something that supposedly shouldn't concern me, and Ina was trying to stop me to avoid problems with my father, the king. Just like before, I simply ignored my best friend's tugging and insistence, gently waving people aside with a flick of my wrist. In a few seconds, I was standing before a child, no more than 10 years old, lying on the ground with her legs outstretched and tears streaming down her face. She was one of the girls who, before the celebration, had been running around with a joyful laugh, chasing after several friends in a game of tag. I remembered her clearly because she made me wonder what it must feel like to have such freedom, without any ties or obligations. Her crying wouldn't stop. The cries of pain from her leg, which was in an awkward, strange, and twisted position, touched my heart. The suffering she displayed compelled me to act, so I crouched down to her level to help. While I was doing this, I could hear the murmurs running behind me, the criticisms of what I was doing and the issues that this might imply. She's Alf's princess. Is it okay for us to show her this crude side of her people? Riveria-sama shouldn't worry about trivialities like these. Who could spare him the trouble? It's the girl's fault. At weddings, you shouldn't run around and make noise. It could disturb our princess, who is honoring us with her presence. Every response or comment filled me with disgust. I hated the way they perceived me. I didn't care what they said about the rest of my family, but being lumped in with those arrogant bastards filled me with rage. Your leg is dislocated. Don't worry, you'll be fine in a second. I gathered the green strands of hair behind my ear and spoke to her softly. Then, I gently stroked her cheek, wiping away her tears and stopping the dampness they caused. The girl's expression was truly lovely. She simply nodded, biting her lower lip and pressing her eyelids against her eyes, showing courage and trusting my word. I slipped. The dew on the grass made my foot slide and… You don't need to explain it to me. I didn't come here to judge you, just to lend a helping hand, okay? I gave her a smile, ruffling her snow-white hair. Besides, no explanation was necessary. The nature of the injury confirmed that it was indeed the result of a bad fall. I took a deep breath, preparing myself to perform my incantation. Something to know about the elven race, especially those of us with pure blood, is that even without the blessing of the gods, we possess an interesting repertoire of magic. In my case, thanks to my heritage, I was able to acquire a couple of them. Van Alheim, in particular, was healing magic. When the emerald-colored glow emanated from my hand, the voices of the people who had only been watching and whispering up to that point intensified, forming a call filled with doubt and fear. Riveria sama. This caused me to be distracted for a second and turn towards them. When I did, several were kneeling on one knee, bowing before me with complete respect. An unpleasant and undesirable act. We respectfully request that you allow us to handle this. We are not worthy of having your own hands used to alleviate the suffering of us, your entourage. We also don't want any trouble with your father, King Larfel. The way they communicated that to me, trembling, sweating profusely and even lowering their ears, a clear sign of submission for an action that in truth did not tire me, made my blood boil. Is this how the Alf family subjects see us? Figures to be subservient to, figures they fear too much to ask for even a simple favor. Has the perception we've received over the years led to this view? Well, that didn't matter. Unlike my parents and relatives, I'm not like that. I ignored the request and returned my attention to the young woman. However, I was interrupted a second time, now feeling the touch of a familiar hand on my shoulder. Ina, please don't do it. I am sorry, Riveria sama. But you know what your father thinks about this. If he finds out, you won't be the only one reprimanded. It's best if we wait for someone else to heal you. It's nonsense, and you know it. I'm here. I can ease their pain. There's absolutely nothing wrong with wanting to help those I'm supposed to govern in the future. That damned old man and his stupid rules are driving me crazy. I'll do what I want, and if he doesn't like it, then he can come and stop me himself. I refused any argument or persuasion that would force me to do the opposite of what I had set out to do. If this angered my father, I couldn't care less. If the kind of ruler he wants to be is the type who sits on a wooden throne without lifting a finger, fine. But I will not be like him, no matter how much he tries to teach me to be. As a result of my haughty, rude, and even unbecoming attitude of a princess, terror in the eyes of the inhabitants was not long in coming, which caused me clear discomfort. What kind of ruler inspires fear in his followers instead of admiration or loyalty? The answer was simple. It's one who is terrible at his job. Purity, royalty, and hierarchical position. Empty arguments to inflate their own egos. I hated it, I truly hated it. The rigid way they ingrained their beliefs, swallowing their own lies, gave them the mistaken perception of superiority, considering those not part of their lineage as mere inferior beings who only served to serve and protect them. That's why I began to hate the surname Alf. However, given their stubborn insistence on preventing me from fulfilling this simple task, I had to use my position, my title of princess, to get them to leave me alone. I, Princess Riveria Ljos Alf, warn you that whoever dares to interrupt me a second time will be punished. The skin of those present paled, and I hated, word for word, what I said to them. They took a couple of steps back, clearing the area and allowing me to work. If fear was the only way they allowed me to act, one had no choice but to use it to be freed. That lesson stayed with me for what was to come. I used my magic again, reciting the required short incantation, holding the girl's ankle to realign it. While healing magic is a very good memory, in the case of dislocations, you first had to properly align the bones before regenerating the tissue. Van Alheim. I finished. Although her skin prickled, she was very brave not to scream, kick, or cry again. She endured the pain well. I continued to emanate the green glow, healing the wounds. These things happen when you're a child. It's common to get a scrape or two from playing. Don't be afraid to ask for help, okay? I spoke to her, trying to calm her down, to give her some peace, so she could forget about the wound while I treated it. Did this happen to anyone? Yeah. Has this happened to you? Her enormous eyes widened, no longer shedding tears, but displaying pure curiosity. After my confirmation, she asked a second question that made me think. My mind quickly scanned my childhood and the experiences I had when she and I were the same age. As I recalled every detail of that time, I noticed something that made me tremble. After that, I wanted to continue through the following years, searching for what I feared I might not have. 10 years passed, 20 years, 50 until the present day. Are you feeling okay? Huh? Yes. Sorry. What conclusion did I reach? Simple. In all the years I had lived up to that point, I had never experienced an emotion similar to the thrill of playing with friends and classmates. Worse still, I couldn't recall a single moment when I had felt anything other than stillness, boredom, or monotony. That made me question several things about my life. Have I really been living it? Is it truly mine? Everything I've done has been to please others. Even if I lie to myself and try to deny it, I've existed for others, never guided by my own desires. Desires that I didn't even possess. What did I want? What were my aspirations and hopes? They didn't exist. And if they did, they were few, minimal. Reality hit me like a bucket of cold water, forcing me to stop the healing process without first verifying that I had accomplished my goal. I stood up, my eyes wide, stunned by the revelation. Riveria-sama, are you feeling well? Me too. Riveria-sama. When Aina asked me about my condition, I tried to answer her, but I received an unexpected interruption, the repetition of my name by the same girl I had just helped, filled with terror. Her breathing was becoming erratic. I could feel her small chest rising and falling in a state of complete shock and fear. She was looking at me the same way they looked at my father. That simple change caused a crushing pain in my chest, like an arrow being driven straight into my sternum, tearing it apart and embedding pieces of bone in my heart. My eyes widened and I reached out to speak to her, but the words simply wouldn't come and the touch never materialized. Still lying on the floor, she crawled away from me, gripped by what many know as terror. She treated me like a monster, the creature of darkness that lives under your bed, waiting to devour you. Dee, please. Don't hurt my parents. It's my fault for upsetting you, Riveria-sama. If anyone has to pay, let it be me. What do you mean by that? Please don't take my father away like you did my grandfather. My skin prickled. My throat went dry and my legs trembled. Aina, as always by my side, offered me her shoulder for support, patting me a couple of times on the back and shaking her head, as if she knew what was happening. My grandfather was punished for being rude to Larfel-sama. That's why he's asking you to take me. Don't hurt mom and dad. Her tears continued to flow seemingly endlessly. I mentioned that my life has been dominated by monotony and stillness. However, on that day, I experienced firsthand what despair truly was. I tried to explain to her that I wasn't like my family. I tried to comfort her by letting her know there would be no consequences for what she did and that I healed her simply because I felt like it. However, when I took a step forward, she quickly stood up, still limping from the incomplete healing, and walked in front of me. Sometimes she stumbled, even fell, but always looking behind her, hoping she wasn't being followed. I'm sorry, Riveria-sama. I didn't mean for. Always. Yeah. I just want to go home. I was stunned. Just articulating that request required a superhuman effort. Hi. My best friend's response was brief, understanding my distress and disappointment. Disappointment at what had happened because of the reason that girl was afraid of me, of us. For the first time, people's comments about my family, about the surname Alf, made sense. I thought I was different, but what had I done to prove it? Was my rebellion just a childish game to hide the vomit-inducing truth? When I became Queen of Alf, would things really get better? Not only that, why did I take it for granted that I wanted that title? And another heavy blow struck my chest. Thousands of questions that had previously languished in the background began to surface one by one, eager for answers. Likewise, perspectives and thoughts I had buried deep within myself returned and overwhelmed me. The reason I kept telling myself that sooner or later I would be the next queen was that everything that had been built around me, including myself, stood with that same purpose. It was no different from a caged bird that you feed with the intimate things it needs, teach it the little it needs to know, and educate it in such a way that, even if it wants to leave its cage, out of fear, it decides to return to the prison that contained it with the false promise of security. Was that why the royals never left the safety of Alf's royal forest? Was that the reason we were taught as children? Did fear of the unknown limit us in that way? Always? Yes, Riveria-sama. If you had to throw away everything you know for the unknown, would you do it? It wasn't necessary to look at the expression on Aina's face to know that this had impressed her. To escape from that prison. Whether it's called room or Alf's royal forest, it's still a cage that only contains me and drives away what I truly long for. It prevents me from knowing what I desire. It severely limits what I truly want to be. Riveria-sama. Tell me, do you have a dream? Something you're trying to achieve? Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to fall in love and get married. Then let's do it, together. Let's get out of here and immerse ourselves in the mysteries of the outside world. I turned in his direction, smiling broadly, full of resolve after this brief dialogue, this conversation that only fueled my determination. I lied, Aina. I don't want to go home. I won't go back to that place. So. I held her wrist, pulling her towards me. I could see the blush and doubt on her face, but I didn't care. Let's go, Aina. We don't belong here. You're. Yes, to run away. It's not my dream to be queen and continue the cursed lineage of the Alf family. I'm not interested in that cancer I'm forced to remain with, that parasite clinging to my being. I want you to come with me. Let's explore the world and find what you said. Perhaps, in that way I'll also find a true purpose in my life. My best friend remained motionless and speechless, doubting her own sanity. I don't blame her. It was a sudden request, one she had every right to refuse. However, the day I met her, I told her clearly, Riveria sama. As her chamberlain, it is my duty to fulfill her requests. He smiled, letting me know that he would share with me the same fate far from Alf's royal forest. I smiled back. My gaze focused on the distance, where a world full of possibilities awaited me, full of dangers, emotions, and pleasures beyond imagination. Going into the unknown on my own. Staying enslaved by what I know. It was a decision, one that only I could make. The first one I was about to make in my long life. So, Riveria sama, shall we depart? I nodded with complete confidence. Yes, it's time for me to choose my own path. We'll fulfill your dream, and while we're at it, we'll find one for me too. And after that oath, we ran. The blare of the alarm still echoed in my ears as boots pounded the cobblestones. Behind us, the guards' shouts mingled with the whistling of magic projectiles that grazed us with scorching heat. I laughed. I laughed with a joy I hadn't felt in years, with an emotion that enveloped me with every frantic heartbeat. This is incredible. I've never felt so alive. I screamed, narrowly dodging a lightning bolt that ripped a tree apart beside me, sending dirt and debris flying. I didn't care. Nothing mattered to me anymore except achieving my goal. I swear I could hear my disgusting father screaming from our home. I could also hear his heart about to give out from the stress he was under. I do want to feel alive, but not like this, Riveria sama. Unlike me, Aina was sobbing, completely immersed in terror, stumbling as she tried to keep up with me. They're going to catch us, they're going to kill us. Gods, I repent, I repent. Now is not the time for regret. Worse dangers than these await us in the new world ahead. Close. That was close. The burst of fire hit the ground inches from our feet, a kind of warning shot, eliciting a strangled scream from my best friend who felt the heat rising. I grabbed her arm and pulled her hard. We couldn't stop now. We made a sharp turn onto a narrow dirt road, the echo of soldiers' footsteps growing ever closer. It didn't matter. We were about to get out. About to know the longed-for freedom. When we finally left the grounds of the vast forest, arriving at what seemed like an endless plain with nothing noteworthy, one object in particular caught our attention, and a couple of silhouettes appeared right in front of us. I slammed on the brakes, feeling Aina bump into my back. It was a carriage. Inside, two peculiar people stood with their arms crossed and curious expressions. Well, you're right on time. That thumb of yours is amazing, Finn. Are they going to stay there standing or are they going to go up? The first to speak was a woman with her eyes closed and red hair who from afar looked like a joking, annoying jester, and many other adjectives that I added over time, confirming them as well. The second was a hobbit who looked arrogant, with golden hair, who was pointing at the carriage behind him. I squinted, assessing the situation. It was a trap. It had to be. Nobody just appeared out of nowhere, with a perfectly prepared escape plan. But prison wasn't an option either. I looked at Aina. Her cheeks were wet with tears, her breathing erratic. She didn't have the strength to go on. And I wasn't going back to that prison. Without a word, I climbed into the carriage and pulled Aina in with me. The door closed behind us, and the vehicle started up with a rapid clatter of hooves. I didn't know if we had escaped a cruel fate or if we were running straight towards another. Only one thing was certain. I am building my own destiny. And, after almost 30 years of choosing that path, I admit I don't regret it. The Loki family became my true family. I smiled, I cried, I got angry. I experienced those emotions that had been denied to me for so long. All except one: love. Chapter 1. The Princess's Hero. In the city of Aario. Welcome to the center of the world. I was in the center of the big city. Artie's arms rose above her head after she stood in front of me to show me the beautiful capital of the world. My eyes marveled at the incredible sight before them. It was a vast metropolis, teeming with people coming and going through the streets in a seemingly endless flow. In every corner, hundreds of voices could be heard, which, to be honest, caused me some annoyance due to the calm and noise-free life I had lived for several years. I had become accustomed to the absence of sound since I spent most of my time with my mother, who enjoyed the stillness in the air. Returning to Aario, what my grandparents and parents had told me was far from accurate. Everything was colorful and full of life. Smiles of delight were etched on people's faces. The stalls surrounding the streets, various stalls selling different types of goods, filled the atmosphere with a harmonious and, strange as it may sound, chaotic air. Don't get too caught up in the city. We have a dungeon to visit. Hi. I followed Artie after she gave me the signal to follow her, snapping me out of my trance. I kept glancing to the sides as my legs moved forward. It wasn't advisable because I could bump into something or someone if I wasn't paying attention to the road ahead. However, I couldn't help but focus on what was in front of me whenever anything in the surrounding area piqued my curiosity. There was food that smelled delicious. Dishes I'd never tasted before that looked so appetizing. At home, I had the most delicious food a human being could ever know, but it's not like I have anything to compare it to. My stepfather, Zald, was the one who did the cooking, except for one time when Grandma Hera offered to help. Needless to say, after that experience, I appreciated Dad's cooking even more. Oh. It's Vyasa. Good afternoon. Nice day, Clay's family. How are sales going? Very good. Good luck today, Vyasa. Likewise. He remains the hope of the city. I'll do my best. As I walked along, a family, an elderly couple and their young brunette daughter carrying several bouquets of flowers, greeted Artie enthusiastically, and she returned the greeting. I suppose, judging by their position, they were florists. Vyasa. That's my adventurer nickname. Since you're new here, I suppose you'll have to level up to receive one. So let's do our best to make that happen soon. The name the couple used for her struck me as odd. Noticing this, Artie, who turned around without stopping, kindly explained why she was called that. Wait. Hi Artie. How are you today? Here. Thank you for the food. I'm perfectly fine. Work hard because if you go bankrupt I won't have anywhere to eat these delicious takoyaki. Suddenly, interrupting the conversation, one of the people at the nearby stalls, with a grill emitting smoke, greeted her in the same way as before, quickly throwing her a meat skewer which she received politely, putting it in her mouth. Do you want it? Huh? Oh no. I'm fine. Since I stood watching her chew for a few seconds, she thought I was craving the food, offering me a piece of the skewer, but that was far from the case, so I refused. It's just that, apparently, you're very famous here. Everyone stares at you and seems to feel safer. It's like they feel secure with you. Obviously I'm famous here. As the deputy captain of the family responsible for Aario's security, I'm highly valued. However, you might not have noticed, but they're looking at you too. I suppose they think you're not worthy of being near me. Don't let that bother you. Why yes, I noticed it. Although it doesn't really affect me that much. I explained why I was seeing her, clarifying that I was impressed by how beloved she was among the people of the city. She, in her characteristic energetic and lively style, agreed and added one last thing. Men who admire a pretty girl from afar can't help but feel jealous if a stranger approaches her. I partly understand that. While fame is nice, it doesn't compare to the pleasure of knowing that thanks to you, these people can live fully with smiles on their faces. This comment made my mouth open slightly. I was beginning to develop admiration for Artie and the immense kindness that characterized her. I haven't even known her for an hour and I want to be just like you. And she already put her on a pedestal. A role model. My honest opinion had an unexpected effect. Her step stopped abruptly and I was just inches away from bumping into her back. She turned with the grace of a dancer, placing her hands behind her back and giving me a gesture of joy full of sincerity. Don't flatter me so much or I'll fall in love with you. Try again in 5 years and I might change my mind. I received a flirty wink that made my cheeks blush slightly. That wasn't my intention. I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. Right now, I'm not in a position to prioritize matters of the heart or anything like that. I'll consider it once I've fulfilled the promise I made to my mother. My words betrayed a tremendous lack of confidence as I hesitated in my apology. I promptly apologized and gave my reasons why the scenario in which I fell in love with a woman was impossible. We'll see. Enough with the pauses. Let's continue towards our destination. Disbelieving my words, underestimating my confession, she turned around again and started running faster. I also made an effort, catching up with her quickly, and in a few minutes, we arrived. We were near what was known as the entrance to the abyss, as described by my parents and the occasional adventurer who crossed with us to immerse themselves in the dangers of that nest of monsters. Mom and Dad weren't lying. If there was one thing Aario had in abundance, it was a huge number of adventurers. Many came in, fewer came out. But the numbers certainly weren't insignificant. There were more people in this area alone than in my entire hometown. That's the magic of the big city. Or at least that's the impression I get. We stood motionless. Artie looked thoughtful, holding her chin as if analyzing her next move. I didn't want to interrupt her because what she had in mind seemed important. However, as the minutes passed, my anxiety got the better of me and, breaking the ice, I asked her. Artie, what exactly are we expecting? Did you arrange to come here with someone else? No. It's just that Ganesha-sama entrusted me with your safety and I need to evaluate you to see how prepared you are to enter. She shook her head, denying that was the case. In addition, she mentioned a term that puzzled me. Evaluate me? Are you going to give me a test? Indeed. It's time for an oral exam. He confirmed, stepping forward with his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest and making himself seem larger, even though I was noticeably taller than him. It was like a goblin trying to intimidate an orc. You mentioned that your parents and grandparents told you about this place. I'd like to know how much they told you. Okay. I'll try to meet your expectations. Playing along, I agreed and let him ask the questions. 5 questions. I'll only ask you 5 questions. I don't know if that's enough for a topic as complex as the dungeon. She extended her hand and opened her fingers, almost crushing it in my face. I gave my honest impression. Hey. She said. If it's only 5 questions, we'll save time and get on with our adventure. Number 1. What happens when you kill a monster of any kind? From what I understand, when they are out of combat, their bodies turn into smoke and drop the magic stone that, in a way, acts as their battery or soul. Very good. Question 2. What are floor managers? Oh. Papa's all told me about them. They're monsters of considerable strength that act as barriers between floors. They tend to guard the entrances to different sections of the dungeon. I only remember the Udius. Perfect. Gluttony is truly a connoisseur. Let's not stop here. What happens when you overuse your magic inside the dungeon? Well, I do possess 2 magic spells. I've never been forced to use them to the point of exhaustion. However, Mama Alfia mentioned that those who do enter a state called zero mind, in which you fall unconscious and are out of commission, becoming easy prey for monsters. Wow, silence really raised you well. Okay, let's continue. The interview dragged on longer than I'd hoped. What was supposed to be just 5 questions turned into 10, then 20, and so on until there was nothing left to cover. She got carried away, and I didn't make any effort to stop her. I found this whole thing entertaining. You did amazing. Have you fought monsters before? You know way too much about them. Her spirit seemed to know no beginning, much less an end. I was afraid she'd lose her voice from all that shouting. Yes. My parents took me to the Dragon Valley for 2 weeks every month. I usually took care of the small monsters and scavengers in the area. When I was strong enough, I faced my first dragon. Wow. Her sapphire blue eyes shone with intense brilliance as she gripped the collar of my jacket and brought her face close to mine. This girl doesn't know the meaning of personal space. Why yes. Since training with them didn't grant me much excelia, they decided to make trips to that place to make it easier for me to level up. It was the closest source of monsters to my village. In fact, thanks to that, I only just reached level 4. And level 4. Finding out about my skill level had a devastating effect on his confidence. Or at least that's how I perceived it. It's not uncommon for people outside of Aario to reach that level of strength. Teachers and students in the school district achieve it by training in the valley, so that must be the case with Belle. Besides, I don't know how demanding the training he received from silence and gluttony was. She whispered, analyzing the situation as she let go of me and turned her back on me again. This girl is one of those who think out loud. Well, that way communication will be easy between us. I'm not good at keeping secrets either. We're a couple of extremely honest idiots. For the millionth time that day, she immediately turned towards me. So many turns were starting to make me dizzy. Very well, brat. I am a level 5 adventurer and also your sub-captain. So you are obligated to follow my orders to the letter. Where did this sudden change come from? She adopted a bossy attitude worthy of a war general, looking down on her soldiers. Your test to see if I am worthy to be called my disciple begins now. You will compete against me. Who said I want to be your disciple? His finger went to my lips as I responded to his incoherent statement, silencing me instantly. Listen to your superior without complaining or arguing. The test will consist of each of you killing as many monsters as possible. We must collect the maximum number of high-quality magic stones, and whoever exchanges them for the highest amount of Valis at the end will win. Is that clear? Wait a minute. How am I supposed to know which ones are good quality? I'm glad that's clear. On the count of 3. 1. Please listen to me. 2. What if I get lost? The dungeon is huge. 1. This girl wasn't listening to me at all. She's the type who, once she gets an idea in her head, nothing can change her mind. 0. She's very fast. And in the blink of an eye, Artie disappeared from my sight inside, moving at a devilish speed that escaped the human eye. Wait for me. I ran after him, seeing the pile of scattered monsters and the magic stones falling to the ground uncollected. I guess these aren't high quality. We moved forward at an incredible speed. But I wasn't even close to catching up. Every time I thought I was close enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with her, she would quicken her pace and intensify her attacks. She wielded an enormous longsword. It seemed strange to me that she carried such a weapon, since she didn't look like the typical female swordswoman that some stories feature. He attacked the monsters with enormous grace and precision. His thrusts and slashes came from every direction, overwhelming the poor kobolds and goblins unfortunate enough to be within range of his blade. I, on the other hand, haven't even had the chance to draw my own weapon because every time one of the monsters noticed me and tried to attack him, Aario would beat me to the kill, tearing him to pieces and mocking me. You'll never beat me that way. The only reason we're still tied is because collecting magic stones from those weak monsters isn't worth it. I'm going for the grand prize on the middle floors. It's very difficult when you try to control everyone. His arrogant and overconfident attitude was starting to drive me crazy. But I couldn't just stand by and do nothing while he inflated his own ego and looked down on me as if I were inferior. However, I couldn't deny that she was an excellent monster slayer. That ability to take them down wasn't something you learn from a book or were born with. It was undoubtedly the product of experience and pure hard training. That was the level of Vyasa, the sub-captain of the Ganesha Familia, my new familia. Don't hold back. Show me the strength that those two talented monsters saw in you to entrust you with the fate of the world. Her comments ignited a competitive spirit within me. I must admit she has the makings of a natural leader. Everything she's done so far has motivated me and helped me overcome my nervousness. Very well, I will reciprocate her efforts and try to meet her expectations. Without restrictions and desperate to claim my first victim, I unsheathed my signature weapon. PFFFF. A dagger. What's wrong with that? Hahaha. Nothing. I was just wondering which hero or aspiring hero has ever used a dagger as their main weapon. The taunt started almost immediately, making a vein throb on my forehead. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears and the blood rushing through my veins. Heroes aren't made by the weapons they use or the size of those weapons. Besides, I plan to be the last and the greatest. Why would I want to be like those who came before me? Guided by my anger and finishing my response to the provocations, I moved at a swift pace and with a simple side slash, turning from my center of gravity, I finished off several monsters in one fell swoop. The blood stained the blade of my jet black dagger and the body soon turned to smoke, the magic stones that Aario despised falling to the ground. Speaking of her, after finishing with my first prey, which were a group of goblins and the like, I looked at her and could see the shock on her face. Now let the real competition begin, Vice Captain. We shared a smile full of complicity. I liked having someone accompanying me in my crazy ideas. This was far from over. We advanced like an out-of-control tornado, leaving death and magic stones scattered on the ground in its wake. Even though we were killing monsters at a really high rate, I could still see the adventurers in the dungeon looking at us as if we were crazy combat lovers. We even stole some of their catch. But since we didn't take the loot and left it for them to collect, there were no problems or disagreements. For them, it was easy money. We descended the dungeon levels. I waited for Aario to deign to collect the magic stones. Since I didn't know which ones were more valuable, I had to rely on my sub-captain's actions. However, time passed, the monsters changed, becoming more threatening, but she still hadn't collected anything. The purple moth spits a cloud of poison. If you don't have abnormal resistance, it can affect you. Avoid inhaling those gases. Hi. From time to time she would give me pointers to help me avoid getting into trouble, pointers I greatly appreciated. Yes, without a doubt she was a natural leader. The advice never stopped and I wasn't even looking at myself when I gave it. I trusted completely that I could manage on my own and honestly, I liked that. I wasn't the guide who held my hand along the way. I was the one who let me go at my own pace and bear the consequences. I would only intervene if necessary. In that respect, I was similar to Mama Alfia. Thanks to my parents' training, I developed the ability to adapt quickly to hostile environments and conditions, so Aario didn't need to be repeated. Once was enough for me to retain the information. We kept going down without stopping. I've lost count of the monsters I've killed and the floors we've crossed. I guess being excited and focused on an activity you find entertaining makes you lose track of time. No monster had yet appeared that would push me to my limits or beyond them. Those who tested the edge of my dagger died with a single blow. I reaped disappointment in that way. Orcs. Defeated. Dragons. Killed. A strange monkey-like creature almost 5 meters tall. They wouldn't last a second before Aario's sword. What seemed like a mere blink of an eye brought us to an incredibly vast area of the dungeon. There were white rocky walls. The floor was light-colored, unlike the beginning of our journey. Welcome to the middle floors. Home of the monsters that are actually worth killing. Aario stopped and revealed to me the name of the place where we were. It was, as he said, the middle floors of the dungeon. This area is known as the novice graveyard. Well, you're not one, it's good to be aware that there are dangers adventurers are qualified for and others they aren't. He began his teaching, placing his hands on his waist and walking towards me, then patting me on the shoulder. Although I've never gotten here so fast before. It feels like only 10 minutes have passed. I don't even notice you're exhausted. You fufu. My legs just hurt a little from running non-stop. I could have stopped, but I refused to let you outrun me. Our conversation was brief. He resumed walking, this time without haste. Oh. By the way, watch out for the monster that's being born over there. He indicated, pointing to one of the walls where the back was recreated. A rock cracked and a huge arm emerged from within. I instinctively jumped back to regain distance, positioning myself beside Artie. Did she notice it even before there was any trace of that beast's birth? My second in command was undoubtedly an incredible woman. I gripped the handle of my dagger tightly, furrowing my brow as sweat trickled down my forehead. I was preparing for the first great danger I would face in this area, in this graveyard of rookies. However, when the figure that emerged from the walls took on an appearance that reminded me too much of a beast from tales of heroes and fantasy, I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with excitement. My heart began to race, reflecting my state of ecstasy. Why do you look at that monster as if it were your platonic love? My eyes shone brightly, just like Artie's do every 10 seconds. My state of mind prevented me from responding to my companion's complaint. It's a minotaur. It's a minotaur like the one in the Argonaut story. Yes. It's a minotaur. I shouted with excitement, receiving a perplexed response, devoid of the same feeling that was pouring out of my pores. Don't get too excited. It's not like the one in the stories. That must be a floor boss. Let me kill it. I want to defeat my first strong monster. No, listen to me. The minotaurs. I won't let you take my rival away from me, Artie. Not even if you're my superior. You're taking this too seriously. Make way for the aspiring hero. You know what? Do whatever you want. Just be careful, he can kill you in one hit pfff. Our exchange was fruitful. I got what I wanted, although it seemed Artie was trying to warn me about something, and when she finally agreed, she covered her mouth, as if holding back laughter. In fact, I feel her warning was delivered sarcastically. It doesn't matter, I must face this alone. It's the beginning of my legend. I focused every ounce of my attention on the opponent in front of me. It was holding a huge chunk of rock as a weapon. Steam billowed from its snout as it exhaled, and I could hear its hooves scraping the ground, preparing to charge at me. I calmed down, entering a state of tranquility. I would start slowly and build up gradually. If things get complicated, I'll use my magic. The beast's arms trembled. Perhaps it was eager to kill me. I'm sorry, but it won't be today. This is my adventure. I hope Artie didn't hear me. It sounded better in my head, and now that I've said it, I'm embarrassed. I closed my eyes for a brief moment and my legs moved. I slashed upwards, intending to cut his body in half. However. What? He disappeared. Where did he go? He moved out of my attack range, cornering me. I looked around, sharpening my senses to avoid being ambushed. However. Ha 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 ha. Look under your feet, acclaimed hero. Artie burst out laughing, placing his hand on his abdomen and pointing at the ground. I followed the instruction and saw that it was there. The magic stone. You killed him with the first blow. But it was. Too easy. Of course they are. In stories, they're imposing and a great threat. In the dungeon, things are different. Yes, they pose a considerable risk to adventurers. The thing is, if you're level 3 or higher, they don't present any difficulty. Ugh. I fell to my knees, my face red with embarrassment, upon hearing Artie's explanation about the reality of the minotaurs in the dungeon. I want to die. I waited years for this moment to face one of them so that it wouldn't be a challenge. Upon our return, we will go to the guild so that you can be assigned an advisor. She will instruct you on the floors and their threats, as well as the requirements for dealing with them. Hi. He patted me on the back, comforting me. If the dungeon could swallow a person who sets foot on its territory, I'd like to be that lucky person right now. You did great. Even though you're a level 4, you were able to match my speed at times. I'd like to know your limits and. Between the comfort and calm it provided me, an unexpected intervention made its appearance, causing Artie to stop his words shortly before finishing. The sound of breaking stone echoed throughout the surrounding area. And then hundreds of cracks appeared, accompanied by a tremor in the ground that shook the pebbles on its surface. The rocks fell from the unseen ceiling of the place due to gravity and the detachment from its height, exploding into thousands of pieces upon contact with the floor. What is it that? Don't move. My sub-captain's attitude changed quickly, adopting a straight posture and a serious expression that she had not shown in the short time we had known each other. What was causing this state of alertness? I had no idea. However, reading the emotions etched on her face, I could sense a terrible premonition gripping her. The muscles that were close to my eyes tensed. The little skin visible beneath her abundant clothing prickled like a goose's. I swallowed, absorbing the atmosphere and aura she emitted, while the sound of pieces of the ceiling shattering dominated my ears. Artie, what's wrong? He took a couple of steps forward, glancing around as if expecting something to appear. Foreseeing the arrival of a being of immense power. A moment ago, when you were about to fight the Minotaur, you mentioned that it was the boss of the middle floors. Before I made fun of that, I should have told you which monster actually occupies that position. I stood up, advancing in the same direction as her, listening to her words while I readied my dagger in case it was needed. Although, as Artie described it, there was little or nothing I could do if that floor boss appeared. The trembling did not stop. The rupture in the walls grew larger. The cracks increased in thickness and length. It's about to be born. The monster Rex of the middle floors is about to emerge. The Loki familia were supposed to defeat it when they passed through here this morning. Didn't it appear? Did it hide? Artie whispered, biting her thumbnail and dreaming in frustration. I knew nothing about the supposed Loki family or their connection to the appearance of that being. Get ready to run. Make sure that when we return we let the adventurers know that he has been reborn. What thing? On the middle floors, the reigning monster is the Goliath. The boss's name was revealed while he was giving me directions and urging me to flee. He's a very tall beast. The last time I fought him, along with the rest of my family, he was about 20 meters tall. That's what makes him dangerous, because it grants him incredible strength. I could defeat him alone, but I wouldn't come out unscathed. If we fought together, we'd win, since the minimum level required to face him is 4. But I won't expect you to join me without knowing your power level and your inexperience, huh? As she recounted the details of the being that was supposedly causing havoc in the apartment where we were, a strange event occurred, surprising her so much that she stopped her speech. The tremor had stopped. The cracks stopped forming. The rocks no longer fell as before. It was strange. Whatever it was, it stopped. Silence reigned. Or so it was during that brief calm until. Help. Riveria. Riveria is under attack. The strange man who appeared out of nowhere screamed at the top of his lungs, overcome with terror, seeking help. Artie went to him in an instant, and I followed. In less than a second, we were standing near the man, who lay pale, breathing heavily, and covered in wounds stained with green, tree sap-like oozing, resembling wounds on his body and clothes. Boars? What's wrong? Ayasa? Thank the gods you're here. Riveria is under attack. They need backup. We're not enough. There are too many monsters. Who is attacking them? They seemed to know each other. She grabbed the shoulders of the man named Boars, trying to calm his nervousness and insisting on the perpetrator's identity. One word. A single word came from the mouth of the restless Boars. One he knew, and it had an effect on Artie. Evilous. Our feet moved after taking the injured man to a group of adventurers who were near the middle floors. We ran. We ran desperately. Artie was completely serious, frowning with utter disgust and fury. I didn't know she was capable of such a look. What we were about to face undoubtedly stirred the anger of this usually cheerful girl. We crossed a huge mound of rubble and a cloud of dust, moving towards the first safe zone of the dungeon. Do you know what evilness is? Did your parents tell you about it? Breaking the ice, Artie asked me that question without looking at me. He was focused on what was to come. Despite his condition, he still took the opportunity to instruct me. I'm not very familiar with it. Mom and Dad mentioned that it was an organization that wanted to summon them so they would force Aario into an age of death and desolation. If I had to sum it up, it would be an evil association. A group that just wants to watch the world burn. You're not entirely wrong. At least in that they're an association. However, that's a very simplistic way of looking at them. Initially, they sought to strengthen adventurers so that heroes could emerge. Irba-sama was its leader during the Dark Ages, and that was their goal. However, after his defeat and departure to Tenkai, they lost their way and are now exactly as you described them. I couldn't ignore the sadness that emanated from her words. Especially after she mentioned the Dark Ages, a term I was unfamiliar with. Many of my friends died at the hands of those villains. In the period when happiness was a luxury and death a merciful escape, many good people perished. Her eyes welled up, on the verge of tears. However, before they could form, she shook her head and patted her cheeks, regaining her composure. If they are responsible for the attack on Riveria, then we must act quickly. We don't know their intentions in disturbing the peace of the safe zone. If they're that terrible, shouldn't we call for reinforcements? It would be pointless. By the time we get back to them, it will all be over. Getting here took us almost 2 hours without a break. Coming back, gathering people, and going down again would take another 4. He was right. Not knowing the gravity of the situation, we couldn't afford to postpone the help people needed. Many lives could be lost, if not all. I hope there are enough of us. He turned in my direction. We made eye contact. Just like I said at the start of our competition, don't hold back. That's what it will be like. His deadpan and serious demeanor when giving me the instruction was enough for me to obey. He didn't even need to say it. Underestimating a rival you don't know is a harbinger of death was my mother's motto. Our feet felt light. We dodged the debris falling from the ceiling. The closer we got to the grotto that led into Riveria, the greater the tremor and the destruction became. Sooner rather than later, we entered and were greeted by a crimson light that assaulted our eyes, dazzling us. We crossed over and finally we had before us what Bors was running away from. And no, it can't be. It was a desolate environment, filled with flames, plant-like monsters, and total destruction. The buildings were in pieces. The structures had collapsed, and dozens of dead bodies lay scattered on the ground, their blood forming pools. The screams of despair and fear. The sound of swords being drawn and striking the plants echoed. The sound bounced off the walls. An apocalypse. It was the first word that came to mind. However, I didn't have time to feel fear, disgust, or similar emotions, because… An explosion made the entire floor shake. Artie and I turned toward the source of the noise, noticing the figure of a monster just like the one she had described. The difference was that it was dozens of times taller than she had described and its skin was jet black. It wasn't the only figure that stood out. High atop what appeared to be a mountain, bursts of fire and ice appeared, aimed at the beast's body. First, parts of it were frozen, then it was struck by a powerful fire magic that melted the ice and caused it to turn into water vapor, covering the area with clouds. However, the wounds and exposed flesh caused by the flames were healing. The Goliath is regenerating. Is that the Goliath? You said it was 20 meters tall, and that thing is at least twice that size. I know what I said. It shouldn't be that colossal. That one's different. The normal Goliath can't regenerate. Unless it's an irregular. The light bulb went off above his head. Not literally, to put it mildly. He also used another term he wasn't familiar with. There's no time for explanations. I'll tell you later what an irregular is. We need to hurry and help the adventurers. Noticing my confusion, he made that comment and postponed the dungeon lesson. I nodded in agreement and we headed into battle. We got to work. We drew our weapons and began to tear the monsters apart. They were a kind of plant with multiple movable stems and twisted roots. On the surface of their bodies were flowers that concealed a mouth inside. They looked like carnivorous plants. Tips number 1 when fighting violas. You must avoid at all costs letting their roots entangle your feet. If they catch you, they'll drag you down. Hi. While she used her sword to shatter the so-called violas, I lowered my head from time to time to avoid just that. The adventurers trapped by them were crushed. Their skin turned purple from lack of oxygen. They were similar to bows. We mobilized and cut the plant flesh of those beings, freeing the civilians. Get out of here. Floors 17 and 16 are clear. Artie ordered without stopping or giving them time to catch their breath. Tip number 2. When you kill one, you alert the rest. They're a kind of hive mind that also acts individually. He brandished his sword with grace and precision, shattering one of them and scattering the green liquid that, for such things, was his blood. I did the same to those that were close to me, plunging my dagger as deep as I could to pierce them from side to side and cut my way through their bodies, splitting them in two. I could feel my hands vibrating, as if simply striking them placed an incredible strain on the blade. Well, I guess I'll have to change weapons once this is over. Pieces of vegetation and chlorophyll were scattered on the ground. The people who lay at the mercy of those voracious creatures were freed in an instant. The violas never knew what killed them. The battle dragged on. We were moving without a fixed destination, and that disconcerted me. We saved as many people as we could within our reach. However, every time I looked at where the fight against Goliath was taking place, a bad feeling came over me. Artie, shouldn't we help that wizard? That's exactly what we'll do. But first we need to deal with a bigger risk. His response was immediate and it impressed me. What could be more dangerous than a huge monster with instant regeneration? That mage fighting Goliath isn't just anyone. It's Nine Hell, the best mage in all of Aario. But he seems to be in trouble. I know. But if she's there fighting alone, that only means one thing. And that is… her companions, the rest of the Loki familia, are also there. If they aren't helping her, it's because another danger, a greater threat, has them occupied. The name of that goddess and family was mentioned again by my sub-captain. Okay. Let's go. I simply nodded and continued on our way. Whatever is causing all this, we'll run into it. The bodies of the violas continued to fall at our feet. The number that at first seemed infinite was drastically reduced until it no longer represented an enormous barrier to overcome. We were approaching the center of Riveria. We were just a few meters from a lush forest far from civilization. As the distance narrowed, we heard shouts from a man just as loud as Ganesha. There were also explosions and maniacal laughter. It wasn't just that. As we also drew closer to Goliath, the tremors from his footsteps grew stronger, as did the pressure in the air. The ravages of a fierce battle became the order of the day, reaching our ears. Artie's hunch was coming true. Several more figures appeared in the distance. When we were far enough away, I could make out two girls of the same race fighting the monsters. A pair of elves. The first one used a bow and a sword. With the bow, she shot at the mouths of the violas and quickly switched weapons to cut them. The second one, however, was of the mage type, pointing her staff and firing powerful magic at them, making them explode. They were an enviable synergy, one like no other. It seemed like it wasn't the first time they'd fought together. They looked like members of the same family. Thousand Elf. Eliath. We have come to support you. What? Aario called them by their nicknames and announced his presence, receiving the impression of both, ceasing their attacks while we finished off the violas that surrounded them, freeing up the space and allowing them to rest. They looked agitated, breathless. It was as if they had been fighting non-stop for a considerable time. Where are the others? What's stopping them from going to help Nine Hell? Why did an irregular show up? He bombarded the staff-wielding elf, whose orange hair was tied in a ponytail, with questions. He approached her, invading her personal space and causing her to become nervous and stutter as a result. The captain and the rest are a couple of kilometers ahead. They're fighting Arachnia and the creature called Revis. We don't know why the irregular appeared, but we assume it might have been due to the presence of a god. The second elf, nicknamed Eliath, was the one who cleared up the doubts that her nervous friend could not put into words, while she picked up the arrows embedded in the violas to store them again in her quiver. Arachnia and Revis are here. Yes. Go give them a hand. We'll take care of the rest. The enemies were familiar to Aario. Thousand Elf asked her to go after them and assured her that from then on they would control the situation. Are they deliberately ignoring me? I mean, I haven't even gotten a glance from them. Alright. Let's go, Belle. It's time to even the playing field. Why yes. I ran after her. Since she finally called my name, both elves noticed me and turned in my direction. Their eyes widened, as if they had unlocked a new character. I saw out of the corner of my eye that they exchanged glances and I could hear them saying. Who is that boy? We started at a higher speed than before. The soles of our feet didn't touch the ground completely as we used the balls of our feet to push off and not lose even a microsecond. We crossed a dense forest where the sounds of battle grew louder. Shouts from a loud person, instructions from a boy who sounded like a child. Two similar, synergistic voices also stood out, sisters, perhaps. If that wasn't enough, the sound of metal striking a thick hard surface, producing a sound like a sword bouncing against a shield, was the dominant one. And those weren't even close to what bothered me the most. It was. Ahahaha. What's wrong, paper hero? Didn't your damn intuition forecast you what we would do? That unpleasant laugh, similar to that of a goblin, mocking his rival. It's her. Arachnia. She is one of the causes of the Dark Ages and the one who took the most lives during that period. We have tried to capture or eliminate her, but she is too elusive and never leaves loose ends. If a level 5 player like her saw her as a formidable rival and hadn't even been able to weaken or capture her, that meant she wasn't lying. She undoubtedly looked like a dangerous opponent. I glanced over to where, in a less scandalous fashion, a battle was being fought. It was at the top of a low hill. There I glimpsed two figures fighting at an incredibly high speed, faster than my own eyes could perceive. I only knew there were two because of the blurry out-of-focus shapes moving about. Without a doubt they were on a completely different level than me. As we approached, a violet and red barrier grew larger before our eyes. Upon entering it. What's happening? It's Arachnia's magic. A barrier that weakens your condition if you're within its range. Was that what was happening? My strength suddenly dropped drastically, manifesting as a decrease in my pace. That magic was terrifying. Don't worry. This battle won't be decided by something as trivial as that. Tiny. It's as if my condition were reduced by half. Relax. This is where what I told Thousand Elf comes into play. What about balancing the battlefield? What can you do to make that happen? Fufu simple. Despite how terrible it could be to have your strength diminished by an already formidable opponent on equal terms, I didn't detect a single hint of fear or nervousness in my vice captain. She clearly had something in mind and seemed excited to show it off to me. I just have to counteract the effects of his magic with mine. Her legs contracted slightly, crouching for a brief second and then powerfully propelling herself out of the bushes and reaching a great height, landing above the battlefield and drawing the attention of those present. As she hovered in the air and fell gracefully, I could see her lips moving in a kind of chant, just a few words from finishing. When she touched the ground and landed behind a pink-haired woman being stopped by a dwarf carrying two shields, her voice was loud and clear. Ana Avamada. Yuga. His palm extended, pointing at the back of the girl described earlier, causing her body to tense up and her spread legs to suddenly come together, as if she had been tied up with some kind of invisible rope. Vyasa. I have come to arrest you at last, Arachnia. Apparently, the supposed Arachnia was a tomboyish girl with short hair. Although, seeing as Eliaf only mentioned 2 enemies and everyone else present was fighting only against her, it was to be expected. Without giving her time to rest, using the hilt of her longsword, she swung the blade towards the pink-haired girl's neck. That impressed me because I didn't think she was so direct and bloodthirsty. She must really hate those enemies. You won't. Before the blade touched the skin of the immobilized enemy, another woman appeared. This time it was a red-haired girl with an abominable sword that moved as if it were alive and made of flesh, which she placed in its path, defending it. Tempest. Aario. Almost immediately, another woman, this time a blonde, was enveloped in emerald green wind and, with a powerful thrust, charged toward the redeed described earlier, forcing her back and disappearing as quickly as they had appeared. Those 2 were the ones who had been fighting back there. That strength was overwhelming, unlike anything she could recall. TCH. Arachnia broke free from her prison and stepped back, distancing herself from her fighters, now that this new character had appeared at the worst possible moment. For my part, I remained on the sidelines, still watching from a distance. Artie, for his part, also separated from her, joining a rather peculiar group. Wow. It's so nice to see you. You're late, Ganesha family. I was about to dismember that tomboy. Artie. It's great to have you here. Girl, without you this would be a battle of endurance. The short boy with blonde hair was the first to greet her. He was followed by an overly rude and temperamental werewolf, a lively Amazon who wanted to jump into her arms, and was accompanied by another similar Amazon who, well, had a couple of very marked differences, and finally a dwarf with 2 shields, covered in sweat and with wounds on his arms. Artie Varma. Like the rest, the redeed and the blonde ceased their battle, rejoining their people. The latter stood beside my sub-captain and called her name. Wow. It's so good to have you here. What? Did the kamikaze kids bore you? It was quite a sight to see her crying over the mangled bodies of those brats, Revis. Arachnia shouted mockingly, her expression disgusting. She was completely different from her companion, who was expressionless and silent, and whose name, apparently, was Revis. I turned to Artie, who lowered her head and clenched her fist, as if the previous comment had had a marked effect on her. However, she released the pressure of her palm and sighed, moving her lips again, conjuring another spell. The Akamundi. Briefly and without the powerful scream of the previous time, she activated her magic, producing a blue and green barrier that overlapped with that of the pink-haired girl, causing her to frown in displeasure. The effects of the level drop and the weakened state dissipated. I felt my strength returning and the minor damage on my body healing. That made me understand what he meant by balancing the battlefield. Although she is a formidable fighter with great skills, her specialty is not going in the front lines, but supporting in the back as a kind of fighting mage, a support that provides others with an increase in their strength and reduction of fatigue. The adventurers who were with her, who were panting and showing signs of exhaustion, recovered in the same way, renewing their energy to fight again. It's time for round 2, Valletta grade. That won't do you any good, you piece of shit. The Loki family will die this very day. We'll see, you bucking boar. The unstable and provoked werewolf wanted to launch himself into combat again, but the short boy's spear stood in his way, stopping him instantly and preventing him from committing that madness. Hey. Be quiet. Being impulsive just because Vyasa is here is the worst mistake we could make. We need to think about what we'll do next. There's no time for that, Finn. Riveria's fighting alone up ahead. We have to take them both out right now. The sooner we do it, the sooner we can get to her aid. I know that, Gareth. The dwarf clashed his shields together, fiercely replicating the calm of the so-called Finn, who, judging by the level of leadership he displayed, was the captain of the Loki family. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought that way. Gareth's comments seemed to create a consensus among the rest, who nodded in unanimous agreement. The funny thing is, you think you'll have a chance of getting out of here alive. That witch will die, and so will you. Think about your own neck before you worry about other people's. The pink-haired woman licked her lips and ran her tongue over what appeared to be a strange curved dagger, removing the bloodstains from the blade. That was disgusting. Didn't she know how many germs could be on metal and blood? Although, well, given that she kept strong adventurers at bay, she probably already possessed abnormal stamina. The blonde glanced sideways at her family member, who was bombarding Goliath with magic, a hint of worry creeping in. I suppose she has trouble showing her emotions, which is exactly the case with Mama Alfia. And without warning, the clash of swords reappeared. You're not leaving here, Aario. TCH. Get out of the way. Revis attacked Aario. It was during that moment of distraction that the fight between them resumed. Apparently, a personal grudge had been brewing, so no one decided to interfere. Belle. Hi. Artie called out to me in a booming voice, forcing me out of my reverie and making me look towards her. I snapped to attention to follow her instructions. That call, like the one we'd made for the two elves we'd left behind, made me the center of attention for everyone except Revis and Aario. I felt surprise, shock, and a whole host of other emotions when they noticed me. I don't blame them. To them, I'm just a complete stranger. I was aware that I didn't have the strength to face two enemies I couldn't even keep up with. Maybe he'd ask me to evacuate the wounded or something like that. Or at least it was my assumption until he ordered me to do something crazy. I can't abandon them, or Arachnia will lower their stats and status again. It's up to you to help 9 Hell. We'll catch up with you when we defeat these two. Are you? Help 9 Hell. I turned to face the battle of biblical proportions, akin to one waged by a hero of incredible strength against a colossal enemy. Then I looked around and felt my way around the room. I repeated this at least 5 times. You want me to go fight that thing? Yeah. Just to confirm it, revealing my incredible disbelief and despair, I questioned her. Perhaps the Goliath's footsteps were so loud they prevented me from hearing her clearly, causing confusion in our understanding. However, her quick reply only reinforced my fears. Are you sure about what you're doing, Vyasa? He's just a child. Where do you know him from? The captain of the Loki family is right. I couldn't help but agree with the person who was clearly not a child, leaving the only option being that he belonged to the Hobbit race. Artie stepped to the side, walking towards me and stopping in front of the adventurers, ignoring the threat of Arachnia, who also fell silent when she looked at me. You have to keep the promise you made to your mother, don't you? You're in the city of heroes to become one. Consider this the first step on the path of heroism. Stop that monster from advancing and rescue 9 Hell. A spark ignited within me at her words. My scarlet eyes shone brightly and my heart began to race, strengthening my confidence. It's incredible how much this girl can inspire others. My back straightened, filling me with unparalleled determination. Yes, Artie was right. I can't keep testing myself against risks below my capabilities for the rest of my life. This time, my parents weren't there to watch out for me. It was the first time since I'd decided to become an adventurer that no one could rescue me if I decided to move forward. Call it suicidal instinct or stupid heroism, but being aware of that thrilled me. Okay. I nodded promptly and crossed behind them, going back into the forest, running towards where the Goliath and the so-called 9 Hell were located. Hahaha. The Loki and Ganesha family must be desperate if they resort to the help of an Almirage. The pink-haired girl sneered. I had no idea what an Almirage was, but something told me it had something to do with rabbits, and my rabbit-like appearance made me a little annoyed. Are you crazy, Brad? How could you send a rabbit against that thing? Yes. He's a boy we know nothing about. What do you know about him? Wait a second. He must have a special reason if he decided he was the best person to do it. The rude werewolf, the busty Amazon, and the second Amazon with the childlike voice, spoke in unison. The latter supported Artie. Huh? It's more of a hunch than a specific reason. I only met him 2 hours ago too. A hunch? You decided he'd fight Goliath based on a hunch. Damn it, after his speech and accepting the mission, I can't refuse anymore. I kept running while I heard them shouting at the top of their lungs in unison. Are you an idiot? I just ignored it and started running. While they were still staring at my back, I vanished in one swift motion. The white glow, accompanied by incessant chimes that would fade before intensifying, emanated from my legs, enhancing my physical capabilities. Since it was located in the lower body, the enhanced abilities were those involving those areas. The rhythm of my steps was unlike anything I'd shown Artie during our competition. As long as that white light remained lit, I was able to overcome the barriers that restricted me due to my condition and skill level. I would occasionally close my eyes for brief fractions of a second to keep this ability from fading. I needed to concentrate at least every instant to keep it alive. My footsteps echoed in every corner. All I left on the ground were my footprints and a trail of sparks like electrical discharges, scorching the leaves and grass. Normally, under ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't employ this skill. However, considering the level of conflict and the conditions we were in, I couldn't spare any effort. I had to use that ability that was born from my dream of becoming a hero. I was forced to use that power that was marked on my body as the name of the hero, after whom it is named. I was activating Argonaut. It was an ability that consisted of accumulating energy. As the charge and the brilliance concentrated within me, everything intensified, reaching an unusual strength for my current state. If the time spent in total stillness and concentration was prolonged, the power increased proportionally. My only limitation was my ability to clear my mind. Thanks to my mother, Alfia, who put me through rigorous training to improve that, I learned to perform power surges in fractions of a second. It's not as powerful as a long surge, but it's useful for situations where a little extra power is needed. Or in this case, speed. We glimpsed dozens of violas hidden among the trees and the leafy vegetation, blending in, camouflaging themselves while waiting for a victim to attack. Since our rhythms were too different, I walked right past them without them noticing, ignoring me and considering me just an unimportant speck of light. I felt beads of sweat trickling down my forehead. During the moments when I concentrated, my breathing would catch in my throat, causing a slight discomfort as I became breathless from running. Nothing that mattered. Either. Credits to Aario RF on X. Either. I looked up to see how the battle between Ninehell and Goliath was going. What I found impressed me greatly. Just as she had described upon arriving in Riveria, the sorceress unleashed bursts of powerful magic continuously and relentlessly. The monster's jet black flesh tore apart and when frozen, it fell to the ground in pieces. Upon receiving the fiery blast, it was incinerated, charred, producing a nauseating smell of burntness and scorching. However, even if the wounds show the bone, it continues to regenerate. I was stunned. That creature's ability to conceal its wounds terrified me. How are you supposed to kill that thing? The mountain, which stood as if to be on the same level as that being, was trembling. The shaking of the ground, manifesting as a localized earthquake, cracked the mountain and broke off sections of it. The mage moved on a kind of expansive platform, giving her room to maneuver and preventing her from remaining standing like an easy target. Her speed was not to be underestimated. For someone who called herself a mage, her physical abilities were undeniable. But there was one observation I made. One aspect that made me doubt and puzzled me. How long has she been fighting that monster? I don't know when his fight began. However, doesn't casting such powerful and wide-range magic strain his mind? Do his magic reserves allow him to continue like this without tiring? The answer to that question was given by a voice inside me that screamed no. Excessive use of the mind leads to mind zero. It was only upon entering the dungeon that Aario reminded me of this. The basic principles of magic that my mother taught me were recalled. If she fainted at that height and had attracted the Goliath's attention, she would be easy prey and would be killed in the blink of an eye. But that in mind, I understood that it was time to fulfill what Aario asked of me when we began our journey here. Don't hold back. Show me the strength that those two talented monsters saw in you to entrust you with the fate of the world. Not holding back, well, that's something I could do. Aario never questioned why she knew the basics of magic. Nor did she seem interested. The reason Mom instructed me in that area was simple. It all started when I got my first spell. From the shadow where the thunder falls silent, where the storm devours the light. And he became more diligent the day I developed the skill of concurrent singing. The hunger that is never satisfied is brewing. The black lightning bolt of a silent cross. Yes, I was performing my magic chant. One of the two I possess. I was still moving forward, running at top speed. Now I wasn't just clearing my mind to activate Argonaut. I was also doing it so my chant wouldn't be interrupted. The shine didn't just accumulate on my legs. It also accumulated on the hand where I would make the throw. Lightning without echo or mercy that not even the gods can hear. Close the mouths of heaven and earth and in silence, make everything expire. Argonaut increased his strength. However, it wasn't limited to physical strength, but also to magic. Perhaps I can't reach the same level of power that Ninehell displays when fighting Goliath. But if this way I can lessen the burden on his shoulders and allow him to rest, I have nothing to lose by trying. There was no way I could get up there in time. So my only option was to take the shot from down here. Tiny blue flashes, irregularly shaped energy, formed in my hand, drawn to the leaves, scorching them as collateral damage. Perhaps because of that the violas began to notice me. Perhaps in that uncontrollable burst of energy, I struck one of them, activating the hive mind. They charged at me, shaking their roots and stems like whips to hit me, but it was useless. I crossed to their sides and sliced them in half, leaving only their lifeless bodies on the ground. My free hand held my dagger. I also infused its blade with a glow of pure white. Let the flash swallow the glow of dawn. As the chanting continued, the surrounding sounds decreased in volume, with the only noise received being something similar to static. It was, as the chant has indicated from the beginning, a magic that devoured the noise. I saw the Goliath again, approaching Ninehell dangerously close. It's getting a bit redundant to keep referring to her that way. I'd like to know her name. He had never used this magic simultaneously with Argonaut, so he had no idea of the effect it might have or the power it would gain. But if it would at least allow him to push back the ebony beast, he would consider his efforts well served. Getting rid of him was my goal. Giving the sorceress a rest was my ideal. It was a simple objective on paper, but complicated in practice. So I closed my eyes again. I just needed a break. My lips were about to part, the next song about to be sung. What I hadn't counted on was that a terrible crash, bringing destruction, would break my concentration. I opened my eyes suddenly, startled by the noise that spread to every corner. The mountain was being torn to pieces. The platform was ripped apart and whatever was on its surface was dragged into the abyss. It just can't be. The brightness and sparks faded, sending a small crack of thunder through one of the violas, losing its true power. The magic was interrupted by my bewilderment and shock. My pace slowed, freezing me in place. Panic gripped me, a crushing pressure on my chest from my pounding heart. However, as I focused my gaze I glimpsed a small figure emanating a faint blue light. Then a loud clear scream reached my ears. Wind from Bulvator. The frigid ice storm swept through, pushing leaves and ice stalks like a barrage of gunfire. As the temperature plummeted, a structure of the same material formed, a kind of track resembling a spiral staircase, a slide. She used it as a surface on which to stand steady, gliding with the grace of an ice fairy. I sighed with relief that she was alright, shaking my head and trying to start running again. However. Roots. My ankles had been held by the limbs of the violas who took advantage of my confusion to capture me. I lost my footing. The plants lifted me up and turned me upside down, making me fall from side to side like a sack of meat being tenderized. The impacts crushed my bones and made them crack. The air escaped my lungs and blood oozed from open wounds. Before another descent, disoriented by the speed at which I was being attacked, I gripped the handle of my dagger tightly and cut the roots that imprisoned me. My body was thrown forward by the force of the jolt and the sudden release, only to be stopped by a tree trunk. My back cracked the wood. Pieces of splinters became embedded in it. Ugh. I let out a groan of pain, trying to catch my breath and recover my lost oxygen. Without allowing myself to succumb to the pain for more than a brief moment, I stood up and regained my determination. She was okay. But she didn't know how much longer she could hold out. Unlike before, she was moving on an ice rink that would eventually break. If she didn't act now, it could be fatal. Blank mind inner peace. I murmured. The violas in the surrounding area began to sing when they saw me free and completely still. However. From the shadows where thunder falls silent, where the storm devours the light, a hunger that is never satisfied is born. The bells echoed through the forest. The shockwave of the noise shook the petals surrounding the monsters' snouts. The black spark of mute light. And when the darkness that my eyelids provided me dissipated I finished them off without a word. The bodies were torn to pieces. I moved like lightning, my speed boosted again. I started running for the millionth time that day. It was time to show how strong my determination was to become the ultimate hero. Step by step, the violas fell to pieces, scattering their green chlorophyll along the path. They were even crushed by the heavy footsteps of my boots, incinerated by the energy that simple action released. The bells rang without stopping, unlike my previous attempt. Lightning without echo or mercy that not even the gods can hear. Close the mouths of heaven and earth and in silence, make everything expire. The electricity manifested itself again in my palm. That desire stirs the soul's brilliance. Without blinking, I was able to keep my ability active and concentrate enough to recite the chant. I didn't want to take my eyes off my target and the mage I was saving. This was my first test. The first step on the path to heroism. Obviously, I had to get top marks, right? I hacked at the violas with a small dagger in my hand. They no longer put up the same resistance. Although I had a feeling it would break at any second. Just like before, silence began to reign. The noise dissipated, being consumed by the irregular and uncontrollable bowl of energy it held. May greed devour without end. Even the words that came out of my mouth no longer made a sound. The only reason I was aware that I had spoken them was because of the vibration of my vocal cords. The distance was closing. I felt like an ant under an elephant. However, there was no time for fear and doubt. Ninehell slid down the ice slide, which was nearing its end. That was the cue he needed to give a little more. I still had a lot to give. And when nothing remains, neither tears nor cries. The Goliath's enormous fist tore apart the top of the ice with one of its fists, creating a crack that began to crumble the rest until it turned into frost. The staff glowed again. She was trying to summon her magic once more. But there was a significant difference. The ice did not form. I was able to directly observe a decomposed form falling onto the remaining frozen surface. But nothing, apart from the loud pounding of my heart in my ears, broke the terrifying silence. The flashes of light emanating from my palm began to grow longer, reaching the treetops. The chant was about to end. A few more sentences and she'd be launched. The Argonaut's bells no longer appeared, but the glow on my body confirmed that the ability had not yet faded. The roars of the Goliath did not reach me, but the opening of its mouth and the shaking of the vegetation confirmed its desperation. The monster's footsteps were inaudible. However, the constant shaking of the earth and its advance reminded me of them. The world had been silenced. Nothing came in or went out. A terrifying calm and stillness. I sheathed my dagger, watching the sorceress's body roll and plummet to the ground. Or rather into a lake. With a splash, the water rose up, creating a barrier of liquid that quickly receded and returned to the lake, disturbing the calm. I wasn't sure of her condition. However, rescuing her was my priority. Let only emptiness rise again. Only 3 more words were needed. Goliath's fist pointed at the lake, wanting to finish the job. He wouldn't allow it. I drew my legs back a little, preparing to jump, and when I did, those inert dead grey eyes of the jet black monster looked towards me. He put his hand in front of his face because the light emanating from my hand hurt him. A hand that made me tingle. I didn't need to hear him or read his mind to know what the beast's face reflected. It was fear-terror. As I said before, I don't know what power I might have if I combined magic and skill. But right now I didn't care. He directed his fist, filled with panic and despair, towards where I was suspended in the air, wanting to reach me and hit me as I was about to rise. For a creature of such enormous size, its movements were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, its knuckles were just a few feet from my body. Responding to the murderous intent, I raised my hand and extended my palm. The energy continued to send out small bursts, even hitting my face. Time seemed to stand still. Both of their movements slowed down. I inflated my lungs, I filled them with air. 3 words that, with a smile on my face, I shouted. Silent, voracious blazon. Either. Either. The pure, dense, irregularly shaped energy broke free and shot out. What had been silence vanished, replaced by the horrible, noisy chaos that preceded the activation of the magic. A thick blue and white projectile incinerated the Goliath's arm until it reached the rest of his body and sent him flying. I could see that he was trying to absorb the impact, but his feet were embedded in the ground, sliding along it until they produced huge craters and separated from the floor. The layers of skin were dissolving. The muscle was being calcined in the same way as with the magic of 9 Hell. The speed at which the enormous beast was launched was impressive. In less than a second, its back was embedded deep in a dungeon wall, its silhouette clearly visible. As that happened, thousands of deafening claps of thunder appeared above us, striking the rock and shattering the ceiling made of red crystals, which were ripped from their place and plummeted down below. However, as if held by static electricity, they remained suspended in the electric field. This phenomenon wasn't limited to the crystals. Even the leaves of the trees remained motionless. The monster's remaining hand gripped the edge of the crater it had created when it crashed into the solid rock, pulling itself up. That was my signal. I rushed down. Before my heel touched the ground, using the toes of my right foot, I propelled myself forward and jumped into the water, going to rescue the magician. I swam. For a lake, it was several meters deep. The darkness outside prevented me from seeing clearly. But that wouldn't stop me. I had to save her, I had to rescue the girl. I stretched out my hand, eager for my fingers to reach something with a familiar texture, similar to human skin, clothing fabric, or something like that. It wasn't until air bubbles rising to the surface hit my face that I knew I was close to her. Air was escaping from her nose and mouth, producing that phenomenon. I stretched further, almost dislocating my shoulder. I still hadn't caught her. I still hadn't held her. I didn't want to give up. If she was sinking without stopping, it was because the fall had knocked her out. In that case, only I could save her and I would. Shaking my legs vigorously, I descended to the icy depths of this body of water. When this effort was made, I was rewarded. I felt it. The shape of her fingers, which I quickly intertwined with mine to strengthen my grip, and I pulled her body toward me, wrapping my arm around her. After that, I returned to the surface. I extended my free arm again, praying that my fingertips were no longer wet, which would tell me I was close to getting out. I don't know if she was still breathing. Because of the speed, I couldn't see any air bubbles. The relief I felt when the wind brushed against my ring finger was reassuring. It allowed me to finally leave the water. My Argonaut ability boosted my feet and, with a single kick, I was ejected on a diagonal trajectory. I hugged her tightly. I wrapped my arms and chest around her slender body, protecting her from harm. Due to the force with which we took off, we were launched into the air and crashed into several trees. I absorbed all the damage until we lost altitude and rolled down to the ground. Because of friction, we asked for speed and finally stopped. We remained inert, still in the position we were in after the turns. My pain was ignored. Still disoriented, I broke the hug and placed my hands on the grass, lifting myself up as if doing a push-up. My head was spinning. My eyes could only make out blurry, indistinct images. In my confusion, a voice close to me, below to be precise, uttered a groan followed by a couple of words. "Ugh, what happened, hi?" This made me react, shaking me and responding. "Miss. Are you alright?" The blurry, indistinct image from before took shape. My eyes finally focused on the acclaimed nine hell, and what I saw left me speechless. She was a woman. Not only that. She was an incredibly beautiful woman with jade-colored hair streaked with blood-red flecks. Her skin was pale and flawless. However, that wasn't even close to her most striking feature. Those long, drooping, rosy ears told me she belonged to the race of those beautiful forest fairies I'd heard about. My heart raced. I could feel the heat rising in my face for no reason, turning it red. But those same symptoms manifested in the elf beneath me. Time itself stood still, as if we were immersed in our own world. We made eye contact. Her jade eyes, my crimson ones, met and glowed. The expression of total astonishment and the blush on her cheeks created a truly beautiful scene. "Are you alright?" I hesitated, a product of the nervousness caused by the short distance between our faces, being able to feel her breath hitting my face, and surely the same thing was happening to her. At this moment I'm not in a position to prioritize matters related to love or that sort of thing. When I fulfill the promise I made to my mother, I'll consider it. That's what I told Aario when he brought up the topic of love. Well, in this position, on top of this woman of unparalleled beauty, I realized my mistake. Chapter 2. My predestined encounter. At dusk, inside a village near Aario. Riveria Sama, we are just a few minutes away from arriving. Huh? Oh, yes. Thank you very much. My eyes opened suddenly, breaking the brief nap I had taken after the warning from the driver of the carriage I was in. A dream about what I had experienced in the past, inside Alf's royal forest, returned to my mind as the long journey was about to be completed. Has it been hours since I got in the vehicle? How many, exactly? Sometimes I find it hard to remember how long the trip to this curious and special town lasted. The only thing that comes to mind after waking up is the worry that gripped me when I received the letter that forced me to decide to abandon the Loki family before the expedition that was entrusted to us weeks ago, delaying its start. The person who sent that letter was my best friend, Tull. Although we occasionally communicated that way to check on each other after our separation, the letter contained a friendly greeting, as usual, but added details about a decline in her health. I didn't have to think twice about how to act. Upon learning of it, I apologized profusely to Finn, Gareth, and everyone else because Ina's health couldn't wait. Using my life savings, I took a significant sum to book a traveler who could take me to where she was now living. Because of the suddenness of the request, the price was absurdly high. However, I couldn't care less. If I didn't go with her and make sure she was alright, I would be the worst friend imaginable. The reason for my anxiety regarding the issue of his well-being goes back years, specifically after we left Alf's royal forest, with the help of Finn and Loki. The journey to Aario truly became a milestone, an unparalleled feat. The consequences it brought about remain with Ina to this day. Her condition deteriorated the farther she strayed from the forest, becoming even more compromised when we crossed the poisonous and uninhabitable desert, where the ravages of the battle against the behemoth continued to claim countless victims. We tried to escort her as far as possible. I longed to take her to Aario so she could have the opportunity to live a full and comfortable life. However, that goal became impossible, forcing me to abandon her in a town with the same characteristics and a similar atmosphere to our native forest. According to a healer in that territory, the only thing that would allow her to extend her life expectancy was to return to their former home. Neither of them agreed. Even though Ina was in critical condition, she wanted to stay away from that place. As a result, the doctor then recommended that she stay there, spending considerable sums of money on the bark of the great sacred tree, with which he could prepare a tea that would restore her vitality. It was by no means a complete cure for her condition, but it was a way to control the symptoms. From that day on, I've been sending money to her home so her treatment can continue. I've also received support from Finn and Gareth, who contribute a significant portion of their funds, so I don't have to bear this burden alone. It's nice to have people who care about what matters to you and your loved ones. I owe them a huge debt, one I can never repay. Now do you understand how alarming it was for me to read in the letter that her health had deteriorated? That's why I ignored my commitments to my family to come and see her. And, as always, they had no problem waiting for me, and Loki readily gave me permission. On the contrary, they offered me a helping hand and found someone to drive me. The minutes passed exactly as I had been told. Before long, I was getting out of the carriage and handing my fare to the owner, also taking the opportunity to reserve it for the return trip. I didn't know how long I would be there or how serious the situation was, so I promised to cover his lodging expenses, among other things, should the visit be delayed for more than a day. Having secured a way back to Aario, I ran. My feet moved at breakneck speed, making use of my status as a level 6 adventurer. I ran swiftly, not giving myself time to marvel at the beauty the town had to offer visitors. I glimpsed people in the streets as blurs, shapeless smudges. They were all of different races. There were beastmen in their shops, serving humans, dwarves, and elves, to name a few. If I had to give a name to the atmosphere and ambience that both the city and its people emitted, it would be the closest thing to Alf inhabited by people from all over the world. The sheer number of things to see, places to visit, and the abundant nature that didn't interfere with the technology and infrastructure of the houses, buildings, and businesses was truly admirable. It was the perfect blend of rustic old world charm and modernity. On previous occasions, I accompanied Ina and her husband to explore as much of the city as possible. I must admit that it's definitely an ideal place to get frisky and raise children, as was the case with my best friend when that damned perpetually horny human got her pregnant. Calm down, Riveria. You're going to his house. Besides, he's your friend's husband. If you kill him, she'll be sad. I preferred to shake my head and clear my mind, getting rid of the gloomy, bloodthirsty thoughts that were beginning to dominate me. I followed the familiar route. That particular direction. The house that, in less than a few seconds, would be before my jade-colored eyes. I could feel the inhabitants' gazes for a fleeting moment, their eyes fixed on my every move, impressed to see me back. Thanks to how beloved Ina was here and how openly she spoke about me, it's fair to say that even I, who have only been here a few days, have gained incredible fame simply for being the princess of Alf who abandoned her own kingdom. No matter how strong you are or what feats you've accomplished, etching your name in gold in history, sensationalism and juicy gossip will always attract more attention. And a princess rejecting the throne and escaping certainly gave people something to talk about. I arrived. Feeling my heart beating to its maximum capacity due to nervousness, sweating and panting as a result of exhaustion, I uttered that followed by swallowing saliva. I was about to reach out and knock lightly on the door to announce my arrival. However, as if they already knew I was there, the shout of the person I had come to see interrupted me. "Come in, the door's open. I'm in my room and I don't want to come down." Yes, it was definitely Ina. The thing was I could hear her perfectly. I didn't perceive that relapse she told me about. I opened the door, entering her home. That house overflowing with photos of the family she had built over the years. Photos of her 2 daughters, her pride and joy. Also of her husband, that man who had stolen that same heart, making it his and his alone. TCH. Love, aha. I clicked my tongue when I saw him in the picture, continuing to the 2nd floor of the house, going up the stairs, walking down the hallway and arriving at the back room where, when the door was no longer an impediment, I saw Ina. "Good afternoon, Riveria. It's a pleasure to see you." "Good afternoon." She sat on her bed, her back propped up by a couple of pillows, her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's, a plate on her lap, and a paper bag in her hands, containing that food A's loved so much. That greasy, unhealthy potato croquette. A Jag American. "Do you want one?" My husband bought several flavors. "No thanks. If I eat the Jag American and return to my headquarters, A's will smell me and feel betrayed for not bringing her with me to eat it." She offered me one of the croquettes after swallowing the contents of her mouth. I clearly refused for the reasons explained earlier, coupled with my lack of appetite due to the worry that had been gnawing at me on the way here. Now that I see her like this, full of energy and vitality, I realize perhaps I was deceived. I sighed heavily, rubbing my eyelids with the pads of my index finger and thumb, and shaking my head in total reproach. "I know it's silly to ask at this point, but just to confirm, tell me, was it a lie that your health was compromised?" "Are you?" "No, I did have some health problems. In fact, I caught a cold last night." "You know I'm not talking about a simple cold. In your letter you said." "Did you read the whole letter?" I explained everything there. "Well, my health did dip, it wasn't anything serious. The truth is, I did want to see you, although I didn't expect you to come so soon." "Huh?" I quickly pulled the open envelope from inside my robes to find out what she meant. The beginning was just as I remembered it. Her greeting in her characteristic style. The next thing I knew, she mentioned her relapse and, "Your husband managed to get roots from the sacred tree and cooked you a huge feast with them." I see. I recapped aloud, hesitating and clearing my throat. Indeed, Ina was right. However, that mocking smile that was beginning to appear on her face because of my confusion bothered me and made me feel foolish. Riveria. Haven't you fixed that bad habit of yours of jumping to conclusions yet?" "Ugh." She shook her head, clicking her tongue as she said my name with disdain, declaring it with disappointment. It embarrassed me. I felt like a child being scolded by her mother for making a mistake. When did the roles reverse? When did she lose respect for me? She didn't even add Sama to the end of my name anymore. It's not that the latter bothers me. On the contrary, it makes me feel close. But I'm surprised at how much things have changed since we left Alf's royal forest. Where is that insecure, nervous, obedient friend who ran away with me hiding? I miss her. She'll never come back. After almost 30 years and 2 pregnancies, a woman is not usually the same. I could sense her annoyance when she raised her voice. Then, her eyes lost their sparkle when she mentioned her married life. If they turn sweet gentle Ina into this, what awaits those with worse tempers? Don't judge me from over there. Come and hug me. I missed you so much. Ah, yes. Setting aside the confusion caused by my hasty perception, I proceeded to fulfill her request. Our arms encircled each other's bodies, and I could smell her Jag-American scent. You smell like fruit, just like always. And you to food and flowers. We shared our observations. A few seconds passed, and we parted ways. I really missed this. If she weren't so limited, or if I weren't so adventurous, I would definitely ask her to let me live near her. I sat down beside the bed, in a chair that had been placed there. It seemed she had put it there, waiting for me. Tell me, Riveria, how is my little girl Ina? She stopped being a child a long time ago, Ina. Never. As my first daughter, she will always be my beautiful baby. Whether she turns 20 or 200. So tell me how she's doing in the industry. Fufu. Okay. That brief conversation made me chuckle. I don't usually laugh in front of others. This was the privilege that this nearly 100-year friendship granted her. The conversation began. We caught up on what had happened since we last saw each other. I told her about how diligently Ina was working now that she'd been given the responsibilities as a guild advisor. I also mentioned how little I knew about Nina and her performance in the academic district. From what I'd been told months ago by that arrogant little dwarf who'd once called me old, she'd been having trouble working well with her squad. I saw Ina's eyes shining, delighted to hear about her daughter's lives. Another thing that struck me as I got closer to them was how expressive her face was. If what I said was joyful, she beamed. If the story turned sad, her ears drooped. I suppose it's the close bond and deep empathy that only a good mother can feel for what her children experience. That warmth I'd never known before. By the way, I must tell you that I came here believing you were in danger. Now that I'm sure that's not the case, I'll have to return to Aario tonight. I left my companions on the eve of an expedition to see you. It can't be avoided. Hell has commitments. You're too childish. This comment about my situation made her giggle, and she said my nickname, adventurer, with a hint of mockery. I simply reprimanded her for it, crossing my arms. We fell silent for a moment after the laughter stopped. She stared at her feet, nervously wiggling her toes as her fingers tapped the mattress in sequence. I know you well enough to know you're hiding something from me, Ina. Did you know I'd rush over without reading the rest of the letter, and that's why you started it that way? Is there something you wanted to discuss in person that couldn't wait? I saw her shoulders tense up and a nervous, trembling, and uneven smile appeared on her lips, confirming my suspicions. Am I that easy to read? That's not what it's about. You just chose to lie to the person who knows you best. He leaned back against the headboard, staring at the ceiling and holding his chin with a doubtful yet restless expression as he carefully considered what he would say to me. Was the matter so important that he resorted to lying to me? I was about to find out. She lowered her head, surrendering, and afterwards looked at me completely serious, giving me a bad feeling. It's about your father, King Larful. A letter from him arrived, and I'm not interested in knowing anything about that old man. She pulled a letter bearing the seal of Alf's royal family from under the pillow beside her to give to me, and I quickly snatched it away, tearing it to pieces, ripping it into hundreds of thousands of fragments, with an exponential anger that increased after each piece. I shook my hands, satisfied with my work. I could feel the heat rising to my head, the veins standing out on my forehead, and my ears suffering from the same symptoms. Edo, Riveria. The letter was for me. Your father knew beforehand that sending it to you directly would be a waste of time, paper, and money, so he preferred to give it to me so that I could pass the message on to you. Ina explained, with a drop of sweat trickling down her forehead. TCH. That sly old man. You're going to clean up what you made. My husband is very obsessive about cleanliness. Yes. Don't worry about this nonsense and tell me what. These are not silly things for him or for me. I know. Just tell me what that bastard asked you to do. Since I've come all this way and you insist on telling me, I listen. It was the brief argument we had, in which I demanded she tell me the message while waving my hand to deflect her replies and objections. Just to be clear, I'm perfectly aware that Ina's husband hates it when his house gets dirty. You could say my actions weren't impulsive, but premeditated. The thing is, Riveria, you're about to turn 100 years old and oh. Let me go. Why are you saying my age so casually? I'm still 99. Did you hear that? 99. Why does it bother you? I'm about to turn 100 too, you silly ageless elf. When my upcoming birthday was mentioned, I reacted instinctively and pinched Ina's cheeks, scolding her for her rudeness and interrupting her. I didn't hesitate to let go when I saw small tears rolling down her cheeks. She rubbed her red face and squealed in pain. Wait a minute, what was the adjective he used to describe me? I was going to tell you that your father is planning a political marriage between you and your cousin. It's normal for elves of the Alf family to marry by mutual agreement at the age of 100. She shouted at me vehemently, shattering the train of thought forming in my mind and revealing the truth without tact or gentleness. I had to process the news for a second, my eyes widening in utter shock when I grasped what it meant, the reality hitting me like a bucket of cold water. The skin on my face creased as my brow furrowed. Tell me the details. I don't intend to rush things like before. I demanded, controlling the overflowing anger that dominated me in a superhuman effort not to go to Alf and burn down the entire forest for the stupid proposal. At that moment, Ina's lips parted and she explained the situation to me. It was indeed a political marriage arranged with the family closest to the main branch. She explains that, since our flight and abdication of the throne, things in the royal forest have gone downhill, teetering on the brink of a coup orchestrated by the other families after the loss of the kingdom's main heir. I couldn't care less. I thought it was absolutely ridiculous that he would ask me to do that. I was about to flatly refuse to grant my father's wish until I heard the conditions. It would be a sham marriage, intended to appease the other's anger. Once it's over, you'll be free to return to Aario and continue your life as an adventurer. You won't be sought out or asked for anything again. How can I be sure it's not a vile lie to convince me and lock me up? Because King Larfel himself, your father, is giving you his word. He promises it because of the value our race places on oaths. That made me realize how serious the matter was and how desperate Larfel was, to the point of resorting to a deal that was in no way beneficial to him. Things were truly at a boiling point in the royal forest. I held my chin for a few seconds. The proposal was perfect. It only required me to return to that place one day, get married, and go back. It didn't take me long to make up my mind. If you give me your word, I suppose I have no reason to refuse. Are you sure? Of course. It's just an arranged marriage with no say in my matter. If fulfilling this whim allows me to be completely free and abandon the ties of the Alf name, then there's no reason to refuse. But. You know what? If you had written this to me in a letter, I would have accepted it too. Why did you resort to lying to me about something so insignificant? Yes, I was willing to accept the deal. Honestly, it didn't give me any pleasure, although what I would get made the discomfort worthwhile. However, it was Ina who looked worried and shocked. Do you really not mind marrying a man you don't love? What do you mean by that? You make it sound like it's the worst tragedy in the world. It is. It truly is. A woman should marry the man she loves. I was surprised by the scandalous way my best friend responded, who turned around and put her feet on the ground to lean forward, staring at me. Marriage is the happiest day of any woman's life. You can't take it so lightly. Perhaps it's the happiest day for many women, but not for me. It's just a trivial burden imposed on people. I'm married. Of course, your case is one in a million, an exception. I noticed Ina was offended when I told her what I thought about marriage. She sat back down on the edge of the bed, making the mattress bounce. I know I'm a bit insistent on this topic, and it's because I believe you should only marry someone you truly love. It's wonderful to unite your life with another person and for both of you to be in perfect harmony. When I met my husband, I was very reluctant to open my heart to him, but he made an effort day after day until he showed me that he truly loved me. Every day he filled my room with flowers to win me over. He still does that even now. He pointed to the multitude of vases on the floor that held hundreds of bouquets of flowers of different scents and colors. Laughing with someone you're close to. Crying on the shoulder of the person who understands you best in this world. Doing silly things together. Being each other's accomplices. It's a magical experience that all women should have when choosing the man they want to marry. He infused his own experience, his sweet feeling, into the argument he used to convince me of his point. Feeling your heart leap out of your chest just thinking about your loved one. Smiling when that happens. The jade-colored strands of her hair were left hanging. Yes, freedom is ideal. However, marrying without love. I sighed heavily. I didn't want to sound like an emotionless block of ice. However, the harsh truth, my truth, was different from what she was suggesting. Those things aren't for me, Ina. I'm sorry, I just can't grasp how precious love is. You're a fool. She lowered her head and shoulders, criticizing me. I accepted her frustration without replying. You're making a rash decision due to your disinterest and inexperience. As your friend, the one who knows you best, I feel obligated to warn you that if you don't give this event the importance it deserves, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. It seemed like their last attempt to convince me to reject the offer. It's a shame it didn't work. I've lived 99 years. Almost 30 of those in a vast world teeming with people, and I've never even come close to experiencing anything like what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Ina, but if love exists, then I'm not made to know it, much less feel it. Silence reigned in the room. It seemed Ina had nothing more to say and returned to her position on the bed, staring straight ahead. however. Riveria. He mentioned me. Yeah? Tell me what's your ideal type of man? I answered the call. She asked me the same question she had asked the day we left Alf's royal forest. As she did, she gave me an excited and insistent smile. Just like I told you the first time you asked. My ideal man doesn't exist. Good afternoon, my dear. I'm back from work. Love. Just as I was about to answer, the unexpected interruption stopped me in my tracks. It was Ina's husband, who burst in, greeting his wife joyfully, and was greeted with jubilation by my best friend. Aware of the atmosphere, I stepped aside and made way for her so she could hug me. I didn't know you were coming, Riveria. Riveria Sama to you. You don't yet have the honor of addressing me familiarly, not until I'm sure you're suitable for Ina. Okay, Riveria Sama. What do you mean by being sure I'm right for you? It's been almost 30 years and we've had 2 daughters during that time, isn't that reason enough for you to trust me? Ha! What are 30 years to elves? Things can change when you least expect it. I'll be watching you. 2. This interaction between us had become routine whenever he came to visit. At first, he reacted nervously to my threats, but over the years he lost his fear of me. I must regain my status as the jealous sister before he forgets his place in the food chain. He walked past and approached his wife, offering her a gift which he concealed behind his back. It was the millionth bouquet of flowers in the room. I rolled my eyes and crossed my arms, annoyed. Honey, I've already told you not to buy me so many flowers. I'm running out of space and vases to store them in. When our room is full of them, we'll use Ina's room and then Nina's. I promised you that when we got married, remember? I promised I'd show you every day how much I love you. The two of them became very affectionate and I just watched from a distance. They rubbed their noses together in a strange way, like a ritual before kissing. After that, Ina put her arms around her husband's shoulders. Their faces were getting closer, so I turned away to avoid looking at them. I placed my hand on the doorknob, intending to leave, but I was stopped. Riveria, please think carefully about the question I asked you. Don't shut yourself off in your own bubble. Open a tiny part of your heart and in that way you will reach your own truth. Ina told me, embracing her predestined soul, turning to look at me and winking at me. I sighed heavily, shaking my head. I'll try. I answered, determined to leave. When I escaped the saccharine scene, I leaned my back against the door, staring curiously at the ceiling, recalling Ina's words. Laughing with someone you're close to. Crying on the shoulder of the person who understands you best in this world. Doing silly things together. Being each other's accomplices, it's a magical experience that all women should have when choosing the man they want to marry. It sounded in my head. What does it feel like to be in love? For the first time in my vast existence I am questioning it and that doubt remains with me even now. In Riveria, the safe zone on the 18th floor. What does it feel like to be in love? 3 days have passed since my visit to Ina and that question is still on my mind. I had to whisper it so my companions wouldn't hear me, as they would surely joke about it or make fun of me if they did. This hobbit and that dwarf are that kind of person, that kind of friend. We were walking through the dense forest near the city of Riveria. We were looking for a suitable place to set up camp and wait patiently for the rest of the family to rejoin us so we could continue the expedition ordered by the guild. It's a serious matter of incredible importance. However, for reasons I don't understand, I can't seem to focus my attention on the mission. I'm finding it incredibly difficult to concentrate on the present because my mind keeps dwelling on the past. Riveria, do you think it's okay for us to camp so close to the main road? We could be attacked by monsters from the 17th floor. It all started with the conversation I had with Ina about my forced engagement. Riveria, can you hear me? I've been thinking about it ever since I returned to Aario. In every moment of freedom, my mind returns to that unresolved matter, echoing, torturing me. Despite how convinced I felt about accepting the conditions of my father, King Larfel. He's in his own world. What could he be thinking about? I don't know, but if I have to call her 7 times again for her to pay attention to me, I'll go crazy. I could hear my classmates whispering amongst themselves. However, it seemed to be happening to someone else, so I simply ignored it. They were probably talking about some nonsense about who could defeat the Udius in one hit or something like that. They're so predictable. Riveria. Both Gareth and Finn raised their voices at me, angrily calling my name, which snapped me out of the bubble I was surrounded by, oblivious to everything else, and caused me to let out a strange squeal. Are you not daydreaming anymore? What's wrong? They bombarded me with questions. First it was Gareth, tapping his foot up and down repeatedly. Then Finn followed, placing his hands on his hips and frowning. What do you mean? I'm perfectly fine. No, you definitely aren't. I'm telling you I'm fine. You've been staring into space for several minutes. If that weren't enough, Alfia and Alicia were attacked by a pair of minotaurs for not following your instructions. So please don't lie to us and say you're fine. Ugh. She was read like an open book. Wait, at what point were Alfia and Alicia attacked? Ignoring that, I shook my head, shaking off the dizziness caused by, just as Gareth said, daydreaming. Did something happen during your visit to Ina? Bad news. And no. On the contrary, Ina is in perfect condition, all things considered. Her summons was exaggerated and my visit was sudden. So? What's distracting you? I could feel the temperature of my face rise considerably. There was no way I could reveal the arranged marriage to them, and the question that hasn't left my mind since I found out about it. Keeping it a secret was the best course of action under the circumstances. Nothing, really. They're trivial matters of no importance. Let's just continue the search. I moved forward, walking past them. Finn wasn't stupid. He probably already suspected something was wrong. However, he kept his distance and didn't press the issue. He probably interpreted that as me not wanting to talk about it. Sometimes his intuition is useful. I preferred to explain the situation quickly. The reason we were looking for a place to camp is because we hadn't planned to rest so soon in the expedition, given that it had only started a couple of hours earlier. Normally, if we planned to visit this place, we would inform the city official in Riveria and he would reserve our usual spot for us. However, we encountered some unforeseen circumstances that forced us to make this unavoidable stop. At first, everything was going as it should. We were progressing smoothly and eliminating any monsters that appeared. Upon reaching the 18th floor, just as Vyasa and the guild had informed us, the floor boss appeared and Finn defeated it with a single strike from his spear. However, during the battle, we failed to notice the appearance of a multitude of dark fungus that created a huge and dense cloud of poison, which spread everywhere, causing the lower level members, mostly supports, to become intoxicated and require a cure. After that, we took them to the city center and stabilized them with healing magic, but it would only be a temporary solution. Finn ordered Rawl, accompanied by Anakity, to return to the surface and purchase the antidotes at the Die Insect family headquarters. In summary, poor planning and a series of unfortunate events led to this situation. I already told you it was your fault those minotaurs escaped, you dirty dog. Shut up, you damned Amazon. What does it matter that they've reached the upper floors? Those damned adventurers need to get out of their comfort zone and stop being weak. Boo. You started from scratch too, you mangy wretch. What did you call me, you damn bored? That was a low blow. In the distance, several meters behind us, I could hear the unmistakable voices of three people embroiled in a heated and repetitive argument. It was Bet, Tyan, and Tiona. Those three were like oil and water. They couldn't be mixed. Whenever they were grouped together, chaos was inevitable. Bet's temper and Tyan's explosiveness clashed. It also didn't help that Tiona always sided with her sister, joining in the insults directed at the wolf. I exhaled heavily, rolling my eyes and returning my attention to the road. Right, I almost forgot about the incident with the Minotaurs last week. We still haven't paid the families affected by that blunder in stopping the stampede. Things could have turned out worse than a couple of broken bones. If it weren't for Bed and A's rushing to kill those who reached the 5th floor, who knows what would have happened. For adventurers just exploring the 5th floor, a Minotaur would be the equivalent of us facing the Udius alone. What if a rookie with delusions of grandeur stumbled upon the last Minotaur we found in a corner? If that monster cornered him there, his death would be certain. Then, Gareth and I were discussing the same topic, focusing on those affected and the potentially serious consequences of the incident. While these were just hypothetical scenarios, the possibility of such an event was very real. In the end, we concluded that there was no point in dwelling on what hadn't happened, and sooner rather than later, we found the ideal spot to set up camp, bringing the poisoned members in once the tents were pitched. After that, we proceeded to sit around a campfire as the crystals that illuminated the ground like stars slowly faded, simulating the dark twilight. Those damn weaklings should die already. They're just in the way. Are you still on about that? Hey, A's, where did you get the Jag American? Huh? It's my backup Jag American. I keep it in my backpack for emergencies. In what kind of situations would a cold squashed Jag American be useful to you? Where food is scarce. He has a point. I've already told you not to try to reason with A's. HMPH. The conversations took place between the different members of the family, as well as the others who accompanied us on this expedition, among them the one that stood out was that of Hephaestus. The situation was harmonious. We rarely have these moments of peace inside the dungeon, so it wasn't a bad idea to take advantage of them. Listen, Captain. Why yes, Tyan. When will he propose to me? I couldn't help but react to the shameless question Finn received from Tyan, who was hugging him tightly from behind and placing her prominent breasts on his head. I remained silent, observing his attitude. Perhaps it would serve as a guide for the future. Suddenly I remembered one of Ina's questions. Do you really not mind marrying a man you don't love? That echoed in my head, which made me look down and bite my lower lip. Why did it affect me so much? Tyne shouts from the rooftops that she loves Finn, and from my perspective, it's just a sick, as well as exaggerated, obsession born from her defeat against him when they first met. Or was that his way of loving? So he hasn't stopped insisting. Yes. Little Welf is head over heels in love with Hephaestus. He even promised him he'd make a weapon worthy of his approval. Can you believe it? On the other hand, the conversation between Tsubaki, from the Hephaestus family, and Alicia, my student, was unfolding, capturing, like the previous one, my total attention by touching on a topic of interest to me. How disgusting. A human blacksmith courting a goddess. That's sacrilege. Yes. You're exaggerating, girl. Let's keep this between us, but I think Hephaestus will accept his proposal sooner or later. I've never seen her smiling like a silly girl on her first date. I sincerely support them. Welf is a good man who undoubtedly wants to make her happy. That truly took me by surprise. One of Hephaestus' sons was courting her, and he managed to win her heart. Apparently, even goddesses can fall in love. So why can't I even figure out what love is? That doubt arose, whispered to myself so no one could hear, plunging me into a deep melancholy. The fact that the deities, with their long existences, had discovered what I hadn't been able to understand in 99 years deeply troubled me. And again I began to drift off. At least that's what I wanted, but the persistent, annoying noise of several voices overlapping each other prevented me. I needed some quiet space to fully immerse myself in my thoughts, so I quietly turned away so as not to arouse suspicion. Where would you go, Riveria? However, it wasn't possible for me. I received that question right behind me. Back. Why are you leaving? Huh? I just want a moment alone. To breathe some fresh air. Is that so? Yes. I promise I'll be back soon, don't worry. I do worry. My conversation with Ace took a strange turn. Hearing her last response was surprising, to say the least. You've been acting strange for days now. I'm not good with feelings. But you can tell me about it. Just like Finn and Gareth, she picked up on my strange behavior these past few days. She's growing up. That broken girl we found in the dungeon years ago is maturing. I'm fine. I said this to reassure her, patting her on the shoulder. She simply nodded and returned to where the others were, allowing me to move away from the center of the noise. I walked on, venturing deeper and deeper into the forest that closed in around me. The leaves of the tall trees filtered the light from the windows high above where we stood. The breeze barely stirred the hanging vines, their roots protruding from the ground. The sounds of the camp faded until only the crunch of grass under my footsteps remained, just what I was looking for. The air smelled of moss and damp earth. Suddenly, tiny golden lights floated in the darkness, as if guiding me. They were fireflies dancing in the air, blinking on and off. Some landed on the leaves, illuminating the darkness with their faint glow. Others were startled by my presence and scattered in all directions. I paused for a moment, observing the enchanting, fleeting glimmer. In that corner of the forest, the night seemed suspended in a moment of calm, perfect for the doubts I carried within me to emerge from their shell. The ideal atmosphere for me to sink into my sorrow. The first thing I remembered in this place of infinite silence and reigning tranquility was Ina's last warning about accepting the marriage. You're making a rash decision due to your disinterest and inexperience. As your friend, the one who knows you best, I feel obligated to warn you that if you don't give this event the importance it deserves, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. TSK. What's so beautiful about holding hands under the sacred tree and kissing? I'm not an innocent little girl whose brain was rotten from stories of heroes and princesses like years ago. I've grown up now. I voiced that complaint in utter disgust. My tongue was clicked and the admiration I felt while walking this path was tainted by my anger. I really didn't understand it. And realizing that, to a greater or lesser degree, there were people who did, frustrated me. Seeing two people who felt happy just by walking next to each other, smiling uncontrollably and enjoying that simple action, was incomprehensible to me. How did all those people know I was in love? Did they have some kind of clue that led them to that conclusion, or was it just a risky gamble? Was it luck or destiny? If that was the case, why hasn't that happiness smiled upon me? I lied. I lied to Ina when she asked me, and I've lied to myself when I said I wasn't interested in those kinds of emotions. I am a woman, after all. But I wouldn't admit, even if it saved my life, that I, an elf of almost 100 years, dreamed while gazing at the stars of what many consider a predestined encounter. I've heard the rumors and beliefs of the people of Aario regarding that term. A predestined encounter is the event that leads you to meet the person who will become part of your life. That being who, through the magic of the dungeon, is destined to be your light and happiness. Men often dream of entering a dungeon, rescuing a girl, and experiencing love at first sight. I remember hearing hundreds of novices become adventurers with that goal in mind. Does such a thing even exist? Love at first sight sounds ridiculous. I doubt that emotion can manifest itself with mere eye contact. It's ludicrous. I refuse to believe in it because if it exists, it would mean there's no one out there for me. So many faces, pairs of eyes, and people I've met without that event ever happening. Tell me, what's your ideal type of man? Once again, that question entered my subconscious and filled it with doubts. Ideal man. Could such a being even exist? What qualities must someone possess for you to consider them your ideal? Aina always makes me think with her innocent, malice-free questions. I'm sure that deep down she must be rejoicing at having my peace of mind shattered. I don't have an ideal. As I whispered that answer to the wind, unheard by anyone, my best friend's warning returned, stopping me. Riveria, please think carefully about the question I asked you. Don't shut yourself off in your own bubble. Open a tiny section of your heart, and in that way you will reach your own truth. I lowered my shoulders, sighing heavily, then crossed my arms and bit my lower lip in obvious frustration. I suppose there would be nothing wrong with allowing my mind to wander and, just as Aina requested, opening a tiny section in my heart. My truth. I muttered, gathering my courage and letting my imagination run wild. I held my chin. Let's see. If I had the freedom to create my ideal man, what characteristics would I give him? I questioned, getting fully involved in the matter, without breaking stride. In fact, I think my speed increased without me even noticing. He needs to be a kind and patient man when it comes to my attitudes and emotions. Since I'm still inexperienced in these matters, I'd like him to guide me along the way so I can understand what falling in love entails. Equally brave. That even when facing a formidable enemy, he faces it head-on and leaves no one behind, no matter how difficult the situation. A smile slowly began to appear on my lips. They also need to be the kind of person who understands me, even when I'm not able to understand myself. Yes, I like that. Ideally, they should have considerable strength and an unparalleled spirit. Someone who will never give up on achieving their goals, no matter how dangerous the situation. But even so, they should be aware of their limitations and know when to ask for help. These were undoubtedly admirable traits in a man, so they clearly could not be missing from my ideal. If he's a magic swordsman, even better. That way we could train together and share secrets about magic. Spend hours and hours in the library, studying and clearing up each other's doubts. My fingers reached for a pretty flower with white petals. I brought it to my nose and smelled it, inhaling its sweet aroma. Oh. And let's not forget that she must have a beautiful smile. Her smile must be able to stir my heart every time she smiles at me. They say that when you're in love with someone, a simple smile can brighten your days. I want to experience it. I made the note, hugging the flower and closing my eyes so that this supposed ideal man could take shape in my mind. If it overflows with innocence, a rare commodity among adventurers, I would be grateful. That way I could remember that in this world, despite the hardships and losses, there are incorruptible beings who uphold hope. I don't know when I started spinning around, dancing among the bushes and vegetation, like a fairy soaring through the forest on her wings. Perhaps I was getting too lost in my imagination. That he be respectful is essential. I wouldn't tolerate him calling me old woman or an old lady just because of my age. He should know that age is viewed differently in my community. The vein in my forehead bulged at that mention. I wouldn't mind if you called others out for making fun of my age. Although it's unnecessary because I'd freeze anyone who does it, it would be a bonus I'd greatly appreciate. Oh. I almost forgot. I'd like him to be an adventurer who hasn't yet established himself. I'd love to witness his growth firsthand. To see him increase his strength day by day. There is nothing more admirable in a person than seeing them strive to achieve their ideal. Nor is there a greater honor for another than to be a part of that achievement. And, just so my father will die of rage, I'd prefer that he wasn't an elf. I couldn't help but open my arms wide, laughing uncontrollably at the thought of the old man, finding out his daughter had gotten engaged to, I don't know, a human. He'd probably have a heart attack. Apparently I do have an ideal, Aina. Only there's a tiny detail. I seriously doubt such a person exists. I opened my eyes again, looking at the flower. For a woman who swears and persists that love doesn't matter to her, I have high standards. I added, amused. I was aiming very high. Without realizing it, the forest faded into the distance as I became lost in thoughts about my ideal man. However, my disorientation didn't last long. The landscape before me opened up to reveal a lake of crystal clear water, so pure it reflected every detail of its surroundings. I had never been there before, but its beauty took my breath away. I looked up at the crystals in the dungeon's ceiling, watching their gleam reflect on the surface of the lake. It was a hypnotic, almost unreal sight. How come I hadn't known about this place before? Stepping outside your comfort zone brings pleasant surprises. Many adventurers say they seek a fateful encounter in the dungeon. I know nothing about that, but if I had to choose a place for something like that, it would be here. I murmured with a slight smile, acknowledging how special this place was, before bending down to drink some of the clear lake water. I cupped my hands, but before I touched the water, I noticed it vibrating. I frowned and immediately sat up, searching for the source of the disturbance. Then the dungeon shook violently. Above, shards of glass began to detach and fell like projectiles, embedding themselves in the water and the floor. I took a step back and managed to dodge them, certain that something was about to happen. It was at that moment, as I searched through the vast grounds of the 18th floor, that I managed to glimpse a light of golden hues that emanated a strong presence and energy that could only belong to a god. On a rocky platform, high atop a large mountain near where I stood, I made out the silhouette of a man covered in black cloth and multiple masks, raising his arms and laughing uncontrollably. That energy emanated from his hands. Yes, without a doubt, he was a deity within the dungeon. But what was he doing here? No, worse still, what would be the consequences of the gods using their arcanum within this being who sought to eliminate any threat? I would soon find out. There was no moment of doubt as to who it could be or their objective in carrying out such an action. My intuition and the obviousness of the matter allowed me to directly link it to that malevolent organization which, since the Dark Age brought about by the fall of the Zeus and Hera families, has sought to wreak havoc and destruction on the peaceful lives of the inhabitants of Aario. Evilous. I muttered before I started running towards the person responsible for that irregularity. I didn't have time to warn others or question why a god within the organization would be directly involved in a plan. I had to stop whatever it was he was trying to do. The tremor was growing stronger. The ground beneath me was cracking into enormous canyons, long but not wide. Shards of glass rained down uncontrollably from the ceiling, as if whatever was about to erupt in response from the dungeon intended to emerge from above. However, that wouldn't stop me. From my waist, I unsheathed my staff to begin my chant, thus evoking my ice magic, which would act as a kind of flare to alert of my position and the origin of the problem. Herald of the end, white snow. I dodged the debris crashing to the ground from the heights with precision and grace, without allowing it to interrupt my concentration. It forms whirlpools before twilight. Fading light, frozen ground. The glow of the magic circle forming beneath my feet, accompanied by the icy breeze emanating from the gem of my weapon, signaled the imminent end of my chant. I felt my jade-colored locks of hair fluttering in the air. Blizzard, 3 harsh winters. The cracks below opened up to the sides, creating holes of infinite depth that the human eye could not reach to the bottom. My name is Alf. I raised my arms, firmly holding my staff with both hands and filling my lungs in a full inhalation. Wind from Bolvator. The icy, swirling storm twirled several times above me, bringing with it a massive cloud of ice that exhaled a powerful winter breath. It was impossible for the rest of my family not to notice, so that was enough for me to go straight to the source of this evil. Now, dodging the cracks, I leaped from side to side without pausing, undistracted by the monstrous noises emanating from the black depths of that miniature abyss. I've faced these beings enough times to recognize this pattern of appearance. It was the emergence of the plant monsters with enormous roots, stems, and sheer numbers. The violas, those beings that Evilus controlled like a personal army, employing them whenever an attack was launched against Aario. Their enormous mouths, brimming with saliva and sap, opened, emitting a deafening roar, a deadly shriek that would make the ears of the weak bleed. Unfortunately for them, I wasn't weak. As a level 6 adventurer like myself, though not particularly skilled in physical combat, those kinds of effects posed no threat, nor did the violas themselves, which didn't even require me to use any of my magic to eliminate those that crossed my path. I held my staff as if it were a sword, twisting it so that the gem that concentrated the magical power would not be damaged, and with a simple slash of the handle, I was able to get rid of several of them without blinking. The chlorophyll, which they saw as blood, permeated the path, turning it a bluish green. My weapon was also stained, but I wiped it clean with my tunic sleeve without pausing. But this was only the beginning. Just like the ones I killed, many other violas emerged from below, tearing the path apart. It was easy to avoid them and make sure their roots didn't wrap around my ankles, stopping me in my tracks. I didn't have time to face them all. Pretending to act like a berserker warrior on a mission of destruction and murder would prevent me from reaching that god of Evilus. I was sure that the other members of my family could perfectly fulfill that task once they caught up with me. I ran and ran until I reached the main path that connected the mountain ascent to the bottom. Without a chance to analyze what I would do next, I pressed on up the steep climb without pausing. I don't know if that character is some kind of leader of Evilus. But if I killed one of the gods associated with them, several of the adventurers who were part of their ranks would also fall. Killing him was my intention, and it would undoubtedly represent a major blow to their forces. All those damned people had to pay for the lives they had taken. The good people who had perished, who stained their hands with blood, had to be avenged, eradicating the source of that evil, of those lost smiles and erased lives. I didn't care how many monsters I met the deeper I went into the dungeon. To me they would always be the worst. Frowning, I took more determined steps, gripping my staff firmly once more to begin my second chant, and ended so swiftly that he wouldn't even notice his return to Tenkai. However, as I attempted to utter the first words, a rapid movement, like two blurs flashing across my field of vision, stopped me. I stopped abruptly, straining my eyes to identify them. Both figures were heading relentlessly toward my family's camp, dragging along the crowd of violas who were no longer following me and were now congregating in that same spot, just as they had in the city of Riveria. The first of those people was none other than the pink-haired woman who had a long and bitter feud with Finn. It was Arachnia herself, one of the longest-serving members of Evilus we've ever faced. Beside her, holding a red sword that seemed to come to life, with one eye that blinked, was the creature named Revis, who, every time he met Ace, called her by the name of the wind spirit from the legend of the mercenary hero. Those two were formidable opponents who could undoubtedly complicate the situation even further, and who confirmed Evilus's responsibility in this mess. I hesitated for a second before turning back, even if it meant the god would escape. But I heard the sounds of battle and Finn already giving orders to the family members. That gave me a brief respite, the reassurance that they could handle it. Knowing that arrogant hobbit, he would undoubtedly order me to continue my own journey, and that was exactly what I would do. However, the presence of those two women was not the only thing that momentarily prevented me from continuing my pace towards the platform described above. The shaking of the floor, walls, and ceiling intensified. Pieces of debris broke off, forming incredibly long slabs that peeled away from their surfaces and shattered into hundreds of fragments. Specifically from the ceiling, the phenomenon was more rapid, clear, and, above all, more frequent, giving me a very bad feeling about what was to come. I vehemently shook my head, ignoring him, and walked toward the god. The closer we got, the louder his deranged, jubilant laughter became, filling me with disgust and sending a shiver down my spine. The flames will soon be unleashed. Progressive war, inevitable destruction. The magic circle originated. This time the predominant color was red, and the side effect was a drastic increase in temperature in the surrounding area. The battle horn sounds loudly, the cruelty of the conflict will engulf everyone. Burning ashes floated through the air. The sparks that would ignite an unparalleled conflagration were the prelude to death in flames. Come to me, crimson flames, merciless hell. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a colossal hand forcing its way through the crack in the ceiling, deciding to ignore it so as not to break the conversation and cause the magic to dissipate or rebound. It wasn't the only thing instilling a deep unease within me. There was also the lifeless black eye peering through the gaps between the rocky slabs. You're the embodiment of hellfire. The chant was about to end, and my journey finally led me to the same area he had missed. The scarlet flames and the magic circle of the same color caught his attention, ending his amusement and forcing him to turn and look at me. I expected a reaction of profound terror, given that his death was near, his non-existence in the earthly world. Instead, what I received was a malicious and arrogant smile, devoid of the emotions associated with the unease that the prelude to death usually caused. With one blow, put an end to the Great War. I had a terrible feeling that was reinforced when he opened his arms, enlarging his presence, intending to receive the full impact without any restriction, in a clear sign of disinterest in his end. What was that man up to? Was this also part of his Machiavellian plan? If he killed him, would the arcanum that would bring him back activate? My eyes widened in shock, recalling that tiny yet crucial detail. If the mere presence of a god within the dungeon produced such effects, what would be the scale of the consequences of his death within his domain? Loki's brat. Send me back to Tenkai and cause an even worse calamity. A familiar voice shouted out, one I couldn't identify at the time, but it confirmed my fears and suspicions about the expected future of my actions. I frowned, my eyebrows furrowing, gripping my staff tightly, afraid the magic would overflow and rebound. The end was near, and stopping now would only cause an uncontrolled explosion, so my only option was to continue. Incinerolos. The god's arms lowered, not expecting him to continue. Perhaps his words had only been a foolish provocation. However, the risk was not worth underestimating. I pointed the tip of my gun at him, puffing out my chest and looking down at him like mere scum. Are you truly not afraid of what will happen? His questioning instilled fear and insecurity, two of the emotions he intended to awaken in me. That's when my suspicions were confirmed. This emissary of death, who had claimed so many lives in his crusade, feared the very thing he professed to uphold. I gave him a challenging smile. His body twitched. Sort of Surtur. Don't do it. My name is Alf. He shook his hands and screamed like a scared child. Bray Levitain. The shot was fired. The explosion of fire magic was launched like a projectile of concentrated energy in a straight line, without any interruptions, with nothing to stop it from its target, which was not the god. The cloud of steam, debris, and dust rose between us as the fire struck the hand peeking through the heights, causing the creature that emerged to retreat. When the incandescent, scarlet torrent stopped, I breathed a sigh of relief, walking forward to catch that god who had surely thrown himself to the ground. But he won't. A silhouette emerged from the dense fog, landing beside me before I could react. TCH. I received a solid blow to my side, barely blocked by my staff. I was sent flying several meters until I stopped with my heels, dragging my feet on the ground. The pain of that surprise attack made my arm tremble, frightening me greatly because of the strength that the perpetrator must have possessed and instilled to project me in that way. I stared at my hand twitching, stunned. I also raised my head, glimpsing whoever had orchestrated this ambush. It was a character similar to the previous one. His body was almost entirely covered by a black robe, and his face was hidden by a single mask with orange details. He offered his leader help, extending his hand to lift him up. The two of them faced me, perched on the edge of the cliff. He brushed the dust off himself, regaining his composure and his arrogant demeanor. There was one rather curious detail, though. Even with me standing before him, he didn't dare speak to me. I assumed it was because I had witnessed his pitiful state just moments before. Fine, it's time to go. A front row seat awaits us to witness these supposed new heroes perish. Yes, Enyo-sama. He spoke, receiving confirmation from his follower, and seconds later, he was surrounded by his arms, launched off the cliff, and disappeared as quickly as they had arrived. Curse. I groaned, tending to my arm as I approached the spot from which they jumped. I watched a long drop down, searching for a body. But there was nothing. Only the army of violas gathering in the center. Part of what Enyo said remained in my mind, echoing even after his departure. Suppose new heroes perish. Does what he invoked have that potential? I said, clenching my fist as I regained feeling in my injured limb and deciding to attack the creature that was about to emerge. The blast of my magic was enough to make him retreat momentarily. However, the cracks above me reappeared, indicating that he survived. Bear the contract, flame of the earth. The hand emerged again. Or rather, the bones of what was supposed to be one. Muscle tissue was covering them. A jet black layer had formed over it. Follow my order and burn the violence. However, from a more distant end, a fist tore through the rock, clearing a path with incredible ease. My eyes widened in awe at the colossal figure that would emerge from the dungeon. The earthquake that occurred with each approach I made was so intense that even the platform I was on began to crumble, forcing me to jump backwards to the area closest to the colossal natural structure. At that moment, the hands that were sticking out from one end to the other violently came together, tearing apart whatever was in between, creating a huge hole that connected to the 17th floor, a kind of bridge between the different sections of the underground. Sweat trickled down my forehead. The magic circle was spinning like a roulette wheel, waiting for the last words of the chant to stop it. And there I saw him. The beast of incredible size fell from the sky like a cannonball until it hit the ground, creating a huge crater similar to the shape of its silhouette. Parts of the mountain broke off. The violas that were there were killed. Thank the gods, no member of my family or resident of Riveria was nearby, or so I hoped. He slowly rose to his feet, revealing his imposing figure and great height. His body was at least twice the size of the colossal creature he resembled, the one Finn had defeated hours before. His skin was jet black. His hair was gray, and those dark empty eye sockets would fill any inexperienced adventurer with fear. He staggered from right to left, recovering from the fall and searching among the noise, born from the constant chaos of the battles, for a target on which to unleash his fury and bestiality. Braig. A powerful scream, similar to the growl of an animal, emitted a shock wave that pushed tree branches, disturbed the water in the lakes, and made me drag my feet, blocking with my arms the cloud of debris that was flying in my direction. Why the hell is there another Goliath? Finn was supposed to kill him. He's not due to reappear for at least a week. I complained in utter disbelief, squinting to keep the dust from blinding me. This reproach resulted in the annulment of my magic. The reason for its birth was obvious. The dungeon had forcibly sent it there to eliminate the threat within. The secret of a god was the necessary alert to hasten the beast's birth. However, the variations in hide and skin color puzzled me. There's no time for questions. Black, white, or blue, it's my duty to kill him. I declared, determined to end his life in one fell swoop, resuming my chant quickly and accurately. Fulfill the contract, flame of the earth. Follow my command and burn with violence. The fire formed in the stone that concentrated on magic and clear burn. The shot was fired, creating a screen of fire that covered a vast area, reaching him in the blink of an eye and burning the skin, the flesh, down to the bones. Goliath writhed in pain, seeing himself being burned alive and unable to do anything to stop it. His body was no different from a piece of ice when you pass a lighter flame over it. It melted just like that material. A gem peeked out from his chest, similar to the one guarded by the black bones of the Udius, another lower-level floor boss. It was his magic stone, which was approximately 10 times the usual size. The blast continued its course, now pulverizing the bones and leaving only the magic stone embedded in the rest of the corpse that my flames hadn't reached. It was a body missing its upper body. Lifeless, it fell to its knees, smashing the magic stone into the earth. The flesh still emitted that burnt smell, unpleasant to the noses of anyone nearby. That was easy. I guess I'll have to go down. You'll need help to take down those two. I commented, tucking strands of my hair behind my ear, lowering my staff and raising a red flag, the kind Bet usually raises, bringing us more trouble during expeditions. How did I know it was a red flag? Simple, the legs, missing their upper parts, rose again, interrupting my plans. The dark blood of Goliath dissipated into the air like a mist thick with malevolence, and before my astonished eyes, his flesh began to regenerate, reforming the lost tissue. First, the bones creaked as they formed within him, spreading as if an invisible force were sculpting them with brutal precision. Then, muscles burst forth from his hips, twisting and intertwining at an unnatural speed until they recreated the musculature, exposing the glowing muscle fibers. In a matter of seconds, the torso rebuilt itself, covered in hardened, reinforced skin. Layers and folds overlapped one another like an impenetrable armor. Arms emerged from the shoulders like shadows taking shape, and finally, its monstrous head appeared, those dark eyes blazing with fury in the gloom, fixed on whoever had inflicted that fatal wound on anyone but himself. I held my breath when he opened his mouth and screamed again, this time with an incredibly high and thunderous power that pushed me meters back with ease. That creature, which moments before had lain shattered, charred, pulverized, without a trace of its upper body, now stood upright, without a single wound to betray its defeat. It was as if my attack had never happened, as if the flames that had consumed it to dust had never touched it. A chill ran down my spine, as icy as my own magic. I knew I should retreat and rejoin the others. This battle screamed, you won't win it alone. But if I fled now, with his attention fixed on me, it would lead him straight to the camp and then to the city. I pressed my lips together, internally debating the issue. Any wrong decision would mean an unprecedented massacre. It didn't take me long to reach a resolution. Looking at him, determined, I tightened my grip on my staff. I decided to stay and face him, to hold him off for as long as it took until reinforcements arrived. This was my battle. That Goliath became my fierce rival. Herald of the end, white snow. If his regeneration was that incredible, the best thing to do was to slow him down enough without direct attacks until the others arrived and we devised a plan to finish him off. The Goliath's heavy footsteps pointed in my direction, advancing in long strides as his fist rose. I continued my chant without pause, reaching its climax and aiming a little lower than before. It forms whirlpools before twilight. Fading light, frozen ground. The blizzard fluttered like a hummingbird. The icy air spouted like the breath of an ice queen. Blizzard, 3 harsh winters. My name is Alf. The magic blue circle surrounded me and wind from Bulvitor. I launched the blizzard in a single direction, making sure that the wind blew in a small area so that the effects would be greater than if it covered a considerably larger area. Uninterruptedly, the ice stakes and the freezing air impacted the jet black legs, freezing them at an alarming rate and keeping them fixed to the substrate, like roots do to a plant. The beast's gait stopped abruptly and its feet severed from the rest of its leg, causing it to fall to its knees. The fall shattered the rest of its limbs, already necrosis from the cold, into dozens of pieces, leaving it without them. Despite that, he didn't stop. Using his hands, he crawled until he reached me. I took advantage of the opportunity presented by having him immobilized in a more or less fixed position to begin my next chant. His legs were starting to regenerate, so I had to be quick. This time I wouldn't make the same mistake. I wouldn't attack him with magic that lacked the necessary power to destroy him. The flames will soon be unleashed. Progressive war, inevitable destruction. I felt the strands of my hair rising and the temperature increasing inside the magic circle. The battle horn sounds loudly, the cruelty of the conflict will engulf everyone. The tibia and fibula of both legs had formed. The muscle covering was about to envelop them so that regeneration could be completed with the outer layer of jet black skin. Come to me, crimson flames, merciless hell. You are the incarnation of hellfire. This time he would end it all at once. If he incinerated every part of his body, he certainly wouldn't regenerate because there would be nothing left to grow from. With a single blow, he puts an end to the Great War. Burn them, sword of Surtur. My name is Alf. I heard the enveloping flames near my long ears, whispering to me that it was time to attack. Levitain. The fire spread like a plague through the crops, destroying everything in its path until it was reduced to absolutely nothing. In less than a blink, its skin should be incinerated. The heat would devour its flesh and bones. Or at least, that was the fate the creature, supposedly, was destined to suffer. The problem lay in the difficulty my magic had in penetrating the first physical barrier of its body. The flames could not penetrate the skin as easily as before, taking longer to do so and causing the damage to be drastically reduced, although still fatal. Before my astonished eyes, Winfambulvitra and Ray Levitane's wounds vanished in an instant, and that being of absolute blackness stood up again, pointing in my direction. What are you? How is it possible that you just back away and ignore the pain? It's impossible. I murmured those questions born of my deep terror. What Aario had summoned was similar to a berserker with infinite life, tireless and completely out of control. A being driven by anger and fury that knew no limits. Is this what he meant when he said that the supposed new heroes will perish? I shook my head, reassuring myself. From what I've observed of its regenerative abilities, the greater the damage received from an attack, the less time it takes to repair itself. I couldn't just stand idly by and do nothing. By focusing all his attention solely on killing me, I prevented him from roaming free on the 18th floor and also prevented him from harming the camp, the rest of my family, and the adventurers in the city. Yes, I couldn't afford to hesitate. Not now that people were depending on me. As I said before, this was my adventure. This would determine my limits and my ability to break them. If the damage started to decrease, then I would have to replace power with speed. If a single hit wasn't enough to stop, defeat, or kill him, I would launch several in quick succession. I am a mage, and this is my role in this battle. The flames will soon be unleashed. Progressive war, inevitable destruction. At this moment, it was the only thing that separated that irregular monster from total destruction and the death of the people I care about. My lips uttered hundreds of words without ceasing. The chants were uttered at alarming speeds without pause, rest, or hesitation. Ray Levitane. The magical impacts, the screens of fire like flamethrowers, incinerated everything in their path. The path they traveled soon became a lifeless pit of fire. Smoke rose from the charred plants. The earth began to crystallize from the high temperatures and the surrounding water evaporated, raising a cloud of condensed steam that, even several meters high, couldn't reach the face of that imposing rival. Winfambulvitra. I fired several ice stakes, embedding them in its limbs and spreading ice across the affected areas. This immobilized the monster for a few seconds, allowing me to cast the next spell. Ray Levitane. The embedded ice sublime, mingling with the water vapor and swelling the cloud, which became so dense and gray that seeing through it was difficult. However, I didn't need to focus on my target because, due to its eyes, it was impossible to miss it with wide-range devastating magic. He conjured ceaselessly, alternating between the threat and the fire. The power of both escalated as the spell was conjured. He didn't intend to go all out again. If he adapted to the maximum strength of each, it would be the end for him. His regeneration became almost instantaneous, even improving other traits like his speed. When he noticed this, he infused his attacks with a bit more strategy. I sang and sang until my voice gave out. My lips were dry from the constant inhaling and exhaling. My lungs burned and my head spun. But I couldn't give up, not now when they needed me. The words wouldn't fall apart despite the speed at which they were spoken. Concentrating on what I was doing and planning the next move was overwhelming. At a certain point, the damage became minimal, only managing to push him or slow him down. That didn't matter. Seconds turned into minutes, an eternity in which the saliva in my mouth was minimal and the little mental space I still possessed was scarce. Sweat trickled down my forehead. The constant formation of ice froze my right side. The bursts of fire raised the temperature on the opposite side, reddening my skin, which burned intensely, like red-hot metal. I wouldn't kill him. It seemed it wasn't my destiny to end his life. Nor would I grant him victory, because I am a fierce and determined woman, fierce enough to die for. A defiant, arrogant smile spread across my lips. The gleam in my eyes took on the color of both magics. Blue and red took control. I would never show desperation to that cowardly, arrogant god. Ray Levitane. The explosions devastated a wider area. Winfambulvitra. The ice built a huge ice rink, forming layers of frozen crystal on top of Goliath's skin. My mind was spinning. Blood was trickling from my nose from mental exhaustion. They were trivial things, insignificant details that shouldn't be considered in a fierce battle. Although my eyesight was failing from exhaustion, the chanting continued. For a brief moment, I saw a blue glow from which sparks emanated, similar to those conjured by the use of a magic sword. Well, a potential savior appeared, though I wondered if he was brave or foolish. My magic was stronger than any magic sword and couldn't pierce the Goliath's jet black armor. Be that as it may, I appreciate the helping hand. Ants, spirits of the air, guardians of the light. The monster's massive hands gathered the debris scattered everywhere, tired of not being able to reach me. It planned to hurl it like projectiles, so I had to summon a barrier. Forge a contract with the guardian of the forest and envelop yourselves in the song of the earth. He compacted the incandescent earth, the crystals on the ceiling, and the solid pieces of rock that had not turned into magma. Surround us. Materialize, powerful barrier of forest light, and lend us your protection. The magic circle appeared before me, no longer beneath my feet. It was a jade-colored shield, similar to the color of my hair. The letters engraved on it represented the words that made up the chant. I heard the unmistakable whistling sound of an object being thrown at an absurdly high speed. Many more followed. My name is Alf. I struck the base of my staff against the ground, enlarging the barrier. Via Shilheim. The shield that separated me from imminent death cushioned each shot, shattering them upon impact. My feet fell backward, but I maintained a firm grip on my weapon, determined not to let go and thus cancel the magic. My next move was obvious. Since I was withstanding the constant barrage of projectiles, the distance between us would shrink, and I would close in to finish the job. I ran with what little strength I had left in my legs, trying to reach the cliff where that god and his follower had fled. The Goliath's heavy thunderous footsteps shook the mountain, dislodging enormous chunks of it. The wide platform on which I stood during the battle crumbled. The ebony monster's fist moved closer to destroy it completely. It was a simple leap of faith, one I took without hesitation. At the same time, that white light and the thunder visible in the distance faded away. I'm sorry, stranger. The mountain was shattered. Pieces of rock flew in different directions as I plummeted to the ground in freefall, being hit by a few and injured. This isn't over. A mage isn't defenseless just because there's nowhere to stand or run. Never underestimate the capabilities of a rearguard fighter. The pain kept me conscious, preventing me from going into mind zero. You won't have it easy, kid. But the wind pushing against me, my robe being opened and my hair fluttering, I proceeded to save myself from the collision in a glamorous and flashy manner. Herald of the end, white snow. It forms whirlwinds before twilight. The Goliath, believing he had ended my existence, turned down when the blinding light caught his attention. Fading light, frozen ground. Blizzard, 3 harsh winters. I smiled broadly, feeling alive. This was what becoming an adventurer entailed. An indescribable thrill while your life hangs by a thread. No one would come to rescue me. Though I longed for my destined encounter, it would never happen. The only one who could prevent my demise was myself. My name is Alf. I pointed the staff at the lake I had previously admired. Wind from Bolvator. The icy wind shot up again, forming a high spurt that reached my position. I glided as I fell, trying to bend my legs so they wouldn't get hurt and my feet touched the ice. I glided like a professional skater, using my heels to brake and redirect my route around the curves of this makeshift ice road. The Goliath fixed his attention on the ice ferry that traversed the track with the lightness of a flower and the speed of thunder. I pointed at him with my staff, daring him to attack. Wind from Bolvator. The ice stakes shot out. It was no longer necessary to recite the entire chant, only to repeat the name of the magic to enhance its effects. Several embedded themselves in his body, as if the remaining power were being infused into them. Braig. Its mouth opened to its fullest capacity. However, there was no sound to accompany what was clearly a roar. My eyes widened in astonishment. I tried to shout to summon Wind from Bolvator again, but my voice wouldn't come out when I said the first word of either. What was happening? It was as if the sound had disappeared, leaving a reigning silence that devoured any attempt to disturb it. Suddenly the sensation of electricity reaching me forced me to turn around, giving my back to the beast. It was that bluish-white light that emitted thunder and sparks in all directions. No, it wasn't a magic sword. No magic sword could match that level of power. Who was it? I tried to sharpen my blurry vision, but while the sound didn't travel, the tremor beneath my feet did. When I lowered my head, I encountered multiple cracks in the ice rink. Turning my attention back to the monster, I saw that it had destroyed the top of the rink, causing it to begin crumbling and turning to dust. I fell abruptly due to gravity, hitting my head hard on what remained of the ice platform. The sensation of liquid oozing from the back of my neck was impossible to ignore. I placed my hand behind it and felt the red liquid staining it. It was my own blood. Without time to be scared, what followed that eerie discovery was a dip. Splash. My body made contact with the water, lifting it and soaking me. Complete darkness enveloped me. My eyelids closed with exhaustion, the prelude to an inevitable fainting spell in the vicinity of that being who would not rest until he saw me die. I felt very cold. I stretched out my hand, trying to reach something to stop me from sinking any further, but when I closed it, I only pulled the water in, wasting energy uselessly. Although, in this situation, perhaps that didn't matter anymore. The air escaped my lungs, creating bubbles that longed to reach the surface just like me. Please take me with you. The silence disturbed me, making me miss the chaotic noise of the conflict. My eyelids were closing. There was no need to keep my eyes open either, when all that surrounded me was absolute nothingness, a darkness as dense as the dungeon's abyss. The strength in my hands was waning. My attempts to climb failed. Perhaps if I rested for a moment, I could regain some composure and thus evaporate the entire lake with ray levitaine. Yes, that's what I would do. He counted the seconds. Consciousness faded as they passed. An ethereal and imposing brilliance dazzled me, its luminescence piercing the barrier of my eyelids. However, I no longer had the strength to lift them and appreciate it. The water vibrated, as if another person had submerged themselves within it. Who was that senseless person? Trying to save me when that monster was lurking was stupid. When it caught us, it would kill us. Why did that stranger want to share that fate with me? My last breath was about to leave my lungs. The bubbles were no longer coming out of my mouth. Am I about to die? It's really peaceful. My life flashed before my weary eyes, a summary of the experiences I shared, the friendships I forged, and the adventures I had. It was a pleasant and exciting life, except for one aspect: love. You're making a rash decision due to your disinterest and inexperience. As your friend, the one who knows you best, I feel obligated to warn you that if you don't give this event the importance it deserves, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I'm sorry, Ina. I don't have enough time left to regret my decision. My tears mingled with the fresh water of the lake. The tears, born of the sorrow of leaving before my best friend, weighed heavily on my chest, suffocating my very being. The acceptance of this tragic fate was broken, bringing only despair. Help, please help me, whoever it is. I don't want to die. There are still things I want to do. There are many places I want to visit. There's someone I long to find and meet. I don't want to die without having known what love is. I extended my hand one last time, hoping someone would come and take it and save me. Please. My fingers stretched out as far as they could, hope slowly fading. However, someone else's fingers made contact with them. In one swift motion, my entire hand was enveloped by the savior's, pulling me out of the depths. When both of his hands rested on my shoulders, I knew everything would be alright. I wanted to see him, to meet the one who had done the impossible to rescue me, but I was about to faint. The last thing I wanted to remember was the feeling of being wrapped in his arms in a tight embrace that pressed my chest against his. The last vestige of consciousness had to be used to identify that blow, similar to the one I had seen before, emanating from his feet. But, in an instant, I could breathe again. In less than a blink, he pulled me out of the water, preventing me from losing consciousness and starting to inhale water. What followed was confusing. I felt myself spinning multiple times and the embrace I received tightening, as if it prevented me from being harmed by crashing into the trees that were slowing us down until stillness and silence abounded. The pressure on me stopped. The hands holding my back were removed. A wave of dizziness and an unparalleled headache caused my vision to blur. I blinked repeatedly, trying to focus on a figure, but all I could see was a shadowy silhouette above me, its lips moving. Unable to concentrate, I reached down to the back of my neck and saw that the blood had stopped, though the pain persisted. My eyesight gradually improved and… ugh, what happened? Hi. I caught sight of my savior's silhouette. Although I was still disoriented, I mumbled something and let out a shriek when I realized how close our faces were. The drops of water falling from his white hair hit my skin. His scarlet eyes fixed on mine, making eye contact, though it seemed he still couldn't see clearly. He was a boy of a similar age to Alfia. His striking features were his white hair that clung to his face and those unique radiant scarlet eyes. Miss. Are you alright? He seemed worried and desperate about my condition, asking me that question with tears forming in his eyes, overflowing from his lower eyelids and falling down. My eyes opened as wide as their sockets allowed, stunned, impressed by the scene unfolding just inches away. And my heart began to beat strongly, a force similar to, no, greater than it did when my life was in danger. Her breath, with its sweet fruity scent, hit my face, and I'm sure the same was happening in reverse. My cheeks and ears felt extremely hot, they were burning. It was a new sensation, unlike anything I had ever experienced. I couldn't associate this feeling with anything I had ever felt before. I forgot the pain in my neck and the coldness of my body, concentrating only on the heat that dominated my face. Time seemed to stand still. Everything around us paused. We were immersed in a bubble that only the two of us inhabited. Or at least, that was my perception. When he finally realized who was beneath him, our eyes met in a way that seemed to have been awaited for many years. Those crimson gems lit up. The jade color of my eyes shone. The expression of astonishment, tinged with relief, that he displayed captivated me. Perhaps I was idealizing him. Maybe it wasn't the real version of this young man, but it was my own. This boy, was he the one who saved me? That's a stupid question. He was clearly the one who jumped into the water and brought me back, preventing certain death. My hand climbed to my chest, closing, settling right above where my heart was beating wildly. "Are you alright?" he repeated. I didn't understand. Why was I getting nervous? What was causing such a level of despair and anxiety? I only felt a comforting warmth spreading to every fiber of my body. Out of the corner of my eye, I analyzed the place where we were, noticing in the distance that lake where I allowed myself to dream. Many adventurers say they seek a fateful encounter in the dungeon. I know nothing about that, but if I had to choose a place for something like that, it would be here. I recalled what I had said back then. So, that meant that I was having my destined encounter. Chapter 3. White and Jade. Are you an idiot? The screams of the Loki family members echoed with incredible force in the area, reflecting their complete disbelief at the decision Vyasa had made. Idiot? Why? And you still ask? The deputy captain of the Ganesha family did not understand the reason for the insult, questioning them about the reason and arousing the indignation of the others. Artie, I know planning isn't your thing, but didn't you consider for at least a second that that boy probably doesn't have the strength to help? You'd be sending him to the slaughter. Nah. That kid's too stupid to die. I guarantee he'll come out of this in one piece. What makes you think that? Finn quickly explained to the girl, as politely as possible, how reckless her decision had been, but she responded with complete certainty, without a hint of reasoning or regret. Instead, Gareth simply slapped his palm across the face in utter annoyance. While they were doing that, a pink-haired figure closed the distance directly towards them, but was blocked by the dwarf's enormous shields, preventing passage. Hey. Let's talk. We have to defeat them. Do. Everyone mobilized at the signal of the Loki family's absolute defense, attacking in perfect synchronicity the adventurer nicknamed Arachnia. From a distance, the fight between Ace and Revis was thunderous, leaving complete destruction in its wake from the clashes between weapons, raising earth, debris, and sparks from the striking of metal. They moved at a speed impossible for the human eye to perceive, one that only experienced adventurers and high-level monsters would be able to perceive with their finely tuned senses. Tempest. Aario. An emerald-colored wind surrounded the blonde's body like a kind of tornado, enhancing her abilities. Show me that wind of yours, Aaria. TCH. A smile escaped the usually serious Reed, blocking her opponent's direct killing thrusts with ease and mastery, causing the supposed Aaria's annoyance, which manifested in a click of her tongue and a frown. The sword that woman wielded looked like a living being. In the center of the blade, a red eye blinked, and the flesh around it pulsed as if it were beating like a heart. Nitzel. The green wind lost its hue, turning black and amplifying the magic even further. The mere touch of any object that entered the domain of that jet-black whirlwind caused its total destruction, like an active shredder tearing apart anything that entered its razor-sharp blades. You won't escape this time, you pathetic excuse for a hero. Neither will you, you stupid brat. Wasn't it enough for you to see the kids explode during the Dark Ages? Now you're going to send that rabbit straight at that beast. Ha 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 ha. That, Tiona, flank us. Gareth, be our shield. Yes, Captain. Valetta's raucous laughter, followed by her repeated taunts directed at two specific individuals, was truly nauseating to hear. Finn, the wannabe hero, chose to ignore it, instead giving instructions to his companions and attacking with his spear. He blocked the Reed's attacks and returned them with ferocious force, missing her by mere centimeters. You're rusting, brat. My turn. Later, while Valletta mocked Finn, Tiona brandished her urga, spinning it from the center handle like a kind of propeller to gain speed, quickly raising it above her head, jumping and bringing it down like a kind of guillotine. The attack resulted in a powerful trembling blow that shook the battlefield, creating a crack that extended a great distance from the point of impact. TCH. Valletta clicked her tongue. She was just about to land what would have been a fatal blow. She aimed directly at the brunette now that she was in a vulnerable position, but the presence of a wolf prevented her, and she focused on this new target. Don't get careful, you damn scum. That, after the Hobbit and the Amazon had already attempted 2 attacks, struck back, launching a sidekick that sliced through the air and was blocked by the woman's arm, rebounding and responding with a punch. However. You won't. Valletta had to retreat in his attempt to strike the werewolf when Artie's long sword closed the distance, grabbing Bet by the back to pull him out of the way. The woman's feet slipped on the rocky ground, moving away and regaining her distance, still wearing her arrogant and confident smile. But there was a detail. She could feel liquid seeping from under her chin. The tip of the weapon came within millimeters of his neck, but was damaging enough to tear the skin superficially, producing a wound from which blood began to flow. She touched the wound with her fingers, noticing the crimson liquid and feeling a surge of rage. However, in that brief moment of distraction, a woman appeared behind her. This is the first step towards your imminent death. No one insults my captain. The ferocious scream of the busty Amazon made him turn, but it was too late. The twin sword swung twice diagonally from one side to the other, leaving an X-shaped wound across the woman's chest. Before I could even feel pain. Buck off. Her face was kicked to the side, sending her flying several meters, bouncing off the ground until her trajectory was stopped by the rocks of the large mountain near where they were fighting. Come on, Amazon. Yes, Vyasa. Without giving it a break, Artie and Tiona rushed to continue their task, hoping to quickly end the battle. The less time they spent on this matter, the sooner they could help Belle rescue Riveria and defeat the rogue Goliath. Haha, you people of Aario are so gullible. Emerging from the crater created to fit his body, this cry of delight made Finn's thumb tremble. Watch out. Back off. Suddenly, as it was already late, from beneath the path that the Amazon and the human were traveling to reach Valletta, thousands of roots emerged like a swarm of repulsion, bringing the order of continuous destruction. It's the violas. It's not enough to stop us. Far from being worried, the two girls smiled and connected. The understanding between them was impressive, coming from two members of different families who didn't carry out missions together. It was as if they had known each other for years, oblivious to everything else. Fiona's Urga spun again, slicing through the plant pieces with ease, clearing a path for the blue-haired girl who was wielding her sword with both hands, covering the side route, thus avoiding being consumed, surrounded by those beings controlled by Evilus. Pieces of stems and roots fell, being devoured by the mouths hidden in the flowers of the violas, in a kind of cannibalism to avoid the waste of their bodies. A thick green liquid spilled out, staining the women's bodies and weapons at an accelerated rate, but this was easily ignored. Tyan. Support them. We'll both help Ace. You don't have to say it twice. At that moment, as if he were a dog, the werewolf ran on all fours, nimbly dodging the attacks of the violas, who launched the tips of their roots like harpoons. The mastery and speed that the silver-furred wolf displayed, despite his great height, was truly admirable. With simple movements of his hands and legs, he tore to pieces any creature that crossed his path. Tyan, meanwhile, quickened her pace, launching herself into the attack like a berserker, without any restraint. Her eyes were wide open, and the expression on her face was terrifying as she swiftly brandished the kukri knives. While this was happening, Artie managed to overcome Viola's barrier and reach the pink-haired woman head-on. That kid probably already shat his pants and ran away. But what's another death on your hands, Vyasa? Valletta's provocations did not cease. As soon as she saw Artie, she aimed her long cursed sword at her, thrusting directly at the woman's chest, but the impact was blocked by the Ganesha family's own sub-captain's weapon, producing a metallic sound that echoed on the floor, ignoring the noise caused by the destruction of the Goliath. They struggled for a few seconds. The edge of the cursed sword began to cut into its target's body, causing superficial wounds similar to the one on her neck. Her clothes were torn, and small drops of blood oozed from her ripped skin. Ugh. You've gotten stronger. In the past, you would have attacked violently at the mere thought of those brats. And no, that's not it, you idiot. I hate you with every cell in my body. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't want to rip your throat out and slice you into 1,000 pieces. But. Hahaha. You do think about me. But the same thing won't happen with that boy. I'm here. A brief conversation between Valletta and Artie was interrupted by Tiona's warning, jumping on top of her companion to attack the pink-haired woman, who slid the blade of her sword along Vyasa's to break free and jump back, avoiding the impact, although not enough because the cut reached her, creating a wound from her forehead to the side of her face. You bitch. Realizing the damage when the sight in his right eye turned red, he unleashed his anger in that foul insult. Well, he was at it. Phew. Valletta slowly lowered her gaze, coughing up blood that gave her a bad taste in her mouth as she encountered Artie's sword embedded in the mouth of her abdomen. Belle is unlike anyone else. That boy will be the new hero this world needs. And neither you nor anyone else. In response, Thanato's daughter raised her sword to cleave it in two. However, it was snatched from her hands by a throwing knife that sliced off some of her fingers. Adequenla. It was Tyan, who, along with her sister and Bette, had gathered and gone after her. Artie grabbed the base of the sword and tried to push it upwards to continue piercing her flesh. No one will extinguish the brightness of that new beacon of hope. Ugh. Damn plants. He shouted, his brows furrowing, summoning all his strength to kill once and for all the one who, for many years, had been the only person to truly awaken hatred within him. However, his wrists were bound by the roots of the violas, preventing him from raising them. Always look at the roots, idiot. Vyasa. The pink-haired girl whispered before closing her fist and punching her viciously in the face, sending her flying several meters back until Tiona released Urga to catch her. Now freed from the overwhelming presence of the Ganesha family's sub-captain, the woman spat out the blood that filled her mouth and pulled the sword from her abdomen, revealing a deep wound that nearly pierced through to the other side. "The damn brat, ugh." He groaned, vomiting that scarlet liquid onto the floor as he placed his hand on that spot. "Artie. Are you okay?" Answer us. Ouch. That hurt. Did they note down the carriage's license plate? That idiot is fine. Let's kill that damn boar. Fiona, worried and on the verge of tears because of the fist mark on the blue-haired girl's pale skin, asked her that question. The answer was immediate. The girl appeared somewhat disoriented and had blood trickling from her nose, but she was still conscious, which relieved everyone else, except for Bette, who confirmed that the girl's health was not compromised. The young woman shook her head, recovering and wiping the blood with her jacket sleeve, standing up again. That's nothing, Arachnia. Your strength has been diminished since the Dark Ages. Now it was Artie's turn to taunt her opponent, irritating her. The four of them confronted her. She gritted her teeth, filled with fury, and picked up her cursed sword for the second time. You won't get out of here alive, you filthy scum. I'll bathe in your blood and guts. I want to see you try. Their feet left the ground, the prelude to the fierce battle that was about to resume. At the same time, at another point on the site, the clashes between the attacks of a certain blonde against the monstrous Reteed intensified, creating shock waves that made the trees tremble and shed their leaves. Revis's wounds regenerated no matter how severe the damage he received. Such were the strange beings known as creatures, those forces of evilness about whom much is still known, and this one in particular had a special fixation on the Sword Princess. She's looking for you. She'll devour you when she finds you. Nothing will be left of you. You'll be nothing but food. Be quiet. Revis was shouting nonsense ever since the ferocity intensified. She repeatedly mentioned a she, without specifying who. This enraged Ace, who, every time her mother's name came out of the creature's disgusting mouth, was filled with anger and couldn't think straight. Her blows became more erratic. Breathing was difficult due to the tremendous speed at which she moved and the whirlwind of her magic that sucked all the air from the surrounding area. In short, her ability to move freely in combat was being diminished, reflected in a decrease in her speed and less power in her attacks, traits that her opponent noticed and used to overwhelm her. A diagonal slash aimed for her chest, threatening to cut her in two. However, the dwarf's enormous shield stood in its way, blocking the attack and only scratching the metal surface. Well done, Gareth. The congratulations came from the hobbit a few meters away, leaning back to gather momentum. Then the spear shot out in the creature's direction and, with a frenzied rhythm. Ugh. It lodged in his forehead, forcing his head back. The crack of his spine snapping echoed, as did the sound of his skull cracking as the tip of the weapon pierced deep into his brain, nearly cutting through it from side to side. Finn leaped over the dwarf and the human, gripping the handle of his spear with both hands. He kicked the Reteed in the chest to dislodge it, pushing her away and creating more distance between them. Brave. The woman's shattered face began to regenerate, adopting its usual empty, soulless expression as she called the blonde man by his nickname. You keep causing us trouble. Last time you escaped because I was distracted, but that won't happen again. I'm not the same as I was months ago. I've evolved. The hobbit pointed at the creature confidently, puffing out his chest and showing himself equally determined to kill it. Meanwhile, she did the same with her flesh sword, undeterred. This time would be different. Strength wasn't the same. Creatures didn't know the word limits, and neither did adventurers. Why are they interfering? I was. Because you lost. As long as you still think individualistically, you will continue to lack the maturity needed to face the great challenges that the dungeon can offer you. Aerith interrupted Ace's protest, who wanted to step forward to confront Revis again, but was stopped by the dwarf's thick arm, making her see the reality of things. With a cool head, the blonde took a deep breath and calmed her spirits, thinking clearly and nodding at the reply of the Loki family's sub-captain. But, in that brief calm before the conflict, a roar that echoed off the walls of the apartment, bouncing in all directions, caught their attention, forcing the four of them to turn to where it originated. Braiaya. What they observed shocked them greatly. The body of this being, almost consumed by the sorceress's flames, was regenerating at an alarming rate, shedding any kind of damage as if it were nothing. Jet black skin covered the irritated red muscles that had previously been wrapped around the bones, giving it a morbid and disgusting appearance. What kind of Goliath is that? Ugh. The captain of the Loki family was about to ask his question, but, without warning, the Reteed lunged at him with her sword, forcing him to react hastily and block the thrust. Never get distracted in front of someone who wants to kill you. I agree. They struggled for control and to weaken their opponent. Revis's threat wasn't empty. He was clearly trying to slice the hobbit, who didn't engage in a struggle to see who would win. Instead, he spun around, sliding his sword to his side, clearing the way for the best monster slayer in Aario. Tempest. Aario. The emerald whirlwind once again surrounded Ace's body, who had renewed strength and attacked Revis again with the same violence as before. The air tore away at parts of the creature's fleshy armor. That cursed magic, which emulated the power of the wind spirit it had so long desired to hunt, was a problem for any rival who faced it. The swords clashed wildly. Sparks flew from the friction between the metal, leaving a trail of fire on the blades ignited by that source of heat. At the same time, Gareth ran as fast as her heavy body would allow, avoiding Revis's attacks. "Tell us what you were able to observe about that monster, Captain." "There aren't many things I've written down mentally. It's hard to concentrate in this situation." Regeneration. In that exchange between the hobbit and the dwarf, a word was uttered by Ace, who bit her lower lip so hard it cracked, infusing her attacks with greater force, disproportionate to her previous battles against monsters. Such was the level of danger posed by the Redeed who could hold her own against 3 first-class monsters. That monster's regeneration is instantaneous. It's nothing like a normal Goliath. Ace described this as he struck the shoulder of that thing with a powerful cut, severing it and separating it from the rest of its torso. The valiant spear flew, embedding itself in the creature's leg, momentarily immobilizing it. She tried to pull it out, gripping it with the same hand as her sword. With a leap, Elgrim raised her heavy shields and destabilized the ground on which she stood, creating a crater that prevented her from escaping. Nitzel. The dark vortex, similar to a black hole devouring everything in its path, replaced the green of the previous one, aiming a powerful blast at Revis. Several consecutive blows, cuts that tore apart the aforementioned woman's body, connected with the target, creating several holes in the flesh and allowing the bones to show. But Revis didn't even flinch. Nice try. Finn's own weapon was thrown at him. But, in an exact precise movement, the hobbit dodged the point with a simple twist, grabbing the handle and retrieving it. The woman's flesh regenerated, though she appeared visibly more exhausted than before. She may not be human, but even monsters get tired. That Goliath can't be damaged twice by the same attack power. I noticed. Riveria has used more mind, enchantment after enchantment. The blonde added, wiping the sweat from her forehead and turning off her aerial magic to rest momentarily while she met with her companions to think about what they would do next. Meanwhile, against Valletta. TCH. Stay out of my way, you stupid Amazon. Attack his left flank. Don't tell me what to do, you mangy dog. The conflict among the comrades themselves was greater than the one being waged against Arachnia. They seemed like children arguing when they had a common enemy before them who could easily end their lives. Valletta's cursed sword swung as if it had no weight. Tiona's erga twisted to block the thrusts, acting as a shield to repel any cuts meant for her allies. At the same time, the werewolf tormented the pink-haired woman's battered and wounded body, wreaking havoc on the rest of it. The crunching of bones echoed with each blow. Thanato's daughter's advantage diminished so much when Vyasa appeared on the battlefield, negating the benefits of her magic and overcoming the status reduction. Speaking of Arti Varma herself, he made a vertical cut, from top to bottom, like a kind of guillotine, to split her in two. However, he placed the blade of his weapon in the path of the attack, blocking it and pushing forcefully upwards to move it aside. I have to tip the scales in my favor again, ugh. You won't escape, you damned bitch. Valletta was overwhelmed, trying unsuccessfully to dodge the relentless attacks in every direction. The werewolf's powerful kick sent her reeling backward, tumbling through the dirt and mud until she crashed into a rock, falling to her knee, gasping for breath, ignoring the pain from the wound in her abdomen. Yes, I will, it has to be now. The pink-haired girl's words brought Arti, who was determined to finish the task, to a halt. At that moment, licking the blood from her mouth and making her yellow eyes glow intensely, Arachnia began to sing. Vyasa. Your magic. The effects are about to end. Activate it again. Do. In the distance, Finn's shout alerted the blue-haired girl, reminding her of something she hadn't noticed. She jumped back, invoking her magic once more to ensure her companion's stat boosts weren't lost and, above all, that they weren't reduced by Arachnia. Her goal was simple: to counter her. That Tiona and Tyan attacked Valletta, who stood as if nothing had happened and continued her chant, a sinister smile spreading across her face. She ignored the damage she had suffered earlier and was consumed by the will to keep fighting, to kill them and regain the upper hand. When the werewolf tried to smash the instep of his right foot into her face, she interposed her arm and slashed his abdomen without interrupting her rhythm. Lacking any concurrent chanting, she could only remain in place, waiting for the chant to end. Till. Their words overlapped in a cacophony of noise, each rising to drown out the other. Whoever finished first would have the advantage in the fight. For a brief moment, if Valletta succeeded, they would be weakened, giving her the opportunity to seize it and end Arti's life, thus robbing them of the only lifeline that could prevent Evilus's victory. On the other hand, if the opposite occurred, Arachnia's attempts would be futile. It was a race against time. The Amazon twins, seeing their companion being tossed aside like a dishcloth with such ease, joined forces. Tiona's side slashes were stopped by the cursed sword. Tiona's kukri throws were dodged before they could make contact. When she got close enough, her fist was gripped by the one-fingered hand and hurled at her sister, colliding and being easily defeated. But the path now clear, with no one to interrupt her, Valletta's lips curved into a smile and her singing ceased. At incredible speed, she headed toward Artie. That had been her goal from the start. To make her believe she would activate her magic so that she would respond by doing the same, thus subtracting one fighter from the equation. She never began to recite. They were just randomly uttered words that were indeed part of activating her magic, but not in that order. Her aim was to convince them that she would do exactly that. Careful. Several daggers were thrown at the blue-haired woman, who suddenly opened her eyes to finish her chant. However, seeing herself in danger, she choked back her last words and raised her sword, swinging it to change the trajectory of the projectiles. The three members of the Loki family rose desperately to help her, but it was too late because that assassin was already in front of her victim, ready to deliver a critical blow that would end her life in the blink of an eye. "I've got you." In that brief moment of distraction, Arachnia moved at an alarming speed that even Artie's own eyes couldn't perceive, and now she had the cursed sword close to her neck. The distance was closing. The blade, lengthened by the curse, grazed the skin and wounded it, still not quite cutting through. Everything slowed down. It was as if time itself had stopped for the bloodthirsty assassin's own pleasure. As a result of the recoil of his sword, Artie had no opportunity to react to avoid it. He was at his mercy. "Ahahaha. Don't worry. I'll send that brat to you soon." Valetta shouted, confident of her victory, seeing her long-held desire finally fulfilled. However, when she was about to cut off his head. Ah! The clap of thunder, seemingly from nowhere, struck her, stopping her dead in her tracks. She felt the energy surge through her veins, incinerating her. Smoke billowed from her body. The deputy captain of the Ganesha family, in total shock, touched her neck and saw no blood. "Get away, you idiot." Reacting quickly, Bette sent Arachnia flying, who crashed into multiple trees. Broken branches and trunks embedded themselves in her body like wooden stakes. "Are you okay? Didn't he do anything to you?" Following the attack, the Amazon sisters reunited with Vyasa, whose breathing was ragged with fear at the prospect of death. Now, only one question echoed in his mind, and it was. Where did that thunder come from? It resembled Hildresleif's magic. They all searched through the dense forest of Riveria for the blonde elf of the Freya family who had enchantments with similar effects. "Who stole my opportunity to kill you?" Emerging from the rubble, Valetta also focused its attention on that ill-timed intervention. However, there was no sign. Not until. "What the hell is that?" The assassin's trembling finger pointed towards the vicinity of the battle against Goliath, forcing the rest to turn in that direction, their eyes widening. "What is that glow?" Brevis, who was about to stab Finn, stopped dead in her tracks, stunned by what lay to the west of her position. Similarly, Gareth, Finn, and Ace did the same, having a reaction similar to the others. It was a ferocious lightning storm that erupted with uncontrolled and indiscriminate fury, tearing through the air with blinding bursts. Sparks shot out in all directions, in a chaotic frenzy with an intensity that made the sky tremble. Accompanying the explosions, a peal of bells echoed through the air, growing with oppressive insistence until it became a deafening roar that pierced the minds of those who dared to witness the phenomenon. The vibrations were so intense they seemed to sink into their bones, disrupting their heartbeats and unleashing a primal sense of terror. And in the center of that cataclysm of thunder and sound, a powerful glow stood out, as if reality itself were being torn apart by a presence that defied the laws of the world. What the hell is that? It looks like top-level magic. Who is summoning that terrible energy? It's terrifying. The questions soon began. The impression was so profound that no one could remain silent. "It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Isn't this the albino boy who came with you?" The roar of the bells drowned out any other sound, forcing them to raise their voices, to shout, so that they could be heard. Artie's jacket collar was grabbed violently, forcing her to look at the werewolf. "Hey. That stupid rabbit had a magic sword. Was that caused by a damn magic thunder sword? Answer me." "No. Belle only had one dagger. This isn't the work of a magic sword. None could have that much power." The werewolf's question was answered, and the justification was added to the argument of the Amazon with prominent breasts, who covered her face because of all the wind that this display of power produced. The members of Evilus felt their skin prickle with fear, and. Away. Taking advantage of the stunned state, Revis attacked the blonde, plunging his sword into her shoulder and plunging her into a grimace of pain. "Ugh. Stay away from her." Finn's spear cut like a blade, slicing open the creature's abdomen, causing its organs to spill out and making it spit blood. Gareth acted quickly, punching her with maximum force, sending her flying several meters back and taking her weapon with her. The sword princess frowned at the wound, finding it difficult to raise the arm where it had been received. "I'm going to slit that brat's throat after I finish you off, Vyasa. In your dreams, you damn tomboy." Valetta prepared to attack Artie, fueled by her irritation. Evilus's plans were not only being thwarted by the presence of Ganesha's daughter, but she had also brought with her an unknown and unparalleled force. But she failed, for Bette reacted with equal speed and kicked her once more. As the signal to return to the fight, Tiona and Tyan joined forces to help their family member in the battle. Asa. You have to activate your magic. It's the only way to end this once and for all. Do. The captain of the Loki Familia gave the order and it was obeyed immediately. Meanwhile, Revis got back to his feet, healed himself, and attacked a pair of adventurers who were protecting Ace. Meanwhile, the two Amazons and the werewolf launched themselves with untamed ferocity against Arachnia, who responded by invoking the violas, those cursed plants that sprouted like a living wall. But it wasn't enough. With precise blows and relentless cuts, they pierced them and tore them to pieces in a matter of seconds, approaching the pink-haired woman who was trying to stop Vyasa from finishing her chant. Then chaos erupted. Uncontrollable thunder crashed across the battlefield, tearing fissures in the earth and scattering blinding flashes. The roar was deafening, drowning out all sound as the raw energy threatened to consume everything. That fool has no control over his magic. If those beams hit us, we're hey. Why are you hitting me? You idiot, you're distracting her. Don't talk to him. Bette tried to complain to Artie, who was engrossed in her recitation. The erratic power and direction of the thunder that the girl's companion was summoning was causing him distress. In response, Tyan smacked him on the head and silenced him so he wouldn't lose his concentration. Revis. We have to stop them from taking the lead. Belletta gave the redeed that warning while she was still blocking and counterattacking the blows of her three opponents. The ease with which she did it was impressive. Even without the effects of her magic reducing the status of others, she was still a competent fighter. Understood. The creature looked up, listening intently before acting. Without wasting a second, it shoved the dwarf and the hobbit aside, regenerating its wounds with a flash of dark energy. Then, with terrifying speed, it lunged at Artie, determined to stop her chanting before it was too late. We'll go get her. Stay here. The wound is serious. It's a cursed weapon. It won't heal unless Vyasa uses her magic. Meanwhile, Finn and Gareth ran toward Artie, who had become the redeed's new target, while telling Ace to stay put. However, she wasn't about to stay still. I can't stay here. Tempest. Aario. Nitzel. But those words, she activated her black wind and in the blink of an eye crossed the distance, launching herself at Revis with impossible speed. Her sword flashed with a lethal edge and, in a single slash, severed her enemy's arm, followed by a cut that tore away part of her face. Before her opponent could react, she delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. Ugh. The blonde woman dropped to one knee in pain, having saved her companion at the last moment, but the proximity of the sword left a fine cut on the latter's chest, which she ignored to continue. However, she was safe for now. Meldy de Pua. Elgrim charged at Arachnia before she could finish her sentence, pushing her like a bull goring its victim, causing her to crash into several trees and her injuries to worsen, leaving her out of commission. But something about the dwarf race struck the man as odd, a detail that would become more noticeable when. And my voice. Then Vyasa's words turned into a deathly silence, one in which not even the noise emitted by his mouth could be heard. The world suddenly fell silent. The creaking of the trees, the roaring of the wind, and even Bette's furious shouts vanished into an unnatural silence. No one could speak. No one could hear. It was as if something invisible had devoured sound itself, plunging the battlefield into an eerie stillness. Then, all eyes turned to the same spot. Where the boy's magic continued to emanate. The thunder grew louder, becoming more colossal and ferocious, illuminating the sky with menacing flashes. In everyone's minds, the same questions arose simultaneously, but none could be spoken aloud. All eyes turned toward the mountain where Riveria was fiercely battling the ebony monster. Its magic glowed in the distance, enveloping the summit. But there was no time to admire the battle. A tremor shook the earth as Goliath roared in complete silence and unleashed its fury upon the mountain, reducing it to rubble in a single blow. Witnessing this, the screams of those present could be heard once more. This indicated that whatever the albino was conjuring had been interrupted, cancelling its effects. Riveria. But. Ace was the first to react, wanting to attack immediately, but Revis suddenly appeared, grabbing her by the neck and stopping her dead in her tracks. The pressure was brutal, but before she could do anything, Finn reacted with lethal precision. His spear sliced through the air, and with Revis already mutilated, the impact was devastating. The blade shattered her other arm, forcing her to release it. I have to go help Riveria. Newly freed, was the first thing the panting girl, catching her breath, said, running away from the armless redeed to help the tall elf. What made you think that boy was ready to save Riveria? Finn, trust him. Trust. Can't you see that monster? He also trusts in Nine Hell. As despair gripped Finn, who seized the opportunity to reproach her for the decision to send a rookie to save his family's elf, Aario simply responded calmly, knowing that there was no way that boy could fail in his mission. Win from Bulvator. The hobbit's words were swallowed up when a scream from the jade-haired woman herself was heard from a distance, indicating that she was still alive. Princess Alf's ice magic had been activated and a track, similar to a slider staircase, made of ice connected to the ground to give her a surface on which to step. A sigh of relief came from the blonde man and the dwarf, as well as from the Amazons and the swordswoman. Although, on the werewolf side. TCH. That old woman won't last much longer. The magic blast she's been using since the battle started must have worn her down. She's probably on her last legs. If we don't do something, the monster will kill her. The concern was clear. Her perception was correct. The power of her enchantments had been drastically reduced by that point. Shaldo. Interrupting the analysis, a single word was spoken and, followed by it, a reddish-violet field emerged that covered a considerable area of the zone, weakening the strength of the Loki family and company. It was Valletta who, taking advantage of the confusion caused by Riveria's situation and having been sent far away in one fell swoop, finished the chant of her magic, bringing with it the reduction of the adventurer's condition. Her face was shattered. Her body was broken and almost on the verge of collapse. But still she smiled. And it was there that. Plank. Be damn, it. Ha 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 ha. I'll go after that damn brat, Vyasa. I'll keep you alive until you see me rip his limbs off one by one. The ever-reliable wall, Algrim, stood in the way of the full-speed onslaught from the opportunistic pink-haired woman. Due to the reduction in her own condition, her reflexes had slowed, resulting in a reduced reaction time that prevented her from noticing the sword pointed at her. The visceral laughter, accompanied by the death threat to the albino, caused a chill to run down Artie's spine, swallowing hard as Gareth strained more than he should to stop Arachnea's advance. He raised his shields to lift the sword that was meant to pierce them. The woman's arms rose from the very momentum of the action. You can't stop me. I'm going to kill that. When the threat was about to be issued, silence reigned again, just as before. In the distance, in the same place as before, thunder shot out in all directions, causing an intermittent light effect that alternated between whiteness accompanied by bell ringing and the screeching of electricity in complete disarray. However, there was a significant difference this time. Now, several whispers were audible in the minds of those affected by this event. They were murmurs of nonsensical words. 4 voices were arguing, 2 female and 2 male. It was like a verbal battle that encouraged chaos. The sound was also layered with static white noise that grated on the ears. Valletta stood motionless, completely furious at being interrupted again. Nevertheless, she couldn't hide her amazement at the phenomenon before her eyes. The power was greater than before. The dungeon ceiling was beginning to be struck by these energy beams, tearing apart part of it and causing the crystals that decorated it to fall one by one, shattering upon impact with the floor. Suddenly. Thud. Several explosions in different locations shot out in all directions, like a remnant of magic that could not be channeled into just one target. The same question arose in the minds of several people, and although they were unable to put it into words to be heard, it caused them incredible anxiety. How much power does that rookie have? Thud. One of the thunderbolts hit Arachnia, partially burning her already bloody and disfigured face, leaving a black stain around her right eye. This distraction was enough for Gareth to attack her again and create some distance. Aario snapped out of his trance and looked at Elgrim's sweaty forehead, a sign of exhaustion and despair. He quickly understood what he had to do. Although her words would go unheard, that didn't mean they wouldn't truly be spoken. She closed her eyes, taking advantage of the complete bewilderment and deafness of the pink-haired woman, who wouldn't notice her action, and began her chant for the second time. Everyone raised their arms to shield themselves from the cloud of debris that billowed into the air, blowing in a radius of almost 20 meters, from blinding them. They also tried to avoid being struck by the thunder. Meanwhile, Vyasa's mouth opened, reciting with the precision only she possessed, and which her mind dictated, the words to stop the Shaldo of Valletta from taking effect. At the same time, Revis herself began to stand again after the abuse her body had suffered, which took a long time to regenerate. She rested her sword on the ground, using it as a kind of walking stick. The sword princess, from what little she could see, realized that the ice staircase had been shattered. The fragments turned into mere frost, plunging her into a deep panic. She screamed the elf's name, but no one heard her. She tried to run to her aid, her throat raw from the imminent fall of the jade-haired fairy, but she couldn't move forward. The members of the Loki familia exchanged glances and nodded, deciding on their next move. They no longer cared about the havoc the creature and the human might wreak. They had to help their friend. It was their duty to rescue her. The brave one turned towards Aario, who extended his arms with jubilation and uttered 2 words that, although unheard, he was able to identify. Iacomundi. And so the magic was activated, producing a blue and green barrier that overlapped Arachnea's. The effects of the level drop and the weakened state dissipated. The allies' bodies were healed and their strength restored. A wondrous, unparalleled magic. The wound on Ace's shoulder that Revis inflicted regenerated quickly, allowing her to move it freely. That was all she needed. Tempest. Aario. Realizing that if Asa could recite an incantation without hearing his own voice, she could too, she activated the Emerald Wind and launched herself at full speed toward where Riveria was about to be struck by the Goliath, getting ahead of the others. Or at least that was her intention, because a figure in a black robe and mask with orange patterns appeared out of nowhere in front of the group, blocking the blonde's path and launching a magical projectile that struck her squarely in the chest, overpowering her aerial magic. The girl's body rolled on the ground and Tiona rushed to her aid, helping her to her feet. It was that follower of Evilus known as Ein. His arms stretched out, making it clear he would not allow them to pass. The sweat on the foreheads of those present trickled down rapidly, feeling a powerful pressure from the imposing presence of the member of the evil organization. Without a doubt, the strength of this new opponent far surpassed that of the women they had fought against. None of you will leave here alive. That beast will kill you all and… Something strange happened. The masked figure's voice, which was female, rang out clearly and loudly, indicating that the magic that devoured noise, turning the summoning place into a realm of silence, had ended and failed for the second time. Or perhaps it worked. Knowing that something was wrong because of the astonished and shocked looks of those who should have been focusing their attention on her, she turned around, only to find a scene worthy of heroic tales. Rising to a great height, reaching the middle zone of the imposing jet-black Goliath, the young man with white hair, enveloped in an aura of white and blue light, extended his hand and opened it. Artie's smile was immediate and, filled with emotion, she shouted to them. Admire the latest offspring of great families. And in a sound louder than any lightning flash or roar of Goliath, he uttered the following 3 words. Silent, ravenous lightning. Belle's scream echoed through the air, followed by a devastating explosion. In a blinding flash, the Goliath's arm exploded and the beast was hurled several kilometers away, crashing violently against the dungeon wall. The shockwave swept across the battlefield, shaking everyone present and leaving onlookers stunned by the unleashed power. From his position, Ein swallowed, feeling a chill run down his spine. His skin was cold and sweat streamed down his forehead. The Enyo-sama, are you watching this? She asked that question to a small jade-colored sphere in her hand, astonished. Then, the real chaos began. A colossal electrical storm descended upon the entire floor, devastating everything in its path. Lightning bolts exploded in all directions, shattering the ground and reducing the area to a field of pure destruction. The impossible happened next. Everything the battle had raised up was suspended in the air, floating as if gravity had been cancelled. And then, a piercing thunderclap struck Ein. Part of the mask shattered instantly, revealing a section of his face, highlighting a red eye as its most striking feature, while the remaining lightning struck the violas that were still attacking the civilians on the 18th floor, causing them to explode as collateral damage. The storm roared one last time before beginning to fade. The cloud slowly shrank until it disappeared completely, leaving behind the echo of a power impossible to comprehend. Slowly, Finn turned in a measured way, mimicking the movements of an old man with worn bones, and looked at Asa with shining eyes, ecstatic at the incredible display of power she was witnessing. Who is that boy? He asked, incredulous. I told you, Finn. He is the new hero. Returning to Riveria and Belle. Are you alright? That question was repeated by the lips of a certain boy who was marveling at the unparalleled beauty just inches from his own face, his eyes wide and his heart pounding wildly. It was a new sensation. Something he had never experienced before. There were 2 bodies, one atop the other, in the dense forest of Riveria, still reeling from the attack of Evilus and the beast their leader had summoned. Ignoring everything else, banishing from their minds anything outside the world they had both entered, time stood still, and the only thing that filled their thoughts was the presence of the other. The sound that stood out in their ears was the intense beating of their hearts, synchronized, creating a harmonious melody of which each heard only the part they themselves composed. The tall elf lowered her long ears, embarrassed by the short distance between her and the stranger. They were taking on the same reddish hue as her cheeks, turning her into a bundle of nerves in complete disarray. There was no sound. No one deigned to break the perpetual silence that accompanied this scene, worthy of, as the jade-haired woman herself described it, a predestined encounter. Their thoughts were varied. The opinions swirling in their heads were expressed in different ways. However, despite that, they all led to a common destination: interest in the other. Is she 9 hell? Long ears. Smooth skin, free of tears or wounds. And, above all, unparalleled beauty. Grandfather, is this what you meant when you said that elves were undoubtedly the greatest beauty a man could ever see? Because I have certainly never witnessed such a beautiful woman. But I don't understand why. The albino's thoughts betrayed him, recalling the many stories and advice his grandfather, in Alfia and Hera's absence, used to tell him about the race of those forest fairies. Whenever one appeared in one of the tales the man recounted, he would lavish praise and descriptions upon them. Hearing him speak so eloquently, he thought he was simply exaggerating. However, in this situation, having held one, having it so close, on this dark night where the stained glass ceiling cast a warm and ethereal light, he had no choice but to agree with his grandfather. At the same time, a question remained unanswered, lingering in his subconscious. The fateful encounter. What nonsense am I thinking? How did we end up in this situation? Was he the one who rescued me? Yes, it was definitely this boy. But what makes me feel so uneasy being so close to him? My chest tightens and why? The jade-haired elf pondered this, her mind filled with a sea of unanswered questions. She dismissed as ridiculous the mention of that story told by novice adventurers about finding love within the dungeon. It wasn't about that, at least she didn't believe that was what was happening there. And, just like the young man, another unfinished question arose, caused by the overwhelming feeling within her. The colors red and green faced each other. Far from being a confrontation, it was a recognition. They lost themselves in each other's eyes, amplifying the nervousness in their bodies, increasing the doubt and uncertainty about what was happening to them. After a few seconds, which seemed eternal but not unpleasant, that unfinished question was uttered in their heads, echoing and bouncing off the walls of their subconscious. Why can't I take my eyes off her? Why can't I take my eyes off him? It didn't matter if it was a human or the elf princess herself. The feeling that gripped them was the same. The questions it raised were similar. However, they couldn't stay like that for long. The first to react, shaking her head vehemently to regain consciousness and abandon that state of infatuation, was Riveria herself, who, between movements, frowned from the pain in the back of her neck as a result of her injury. I am fine. Thank you so much for saving me. Is that okay? Yes. Why you asked me how I was feeling, didn't you? Oh, yes. Excuse me. The elf, in a failed attempt to appear relaxed and mature, cleared her throat and replied. The problem was that, upon uttering the first word, her tongue tied and she stammered. This went unnoticed by the boy, who, still dazed and captivated by her appearance, didn't understand what she said until her tongue cleared, helping him to react and prompting her to immediately apologize for her lapse in judgment. She placed her fist over her lips, looking away, still blushing profusely. You can get off me now. He made that request, without being able to express himself without pauses. Right. My apologies. Sorry for not considering your discomfort. The rabbit reacted quickly, pushing itself back with its arms and crawling away from her. Its face showed a noticeable increase in temperature, turning red and emitting steam from its cheeks. While this was happening, the lady in question lifted her back from the grass and dirt, sitting down and placing her fist on her restless heart. Forgive me. I didn't mean to get too close. I know that members of your race don't appreciate anyone touching their skin or getting too close without their consent. My grandfather told me about your traditions, and I didn't mean to be rude by ignoring them. It's just that. She listened, completely captivated. She was still in that state of shock produced by the supposed predestined encounter they had had. I saw her fall into the water. I also noticed she couldn't swim to the surface and the blood gushing from her wound. I didn't have time to ask permission, I jumped in to save her. The best way to do it was by reaching her and hugging her. I'm sorry again. The rabbit, as was his wont to those who knew him, began to talk excessively and explain himself unnecessarily, as if his actions might have upset the elf. Far from it, Riveria herself felt a surge of shame. Not because she took it as a lack of respect, but because she had been embraced by that man who, without hesitation, had thrown himself into danger and rescued her. That made her feel truly sad and, at the same time, happy. So much so that an irregular, trembling smile touched her lips as she lowered her gaze. Seeing him in that state, trying to calm him down, she reached out to touch him. She also tried to speak. Don't worry. That kind of thing doesn't bother me. But if I had to repeat that rude act to save her, as I am doing now, I would undoubtedly do it. I beg your forgiveness for my foolishness and selfishness. The elf's words were interrupted by the albino's comment, causing the symptoms of that first encounter to intensify, becoming more pronounced in her heart. Would he hug me again to save me? Steam came out of her head, making her dizzy and causing her eyes to swirl, almost falling backward and back to the floor, but she was able to recover quickly, avoiding it. Doesn't he understand what he's saying? Is he too stupid to regulate himself? That kind of thing sounds like something a prince from a fairy tale would say. She was a little frustrated by her hero's extreme sincerity, though she didn't actually dislike it. On the contrary, it made her even more curious to know her savior's name. Don't worry. Just tell me, what's your O? She tried to stand up as she voiced her doubt. However, when she placed her right foot down, a sharp pain shot through her leg. She groaned, frowning and giving in to the discomfort, leaning to one side. This caused her to lose her balance and nearly fall. "I've got it." Before the fall was complete, Belle's arm slid down the woman's back, above her hip. His hand lightly gripped the opposite end, leaning beside her, and stopped her. Their faces were once again extremely close. Unlike before, Riveria was the only one nervous. The albino, for his part, showed concern for his companion's well-being. "Did you suffer any damage to your leg? Let me examine it." Why yes. Okay. She responded immediately to the question, allowing herself to be slowly lowered so she could sit down again. Without going too far, the boy moved aside a portion of the long robe she wore, clearing the area and allowing him to directly observe the source of her distress. When he did, without needing to investigate further, he realized the root of the elf's discomfort. It was a long wound, approximately 15 centimeters, from which blood was flowing, and if you looked more closely, you could see part of the bone. It was a cut that extended from the base of the calf to the ankle, restricting movement. "I'm surprised he was able to get up. His muscles were torn and his tendon was severed." He commented to himself, holding his chin and wrinkling his eyebrows as if he shared the pain. "This needs to be healed, but I don't have any healing magic. The only thing I can do is cover it up, preventing it from getting dirty and infected." "Are you?" "It's not necessary. I can. I found it. I knew I'd put a handkerchief somewhere." Finding himself without options, the young man, ignoring the elf's reply, searched his pockets for a white handkerchief, the same color as her hair, and held it up. Before doing anything else, he looked at her. "This nine hell. Forgive my impertinence, but would you do me the honor of touching you? I only plan to bandage you." He made his request formally, even politely. The pressure of his gaze surprised the woman in question. "I possess healing magic. I could close the wound without problems. But. Of course. I'm in your care. Why am I agreeing to let it happen to me? It's not necessary. I just have to recite a short chant and I'll be as good as new." Her mouth moved faster than her mind, and without a second thought, she accepted the request, giving him free rein regarding her health. Doubts about her assertiveness soon arose. Having obtained permission, Belle began bandaging her with careful movements, concentrating on each gesture so as not to hurt her more than necessary. However, as he did so, strange thoughts crept into his mind, distracting him for a moment. Her skin is very soft and white. The high elf, with her keen perception, noticed the slight hesitation in his hands and felt a faint tremor in her brow as she sensed the cause. The texture of his skin, as well as its color, had captured the boy's attention. But instead of getting upset or reprimanding him as she would any man who had such an immoral thought, she simply sighed to herself. "I am sorry if I made you uncomfortable. It's just that now I understand all those stories that describe how amazing elves are." The elf's eyes widened in surprise at the young man's extreme sincerity. Beyond that fleeting thought, tinged with excessive boldness, she recognized the sincerity and care with which he attended to her. He, despite everything, proved to be attentive and respectful. A particular scene from a children's story came to mind. In it, a princess was being held by the foot by a prince who was trying to fit a glass slipper onto it. She shook her head, pushing away that memory and feeling ashamed. "Did I hurt her? No. It's just that I had a strange thought." "Strange thought? It's nothing. Please continue selling to me." The young man thought, because of the sudden movement, that he had hurt her. The redeed denied it, giving herself away a little and changing the subject. Belle quickly finished his task, securing the handkerchief. "It may not be enough, but it's better than nothing." "Yes. Although there's a small drawback." Which one?" "I possess healing magic. You didn't need to bandage me." When the boy made that comment, the elf informed him how unhelpful his actions had been, revealing that she could have handled it all on her own this whole time. I didn't know that. So why did you agree to let him do it?" Riveria's lips sealed immediately. She lowered her gaze and began to timidly play with her index fingers as she realized she had been discovered. "I don't know. Anyway, thanks." She answered in that tender state, similar to that of a maiden in love. "If you were embarrassed, you didn't have to tell me." The boy noticed that and put on a poker face. Meanwhile, Riveria remembered a question she had wanted to ask him moments before, so she raised her head again and stared at him. "By the way. Belle hadn't expected her to raise her voice at him, so he reacted instinctively. Her hands gripped his shoulders, making him tremble. That lack of tact frightened him. "Tell me, what is your rig?" "Oh, come on. Really." Just as she was about to finish the question, the thunderous roar of the beast interrupted her, angering her until she realized who it was. The pair watched from a distance as the jet black monster re-emerged. Enormous black hands appeared first, grasping the edge of the crater in which it had been embedded, taking shape. Sooner rather than later, the Goliath emerged from the depths of the rock, its body covered in dust and wounds regenerating. Its eyes burned with fury as debris fell around it, revealing its imposing figure. I had forgotten that that thing was still alive. They both said it in unison, sharing their impression and discomfort. The creature thrashed violently, scattering stone fragments in all directions. The ground trembled beneath its weight as it took another step forward, ready to continue the battle fiercer than ever before. How did you manage to throw it all the way there and crash it with such force? I simply combined attack magic with my enhancement ability. I had never combined them before and it was difficult to control. There were even moments when the energy shot out in several directions. Riveria's questioning stemmed from the impression he made of the power with which Belle had attacked that monster, as if he had moved it from its place with a single blow without effort. I took off one of her arms when I threw her. Did she regenerate it like nothing happened? Did you destroy his arm? Yes. When he noticed me, he wanted to hit me, so when he fired, the first part of his body to be hit was his arm, and it was torn to pieces. The high elf was still reeling from the shock. Upon learning that she had managed to reduce a portion of the body of that being of immense stature, size, and strength to nothing, she could do nothing but open her eyes in utter disbelief. That means he has considerable magical power. I incinerated his upper half using high-level magic. If he was able to cause serious damage, he must be a seasoned adventurer. But at this age. Riveria thought, analyzing the situation and comparing their attacks. While hers had greater power, Belle's had more force, a remarkable feat considering she was the best mage in Aario. The Goliath advanced, but something wasn't right. With each step, his body trembled and his muscles twitched erratically. Every few meters he would freeze completely, as if something inside him were malfunctioning. Sparks flew from his skin. It was as if his own body was trapped in a residual discharge, forcing him to fight against himself with every movement. It was a side effect of the boy's magic. How does your magic work? There's no time for explanations, miss. We have to flee. Please, treat your wound and let's go. Okay. The young man was right. Time was against them, and the threat of the monster remained. She placed her palm over the freshly bandaged wound, closed her eyes, and began to chant. However, her vision blurred as she tried, and she felt dizzy. Stop, 9 hell. He's about to fall into mind zero from overusing magic. The best option is for us to leave and for him not to exert himself too much until he recovers. I know. I suppose even I can let go of my mental reservations. So, what are your plans for us to leave together? With my leg like this, I can't run. Riveria agreed, nodding and halting the invocation of magic, asking the boy that question. The monster continued its attempt to reach them. It advanced several meters before stopping and receiving the electric shock, making it tremble. The albino, quick-witted, held his chin and analyzed the situation. He looked at the elf, then at his own arms. This scene repeated itself at least 5 times, leading him to a conclusion. She let out a long, heavy sigh. She swallowed the shame that came with what she was about to do. You'll have to excuse me, but it's the only way. Huh? What do you mean, Fua? At that moment, without hesitation, Belle scooped Riveria up in his arms, as if he were carrying a princess. The movement was so sudden that the elf couldn't help but let out a strange sound. Realizing what had just happened, her face flushed a light blush. What do you think you're doing? If you can't walk, I'll carry you. Don't worry, you're quite light. It's not about being light or not. The elf's protests were immediate. She frowned, her eyebrows trembling. Her blush reaching her ears betrayed her embarrassment. She struggled to be released. Please, don't squirm anymore. At least watch where you put your hands. Immoral human. Filthy. Pervert. What do you mean? Oh. Stopping his question, he felt a rather curious sensation in the palm of his hand. He looked down and instantly realized that his hand was on the elf's chest, squeezing it. Silently, a trickle of blood trickled down from inside his nose. That's a mistake. Pervert. He let go and held her a little lower to avoid that incident, panicking and being insulted by the person he had recently saved. It really was a mistake. It's the first time I've carried a girl and I'm nervous that she's so beautiful, so much so that I can't think straight. Beautiful. The young man declared, adding to his justification a compliment to the girl who, upon receiving it, got rid of her anger, repeating it. The albino's extreme sincerity had a devastating impact on Alf's princess's heart, making a trace. Interrupting the pair's sweet scene, the rumble of the ground alerted them, forcing them to embark on a journey away from the jet-black monster, who, in a swift movement, crouched down for a second, collecting a huge pile of rubble which he compacted and prepared to throw. 9 hell, hold on tight. Aario informed me that he's level 6, so it's unlikely I'll be able to match that speed. Still, I hope I'm fast enough to escape. Belle gave that warning. He leaned forward, pulling one leg back while sliding the other back, preparing to flee. Riveria's arms encircled his neck, holding his hands for a better grip. And, in less than the blink of an eye. Zoom. He started running, and she felt the wind whip against her face because of the speed at which they were going. It's fast. That was the thought of the jade-haired girl. Her eyes opened in astonishment as she noticed a white glow enveloping the boy's feet, accompanied by bells that resonated with each stride. They raced through the forest at incredible speed as Belle dodged every obstacle in their path. Debris hurled by the Goliath streaked through the air like projectiles, but he evaded them, moving with a precision that left Riveria even more astonished. Please tell me which way to go. I don't know this way. Of course. Keep running east. My family's camp must be there. Belle's request made her react, and she answered promptly, as was advisable in this situation. He blindly followed the high elf's instructions. He became her eyes in this chaos. Every so often, he would point out shortcuts to take, warning them of the Goliath's projectiles so they wouldn't be hit. Sometimes, these piles of debris would explode just inches from their position, barely dodging them and creating a huge crater. The further they got, the less loud the screams and growls of the jet-black beast became, indicating that the distance was increasing until they were within what they could categorize as safe. From underground, the violas stood in their way simply by being there. They served as obstacles to overcome, even though they couldn't see them at the speed they moved. Nevertheless, the albino felt bad about leaving them alive and with the possibility that they might harm innocent people. Many lives had been lost so far. Is there any way you can kill them without using magic? I would do it myself, but I don't want to let her go and leave her defenseless. Defenseless? Despite being a mage and being injured, I'm still a first-class adventurer. Does that mean he can kill them? Yes. I'll just hit them with my staff, and where's my staff? Riveria searched everywhere for her weapon, that silver object with a blue jewel at the tip. Her face paled when she realized it was missing. It must have fallen into the lake. I suppose, in that case, I'll have to deal with the violas. I don't plan on letting those things into the city. Stopping abruptly, he faced the monsters in the form of vegetation. There's a way to charge it and free my hands. That way I can draw my dagger and kill them. I understand. Do what you have to do. The jade-haired woman nodded, relinquishing control of the situation and allowing him to do whatever was necessary. With her approval, Belle threw Riveria into the air, forcing her to catch her breath in surprise. At that same instant, he drew his dagger, preparing for battle. Before she could touch the ground, she fell onto his back, instinctively wrapping her arms and legs around him, holding on tightly, clinging to him as if he were a backpack. In this state, I can fight. I'll kill them quickly and… As he said that, a new sensation came over him, similar to the one before, silencing him, causing him sorrow and a shiver that ran down his spine. What happened to the rabbit? Simple, a couple of soft, well-formed spheres were being pressed against his body, embarrassing him and making him unable to ignore it. Why are you stopping? The violas have already seen us and are coming. It's just that my back. Forget about that and attack. Do. The elf questioned his inaction, warning of the approaching monsters. He, in turn, tried to explain his suffering, but the boy's impure thought seemed to dismiss his words. Or perhaps he hadn't realized the deadly effect his body had on the hormonal white rabbit. This is all your fault, Grandpa. He pushed aside his worldly desires, blaming his grandfather for that perverted side, shook his head, cooling his mind, and launched his attack with his characteristic ferocity. He handled the dagger with complete mastery, alternating hands when attacking, becoming a flashing light before the eyes of any observer, slicing pieces of the plants in the blink of an eye. The speed and lightning-fast reflexes with which she moved impressed even Riveria, who recognized a distinct fighting style where the primary objective was to strike first and decisively, without prolonging the fight. The force she poured into each attack was worthy of a first-class fighter, perhaps even close to her level. He knows how to fight hand-to-hand and, in addition, possesses powerful magic that rivals mine. What kind of adventurer is he? The more I learn about him, the more doubts I have. That was the thought of Princess Alf as she watched him from behind. The boy's white hair twitched with each slash. His face was tense, showing complete concentration on his opponents. She couldn't help but stare, admiring the determination he displayed. The rabbit moved forward, oblivious to the elf's gaze, leaving behind a trail of green liquid and plant fragments, as if preparing a salad. However, it was a task that was taking longer than he would have liked. From time to time, out of the corner of his eye, he watched the green-haired girl, making sure no attack reached her. If one was directed at her, he prioritized her well-being above his own, just as a hero would. The boy's red eyes glowed with the increasing number of plant monsters. His abilities grew stronger with every step he took, as if killing enemies somehow made him more powerful. The zigzagging run he undertook to eliminate them left a silhouette similar to a thunderclap before impacting the ground. His heightened senses were matched by his reaction time. He was, in the words of the Loki family executive herself, the perfect warrior. That term was coined, at least by her, to describe him. Her acknowledgement of it didn't reach his ears. Lost in her savior's infatuation, a scream brought her back to reality. Everyone. Someone, please. We need help, I repeat, we need help. Without saying a word or questioning anything, the rabbit's body changed course towards the source of the scandalous voice, infusing the white glow into its legs and getting rid of the one emanating from its arms. In a rush, she increased her speed, pushing the wind into the woman's face who, because of this, could feel her hair spreading as she lost the buckle that kept it tied, becoming a spectacle of jade-colored strands fluttering in complete chaos. Were you able to hear it? Yes. It's near my family's camp. I understand. We need to hurry. We can't let any lives be lost. Every life is precious. The albino's question was answered instantly. Following this, he explained his reasons, mentioning his ideal. Are you real? The high elf's lips parted in complete shock, uttering the question out of disbelief. Step by step, the cries for help became clear. The voice, female only to mention it, was one that Riveria herself recognized. Tsubaki. Hurry. The poisoned members are fighting, but I don't think they can last long. There are too many of them. The name of the daughter of the Hephaestus family was spoken, accompanied by the blacksmith's request. Their eyes sharpened, revealing a multitude of violas a few meters away. Through the openings created by the snake-like movement of the stems, they spotted the individuals in danger. It's Narvi, Orba, Cruz, and Tsubaki. Let's hurry. Your wish is my command. The glow on Belle's leg spread throughout his body as he prepared for the direct attack. The blacksmith brandished her back against the attacks of the violas, keeping them at bay until, in a flash, with devilish speed, they were all torn to shreds like a meat grinder spinning its blades. Riveria-sama. They'll talk later. Follow us. The name of the elf came from the mouths of the three younger members of the Loki family. They were awestruck by the scene before them. The princess of Alf was on the back of a human, the one who had saved them. Without time to process it, the order was obeyed as soon as Belle gave it. From that point on, the rabbit rapidly began killing the plants, clearing a path so the four could advance without having to fight. Their destination was the family's camp, where they would rejoin the others. Questions within the tiny group were not long in coming, although they were buried in their subconscious minds. Sooner rather than later, tense and magic shots accompanied by arrow throwing were seen. Alfia, Alicia. We're here. The pair of elves that Belle encountered while running alongside Aario reappeared, being named by Riveria. Riveria-sama. Are you alright? Riveria-sama. What was that explosion? Those thunderclaps tore several of the violas to pieces. The girl's reaction was immediate, running towards her and noticing the curious position she was in. Why is it on the back of? Questions for later. Alfia, I need your staff. You have. Before they could ask any questions as the sparkle in their eyes faded, Princess Alf made a request of the orange-haired young woman, who immediately complied. Thus, in the same way that they arrived, they disappeared again, advancing towards their imminent battle against the members of Evilus, leaving an indelible image of both. Was that real Riveria-sama being carried by a human? Yes. It was real. Now fight. The fairies' doubts were palpable, and they pinched each other, believing they were dreaming. But Tsubaki brought them back to reality, tossing Alfia a short sword so she could defend herself without her staff. It takes a precise and decisive blow to kill that thing. If even a portion of its body remains, it will regenerate. I could tell when I went to save you. If multiple enchantments weren't enough, then greater power is required to reduce it to nothing. The purple-haired one and the albino commented, continuing their walk until the sounds of battle in the distance indicated their proximity to their destination. As soon as they appeared a few meters away, leaping from the bushes just as Aario had done when he entered the fray, they drew the attention of those present, eliciting sighs of relief and angry reactions from a certain strange figure in a black robe. Noticing her, the boy's back began to tremble, a fact detected by the woman. Belle's eyes closed for a moment. Then, a single chime, louder than all the previous ones, resonated with a deep echo, as if marking the fate of the moment. Suddenly, he stood in front of that figure and threw a punch directly at Ein, whom he identified as the worst threat on the battlefield because of the aura that his mere presence emitted. Evilus's follower, her mask broken, tried to react, raising her weapon to block the blow, but the young man spun around with incredible agility. Good. In the same movement, he stretched out his arm and unleashed a blast of compressed wind, an invisible explosion that hit like a grenade, forcing the red-eyed creature to retreat immediately. How did you do that? There was no chant. Even for incantation-free magic, you at least need to pronounce the name. I didn't use magic. I channeled my strength into my fist. When I punched the air, I pushed it, turning it into a kind of bullet. Which story did you come from? Riveria. Interrupting the conversation between the elf and the human, the shout of joy from the members of Lady Loki's crew was not long in coming as they ran to join them. Tempest, Aario. However, the blonde perhaps got a little too excited, activating her emerald wind and launching herself towards them. However. TCH. The clash of weapons against the red-haired creature made Belle realize that the latter was just inches away from him, ready to kill him, frightening him. I couldn't see her. If it weren't for her. Are you alright? We saw everything from afar. The rabbit's terrified comment, overwhelmed by the incredible difference in power, was stopped when Artie, Finn, and the others approached them. Ed and Gareth, go after Ein. Aze, take care of Revis. Tiona and Tyan, hold off Arachnia as long as possible. Understood. The hobbit threw out the order just like that, without time to rejoice at the sorceress's survival. Riveria, tell us everything you know about that monster. We can't prolong its stay here any longer. The destruction is immense. Besides, why are you being carried and why do you have Lafia's staff? Ugh. It's a long story. The blond man questioned his companion about it, receiving a brief reply and a glance from her towards the albino. That monster's regeneration adapts to the power and attack it receives. If it survives, the effect won't be as chaotic as the first time. The best way to defeat it is by delivering a final blow that prevents it from rearming. It's not very feasible. If you weren't able to do it, the only thing left is for me to use Turnahog. But, if I fail. The Loki Familia captain's thumb throbbed with intense pain, a bad feeling running through his body as he thought about using his magic against that creature. If you fail, that thing will adapt and we'll lose our strongest attack. There must be another solution. The chin of the jade-haired woman was held by her hand, analyzing the options they had at hand. You all stay put. It's not like we're being beaten up by these three. Gareth made a sarcastic comment while trying to keep Ein at bay. If it only had one weak point, we could concentrate our efforts on it and ignore the rest. But the problem is, we don't have time to find it. Several lives will be lost if we don't do something. Perhaps there is an option. The conversation between the Loki family members revealed a clear frustration with the lack of options and the problems associated with the only viable one. However, Belle's intervention caused both the hobbit and the elf to turn towards him. What are you talking about? You mentioned a weak point, didn't you? Then there's no need to look for it because it already has one. It's the same one all monsters have, regardless of their size or type. Finn's eyes widened, understanding what the boy meant. Exactly. The magic stone. I knew it was a good idea to remind you. Artie patted the rabbit on the back, recalling the brief oral evaluation prior to entering the dungeon. The magic stone is the core of the monsters, similar to the soul in us. If we break it, it will die. I doubt it can regenerate without a source of power. Yes, it could work. Riveria's smile appeared, acknowledging the albino's point and agreeing with the strategy. That would mean we need 2 direct hits. The first would open Goliath's armor, and the second would have to be immediate, so the magic stone isn't protected by regeneration. I have no problem breaking it with Turnahog, but I'll need someone to wound him. That won't be a problem. The Loki Familia captain's observation highlighted the flaws in that plan, revealing that they would now need 2 large forces for the task. The jade-haired woman's interruption was immediate. She puffed out her chest and exuded confidence. That's why I asked Lafia for the staff. I'll be the one to wound him enough to expose his magic stone. I still have enough sense to cast one more spell. But you mentioned that the same firepower doesn't have the same effect. You'd have to increase the power of the throw, and you're too exhausted for that. Don't worry. I can take care of that. Artie countered the blond man's reply, placing his hand on his chest and smiling broadly. I'll use magic to heal her and increase her strength. That way there won't be any failures. But you'll have to hold out here until we kill that thing. The blue-haired girl explained, convinced she could accomplish the task. Upon receiving the suggestion, Finn analyzed the terrain, spotting a large mountain in the distance that could serve as a vantage point to strike the monster. In his mind, in a matter of seconds, he devised a plan. Very well, I've got it. Riveria, you need to go with Artie to the top of that mountain to make the throw. Aim for his chest and burn him as much as possible. At the same time, one of us will have to stay behind to stop those 3, so I've decided that Belle will deliver the final blow to the magic stone. That. The rabbit's eyes widened in astonishment when he heard that, leaving him speechless. The elf was no less impressed. Are you sure about giving him that responsibility? What if he fails? It won't fail, I'm sure of it. Doubting her companion's sanity, Riveria questioned him. Finn's response was immediate. Meanwhile, he approached Belle and smiled at him. How are you so sure? I'm not. What do you mean by that? He entrusted him with this task on a silly hunch. Just like Artie did when he sent him to save you. I suppose it's not a bad idea to pass on some responsibilities to the younger generation. The explanation was simple and direct in response to the mage's questions, mirroring what Vyasa had done minutes before. She decided to trust the newcomer, and when she didn't feel a pricking sensation in her thumb, she was certain he was the best option. Come on, Belle. It's time to be heroes. Do. Aario placed his hand on his teammate's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up and encouraging him for what was to come. Belle's demeanor reflected enthusiasm and, above all, determination. I promise I won't let you down. He made that promise to the two members of the Loki familia, quickly scooping Riveria up in his arms so they could reach the aforementioned mountain. Needless to say, the elf princess's cheeks flushed at this, despite having traveled a long distance with him. Without further ado, activating his Argonaut ability again, the albino, accompanied by Aario, ran out of the area, disappearing in a white and blue flash. From a distance, watching them walk away, Ein focused his one visible eye on the trio, raising an eyebrow in obvious confusion. Ha. What happened, Finn? Are that scared bunny and the injured fairy useless in this battle? Are you going to run away with that stupid brat? Ugh. Finn, unfazed by the provocations and with a defiant smile, charged into battle, striking her directly in the abdomen with the tip of his spear. The impact caused the pink-haired woman to spit blood, adding another wound to her already battered body. You're right about one thing, Arachnia. Neither of them is needed for this battle. But not because they're useless or anything like that. The reason for their lack of participation is that they have a greater enemy to defeat. Bigger target. You won't be able to kill that monster. Don't doubt the abilities of a hero candidate in Aario. You might be in for some big surprises. With a kick, the hobbit pulled his spear from Valletta's abdomen, sending her flying, and charged to counterattack. Meanwhile, Ein's mind focused on the last comment. The candidate for hero? Who the hell is that kid? Don't get distracted in a fight. Scum. Bareth's shield slammed into the ground, sending debris flying, as the hooded figure watched a trio of adventurers depart, paying particular attention to the albino. Then, Belle kicked her in the side, sending her feet flying off the ground and crashing into the trees. Meanwhile, Aario and Belle were running neck and neck. Just as Riveria had mentioned the first time she was carried, the boy's speed easily matched that of a first-class student like Vyasa herself. Hey kid. I haven't asked you before, but is that blow on your body some kind of incantationless magic? I remember you mentioned you had two, and I had a front row seat to the first one. It's a power-enhancing skill that I developed during my training sessions with my parents. I see. So you'll use the second one to break the magic stone? No. The second one isn't offensive magic, so it would be impossible to achieve that with it. I'll use the first one, as before. As Aario wielded his sword to kill the remaining violas along the path so neither of them would have to fight, she chatted about the albino's magical power, and Belle readily reciprocated. Trust was fundamental to any relationship, especially now that they were family, so Belle wouldn't try to hide anything from her. The woman in the boy's arms stared at him, learning this indirectly. Although she hadn't intended to listen, she couldn't help but feel a growing esteem for him, respecting him more and more as the minutes passed and becoming impressed by what she was discovering. We're close to the escalation. There are no civilians nearby. Understood, let's hurry. The two leaped like a pair of eager rabbits fleeing prey, after glancing in multiple directions looking for someone in danger. Finding none, they increased their pace. They advanced up a steep hill, following a makeshift path worn by the constant passage of vehicles. Despite the incline and uneven terrain, Belle moved with a steady hand, navigating each obstacle with precision. Sooner than expected and without incident, they reached the summit. From there, the panorama unfolded before them, but there was no time to admire it. The battle was not yet over. Several kilometers from their location, they glimpsed the Goliath, who was getting closer and closer to the habitable zone of the 18th floor, specifically where the battle between the Loki family and the remnants of Evilus was taking place. Is it possible for your magic to reach him from here? I don't doubt it on Riveria-sama's part, but… impossible. I have to get closer, otherwise the shot will lose speed and power. Aario's question was answered immediately by Belle, who lowered the elf from his arms and entrusted her to his sub-captain, who offered her shoulder to keep her standing. That closer? How will you know when to attack if you don't see my magic coming out? I'll try to go as fast as my legs will allow. I promised you, remember, that I won't let you down. The smile appeared on the lips of the jade-haired woman, yielding to the boy's argument. Oh. I almost forgot. If during your chant the sound disappears, don't stop. Even if you can't hear your own voice, just keep reciting it. Yes, I noticed that. I did it when you hit the Goliath and it worked. I don't understand. What do you mean by the sound disappearing? It's a side effect of my magic. When activated, any source of noise is devoured, consumed, and silence reigns. It took me a while to realize that it didn't affect the activation of the magic. As long as you're sure of what you're saying, there won't be a problem. Belle issued the warning. Aario was already aware of this. Riveria questioned him about the meaning of his words, and the information was provided immediately. He turned his back on them, preparing to descend the mountain again and aim at the monster, which was a considerable distance away, so his speed would have to increase to reach it at the exact second required. Wait. Riveria's hand reached out, grabbing his shoulder and turning him around. Do you have a question about something? The albino tilted his head in confusion at the sudden stop. Will you be able to make it? Are you absolutely sure? Because if you don't and you fail, you'll be the closest thing to that monster. I'll get it, 9 hell. No one who wants to call themselves a hero can afford to make a mistake in a matter of life and death. Our actions have consequences, and I'm not about to take any that will cause them. The high elf's anxiety betrayed her, forcing her to seek reassurance in her savior's words. His response was enough to make her release him. She nodded, receiving his thumbs up, confident in fulfilling her role in the conflict. I feel so out of place right now. The drop of sweat trickled down Aario's forehead, somewhat uncomfortable with the glances exchanged between the pair who had just met. Hey. Irregular Goliath. Over there. We have to kill him. Yes, sorry. I'm leaving now. Oh okay. Good luck. He quickly interrupted them, stepping between them and reminding them of the jet black menace that continued to advance towards them. In the blink of an eye, Belle disappeared from the women's sight, leaving behind a single promise. Ayasa, please, heal me. You don't have to repeat it. In fact, I don't think you even had to ask. At that moment, as Riveria watched a young man descend the path they had taken, Aario recited her chant. The high elf turned, taking a couple of steps in small hops with her good foot, reaching the edge of the cliff and preparing to incinerate that cursed monster. Ease your driving. When the spell ended, Riveria's body felt revitalized, the fatigue dissipating as if it had never existed. The wound on her foot healed completely, but her mind still carried the weight of the battle. That magic could not alleviate her mental exhaustion. She looked down at her foot and noticed that Belle's handkerchief was still there, tied tightly. She could have removed it right then and there, but for some reason, she didn't want to. The base of the staff struck the ground, embedding itself and creating cracks around it. Both hands gripped the weapon tightly. At the same time, below her, Belle was taking a deep breath, ready to begin his run. Unaware of each other's actions, trusting completely that they would carry them out, they closed their eyes at the same time and… The flames will soon be unleashed. Progressive war. From the shadow where the thunder falls silent. Oh. They began their chants. Beneath Riveria, a large reddish magic circle formed. Belle, for his part, started running, activating the incessant clamorous ringing of bells that resonated whenever the white light appeared. Her eyes opened, her gaze fixed on the one who would be the victim of the double attack. It was the finger of death pointing at its next prey. The icy breath of non-existence exhaling upon her. The staff detached from the solid rock, pointing at Goliath. The rabbit's feet moved at dizzying speed, leaving marks on the ground. From its right hand, which was drawn back to its side, the first beam emanated, contained by closing its fist. Behind her, the dry plants and grasses ignited. The detached leaves floating in the air froze for a few brief seconds, just as when she threw it. Progressive war, inevitable destruction. Where the storm devours the light, a hunger that is never satisfied is born. The black spark of mute light. The chanting continued unabated. The magic circle grew larger. Incandescent ashes surrounded the sorceress. On the other side, the static-like sound superimposed on the chimes increased in frequency. The thunderclaps in her fist grew louder and more numerous. Simulating a berserker, the rabbit's body crashed into several armies of violas, shattering them on impact and staining him with their green blood. This didn't bother him, and he continued his charge. The battle horn sounds loudly, the cruelty of the conflict will engulf everyone. Lightning without echo or mercy that not even the gods can hear. Close the mouths of heaven and earth, and in silence, make everything expire. Out of the corner of her eye, Riveria noticed the boys advance, seeing thunder exploding in different directions, burning everything in its path. Leaving only a blue trail, a lingering image of his presence. She couldn't help but smile, acknowledging his courage. If that boy goes to great lengths to save others, it is my duty to reciprocate and give a little more. Come to me, crimson flames, merciless hell. The calmness of the previous recitation turned into a scandalous shout that made Aario jump from his place. Let desire swallow the radiance of dawn. The sound began to fade, just as the albino had warned. The gem on Riveria's staff glowed scarlet, signaling the imminent end. The rabbit's fist lit up even brighter, shining like a miniature sun. The Goliath, still reeling from the lingering effects of the blast, fixed its gaze on two flashes of light on the battlefield. The first was white with bluish hues, and the second, red in color, flickered like an uncontrollable flame. Something in those flashes awakened a primal instinct within the beast. Bry-eyed. The guttural roar escaped from his throat, causing a surge of air that shook the entire floor, while, in despair, he charged furiously towards the source of that glow. Their advance was a cataclysm in itself. Each footstep shook the ground with destructive force, immediately interrupting the fierce battle between the Loki familia, Ein, Revis, and Valletta, who turned in that direction, fearing they would be crushed. They acted swiftly, splitting into two groups and rushing forward in two separate formations. What is this? Ein questioned himself, searching for those responsible for the fear etched in the lifeless dark eyes of the ebony monster. Sooner rather than later, he found its source, noticing Riveria's figure atop the mountain, her staff pointed, ready to attack. She's an idiot. Even with Vyasa's magic, she won't be able to kill him. Valletta commented, wiping the blood from her mouth and staggering from the dizziness caused by the constant blood loss. I doubt that's the goal of Nine Hell, because, if that were the case, then it wouldn't make sense for that brat to also prepare an attack. Revis made the mention, pointing his sword at the figure of the albino running at top speed, with his lips moving and thunder exploding behind him. You are the embodiment of hellfire. May greed devour without end. The volume of their voices dwindled to nothing. They could only hear themselves in their subconscious, the unmistakable proof, along with the vibration of their throats, that they were still speaking. The effect became even more devastating. Static electricity flooded the minds of those in front, including Goliath himself. Ein frowned, sensing that what was coming could be fatal for Evilus's plans. Without a second thought, he changed course and headed toward the rabbit, trying to stop him. If he didn't silence him now, it would probably all be over. With one blow, put an end to the Great War. And when nothing remains. The woman with the broken mask made a sudden change of route, and behind her, both Valletta and Revis followed, at a slower speed than her, falling behind. A short staff rose, tipped with a glittering jewel resembling a diamond. Ein, understanding the workings of the boy's magic, deduced that it wouldn't interfere with his own. With a brief incantation, he prepared to attack. However, just as he was about to do so, two heavy shields got in his way, blocking him before he could hit and causing an explosion that threw the culprit into the air. Ein clicked her tongue in frustration. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, and before she could react, a kick struck her squarely, stopping her dead in her tracks and sending her tumbling to the ground. He leaped back to his feet, the force of his momentum leaving a crater in the rock. In an instant, he grabbed a certain werewolf by the neck and slammed him to the ground, knocking him unconscious. Taking advantage of the distraction, Valletta and Revis went ahead, determined to complete the task their leader had failed at. Incinerolos, spotted a Surtur. No crying or shouting. Iridide tried to jump to catch the rabbit by the momentum, but before she could, the black wind of a certain swordsman was activated, and the arm with which she held her sword was torn to pieces in the blink of an eye, disarming her. For her part, Valletta narrowly dodged Tiona's Urga throw, acting as a distraction so that Tiona could throw her kukri knives when it was too late for her to react, embedding them in her head and chest. The only one still running was Ein, who tried, once again, to unleash her magic on that brat who was ruining everything. Now with no barriers and no one to stop her, she had the perfect shot to finish him off. Or at least, that's what she thought until Finn stepped between her and Belle. You said he's a new hero, right, Artie? Very well, it's time to participate in his story. Show me that potential Vyasa boasts so much about, boy. He said to himself. His words would no longer reach the blue-haired girl. He closed his eyes, concentrating on his next move, and raised his spear above his head, leaning his arm back and reciting a chant. He didn't care if he couldn't hear her voice. Nor did he care if the enemy attacked him for being caught in the crossfire. For the Hobbit, that was irrelevant. In this battle, where life and death were separated by a thin line, the only thing that mattered was the decision you would make to ensure your side's victory. Magic spear, I offer my blood. Pierce this forehead. The blond man's eyes turned red, feeling his sanity plummet and his strength surge. That was the high price he had to pay for activating it. The consequence of using it. That was why it was only used in moments of desperation, and this was one of them. Ein's step slowed as he realized what was about to happen. He recognized the Loki Familia captain's famous magic at first glance. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he wondered if he could withstand it, because if he could, he would have a clear path to kill the boy. However, the boy was already approaching. My name is Alf. May only emptiness rise again. Helfinagas. The spear, as if it were a javelin, shot out of the hobbit's right hand, cutting through the very air and pointing at the hooded figure's feet. Curse. It was too late to react. If the blow had been aimed directly at her body, she could have dodged it. But since it wasn't, her path would be blocked and the shockwave would push her away. Finn's spear descended with overwhelming force, striking the ground with a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield. Instantly, a massive crater formed, sending shockwaves in all directions. Aine had no chance to react. Debris struck her brutally, dragging her with the force of the impact and throwing her several meters backward. Her body rolled across the ground before coming to a stop, covered in dust and gasping for breath. As the cloud of debris began to dissipate and she tried to get back on her feet, her gaze fell upon an image that made her blood run cold. It was Belle, who was standing, surrounded by a pulsating aura and thunder rising in chaos, synonymous with apocalypse. His lips were parting, a prelude to Goliath's imminent fate. He didn't need to hear it to know. He was about to recite the final part of his chant. As shit. She heard his voice again, which made her tremble. And, right after this dialogue. "Ray shipmate. Riveria was the first to act. She raised her staff and, with a firm hand, unleashed her fire magic as her hair spread out, lifted by the hot wind blowing in all directions. The flames roared with intensity, crashing headlong into Goliath's chest, tearing his flesh apart in a blazing explosion that ignited the flames of conflict, turning black from the scorched skin. Brog. The monster roared in pain, its body trying to regenerate, but something was different this time. The power of the attack had far surpassed previous attempts. The charred flesh wasn't restoring itself immediately. Its regeneration had slowed. And then, among the smoking remains of his chest, something was revealed. A purple glow began to emerge from the destroyed flesh. The Goliath's magic stone pulsed with a menacing brilliance, vulnerable for the first time in the battle, just as the plan had foreseen. In an immediate sequence, synchronizing with the throw of the jade-haired mage, the albino leaped to a great height, almost 20 meters, to reach the same height as the purple jewel. His fist remained closed. The last 3 words of his chant hadn't yet been recited, but the sound of thunder already filled the entire floor. This time was different. He couldn't extend his hand and hope the impact would follow a straight, uninterrupted trajectory, so he stretched out his fist, frowning and gritting his teeth to resist the pressure of his fingers that threatened to open his palm. The monster's flesh was beginning to regenerate around the glass. If he didn't hurry, it would be too late. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air. "You can do it." Riveria's shout echoed in the distance. She had fallen to her knees, closing one eye, fighting off exhaustion, and desperately trying to avoid going into Mind Zero. She didn't want to miss that boy's first achievement in the City of Heroes. She wanted to witness his feat. The energy continued to release small bursts, even striking the summoner's face. Time seemed to stand still. Movement slowed. And, in the chaos and destruction, overcoming adversity and dominating the place, 3 words were spoken. Silent, ravenous lightning. The pure, dense, irregularly shaped energy broke free and shot out. What had been silence vanished, replaced by the horrible, noisy chaos that preceded the activation of the magic. A thick blue and white projectile was launched without measure or restriction. The roar of thunder tore through the air as Belle's magic struck with unleashed fury. Electrical discharges spread rapidly through the Goliath's body, concentrating on the magic stone that pulsed in its chest. The surrounding flesh began to char, resisting for a moment before succumbing to the relentless power of the lightning. The jewel, initially undamaged, began to crack. At first, they were just tiny fissures, almost imperceptible, but within seconds they expanded like a fractured network. And then, with a deafening crack, the magic stone gave way. The crack suddenly opened, and the jewel exploded into 1,000 pieces, unleashing an explosion of energy that shook the battlefield, releasing so much energy that the red sky turned blue, simulating the sunrise on the surface. He did it. He really did it. I never doubted him. The first to react was Aario, who jumped up and celebrated enthusiastically. Riveria, on the other hand, still on one knee and leaning on her student staff, simply sighed and smiled, pleased that he had kept his word. "It's incredible." The jade-haired girl whispered, as her heart beat rapidly and the heat in her cheeks returned to overwhelm her. Ideally, they should have considerable strength and an unparalleled spirit. Someone who will never give up on achieving their goals, no matter how dangerous the situation. But even so, they should be aware of their limitations and know how to ask for help. For some strange reason, she remembered what she had said before the battle began, during her conversation with herself about who her ideal man would be, without taking her eyes off the one who was fulfilling all the requirements. The young man's figure remained suspended in the air, illuminated by the enormous light source that surrounded him. It was the silhouette of a hero, which filled her with wonder during the brief glimpse she witnessed before he plunged into complete darkness, falling into Mind Zero, and finally suffering the ravages of his excessive use of magic. The monster's body, now stripped of its source of power, turned into mere vapor, disappearing as if its existence had never been granted. Mirror. Withdraw. They have won this battle. Speaking to a jade-colored sphere, Aine wanted to ask the leader what the next step should be, but instead received a direct order. Taking advantage of the confusion and relief of the others, the masked woman had no choice but to flee, carrying the bodies of Revis and Valletta on her back and then disappearing into the shadows. The young man plummeted into a lake directly below where he had launched himself, making a splash that created a cascade of water. As he sank, far from being worried, he merely smiled, satisfied with his victory. The battle was over. The enemies were defeated and he was able to prove his worth to the world. Mom, Dad, grandparents, I was a hero. He thought, halting his sinking and swimming to the surface, remembering the people for whom his dream had remained intact since he set it for himself. He got out of the water, making his way to the shore and gasping for breath, coughing up water. Mama Alfia, if you saw me, would you be proud or would you scold me for my recklessness? He questioned himself, laughing and earning a rest. Oh. A moan escaped my lips as my eyelids parted. I felt like I was floating on a cloud of extreme softness, comforting to the touch. A soft warm light shone on my face. The glare prevented me from seeing clearly, turning any image into a yellow flash that only increased my confusion. My hands moved across the comforting surface. When my fingertips brushed against it, I could identify the thousands of threads it was made of. There was no doubt, it was a futon. Above me was a warm sheet that kept the heat inside, ignoring the cold outside and allowing me to rest efficiently. How did I get here? I couldn't remember sleeping all night. On the contrary, the heaviness in the bags under my eyes, which were surely darkened, confirmed my lack of sleep. I took my hand out from under the sheet, raising it to my face to partially cover the lower part of my forehead, preventing the sun's rays, or what I assumed were rays, from continuing to blind me. When my head lifted from the pillow, I frowned. A nascent pain in the back of my neck greeted me, partially pulling me out of my sleepwalking state. I lifted my back off the futon, sitting down on it, looking around the place where I was. My eyes, still not adapted to the brightness of the environment, perceived every image of my surroundings as a blurry patch of warm colors and, in certain areas, complete darkness. My mind clicked, recalling what had happened hours before. The fact that I'm here after the battle against Goliath means we won. I'm glad. I muttered, drawing a smile on my lips and letting out a sigh of relief. I cropped myself again, placing my arm on my forehead and lowering my eyelids once more, keeping that happiness within me, enjoying it. Despite having everything against us, we won. I whispered, cheerful, happy. The problems that arose were enormous. The consequences of the catastrophe could have reached unimaginable levels, but they didn't. And it was all thanks to that boy. Mentally, the last thing I saw before fainting returned, like a memory of the person responsible for such a feat, a way of acknowledging the effort that adventurer put in to make everything turn out well. My heart was stirred by the scene. He was rising into the sky, like a bird, bathed in an ethereal, almost majestic light. There wasn't a person in the world who wouldn't be awestruck by it. Slowly, my hand climbed to my chest, closing and resting on where my heartbeats were racing. Who are you? And why do I blush when I remember you? I asked questions. Those questions were lost in the silence of the room, unanswered. I didn't understand it. What I was experiencing felt strange. However, I didn't dislike it. The thrill of witnessing the rise of a hero captivated me. The seconds passed and the initial joy upon waking ceased, leaving only a feeling of unease. What's your name? I couldn't ask you when you saved me. I expressed, feeling genuine curiosity about the identity of the boy who looked too much like a rabbit because of his white hair and red eyes, those red eyes that have been engraved in my memory. I lifted my back off the futon again, ready to stand up. However, the sensation of something rolling across my abdomen and down my back felt strange, making me look down and realize that, indeed, my assumption was correct. My staff. I quickly identified what it was. It was my staff, the one I lost in the lake after falling to Goliath's attack. How come, There's something else here. Before I even questioned how it had returned to me, I noticed a handkerchief tied to the handle. I recognized that piece of cloth instantly as soon as I untied the knot, watching it slowly unravel before falling onto the sheets. This is the handkerchief that boy used to cover my wound. Why was it tied to my staff? I wondered, amazed. I was sure I hadn't taken it off my ankle. As I held it in my hands, I noticed strange blue stains on its surface. Intrigued, I examined it more closely and realized it had something written on it. A message. Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, miss. I just wanted to tell you that I spent several hours searching for your staff among the rubble and in the lake, but I finally found it. I didn't want you to worry about it when you woke up, so I took it upon myself to find it for you. It's my way of thanking you. Without your help, I never would have been able to defeat that monster. Thank you for helping me achieve this. Thanks to you, I'm one step closer to fulfilling my dream of becoming a hero. I read every word carefully, letting myself be enveloped by its meaning. The warmth in his words and the sincerity of his message dispelled any doubt. He had written it. A hero. I repeated, completely impressed by what was written in this informal letter. Before I knew it, I was on my feet. An uncontrollable impulse surged through my chest, urging me to leave the room and run outside. My emotion was so intense that I ignored the destruction that surrounded me, as well as the wounded lying on stretchers, being cared for by doctors. From a distance, I noticed two familiar faces. They were Aki and Raul, who, since they were already here, had returned with the cure for our companion's poisoning. I rushed towards them, surprising them and not giving them time to say my name. I took Aki's hands. Perhaps this made her notice my eagerness, that desperation that arose from the desire to find him. Riveria-sama. What's wrong? Aki. Did you see the boy with white hair and red eyes? The one who defeated Goliath? Do you know where he is? White hair and red eyes? Not that I recall. Alright. I shouted, interrupting her. I didn't understand why my voice was rising or the reason behind these feelings brought on by my desire to find him. As soon as I received the negative response, I let go of her and looked for someone who could give me information about her whereabouts. I repeated the same question and description to several members of my family, as well as to people outside of it, but none of them could resolve my concern. Between despair and growing discouragement. What are you doing out of bed, Riveria? You should be resting. Finn's scolding reached my ears, making me turn around. He was with Gareth, who was combing his beard as usual. Focusing my attention on them, I ran in their direction like a runaway horse, landing in front of them in less than a blink, startling them. Finn, Gareth. Have you seen the boy with white hair and red eyes? The one who defeated Goliath? Do you know where he is? My hands gripped Finn's shirt, lifting him so our faces were level. His feet left the ground, and the look on his face showed complete surprise mixed with fear. What was he afraid of? I simply asked him one question. See, calm down. He's gone. He left several hours ago. Take him down, Riveria. The boy withdrew along with Vyasa when the Ganesha family arrived with D-Saint and several doctors from his family to treat the wounded. He left. I was informed. Gareth placed his hand on my arm, forcing me to lower it so Finn could touch the ground again. My face filled with surprise as well as disappointment upon learning of his departure. My hands went weak and my legs trembled. I looked down, regretting my lateness and for having fallen asleep without thanking him for his kind gesture. Yes, he left. He spent hours searching through the rubble and diving to the bottom of the lake in the center of Riviera to look for your staff. He's a very kind person, I must admit. When I heard Gareth recite what I'd read in the impromptu letter he'd written to me, my cheeks flushed, becoming so hot I thought I had a fever. And if that wasn't enough, my heart started racing again. My heartbeat was out of control, wild and erratic, disrupting my rhythm. I felt a kind of steam rising from my head. I raised my hands to my cheeks and pressed my eyelids against my eyes. I didn't want them to see me like that, so I covered my face to avoid it. Despite that, I could feel their eyes filled with doubt and bewilderment, as if they were trying to delve into my inner self in search of an answer that even I didn't know. Are you feeling okay? Why yes. Don't come any closer. Finn reached out, trying to reach me as he sensed something was wrong. In response, I only confirmed it by replying with an initial stutter and despair, making him back away. It's just that HMPH. Stu. I puffed out my cheeks and crossed my arms, clearly expressing my annoyance. Finn and Gareth exchanged glances, wondering if they were really watching this. He shouldn't have left without at least telling me his name. What kind of hero does that? Without telling you her name? I declared, clearly displeased. Their reaction was immediate, repeating my words. Of course, how am I supposed to thank my hero if I don't know his name? I repeated, staring at them and bowing my head. Your hero? Riveria, are you feeling okay? That's when I realized my mistake and I paled. My words had slipped out unfiltered by mistake, putting me in an embarrassing situation. So your hero? Ugh. Tell us more. They insisted. I wish Goliath had killed me. Chapter 4. Thinking about her. We are at the headquarters. I am Ganesha. Belonging as you can guess from the name to the Ganesha family, the one that welcomed me after my arrival in Aario to become a hero. A week has passed since what happened in the dungeon. The adventure I found myself caught up in on my first day as an adventurer in the city still leaves me with lingering thoughts, unresolved ideas I can't quite put my finger on. Hey, Belle, I'm bored. Oh really? Yes. Excellent. The woman who was complaining and huffing with obvious frustration was Aario, the family's deputy captain. She leaned back on the sofa in our mansion's waiting room and rested her head in my lap, trying to get my attention. I could hear her, but I wasn't listening. For the first 5 minutes, I tried to address her complaints, but they became so repetitive and pointless that I ended up tuning out, switching to auto-response mode. Every shred of respect I had for the blue-haired girl faded as we spent more time together. While I still perceive her as an authority figure, I find it difficult to take her seriously in situations outside of work. HMPH. Be more respectful to your superior. Hi. She whined, puffing out one cheek in a cute pout. I simply patted her forehead to reassure her. Apparently, that was enough because she closed her eyes and remained silent. PRRRR. What are you? A cat. I wondered when it started purring. If I had to describe her in one word, it would be childish. She's the kind of person Mama Alfia wouldn't like. She has a very eccentric personality and doesn't respect personal space. Proof of this is that, as I said before, she's lying on my lap. If I weren't so lost in thought, I would have already gotten nervous and moved her away. Anyway, continuing with my own reflection. In the last few days, after the defeat of Evilus's forces that ravaged Riveria, I haven't been able to get one person out of my mind. My unease has reached such a point that I even think of her in my dreams. It goes without saying that it was that jade-haired elf whom I held in my arms when I rescued her from the Goliath's attack. My skin still remembers the feeling of her soft, damp body. I know it might sound inappropriate for a man to describe a woman that way, but I can't find any other way to express it. The image of her face, dripping wet, and her bright eyes gazing at me when I was on top of her remains vivid in my mind. I also remember the gleam in her jade-colored eyes that I suppose was reflected in mine. I'm ashamed to admit it, but my heart races every time I think of her, and I feel the heat in my cheeks increase when I remember her smile. What's happening to me? I wondered, sighing deeply and rubbing my eyelids with my fingertips. Then, I looked at my arms again and remembered the weight of the so-called 9 hell upon them. I had carried a girl. Women's bodies differ quite a bit from men's. She was light and slender. Although the robe covered most of her body, I could make out certain features just by holding her. I would never dare to speak crudely or perversely about a lady, much less about those beautiful forest fairies. However, she is a beauty worthy of admiration. I shook my head, dismissing the thought, and patted my cheeks to erase my grandfather's influence. Although Grandma Hera and Mama Alfia severely limited what they tried to teach me about women, some encrypted information managed to seep through, remaining within me to this day. If they found out, they'd kill him for teaching me that, and then they'd severely reprimand me for remembering it. I couldn't help but feel afraid of what those two women might do to me. I needed to focus on the present. But my mind was occupied by a simple question. What I feel, is it love? I threw the question deep into my subconscious, listening to its echo bounce off the imaginary walls of my mind. You should know that's how our days are in our family. We can be very busy and full of adventures. Or we can do absolutely nothing. Learn it and get used to it, rookie. Understood and noted. I kept playing along, responding immediately to his attempts at teaching. Then I went back to what I was doing. I don't know what love is. I've never considered the idea of falling in love with someone, so it's difficult for me to know if I've ever been affected by that feeling. Although I must admit you're a jinx. It's only been a week since you arrived, and so much has happened. First, Evilus's attack on Riveria. Then the explosion at the Magic Stone Refinery, and… Really? I see. Artie kept talking, swinging her legs up and down like a little girl. She was recounting all the adventures we'd been through, but like I said, I'm not in the right frame of mind for that. My mind is still focused on that beautiful fairy with jade-colored hair. Wait, that sounds like something a person in love would say. I'm not in love. Not at all. It's normal to admire and appreciate the beauty of a woman like her, that's all. However, why does my heart race every time I think of her? Is it a heart arrhythmia or worse? I raised my hands to my face, shaking it from side to side in obvious frustration. I didn't need a mirror to notice my blush. The stifling heat and burning sensation on my skin confirmed it. What is this? Why am I? My gaze trembled as I looked down at my now empty lap. I placed my hands on my knees and closed my eyes tightly, trying to calm myself. Why does her face glow every time I imagine her? Oh. Stop, ignore me. Before I could voice the doubt that was gnawing at me, Artie placed her hands on either side of my face and forced me to turn my head toward where she was kneeling on the sofa. I could hear my vertebrae crack from the abrupt movement, so I let out a groan. This hurts, Artie. You're hurting me. Your indifference doesn't just hurt me, it kills me inside. What kind of man would be so distracted in front of a young and beautiful lady? I don't understand what your problem is. Don't you understand? She let go of me, seething with fury. I felt imaginary steam rising from the back of her neck as she frowned deeply. She was truly angry, and I had no idea why. For the past few minutes, you've been acting like a brick wall, just saying yeah, I see. It's frustrating. I'm including you in the conversation because I'm the closest to your age, and I'm worried you won't fit in with the family. But you're ignoring my kindness. Apologize to the extroverts who are trying so hard to include the introverts. Sorry. Apologize to the extroverts. I'm sorry, extroverts of the world. Forgive me for scorning your infinite kindness. That's what I like to hear. This girl is terrifying when she's angry. In cases like these, it's best to lower your head and give in to her demands. I also have to admit that she's right. I've been ignoring her because I've been lost in my own thoughts. It's not nice of me to brush aside the girl who has sacrificed her time to instruct me on what it means to be the Aario police officer. Artie sighed heavily, crossed her arms, and sat down calmly in the armchair. Then she patted me gently on the back, letting me know her anger had subsided. What's bothering you, Belle? I know it's hard coming to a new city and meeting new people after being surrounded by the same ones for years. But for some reason, I feel like what's troubling you is unrelated to that. Trust me and tell me about it. I listen as your second in command. Sheep. Despite its childlike nature, it sometimes lives up to the position it holds. The brilliance it exudes when it adopts that serene and mature tone inspires genuine confidence. However, it was impossible to admit that what's distracting me is a woman. Knowing her, she'll misinterpret it or insist until she gets every last detail out of me. It's best I keep it to myself. A love conversation with Artie would be exhausting. Then nothing, Artie. Relax. Come on, tell me. My intuition never fails. I'm serious. It's okay. Ooh. You're trying to hide it. Now I'm even more curious. Hide it? Why, you're wrong. With each answer I gave, she moved closer and her gaze fixed on the side of my face made me nervous. I avoided eye contact because I have very expressive eyes that would give me away. The more I tried to back away, the faster she closed the distance until she was practically pinning me against the armrest. Tell me. What could it be? I'm dying to know. It's really okay, Artie. Please, don't insist anymore. Her eyes shone brightly, like the full moon at night. I shrank back, raising my shoulders as I yielded to the imposing figure of the blue-haired girl. The pressure she could exert on someone so weak was terrifying. If you don't tell me, I'll have to draw my own conclusions. For some strange reason, that sounded worse than admitting the truth. Let's see. Artie said, standing up and positioning himself in front of me. He held his chin and sharpened his gaze, analyzing me from head to toe, as if I were a criminal hiding what he had stolen. I swallowed hard, feeling naked before his judgment. Instinctively, I covered myself with my hands. When that arrogant and knowing smile appeared on his lips, I knew that what was to come would lead to a series of shouts and misunderstandings. Could it be? No, it's not what you think. Have you fallen in love? Forget it. Yes, it's what you're imagining. I wanted to deny the idea that was beginning to form in his mind. But when he mentioned the word in love, I knew it would be useless. He could read me like an open book. I gripped the seat, sinking against the back of the armchair. I felt tiny, like a mouse in front of a cat. I closed my eyes, dreading hearing from her lips the name of the elf who steals my breath away. From your beautiful sub-captain. That. When she finished her question, any trace of fear vanished, replaced by utter disbelief. My body relaxed, and I watched her intently. She cupped her cheeks, writhing with emotion, believing her own fantasy. Oh. I told you not to fall in love with me. I didn't do it. You're at least 5 years away from me considering you a man. I know I'm a beautiful and quite popular girl, but you need to understand your place. Obviously you are, but it's not what you think. I don't blame you. I've been glued to you, and it's impossible that those feelings didn't arise. I have to admit, I also find you cute. But it's not possible. We're a lieutenant and an adventurer. That relationship will never work. It's not like I was looking for her in the first place. Oh, what am I going to do with you now? It'll be awkward going on missions with you. You're not listening to me. Artie was lost in her thoughts, inventing a story far removed from reality. I tried to reason with her through direct and firm responses, but none of my words reached her. I suppose it's karma at work, making her pay for the minutes of indifference I put her through. I stood up. She had her back to me, shaking. I moved a few inches forward to pull her out of her reverie. When I touched her shoulder. Are you planning to take me here? In front of everyone? That's wrong, Belle. There are a series of steps to follow to win a lady's heart. Sheep. 5 years. If in 5 years you're still in love with me, I'm willing to. I'm not in love with you. I grabbed her shoulders, raised my voice, and interrupted her mid-proposal. That was enough to bring her down a peg. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, exhaling heavily. Dealing with this girl is quite a challenge. Ha. She made that sound. She sounded offended. Something told me that, instead of extinguishing the fire of love, I had ignited the fire of conflict. What do you mean you're not in love with me? What's wrong with you? Am I not enough for you? Stop shouting. They're watching us. I don't care if they see us. It's not that you're not enough for me. So? Why are you denying that you've fallen in love with me? Because I'm not. I felt the eyes of the visitors and the rest of the family on us. I was embarrassed by Artie's nonchalant attitude. She didn't seem to care about the bad reputation this argument could bring us. Rumors are dangerous and I don't want to be part of them. So I tried, earnestly, to reassure her, but my attempts were futile. Besides, shouldn't it be a relief that I don't fall in love with you? That way it won't be so strange going on missions and… It's not about the awkwardness of being together. A woman enjoys knowing that people like her more than she's embarrassed to be by their side. You were willing to reject me. What does it matter that I don't feel anything for you if you were going to refuse anyway? This discussion was proving unproductive. I was catching my sub-captain's agitated mood to the point where I was starting to raise my voice just like her. I don't buy that story. You're probably hiding your love for me now that you know it would never work. Typical of a kid who doesn't know how to handle rejection. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not in love with you. The liar's word is worthless. I'm not lying. Liar. I'm telling the truth. Yes, yes. He started calling me a liar and giving me the runaround. A vein throbbed in my forehead until I lost control. I'm not in love with you because the woman I think I'm in love with is Riveria Sama. I haven't stopped thinking about her since what happened in Riviera MMM. I screamed vehemently, covering my mouth with both hands when reason returned to me, just as that shameful confession ended. The room fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the pressure of everyone's stares intensified. However, none of that compared to the blank expression and pale face of my lieutenant, who looked at me as if the world had collapsed before her. It was as if all the energy that gave her life had vanished in an instant. Our Riveria Sama. He murmured, backing away with trembling steps, staggering. Why yes. There was no other option left but to confirm it. She fell to her knees, then her hand stopped her face from hitting the ground. Her short hair fell in disarray over her face, like dangling threads. Are you feeling okay? What? An old lady snatched the fruit I was planning to devour. You thief cat. The cat burglar? Hey. Wait. His words seemed confusing to me. However, when I questioned him about them, he quickly stood up. Once in front of me, he abruptly sat up, grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and effortlessly lifted me off the ground. What's wrong with you, Artie? You're that kind of man. What are you talking about? His gloomy demeanor, coupled with his lack of eye contact, terrified me. The chill that ran down my spine intensified every negative emotion that arose in the situation, from the fear of dying to resignation. Are you a dirty? Disgusting. Where did that come from? Belle fetishist. The adjective she chose to describe me so rudely left me speechless. I analyzed what I'd heard for a second, trying to formulate arguments against that statement. But it was impossible. Next question, please. You admit it. I didn't say anything. Silence implies consent. I was released. My feet touched the ground again, and I could breathe properly, no longer feeling the suffocating pressure of Artie's breasts against my abdomen, accompanied by that terrifying, empty, colorless stare she directed at me. Not even the evilest members we fought in recent days had been subjected to such unbridled rage. Don't get your hopes up too high, kid. That woman is way out of your league. My league? Yes. In case you haven't noticed, the Sama after her name isn't just for show. She's a much-loved and renowned princess among the elven race. The princess. Yes. She is considered a rebel princess because she ran away from her kingdom, the royal forest of Alf, several years ago to escape responsibilities and become an adventurer. And if that weren't enough, she's a renowned and highly acclaimed adventurer. She's one of the few level 6 mages alive today. Several royal elves have tried to win her over, only to be coldly rebuffed by the one who goes by the name Nine Hell. It's hilarious. Her coldness could freeze the 9 hells. Royalty. You see. It's all bad news for you, my young rookie. You proved your worth by defeating the irregular Goliath, but you still have a long way to go if you hope to win her affection. Besides, there's no guarantee she'll even be interested in you. Many rumors swirl around her. No one believes that at her age, no man has ever captured her heart. Those 99 years will start to take their toll sooner or later. Artie, please stop talking about Riveria Sama like that. She's not to blame for how I feel. Besides, it's not right for you to make things up to tarnish her image. I abruptly stopped her long, discouraging speech, which would have extinguished the emotions of anyone who even remotely cared about Nine Hell, by taking her hand. For some reason, I was bothered by the dismissive, almost rude way Artie was speaking to her. But I haven't lied about anything. Really? It doesn't sound believable that she's 99 years old. She looks beautiful, radiant, and young. Belle, don't you know how age works in elves? Remember. Elves are a long-lived race. Upon reaching a certain age, their aging slows, and they retain the same appearance for decades, even centuries. Riveria Sama, being of the royal family, has pure blood, which grants her even greater longevity. And, possessing Falna, this effect is further enhanced. Did you really forget? I remained silent. Indeed, my grandfather had mentioned that the appearance of elves does not match their actual age, explaining that the years pass differently for them compared to humans. I practically admitted that I fell in love with Riveria Sama. With that in mind, wouldn't Mama Alfia kill me for having feelings for a woman older than her? She might consider her a cradle robber or something. Although, to be fair, she'd kill me if I fell in love in general, regardless of race, age, or size. I still remember her, along with Granny Hera, warning me not to get too close to women during my time in Aario. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled my family's threat. It wasn't just empty words or an inappropriate joke. Those two women never joke. I swallowed hard, sweating profusely. If I'm right and I really did have my destined encounter in the dungeon, I'll be a dead man if Grandma and Mom find out. I pressed my fist to my chest, pressed by the irregular, rapid beating of my heart. My lips trembled, thinking of what Aario had said. It saddened me to know that my chances of being reciprocated were nil. But I couldn't rush things. First, I wanted to make sure that he was truly in love. Sheep. Yeah? How can I know if what I feel for her is real love? Where did you get those black glasses? I always carry them with me in case I have to act like a bad cop. Yes, this girl really is strange. I doubt her point of view will be of any use to me, so I'll turn around. Hey. Detective Varma will check if you're in love. Don't run away, criminal. You have nothing better to do you? Absolutely not. That's what I was complaining about while lying in your lap. He took off his glasses, sighing heavily, adopting the upright and serious attitude he displays when the situation warrants it. It's not that I'm eager to put others' lives and my own at risk. The lack of work means that people are going through a brief period of peace where the problems aren't serious enough to warrant our presence. Remember, the peace of mind of the citizens of Aario is the Ganesha family's priority. Yes, I understand. I'm glad you're empathetic enough to understand. Many people prioritize their own well-being over that of others. While that's not a wrong approach, those kinds of people aren't useful here. I know I told you this repeatedly after you defeated the Goliath, but thank you so much for participating in the subjugation missions against evil settlements. Without you, the damage would have been much greater. I scratched the back of my neck, somewhat embarrassed by the tenderness and affection with which my sub-captain was treating me. She gently stroked my hair in a kind gesture that showed genuine gratitude. The attack on the Magic Stone Refinery and the attack on the free market southeast of the city were difficult to contain. At times I thought I would die, but it was a relief to encounter weak opponents, nothing like the 3 women we faced in Riveria. Yes. Most of the evilest members are level 3 or lower, except for them. I suppose that, given the absence of the Loki familia and their recent defeat, they're hesitant to attack. That's good. Yeah. We remained silent for a few moments, sharing a contented smile and a sigh of relief, enjoying the brief atmosphere of calm that our conversation about work had created. However. Hey. Don't change the subject. Tell me the details of your love story. Was it love at first sight? Detective Varma will determine. She put her black glasses back on and her outrageous personality returned. Love at first sight. That happens in fairy tales. But. I lowered my head, remembering the moment I shared with Riveria, that one after leaving the depths of the water, saving her from the imminent attack of the jet black monster. That moment when the whole world ceased to matter and I could only admire the beauty that lay beneath me. Perhaps I'm living in a similar fantasy. I muttered, taking a seat. I couldn't escape his insistence. Flashback. My breathing was ragged. I could see my chest rising and falling irregularly. I was exhausted. The fatigue was taking its toll on every part of my body, which felt like it was burning with flames. My head was spinning, and my vision was starting to blur after the powerful burst of energy that shot out of my palm. Where was I? Simple, lying on the floor after delivering the final blow to the monster that had caused us so much trouble. The battle had been fierce. The myriad emotions that arose from that conflict remained fresh in my mind. The excitement I felt and the rapid pace of my heart still wreaked havoc in my chest, filling me with a certain eagerness tinged with joy. I had done it. With the help of the Loki and Aario family members, I was able to put an end to that beast. The happiness that flooded my being was unlike anything I had ever felt before. I did it. I said, still not believing it. Even though the pieces of the jet black monster's body were scattered in multiple directions, giving off a smell of burnt flesh that would make anyone unfortunate enough to breathe at vomit, my state of euphoria prevented me from reasoning. I wanted to stay lying on the ground, resting on the soft, damp grass that cushioned my head, providing a makeshift bed to sleep on. Mind Zero didn't appear, thankfully. Had it done so, I risked drowning after falling into the lake. That same lake where I rescued 9 Hell. It seems Mama Alfia's training paid off. I was able to withstand prolonged use of my magic. I expressed, acknowledging the responsibility my mother had to prevent that state of mental rest. I sat up slowly, calming my breathing and heartbeat, entering an unusual state of relaxation after the intense experience. I gazed at the crystal clear water for a moment, recalling what had happened just then. I wasn't just a hero to those in danger in the safe zone. No, I was also able to rescue the beautiful elf who was calling for help. Or at least, that's how it seemed to me when I saw her fall to the bottom of the lake. I stood up with difficulty. My knees creaked just like my grandfather's. The wear and tear was obvious. As I straightened up, a sharp headache made it hard to keep my balance. I have to go back to the others. I muttered, turning around and walking as fast as my legs would carry me. With each step, my desire to reunite with the others grew. While I was worried about Artie, since she was the only one I had a close relationship with, I also wanted to make sure that Riveria-sama was safe. That desire propelled me forward. I demanded that my muscles maintain a pace greater than they were willing to maintain. I advanced without stopping, ignoring the destruction around me, occasionally stumbling on the uneven ground, my steps unsteady. Gradually, I began to hear the voices of the others. I exhaled deeply, relieved by the absence of crying and wailing. As soon as I peeked out from between the trees, a blue blur hurtled towards me at full speed, and before I knew it. That was incredible, Belle. You're amazing. You managed to defeat him in one hit like a true hero. I'm so proud of you. Artie wrapped me in a hug, showering me with compliments while rubbing his cheek against mine. Wait. I can't breathe. You're pressing too hard. You're exaggerating. If you survived the fall, this is nothing. I can hear my ribs cracking, they're about to break. My muffled screams were ignored by the saccharine and inconsiderate deputy captain of the Ganesha family, my new family. When he noticed my skin turning purple, he let go of me, allowing me to breathe again. I'm glad that no one was hurt. I said between breaths, smiling at them. Seeing them with a few injuries, but nothing serious, was a pleasure. Of course, after the brief commotion, the Loki familia's attention turned to us. They approached us one by one. Well done, lad. Your strength is incredible. When Vyasa sent you to rescue our companion, I thought he'd finally lost his mind. What does that mean, Algrim? Artie's gaze narrowed at the dwarf's words. Yes, I too thought she'd gone mad, entrusting such an important task to a novice like me. Now that I've seen what you're capable of, I'm glad you were the one to do that job. Keep it up, kid. Thank you so much. Oh. I received a slap on the back from Elgrim. His strength was absurd. He pushed me forward almost effortlessly. You're amazing, Argonaut-kun. Argonaut-kun? Yes. When you jumped with your body enveloped in electricity, I remembered the attack the Argonaut used with the magic thunder sword to defeat the Minotaur. You were identical to him. Really? You know the story. Do I know her? She's my favorite. Mine too. You're the first person my age who's told me they like it. Tell me, what's your favorite part? Fina's rescue or? Of course, the battle against the Minotaur to rescue Princess Ariadne. Oh. As I drew closer to the young Amazon, who was also passionate about tales of heroes, feeling a unique connection, another girl interrupted, pushing her aside and bringing her face too close to mine, forcing me to take a few steps back. She had enormous bright golden eyes, just like her hair. While she wasn't overly expressive, those eyes spoke volumes. She was excited, ecstatic. Even though she remained silent, she had 1,001 things she wanted to say, but she was unable to express even a single one. How are you so strong and you look exactly like Albert Waldstein? Me too. Gathering her courage, she asked that question. Then she compared me to another of the heroes she admired. Her speech was slow and halting, as if she were searching for the right words to best express her idea. However, like Artie, she doesn't know about personal space, so I wasn't able to answer her because of the nervousness caused by having her so close. Don't bother him anymore, Ace. He's tired too. You can talk another time. Saving me from the awkward situation, appeared that blonde-haired hobbit who, apparently, was the captain of the Loki family. The Sword Princess, a nickname I remember hearing from Artie, separated from me, apologizing with a brief bow before making way for the brave one, who looked in worse condition than the rest. I'm sorry we met under these circumstances and that I have to show up in such a precarious state. Despite that, I want to thank you for being tonight's hero. I, Finn Damon, am indebted to you, kid. I'd call you a rookie, but after what we've seen, that nickname would be an insult to your abilities. In a way, I'm a rookie, since it's my first day in Aario. Besides, don't worry about the debt. I did what I had to do when it was required. There's no greater relief for an aspiring hero than the well-being of those who depended on him. Finn gave a somewhat weary smile, reflecting both pride and admiration. That's such an important figure, the captain of the second most powerful family in the city, would acknowledge my worth only strengthened my resolve. Asa, I'll be waiting to see if your partner lives up to your expectations. Now I also long to witness the rise of a new hero. I told you so. This kid has great potential. In a few months he'll be a renowned adventurer. He declared, addressing the blue-haired girl, who responded euphorically and patted me on the shoulder. The expectations of people who had just met me were another heavy burden on my shoulders. However, I was willing to bear them in order to achieve my long-awaited dream. Haha. If the captain considers you a good prospect, then you'd better not disappoint him. Give it your all. That's what I'll do, Miss He. The next one to approach was another Amazon, giving me a thumbs up. She was similar to the previous one only with two rather marked differences. For some reason, my eyes instinctively drifted down to his chest. That pair of well-formed spheres were prominent, hard to ignore, but before I could process what I was doing, a sharp blow landed on my head. You're still too young to be thinking about such things. Besides, I'm already after a man. He snapped irritably, crossing his arms and glancing sideways at Finn as he said that last part. I am sorry. It's just that I spent my whole life with my mother and grandmother, so I don't know where to look when I talk to women. I swear I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I rubbed my head, feeling the sting of the impact, and quickly bowed my head apologetically. Being singled out as a pervert on my first day was exactly what I wanted to avoid. However, after a brief silence, in which I felt watched, the indignant voices of 3 women resounded in unison. Pervert. The first Amazon shouted, pointing at me with her index finger and covering her chest with her free hand. The new guy is a pervert. The sword princess added, in her calm tone, but with an expression that made me feel even more embarrassed. You're definitely a pervert, just like your filthy grandfather. The high regard I had for you has diminished. You don't compare me to my grandfather. Artie joined in, hands on her hips, in a vase pose, ignoring my reply while repeatedly denying it. My face burned with embarrassment as I backed away. It wasn't my intention. But their mocking, judgmental stares made me want to disappear right then and there. As I tried to regain my composure, I felt Finn approach and whisper in my ear in an amused tone. Hey, if you like Tyan, I'll give it to you. It'd take a weight off my shoulders. I heard you, Captain. You won't get away from me. Before I could process those words, a shout of indignation erupted beside me. It was Tyan, who vehemently exclaimed the threat, making the hobbit tremble, before throwing herself upon him and embracing him tightly. Wait, Tyan. I'll impregnate him with my body so he remembers that I am his. Finn tried to complain, but his voice was muffled. He disappeared into her arms, his face pressed against her chest, which was consuming him like slime. I watched the scene, feeling somewhat uneasy. I tried to avoid paying too much attention because it might annoy the 3 girls behind me, but deep down I remembered my grandfather's words. Way number 7, a hero should die. Drowned between a pair of enormous breasts. I repeated to myself, yes, my grandfather's influence was greater than I realized. It's my grandmother's and mother's fault for not preventing it. Interrupting my train of thought, the dwarf, who was watching the scene with a suppressed laugh, slapped me on the shoulder. Just ignore that, kid. By the way, thanks for the help. I'm indebted to you for saving such a dear friend. My dear friend? Yes. Riveria is an old friend, and you have no idea how grateful I am for you saving her. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. Elgrim said, his expression serious. His words sounded like an oath written in stone. The promise to compensate me was real. However, I quickly shook my head in denial. There's nothing to thank me for. I did it because it was the right thing to do. A hero doesn't seek rewards. As I told Finn Sama, it's enough for me to know that I saved her. He looked at me for a moment before smiling and nodding approvingly. But when he mentioned the name Nine Hell, something clicked in my head and I looked up urgently. Is Riveria Sama alright? Where is she? I asked him urgently, feeling a knot in my stomach. Because of the way Artie and the others had welcomed me, I'd completely forgotten about the girl I'd held in my arms not long ago, almost dying. Alicia and Lafia took her to rest. Don't worry, she's fine. Artie was the one who answered, crossing his arms with an amused smile, unconcerned. Upon receiving the reply, I let out a sigh of relief, feeling the tension dissipate. Again, thinking about her made my heart race. I was able to save her. I whispered happily. But I barely had time to relax when my second-in-command playfully nudged me in the ribs. Oh. Why are you doing that? I don't know. I felt the need to hit you. Also, I wanted to tell you that she saw your whole show. She was amazed by your incredible strength. My body tensed instantly. I felt heat rise to my cheeks and looked away, trying to avoid any obvious reaction. Oh really? Yes. I never imagined that the strongest mage in Aario could get excited like a teenager. I couldn't find a suitable answer, so I simply remained silent, managing an irregular smile that reflected how happy I felt. Yes. I'll just hit them with my staff, and where is my staff? The words of the high elf echoed in my head, curbing my joy, like an alarm triggered by an emergency. Riveria Ljos staff. I muttered, turning back to where the lake I had returned from was located, the one where the jade-haired woman assumed she had lost her weapon. It must have fallen into the lake. I nodded, setting myself a new mission. Please excuse me. I have something to do. I'll be back soon. Huh? Wait. I declared, turning away. The others stared at me in surprise, but I didn't wait for a response and quickly walked away. My physical condition had recovered and I was able to run without incident. Before Aario could follow me, Finn stopped her by grabbing her wrist. I need to talk to you, Vyasa. With me? She pointed to herself, and at that moment, Gareth intervened, crossing his arms. If you have the opportunity, please pass on a message to the Ganesha family about what happened here with Evilis. Because of this, we'll have to postpone the mission for another day to recover our strength. I left them behind, my mind and heart guiding me toward the pond where I had saved Riveria. I walked slowly, feeling the echo of each step in the destruction that surrounded us. And yet, my eyes didn't see the rubble, but the memories etched into this place. I reached the shore and stopped, watching the water that now swayed calmly, as if nothing had happened. But I remembered. I remembered how I found her. Her body submerged in the water, wounded and vulnerable. How I held her in my arms, her hair scattered like a green halo around her face. And, above all, I remembered the moment our eyes met. That moment was unlike any other. There was something in her eyes, something that pierced me like a spear, something I still couldn't fully understand. A connection of feeling that, for a second, made me forget the fear, the battle, and everything around us. I shook my head and patted my face, trying to dissipate the heat that rose to my cheeks. That's strange. I murmured, feeling that strange weight in my chest, that unusual heartbeat that I still didn't quite understand. At this moment I'm not in a position to prioritize matters related to love or that sort of thing. When I fulfill the promise I made to my mother, I'll consider it. What I said to Aario when we talked about love in the streets of Aario kept repeating in my subconscious. I didn't know why, but I no longer felt sure about it. Did I fall in love with Nine Hell? Was it my fateful encounter in the dungeon? It seemed absurd to me. Such things never crossed my mind, and it would be foolish to claim otherwise. However, I started thinking, and a question arose. If I fell in love with a woman, what would my ideal type be? I sat on the edge of the lake, picked up a stone, and threw it into the water. I watched it bounce a couple of times before sinking, leaving small ripples on the surface. I sighed and rested my elbows on my knees. I threw it with a distracted movement, watching it break the calm of the water before disappearing. I suppose someone strong. But not just physically. I mean, someone who won't be easily knocked down, who has that presence that makes everyone around them feel safe. I lay back on the grass, clasping my hands behind my head as I gazed at the orange-tinged sky. But also someone wise. Not just intelligent, but with the kind of knowledge that makes you feel small in comparison, as if she'd seen more than you could possibly imagine. Someone who always has something to teach you, even with just a glance. I raised one hand, as if trying to catch a cloud, and then let it fall onto my chest. Although if she were too serious all the time, I think she'd end up intimidating me a little. I'd like her to have a kind side, even if she doesn't show it easily, so you have to earn the right and pleasure of getting to know that side of her through effort. Someone who, even if she doesn't say it out loud, cares about others, who, somehow, is always there when I need her, and is willing to give everything for those she loves. My heart rate increased. The mental image that appeared when describing my ideal was taking shape. Age wouldn't be a problem. Maybe someone older than me. My grandmother Hera always said that you should never judge a woman by such a trivial factor. But I'm sure that, whoever it is, I'd scare her away. I sat up, hugging my knees and looking at my reflection in the water. The ripples distorted my face. I noticed my ears looked slightly longer. And if I were, I don't know, an elf. I laughed to myself and shook my head. Ever since I was a child, I've always admired the elves in the stories I read. They were always described as noble, majestic, almost untouchable. As if they were beings from another world, unattainable. But what if I could ever get close to one? Really get to know one? It would be like a dream come true. I ran a hand through my hair, combing it and laughing at myself. I think I'm being too specific, aren't I? As if that person already exists and I'm just trying to put it into words. I sighed and threw another stone into the lake, watching the ripples slowly dissipate on the surface. Anyway, it's just an idea. It's not like I'm going to find someone like that easily, or am I? I expressed a feeling of discomfort and insecurity. Although Riveria Ljos seemed to fulfill every one of those traits. However, I don't know her well enough to be sure. I finished, gazing at the vastness of the pond. Its tranquil waters reflected the glass ceiling, making it seem even larger than it actually was. I sighed, crossing my arms. She lost it here. But this place is too big. It'll take me a while to find it. Even so, I rolled up my sleeves and waded in until the water reached below my knees. I couldn't leave it like that. Not after everything that had happened. Riveria would need it when she woke up and I didn't want to cause her any more trouble than necessary. I smiled to myself, imagining her expression if she saw me doing this. She'd probably sigh and say it wasn't necessary, that I shouldn't put so much effort into trivial things. But even so, I want to do it. I finished by plunging into the water like a professional diver. I cut through the water by clasping my palms together above my head, breaking the surface tension and allowing easy entry into the depths. I shook my legs, pushing my body down. I moved my hands in a swaying motion, like the oars of a ship. I stretched out my fingers, trying to reach the bottom. As I descended, the temperature dropped. My body lost heat, adapting to the cold in the abyss. This was accompanied by the absence of external noise, due to the large amount of water above me. This time, I could take all the time I needed. There was no damsel in distress to rush to and despair over. Nor were there any air bubbles rising as I descended, indicating the emptying of my lungs. Everything was peaceful. The darkness and stillness allowed me to think clearly. However, a soft voice calling for help broke the silence. "Help, please help me, whoever it is, I don't want to die." My skin prickled. I opened my eyes even though I could only see my nose. That request resembled what I thought I heard while trying to catch up with Riveria. Words that were never spoken. Words that only echoed in my head as an extra push to give my all and hold his hand. I don't want to die without having known what is. The message seemed encrypted. The movement in the water seemed to carry a message never uttered, but certainly thought. Perhaps he was simply dwelling too much on the wrong story, dialogues from a tale that weren't included in the final work, remaining only as the author's thoughts. But it felt so real that I increased my swimming speed until I reached the bottom. I was eager to find that staff. Even though it was just an artifact belonging to someone I had just met, I wanted to do my best and make a good impression. I smiled. I still had enough air inside me to explore the area without difficulty. My cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's. I advanced across the terrain, crawling and digging through the sand. I dug small furrows in case the staff was buried there. However, there was no trace of any object resembling a metal staff. Although I couldn't quite make out its shape, I guessed it was similar to that of the orange-haired elf who looked at me strangely, as if she wanted to kill me. When I finally explored the corners of the first section of the lake and concluded that it was not there, I heeded the call of my lungs, which were asking for oxygen. I swam back to the surface, this time faster, to take a breath of air and return to the depths. Once I had done this, I swam a few meters further and submerged. Again I felt the ground and pushed aside the muddy sand that sank my knees and got stuck in my fingers, without success. I repeated it several times. I only surfaced to breathe, move away from the shore, and search. But each attempt resulted in utter failure. I lost count of each ascent and descent, as well as the time I had spent on this task. Without realizing it, I was already in the middle of the lake, far from the surface. I decided to swim horizontally to the nearest shore. Perhaps, due to the current, the staff had been swept away and embedded in the rock. Great was my disappointment when my theory proved wrong, forcing me to return to the surface to breathe. However, something was different as soon as my head surfaced, emerging from the water like a crocodile. And then. Ha! Aye. Phew. Out of nowhere, a straight punch, charged with incredible force, hit me in the face, throwing my body several meters backward, while the water pounded against my back in an attempt to slow the powerful momentum. I felt the blood trickle down my nose, while the taste of iron filled my mouth. When the disorientation from the blow subsided, I recognized the one responsible for the attack, or rather, the woman responsible. What's wrong with you, Aario? It's me, Belle. Sorry. It's your fault for appearing out of nowhere. I thought you were a swamp monster. But this isn't a swamp. I already told you I'm sorry. It was indeed my family's second in command who kept bowing an apology while I could still feel blood trickling from my nostrils. That girl is a walking menace. I shook my head and swam over to where she was. She crouched down to be at my level. She pressed her thighs together to cover her skirt so I couldn't see her underwear. It's not necessary, Aario. I'm not that kind of man. Why are you swimming? I know we called you a pervert, but I assure you that bathing won't remove that stain from your reputation. You're making me angry, Aario. The blood rushed to my head. I could feel the veins in my forehead bulging. We've only known each other for a couple of hours and I can't stand her anymore. Maybe it's something I learned from my mother. Foo. Just kidding. Tell me, what are you looking for in this lake? How do you know I'm looking for something? Because this place was close to Nine Hell's position when you rescued her. So, I suppose some of your interest fell here. You're incredibly perceptive. It is my duty. As an authority in Aario, I must be prepared to anticipate the malevolent intentions of wrongdoers and prevent them from being carried out. It's terrifying how volatile my opinion of her can be. Sometimes she shines as a figure of light and hope, at other times she's foolish and innocent. I've come to find Nine Hell's staff. When we were fleeing from Goliath, he said he lost it here. I want to find it before he wakes up to spare him the trouble. Her eyes widened in surprise. Even though he was telling her the truth, even if she didn't know it, there were ulterior motives behind the search. But no matter how much I look, I can't find it. I could use an extra pair of hands. Minimi rotundamente. As soon as I tried to ask for his help, he interrupted me, rejecting it immediately, without even allowing me to finish. He stood with his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest, sporting that arrogant smile that seems to be the most common on his face. You set that goal for yourself. It's your duty as a man and a hero to achieve it without anyone else's help. That will reflect your courage and build your character. Best of luck, Belle. She commented while giving me a thumbs up and a wink in approval. However, just as I'm an open book, she wasn't very good at hiding it either. It's just an excuse not to get wet, right? Exactly. I don't want to go up to the dungeon with my clothes soaking wet. This girl is incredible. She admitted it with such certainty that she seemed to have completely forgotten the emotional speech she had given me seconds before. I inhaled deeply and submerged myself once more in the cold water. My hand slid through the mud and debris, groping blindly for any sign of the beautiful elf staff. I surfaced to breathe, pushing my wet hair away from my face. Did you find it? No. Artie, sitting by the lake while she waited for me to finish my search, asked me the question. I shook my head and sighed in frustration. I dove back under, feeling the bottom as I swept aside scraps of torn cloth and bone fragments from the Goliath. Nothing. I returned to the surface. Did you find it? Not yet. I answered, shaking my head. She was still in the same position, hugging her knees and tilting her face, looking at me with that expression of hers. Playful, mocking as if she enjoyed my frustration. It was awkward. I've never liked being silently watched. But at least it made sure I wasn't wasting my time. I went back down, clearing away more rubble. I saw something metallic and smiled with joy, thinking I'd found the staff, but I was greatly disappointed to find it was a shattered piece of armor. I went back outside. Did you find it now? If you keep asking, it's going to take a while for it to appear. Or maybe it works like a summoning spell and you find it on the next try. They are superstitions. Artie seemed to enjoy my constant failures. It wasn't pleasant to fail so often, but her expression kept me from getting upset. In her own way, she could be pleasant company. I rolled my eyes and dove under once more, ignoring the burning in my lungs. And then I saw it. A faint glow through the mud, like a lighthouse in the darkness. My heart raced. I carefully moved the remains aside, gripped it tightly, and surfaced, holding it up like a trophy. I found it. Wow, it seems to have worked. He commented with a mocking smile as he stood up and approached the shore to observe it. Riveria's staff was a pristine silver, with an elegant and understated design. Subtle engravings, like intertwined roots, ran along its surface. At the tip, a blue gem stood out, framed by delicate metal ornaments that held it firmly in place. Despite having been submerged, it remained intact, as if nothing in this world could harm it. To be honest, if I were a mage and had to choose a weapon, it would definitely be this one. The design was striking. Come on. It's time to leave. If we don't hurry, we'll arrive at nightfall. Artie extended her hand, wanting to help me out. I accepted her kindness. Although I wanted to joke with her. Phew. I pulled hard on her arm, destabilizing her and dragging her into the water, letting out a soft whimper. What's wrong with you? I told you I didn't want to get wet. That's disrespectful to your superior, kid. Ah ha ha. Don't make fun of me. She complained vehemently. Her cheeks flushed red with fury. The ever-smiling Vyasa had finally succumbed. With the staff in hand and water dripping from our clothes, Artie and I returned to the Loki family camp. As we arrived, several pairs of eyes turned to us. Some frowned. Others looked at us curiously. But Finn, with his arms crossed and one eyebrow raised, was the first to speak. What happened to them? Artie and I glanced at each other briefly before answering in unison. It's a long story. Oh okay. Finn seemed uncomfortable, avoiding any inquiry into what that entailed. At that moment, taking advantage of having him in front of me, I extended the staff towards him, making my request. Excuse me, Finn-sama. Would it be possible for you to deliver this to Riveria-sama? She mentioned that she lost it and I went to look for it to save her the trouble. He raised his eyebrows, extending his hands to receive it. Perhaps he hadn't expected that level of kindness from me. Sure. Are you sure? You could go to his tent yourself and give it to him. He's not awake yet, so he won't notice. I'd rather avoid it. It would be strange for a stranger to enter a woman's room. I refused Finn's suggestion, not feeling ready to see the beautiful sleeping fairy. Okay. Don't worry, I'll. What the hell happened here? Two overlapping voices interrupted the Loki family captain's reply, making me turn towards where they were coming from. He was a young man with black hair, accompanied by a girl with cat ears and hair of the same color. They both held a box of potions of every color. Their faces reflected absolute terror. Brawl, Aki. Don't worry. I'll explain what happened. Forgive me, kid. I have to take care of this. You'll have to give it to Riveria yourself. Wait. I wanted to stop him, but he hurried away to join those who appeared to be adventurers under his charge. I looked around, searching for someone who could take on this task for me. However, I failed miserably. Aario was chatting with the two girls who called me a pervert for even glancing at that cloying Amazon's prominent chest. Gareth was nowhere to be seen, and the rest of the Loki familia were minding their own business. I swallowed hard and mustered up the courage to do it myself. As I walked away, I could hear Aario saying something about growing a fruit to eat when it ripened. I didn't know what he meant, so I just ignored him. Standing in front of the entrance to a cream-colored tent, I sighed, gathering my courage and taking a step forward to cross to the other side. When I did, I noticed the interior was silent. As soon as I crossed the threshold, my gaze fell upon Riveria, who was resting on a white futon. Her breathing was calm, and the soft glow of the candlelight illuminated her serene face. There were no longer any wounds or traces of blood to prevent me from appreciating the purity of her white skin. I stood still, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks because of how beautiful the woman looked a few meters away from my position. It was a worthy representation of beauty. The pinnacle of all that is beautiful in this world. This is wrong. Don't look at her anymore. I immediately scolded myself, in a whisper. I shouldn't stand there watching a sleeping woman. I shook my head, banishing any inappropriate thoughts. Out. I repeated to myself, I can't let my grandfather's influence get into my head now. I slapped my face to snap out of it. The miniature version of my grandfather, which had appeared on my shoulder, vanished, allowing me to breathe and banish any impure thoughts that might have arisen from his presence in this place. I pressed my lips together and carefully placed his staff on his lap. His hand barely moved, as if on some level of his unconsciousness he recognized the object. I paused for a moment. His expression was so peaceful, so different from the resoluteness he displayed in battle. My eyes involuntarily drifted to her long, elegant ears. Then, to her red, dry lips, barely parted as she slept, revealing her white teeth. Without a doubt the elves are just as my grandfather described them to me. It's impossible to have perverted thoughts when what stands out about them is their elegance and beauty, beyond lust. I muttered, letting myself get carried away. But I stopped. I swallowed and immediately looked away. I definitely had to leave before my mind played a trick on me. I turned around, ready to leave. However, I felt a certain unease. It made me uneasy to just leave like that. I wanted her to know I had done it. Not because I wanted her to feel indebted or anything like that, but because I wanted her to remember me, to think of me when she saw the staff. I was ashamed to admit it, but I longed to live in his mind for some time. One letter should be enough. I came to that conclusion. It was less disturbing than waiting patiently by her side until she woke up, watching her sleep. I searched the tent for paper, but found nothing. I sighed and rummaged through my things until my hand brushed against something familiar on a nearby table. It was the bandana I had tied around Riveria's leg to treat her wound. I handled it carefully, assuming that would do the trick. I took a quill pen and, with some difficulty, wrote a short message on the cloth. It wasn't ideal, but it was all I had on hand. When I finished, I wrapped the handkerchief around the staff and gently rested it on his chest. For some reason, my heart was pounding. I didn't understand why. I just ignored it and left the tent, driven by the strange feeling that overwhelmed me. End of flashback. And that's what happened. Ever since our eyes met, I haven't stopped thinking about her. I finished, placing my hands on my knees and letting out a heavy sigh. Aario, still wearing those dark glasses perched on her nose, nodded several times as she jotted down notes in a small notebook she pulled out of who knows where. That girl is a box of surprises. I see. Everything is clearer now. He muttered as he tore off the sheet of paper his pencil had been tracing. Then he took off his glasses to look at me with complete seriousness. I adopted his tone, straightening my back. Detective Varma has found the answer, young adventurer. He shouted angrily, standing up and leaning forward, almost bumping his forehead against mine. Suddenly, he placed the yellow sheet between us, showing me his notes. You, bellcranel, fell in love at first sight with an elf. He gave his verdict, handing me the sheet of paper which contained only a child's drawing featuring Riveria and me. We were holding hands, smiling as we walked through a forest. Hearts floated in the sky. And not just any girl. You're aiming for the big leagues, you rascal. Imagine you flirting with the princess from Alf. You definitely have a thing for elves. I already told you not to say it like that. And how do you want me to put it? Your heart was struck by an arrow from a beautiful damsel in distress who turned out to be an elf. No matter how you look at it, you're in love. But. What are you doing? I've already claimed you. You're mine until you come of age. Aario threw himself on top of me, hugging me and rubbing his cheek against mine. Belle, let go of me. I can feel your breasts on my arm. And it's shameful to do it. But I do want to seduce you. I must use every weapon at my disposal. What's the point of that? The argument escalated to such a point that those present in the headquarters waiting room felt uncomfortable and wore expressions of displeasure, slowly moving away to leave. I wanted the earth to swallow me up. What's happening here? Then a woman intervened, pushing Aario's forehead with her hand, stopping his attempts to kiss me. Shakti. Please, take her off me. Come on, bunny. I can't be outdone by an older woman. That would hurt my young pride. The eldest Varma sister's eyebrow twitched. She rubbed her eyelids with her fingertips and walked toward us. It's unbelievable. Every time I see them, they're in some kind of strange situation. Stop bothering the new guy, Aario. You need to control yourself. Especially today, since we're having visitors. Visitors? That last part caught our attention. However, thanks to my bad luck or perhaps by fate, those visitors Shakti was talking about appeared at that very moment. 5. A loud bang echoed through the headquarters, bouncing off the walls and getting lost in the deepest corners. Still above me, Aario and I turned towards the entrance when it opened, dismayed by the imposing and terrifying presence that stood like a figure of power. She was a hooded woman, her arms still outstretched after pushing the double doors until they hit the wall. She was panting and breathing raggedly, as if she'd run a marathon. Her black hair peeked out from under her hood and her brown eyes shone with excitement, scanning her surroundings for her target. A chill ran down my spine. I began to tremble in fear for my life. The beautiful woman's lips parted and she let out a deafening scream. I want to see my grandson. It's been a long week without seeing him. He exclaimed, pacing the entire room until we made eye contact. My cute little bunny. Come and hug your grandma. Her enthusiasm faded as she took in the scene before her. The sparkle in her eyes vanished and the smile on her face that had reflected her immense happiness turned cloudy, dark. It's only been a week and you've already been tainted by carnal sin. Yes, you are undoubtedly identical to your grandfather. Your mother will be pleased to know this. Come, my grandson. You must return home to be castrated. After that, we will allow you to return to Aario. Grandma. It's not what you think. But the butter knife. We'll do the same to that perverted old man while we're at it. I'm telling you it's not what you think, Grandma. My pleas went unheeded. My grandmother adopted a personality worthy of a Yandir. In fact, that was the adjective my grandfather used to describe her. The dullness in her eyes and that lock of hair that was starting to get into her mouth gave me a terrible feeling. Oh. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Aario Varma, the girlfriend of. Who's what? Stop adding fuel to the fire, you fool. Shakti acted in my defense, slapping Aario before she made a statement that would end with her dead and me hanging upside down by my private parts. He grabbed his younger sister by the collar of her jacket, pulling her off me with terrifying ease. So that was the power of a level 6. Once freed, I ran towards heroism, holding her hands and blocking her view to prevent her from looking at Aario with murderous intentions. I promise I've been behaving myself. I don't have any romantic feelings for Aario. Hey. Why are you saying it like that? It sounds like you wouldn't even consider me one of your own. Ouch. Stop sowing discord. TSK. Apparently, the abrupt and insensitive way I rejected any kind of affectionate bond with my sub-captain offended her. However, it was enough to quell the dark and terrifying aura emanating from my grandmother, so I decided to ignore the annoyance of the least dangerous woman in the room. Okay, little one. I'll believe you. Thank you. But if I find out you're planning to form a harem like your idiot grandfather, I'll castrate you. After all, I always wanted a granddaughter. Hi. I remained silent and nodded, lowering my head in submission, covering my manhood with my right hand, fearful that the threat would be carried out. However, this brief period of calm was broken when a series of shouts echoed through the waiting room. Did someone say harem? I am Ganesha. Just as scandalous as the god to whom this place belongs, my grandfather made his appearance, dressed in the same way as heroism, with a hood that covered most of his face, only allowing his white unkempt beard to show. Nobody said that disgusting word, you delusional old fool. I was suddenly hugged by my grandmother, who was trying to keep me away from Zeus Ajichan's bad habits. Hahaha. You can't lie to me. I have a radar that detects her. Pua. He put his arms on her waist, laughing loudly until he was punched in the stomach by Hera Obeson. It's a pleasure to see you. Drop the formalities. Stopping suddenly, cutting off my comment, he shortened the distance between us and held me by the shoulders, bringing his face closer to mine. Tell me, Belle, how many women have you conquered this week? Were you able to beat Maxim's record? He won 10 women in just 5 days. Don't corrupt our grandson's mind. Pua. Overflowing with energy, the grandmother launched a flying kick at Zusajichin, sending him flying until he crashed into the reception furniture, cracking the wood. He's too foolish. At least in that respect he's like you, Belle. You can say that again. He was a real pain to deal with when he had power and respect in Aario. I'm curious to know how bad your opinion is of my grandfather, Shakti-sama. Artie and Shakti stood beside me, arms crossed and even shaking their heads, disapproving of my grandfather's attitude. I don't blame them. My stepfathers all told me hundreds of unpleasant stories about him, and considering how little respect they have for him, I'm starting to believe they were true. As if the kick meant nothing to her, she stood up and approached again. Her attention was drawn by the leaders of my new family. Belle. Are these two part of your harem? Well done, my grandson. Why choose between a hexy young woman and a hot mature woman when you can have both? I'm proud of you. Who are you calling a hexy young lady? I will not tolerate being spoken to like that. Pua. TSK. You disgusting perverted old man. Well done. I like you now. But don't even think I'm giving you my grandson. The two sisters punched him squarely in the face, crushing his nose. I could swear I heard his bones crack. They even earned my grandmother's approval. I have no reason to reproach them. They deserve it for referring to two ladies that way. Although it was difficult for me not to agree with them, I subconsciously maintained the agreement to avoid any conflict. Please, stop causing chaos in my home. Calm down and refrain from insulting my daughters. Don't ruin our friendship. Besides, we need to hurry. The time you can stay here is short. Let's make the most of it. Ganesha placed his hand on my grandfather's shoulder, helping him to his feet and giving him a rag to clean the blood off his face. Shakti, Artie, and I were speechless at the calm demeanor he adopted. None of us expected him to change his effusiveness. There were no "I am Ganesha" shouts or any yelling. Ganesha-sama, are you feeling well? Yes. Given the situation in which there are two madmen crazier than me, my duty, as the one with the fewest screws loose, is to bring order. Seriously, Ganesha-sama, don't you need to rest or have a cup of tea? I already told you I'm fine. None of the sisters believed that story. They thought the god was on his last legs and about to leave the earthly world. You two can't stay in Aario much longer. That robe Hermes gave you will only conceal your arcanum for an hour, so we must hurry and perform the conversion. I don't want Loki or Freya at my doorstep fighting to kill you. Like scolded dogs, they lowered their heads. I never imagined that someone could control them. Much less that someone was the elephant god. Come on, Belle. Hera Obeson told me, clinging to my arm and leaning her head over my shoulder. I nodded without hesitation. There was no point in wasting any more time. We headed straight for Ganesha's room, hurrying through the headquarters corridors after the scandalous spectacle we'd left behind. Upon arriving, I felt a slight shiver run down my spine. I knew this was necessary, but still parting with my grandfather's sash made me feel uneasy. It was like leaving a part of myself behind. I took a deep breath and removed my shirt, leaving my back exposed. My grandfather approached and, in an unusually serious tone, explained to me. Listen, Belle. I'm going to remove the fauna. When I do, you'll feel dizzy and you might even notice your strength temporarily decrease. But don't worry, that will be resolved as soon as Ganesha bestows his blessing upon you. I accepted without saying a word. I wasn't afraid, but the idea of losing my strength, even for a moment, still unsettled me. Besides, it was awkward having Shakti and Artie there. Nice six-pack, oh. Be quiet. I could hear them and I saw Artie giving a thumbs up, but I decided to act as if they didn't exist. Come on, son, don't make that face. It'll be like changing clothes. Don't compare it to that. I prepared myself for what was coming. No matter how I felt at that moment, this was a necessary step for my new life in the City of Heroes. Very well, bellcranel. As part of my family, I plan to update your status every week or two. This will ensure you continue to grow steadily, just as Zeus suggested. Ganesha's comment reached my ears and I turned to my grandfather, who just laughed. Don't be so serious, kid. I just want to see how far you can go. I also asked him to send me letters with your updated status sheets. Without another word, Zusajichin took the dagger and slid it along his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall onto my back. I felt a tingle, then a pressure. It was my status update. Before I take off your skirt, I want to see how much you've progressed in just 1 week. He murmured as a white glow and letters in an unknown language projected from my skin, revealing my stats and abilities, as well as the names of the spells I possess. This wasn't a strange procedure for me. Ever since I decided to become a hero and trained with my parents, they repeated it constantly. However, something strange happened. Her laughter disappeared and she frowned. "Hey, kid, what the hell have you been doing this week?" I blinked, confused. I didn't know what she meant or what she suspected. Her tone of voice was that of someone worried about the hectic life of a loved one. To be honest, it was fitting for this situation. "Huh? Your points have increased tremendously. That's not normal, even for you, who possess a growth ability. Speak. Don't you dare lie to us." I swallowed hard at my grandmother's threat as she tapped her foot on the ground, lifting it and letting it fall while crossing her arms to emphasize her threat. It was true that I had been through a lot. It was impossible to lie to them. Not because they were gods, that was just another factor, but because they knew me better than anyone and could tell, just from the tone of my voice and my slurred speech, that I was lying. With no other option, despite not wanting to worry them, I opened up, recounting what had happened in the last few days. Well, I fought the Black Goliath on the 17th floor of the dungeon. Then we had to stop Evilus's attack on several points in the city. I also explored the dungeon in my free time with some new companions I recently met. And that's enough. Era Obeson exclaimed, sighing in exasperation as she cut her eyelids with her fingertips and shook her head. "I can't leave you alone for even a week without you throwing yourself headlong into death. You're identical to your mother and stepfather." "Thank you." It wasn't a compliment. Those two, when they were adventurers, were beasts of conflict who fed on chaos. I shrugged, unsure what to say. For me, being compared to the people I admire was a source of pride. "TSK. This is weird, your growth skill has a new symbol." "Huh? A symbol? A symbol of jade color, I have no idea what it means." Zusajichin clicked his tongue and looked at the status sheet once more. His comment about how strange my status was also piqued my curiosity. We remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he simply sighed. "Ah, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you'll find out in time." "That sounds very irresponsible. You have to follow the hero's path. Face conflicts when they arise, even if they are unexpected. And that's a cheap excuse." Without further ado, I handed the status sheet to Ganesha. We finally performed the conversion and another drop of blood fell on my back. Once the conversion was complete, we left Ganesha's headquarters, my new god. I felt a weight lifted from my shoulders, but also a strange sensation in my chest. I officially no longer belonged to the Zeus family. We headed outside the walls, where a carriage was waiting. It was large and looked reinforced for long journeys. Two strong, well-cared-for horses were harnessed to the front and an elderly coachman greeted us with a friendly smile. It was time to say goodbye. Just as Ganesha had mentioned, the visit should be brief to avoid any disputes arising between the two most powerful goddesses of Aario. No matter how hard I tried to speak, the words just wouldn't come out of my mouth. They got stuck in my throat, tormenting me. I didn't know when I would see them again or if they would return anytime soon. The first time we said goodbye was the day Uncle Hermes brought me here, knowing that they would be back within a week at the latest. This time was different. While my parents' absence lessened the emotional impact, being separated from my grandparents indefinitely weighed heavily on my soul. Nevertheless, it's goodbye for now, my sweet Belle. Live thousands of adventures and stay safe. Take good care of yourself, brush your teeth before bed, and don't forget to send us letters to let us know how you're doing on this journey. We know for sure that you'll become the hero you're destined to be. But..." My grandmother gently stroked my cheek. The touch of our skin and the circular motion of her thumb were comforting. I remembered the times she did the same thing whenever I fell asleep in her lap after she read me a story. "Do you really want to continue? Wouldn't you reconsider coming with us? I'll make your favorite meal if you decide to return." "Grandmother." Tears streamed from her reddened eyes like a never-ending waterfall. Her breathing became ragged, pausing between each sob of sorrow, interrupting her words. She wiped the tears from her face with her forearm, clinging to my chest, as if she didn't want to let go, because it would mean losing me forever. My heart wavered for a second. Leaving her, leaving everyone, was difficult. However, I'm determined. Not even her pleas will stop me. "Forgive me. I won't return until I've fulfilled the promise I made to Mom." "I knew you'd say that." She lowered her head, trembling. Her grip on my chest faltered, allowing me to grasp the back of her hand and gently pull it away. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed me on the forehead, ruffling my hair as she often did after my training sessions. Although it was embarrassing to be treated like a child in front of my new god and teammates, I couldn't deny my beloved grandmother that pleasure. "It doesn't matter that we're separated by hundreds of kilometers. You'll always be in my dreams. You're the driving force I need to keep going through any adversity." When I'm fighting a monster, I'll think of you. If despair consumes me, your wise advice will echo in my mind and I'll overcome it. Yufufu. You're too eloquent. I suppose you learned that from your stepfather. Yes, Dad Zold has the gift of gab. That light laugh that replaced the crying was enough to understand that my grandmother was about to let me go. She turned away, stepping back to let my grandfather pass. Nevertheless, she remained attentive to what he intended to tell me. I don't blame her. After witnessing the bullying of Shakti and Arti, I too would be suspicious of this old man. Belle. She opened her mouth, but as soon as she uttered my name, the atmosphere turned dark and heavy, as if hundreds of heavy slabs had fallen upon our shoulders. Hera Obasan was responsible for that. Stupid. Zeus Ajichan swallowed hard, sweating profusely. Then, with a mischievous grin, he rummaged in the back pocket of his robe, forgetting his nervousness. The expression that crossed his face made me nervous. I knew that look well. Belle, boy, I have something for you. My eyebrows rose in surprise when he pulled out a small, worn leather-bound book and handed it to me. Taking it in my hands, I felt its firm texture and turned it over to read the title on the cover. The Beautiful Fairy of the Mercenary Hero. The first impression was exactly what one would expect from an unfamiliar story for someone who calls himself an expert on them. Although I will admit that he has always been very good at choosing titles for his works. That's right. It's a spin-off I just finished. I wanted you to be the first to read it before I publish it. You know my books are very famous worldwide. I stared at him in disbelief as he winked at me and nudged me in the side with his elbow. A spin-off. Yes, this time it's from the point of view of Seldia, the Queen of the Elves. Her story alongside Albert Waldstein, the great mercenary hero, deserved to be told in more detail. Also, it's the first one in which a female character is the protagonist. I want to explore new areas of literature. She crossed her arms and nodded repeatedly, as if her statement had some kind of depth that she didn't notice. I turned to the woman behind him, looking for any sign of warning or denial. However, her calmness upon receiving the gift unsettled me. Don't worry, Belle. I read it several times and I can assure you it has nothing that warrants a beating. He nodded, giving it a thumbs up and his seal of approval. At the same time, Zeus Ajichan patted me on the shoulder. I hope you enjoy it. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two about elves. Grandfather. My cheeks burned when my grandfather burst into laughter, while Hera Obasan sighed in annoyance from the carriage. At another time I would have hit him for that kind of joke, but I seemed certain that would never happen. Grandma, how can I explain this to you without making you angry? By the way, that's not the only thing we've brought you. Interrupting my intense thoughts, which centered on the woman who, according to Arti, had stolen my heart, they both turned hurriedly towards the carriage, opened it, and took out an object wrapped in a yellowish and dirty blanket, which they extended before me with great care, as if it were an artifact of great value. The hero needs a weapon worthy of him. That's why we've brought you this. They took hold of the edge of the blanket and opened it, revealing what it concealed. My eyes were fixed on the sword before me. The blade was broken, with melt marks along the edges, as if it had been forged in fire and then abandoned to its fate. Despite that, its gleam was imposing. The dark metal reflected flashes of red and blue in the light. Its hilt, despite the damage, still retained an elegant design, with engravings that resembled flames and intertwining streams of water. I reached out with a trembling hand, feeling a shiver run up my arm as I touched it. Who had wielded this sword before? What battles had it witnessed? Without realizing it, my breathing became heavier. There was something about her, something that called to me. This weapon belonged to the captain of my family, my beloved Maxim. He was the pride of Aario and one of the strongest adventurers this world has ever had the pleasure of witnessing. The feats he performed, the monsters that saw their last seconds of life as the blade pierced them, all he did it wielding this sword. Maxim. We are sure that, if he were still alive, he would want you to wield it. My eyes shone with excitement. This was one of the relics my grandfather kept in his trunk. For him to give it to me meant he truly believed in me. It will be an honor to wield it. I promise to protect it with my life. PFFF. Idiot, the reason we gave her to you is so she can protect your life. Not the other way around. Besides, right now it's just a broken sword. It needs to return to its former glory, to its former best, and that's why you'll need this. Hera Obasan handed me a piece of paper with a number written on it that I didn't recognize. However, after 5, there were at least 7 zeros. It's a check for 500 million valis. Take the sword, along with the money, to Hephaestus and ask him to repair it or create a new one from its pieces. 500. Why are you surprised? I remind you that I'm still a millionaire. The Hera family's money is still in the Union's vault. My grandmother puffed out her chest, proud of her past, after I was surprised by the monetary value of that simple piece of paper. It's time for us to go, my dear. Forge your own path. Whatever you do, we'll be proud of you. The three of us shared a hug. I didn't want to leave them. I truly wished they could stay there with me. When the hug broke, I could still feel the warmth of their arms. I stood there, holding the sword against my chest, feeling its weight, both physical and symbolic. I watched my grandparents climb into the carriage. Their faces reflected pride and confidence. I promise you I will achieve my goal. I will be the last hero. They both smiled. They didn't say much, but their eyes said it all. We look forward to seeing you achieve it. They responded in unison, giving me a gentle smile and entering the booth. The carriage began to move. I stood there, watching them disappear into the distance, the sound of the horses' hooves echoing in the air. My heart pounded, not with sadness, but with determination. I swallowed the lump in my throat and smiled. No matter what happened, I would keep going. However, the nostalgia and the emotions that still afflicted my heart were ignored by the excessive spirit of a certain girl. Divite this way. Hey. That's mine. The sword was snatched from me by Artie's nimble hands, who held it up to his face, admiring it. His eyes shone brightly, almost like stars. This belonged to Maxim, the captain of the Zeus family Waa. He muttered in utter amazement, running his index finger over the irregular worm-eaten leaf. He suddenly turned towards me, pressing the weapon against my chest and bringing his face close to mine. Let's go to Hephaestus-sama immediately. Now. But. Perfect. Let's go. Without the right to reply, I was dragged to the enormous Tower of Babel, which was a few kilometers from our position. This fool never listens to me. I groaned mentally, feeling my blood boiling. We walked through the streets of Aario, and the murmurs of the crowd followed us every step of the way. I heard some people wondering if Artie and I were a couple, while others simply commented on how much they'd seen us together lately. In short, they were stirring up baseless rumors. I sighed, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down my temple. It wasn't pleasant to be the subject of rumors, especially romantic ones. If they knew that I was practically kidnapped by her, they wouldn't give it a romantic spin. It was impossible not to think about it. As much as I wanted to clarify it, trying would be a waste of time. We kept running until the imposing silhouette of the Tower of Babel rose up before us. Artie was a few steps ahead, impatient. I tried to keep up, but before I could react, his hand gripped mine firmly. Once again, I was swept away by his boundless energy. The aisles passed around us like blurry smudges. Everything was a whirlwind of movement and light, making it impossible for me to appreciate the products on display inside this enormous market. Fed up with letting Artie dictate the pace of our missions and the speed at which we should move, even in the simplest situations, I stiffened my body, keeping my heels firmly planted on the ground so that the friction against my boots would stop her dead in her tracks. That's enough. I shouted vehemently, pulling her towards me until we were in a somewhat compromising position that, due to my discontent, I couldn't care less about. What's wrong, Belle? Why are you stopping? Hephaestus-sama's shop is up there. I don't mind. Artie, please, let's walk. I've been in Aario for 7 days and haven't had time to enjoy its attractions. At least I want to see the Tower of Babel market. I lowered my shoulders, regaining my characteristic calm, and expressed my feelings to him. You don't have time? I wonder why. Besides the missions and dungeon exploration. You know exactly what I mean. You took studying with a guild advisor way too seriously. Except for your first day, you've been seeing her without fail from 7 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. And if that weren't enough, she gives you books to read at home. What kind of cruel villain does that? I'm surprised you're still alive with Ina's level of demands. Ugh. When I heard the name of the half-elf in charge of my teaching, I felt a chill run down my spine and my shoulders shrivel. I broke out in a cold sweat, like a child facing their greatest fear. The image of Ina appeared in my mind, slightly distorted to make it seem more terrifying than it actually was. I tend to be too accommodating with women. Every time I think I've finished a topic, she brings out another book that repeats the same information, only with slight changes. You're accommodating to women. And why do you complain so much about me? Even today, which is my day off, she asked me to visit her to give me study material that I must answer and hand in first thing tomorrow. Hey, don't ignore my question. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. The trauma from Ina's teachings outweighed Artie's persistence. It wasn't that she ignored her or evaded the question. She simply didn't have the mental space to dwell on trivial matters that would only lead to further arguments. You must understand that she's famous for how strict she is with the adventurers in her charge. Not because she wants to convince you to abandon the profession, but because she intends to prepare you as best as possible for the risks of the dungeon. I know and I understand. That's why I want her to continue being my teacher. I learn best when I'm under pressure. That's how my mother taught me. Very well. You'd better not disappoint her. And remember, every advisor has 1 or 2 sad stories that justify their detachment or, in Ina's case, their demanding nature. So I recommend you don't judge her without knowing her. The mood shifted. Aario lowered her head. It seemed that the last part of her comment wasn't about my advisor, but about herself. We often lose those we love when we least expect it and need them most. From that moment on, we change. No matter how much you want to go back to being the person you were before, it's impossible. Sheep. Sometimes you decide to swallow that pain and move on. There are those who adopt the personality of a dear friend so that she lives on in your heart. She glanced at me sideways, as if her carefree and flirtatious attitude had been born from that reason. I'm amazed at how little I know and how much I assume about her. Behind that overflowing joy and eccentricity, there were traumas she hasn't been able to overcome. Let's go see Hephaestus-sama, my sub-captain. Let's not waste any time. I extended my hand, abandoning my desire to explore the market. That could wait. Now I wanted the girl in front of me to smile again. Yufufu. And Ando. He declared, erasing the sadness from his face and leading me to the upper floors. This time was different. Yes, we were practically running, but the speed was slower than usual. Before I knew it, we were standing in front of Hephaestus's forge. Aario let go of me right at the entrance, and I took a breath, trying to catch my breath. Through the window, I saw the goddess sitting inside, accompanied by a man and a short girl, about the same height as Finn, whom I recognized immediately. As we entered, a bell announced our arrival, awakening the gaze of the three of us. Belle-sama. I didn't expect to see you here, friend. They both approached, noticing my impression. Eyes, it's great to see you again. How have you been doing in the dungeon? Sorry for not being with you these past few days. I've been very busy with my family's missions. I greeted them politely, extending my hand for a handshake. They both reciprocated the gesture, sharing a smile with each other. Are you? Do you know them? Of course. When I wasn't at the guild studying or with you attacking an evilist base, I'd go to the dungeon to familiarize myself with the surroundings. On one of my trips, I found Lily and Welf. From then on, we decided to work together. We also got into trouble with a certain wine god, but we'd rather not talk about that. Out of wine. And no need to say more, Belle-sama. I answered Aario, who was tilting her head with several imaginary question marks above it, impressed by the familiarity with which I treated those who, from her perspective, were complete strangers. I also received an elbow to the hip from Lily and another to the ribs, courtesy of Welf. I'm terrible at keeping secrets. If my family found out I was organizing a riot against Soma and his followers to free Lily, they'd throw me in jail. It would be hilarious to read in the newspaper headlines that a member of the Aario police force was arrested in his first week. And thanks to Belle, we were able to go to the intermediate floors. I owe my level 2 intention to him. Lily also reached level 2 for team excellence. They changed the subject to avoid arousing my second-in-command suspicions, anticipating my complete inability to lie. But, for some strange reason, Aario's gaze remained fixed on my companion, who clung fearfully to my leg. Her gaze narrowed, leaning forward and accentuating her doubt. However, contrary to what I expected, she only puffed out her cheek in a cute pout. HMPH. How could you be seeing another girl behind my back? You're supposed to be my boyfriend. I'm not your boyfriend. Belle-sama has a girlfriend. She's not my girlfriend. Tee-hee. I denied any possibility. This girl never tires of getting me into trouble and dragging me into her lies. The two girls' eyes met, sparking with excitement, as if a rivalry were about to be born between them. I am. The clearing of her throat interrupted the drama that was about to unfold. When we turned around, we saw the person responsible. I don't mean to sound rude, but what brings you to my shop, children of Ganesha? I apologize for the commotion, Hephaestus-sama. The truth is, we came because my grandparents asked me to deliver this to you. Did your grandparents come? Including Hera? While the goddess of blacksmithing questioned me with disbelief, a certain tremor in her face, perhaps the result of some trauma involving my grandmother, I placed a broken sword on the counter. Beside it, I slid the check for 500 million valis in. Welf, meanwhile, peered over my shoulder, curious to know what was happening. The expression on their faces changed drastically, turning into one of pure delight. I could sense their excitement, even imagine the rapid beating of their hearts. They said you're the only one who can repair it, or if that's not possible, create a completely new weapon from it. This money is for the expenses involved in forging it, as well as payment for your labor. Is it from? Belle, let me be the one to work with this high-quality material. The metal it's made of is mithril and orichalcum. The rarest on the planet. It's every blacksmith's dream. Hephaestus's question was cut short when Welf grabbed my shoulders, shaking me vehemently and almost begging me to give him the job. Absolutely not, Welf. I want to make the weapon of Aario's next hero too. This blade belonged to a legend. Hephaestus-sama. I appreciate your enthusiasm and initiative, but I won't let you take this opportunity away from me. I want to create a weapon worthy of you. I'm sure that, if you allow me, the result will impress you." Completely unaware of what was happening, Lily, Artie and I watched a romantic-tinged argument between the pair of redeeds who were fighting for control of the broken sword, trying to snatch it from the other. Yeah. But they are. A human and a goddess, yes. He doesn't care at all. Well. I'm not so dense that I can't see the love they have for each other. I just wanted to confirm it and Lily was kind enough to help me. But that in mind, an idea occurred to me. One in which they would both get what they wanted and, incidentally, I would support Welf in his romance, like Cupid. What if they do it together? That's what I want, but only after forging a weapon worthy of my beloved. I mean, let them build it together. I suggested it. The first to respond, incorrectly, was Welf, making Hephaestus blush with the directness and sincerity of his statement. I had to explain myself better, although I didn't think it was necessary. What I mean is, I trust you both. During our adventures, you crafted me pieces of armor and some swords to defend myself in the dungeon. I broke a few by overloading them with my abilities, but I'm sure they'll do a great job. As for Hephaestus-sama, I think words are unnecessary. His reputation speaks for itself. As I explained my reasons, they exchanged glances, their nods synchronized. They returned the sword to the counter, noticing their hands were overlapping, and, embarrassed, separated them. Did you see? They're in love too. What do you mean by also? Interpret it however you want. Artie leaned close to my ear and whispered that. I responded with another question, and he dodged it. That sounds good. What do you think, Hephaestus-sama? I have no problem. They responded, thus closing the deal. After the brief visit to the store, we had to leave. In 2 days I'll request a break from my classes at the guild. If you'd like, we can go to the dungeon together. Count on me, Belle-sama. I'll be there, my friend. Before crossing the threshold to return to the city's central plaza, I informed them of my availability, thus scheduling a team adventure inside the dungeon. They accepted without hesitation. It was nice to expand my social circle. As I left the blacksmith shop, my grandparents' task completed, I felt a slight sense of relief. I didn't know exactly how much things would change from now on, but at least this step had been taken. Artie walked beside me, his hands behind his head, a relaxed expression on his face. I glanced up at the sky. It was still early. The sun illuminated the streets of Aario, and the city continued its usual hustle and bustle. People were coming and going. The calls from customers at the food stalls caught my attention. Because of how busy the day had been, I hadn't been able to have breakfast, so my mouth watered at the sweet aroma of the food, which ranged from potato croquettes to more elaborate dishes. "Hey, Belle, would you like to go to the Lady of Abundance? I'm starving." Did you read my mind? Yes. I'm starving too. The suggestion came from Artie, who placed her hands on her abdomen. My stomach let out a growl that only I could hear. It was as if it were answering for me. Great. Let's go then. I want my dose of hugs from Ryu. He was drooling at the thought of being with the bar's waitress. I don't understand how you two are friends. The difference between you is frightening. You are too cruel with your words. I inherited it from my mother. It must belong to your stepmother. After that brief exchange, Artie stopped abruptly in the middle of the street. What's wrong? I asked. She shook her head, as if it wasn't important. Well, I'd like to know your opinion about Lion. To be honest, my first impression was that I'd slit my throat if I even thought about looking at her below the chin. But after you introduced us and we talked a bit, she seemed like a decent person with good values. I'd definitely like us to be friends. Even though I'm scared. A trembling smile formed on my sub-captain's lips. It wasn't a product of sadness or discomfort, but of relief. I'm glad to hear that. As I explained, she's been through a lot. Revenge blinded her after she lost what she loved most. I'm all she has left in this world, and I want her to remember she's not alone. His words came out in fits and starts, as if he was having trouble continuing to speak. He looked at a group of people who were smiling and socializing, sharing happiness and making new memories. If a wizard could grant me any wish, I would ask that Lion regain her smile and be surrounded by people who love her. She saved me countless times, and it's my turn to return the favor. And there she was again, the superior I admire. That girl who always puts the happiness of others before her own. It's moments like this that make me admire her even more. Let's work together, Artie. Let's stop Evilus from stealing people's happiness. Count on me for anything you need. Belle. We sealed our oath with a handshake, resuming our walk towards the bar. However, as I walked through a building full of people, I remembered Ina's request. Can we make a quick stop at the guild? I'll go get the study materials. Sure, I'll go with you. We turned off towards the guild hall, an imposing building of stone and carved wood. Its pillars supported a high ceiling decorated with banners and emblems of various families. The enormous wooden doors creaked open, letting in a bustling atmosphere. Inside, the lobby was filled with a throng of adventurers. The sounds of lively conversations, laughter, and complaints filled the air. Some were arguing with the advisors about the price of rare materials, while others were checking mission boards, looking for worthwhile assignments or news about Evilus's attacks. The counters were crowded with people waiting to be served. The advisors patiently and efficiently handled the constant flow of requests and reports. Despite the hustle and bustle, the place had a peculiar order, typical of a place where adventure and bureaucracy coexisted in a fragile balance. I don't like coming to the Union Hall. There are always too many people. Me neither. We agreed on how unpleasant it was to be surrounded by so many people. The eyes of those present were fixed on us. I could sense their judgment and displeasure at my accompanying such a prominent figure as the sub-captain of the Ganesha family. They looked down on me, with disdain. Don't let it get to you. They don't know you defeated Goliath. The guild hasn't reported it yet, so they still believe the Loki familia saved the day. With a word of support and a pat on the back, Aario reassured me. Fame and recognition go hand in hand with heroism. However, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't mind going unnoticed, but there's a big difference between that and being underestimated. Aario kept patting me, now on the head, as if I were his younger brother. As I walked down the corridor, my eyes scanned the reception area, but I didn't see the terrifying half-elf who usually serves me. I frowned slightly and approached another of the guild's women. She was a werewolf with reddish hair and ears, her expression as serious as ever. "Excuse me, Rose, have you seen Ina?" I asked, trying not to seem too anxious. She looked away from the papers she was organizing and looked at me with her typical air of indifference. "She's in the study. She's attending to her mother, who came to visit, and also to her aunt." "I see. Then I'll wait." Rose pointed to the door located a few meters to the right, next to the rest area. "However, it was nice seeing you, my lovely Ina. If that old Royman keeps causing you trouble, I'll beat him up." "That's not necessary, Mom. You're not in a position to threaten anyone, Ina." 3 women emerged from the study Rose had sent me to. My heart leapt at the sight of Ina first, but then my eyes fell on the second figure. A woman with jade-colored hair, seated in a wheelchair, being gently pushed by the third person. My breath caught in my throat for a moment. It was her. 9 hell. Our eyes met instantly. All the noise of the guild vanished from my mind, as if only the two of us existed in that moment. Her expression was one of surprise, just like mine. I lost myself in her emerald eyes, remembering the last time we had shared such a look at that lake, when I saved her. My mind wandered. If this was the work of fate then, without a doubt, it had done me an invaluable favor. I swallowed, trying to say her name. She seemed to be struggling to call me too. As this was happening, we were met with glances from our companions, which shifted between us and each other. Finally, gathering the necessary courage, I called her. "Riveria-sama. You're my hero." She called me that. With those words that shook my heart. And not even thousands of years of preparation would have been enough for this moment. Chapter 5. Thinking about him. Almost a week has passed since the events in Riveria. The aftermath of the attack by the irregular Goliath orchestrated by Evilus has gradually faded, leaving only the memory and the bitter sorrow of the lives lost. This calls for a celebration at the Lady of Abundance. We've reached heights no other family has achieved since the departure of the Zeus and Hera family. Finn's raised voice sparked cheers from the rest of the family, who were caught up in his enthusiasm. And no wonder. We were returning from the expedition that had landed us in jail in the first place. It was a complete success, despite the delay of almost 2 days due to the well-known obstacles. Floor 59th. We broke our own record. And on top of that, we defeated that strange creature that stood up to us. I was itching to punch another monster. Relax, Gareth. I understand, we barely managed to take down that monster. We owe it all to a certain jade-haired elf who's still walking faster than everyone else, oblivious to what's happening. The argument between them went completely unnoticed by me. I wasn't able to concentrate on what they were saying. I only saw their lips moving and noticed a few glances directed at me. Other than that, I was completely disconnected from what was happening around me. What's happening to me? I placed my hand on my cheek, burning with a heat that did not correspond to the freezing weather around me. I longed to return to the surface. My heart pounded every time that scene flashed back into my mind. That face I haven't been able to forget since the moment I saw it. And, above all, a nagging doubt that keeps gnawing at me in the face of the silence of those around me. What is the name of my hero? The question hung in the air, its recipient unidentified. I simply let it out, like a stifled sigh, to ease the pressure in my chest. It stemmed from a constant unease, fueled by memories of that boy who, without hesitation, threw himself into danger to save me. I remembered his arms wrapped tightly around me, the rapid beat of his heart pounding against my back as he shielded me during that desperate escape from the bottom of the lake. Those memories filled my mind with an unfamiliar intensity, overflowing with new emotions, feelings I had never experienced before until that moment when our eyes met. I wanted to get to know him. To know who he really was. Not only to thank him properly for lending me a hand when I needed it most, but because something inside me longed to maintain that bond that arose when I thought all was lost and death loomed over me. As I sank, I cried for help. I did so voicelessly, with only the power of my thoughts. Every attempt to scream turned into bubbles rising to the surface. And yet, someone heard. As if the gods had heard my plea, they answered with a single snap, sending me the person destined to save me. And as if the gods had heard my plea, a single snap was all it took to send me the one who was destined to save me. I was ashamed to admit how I felt about that young man's arrival. I was older than him, and yet I relied on his help like a complete novice. However, the warmth that stirred in my chest told me it was okay to see him as my savior at least until I learned his name. I quickened my pace. Every meter I covered brought me closer to the answers I so desperately craved. I could hear Finn and Gareth talking behind me, though I couldn't quite make out everything. They were probably arguing about my recent behavior and the apparent lack of focus I'd shown these past few days, but I would never admit it. To do so would be to acknowledge that young man from the Ganesha family had more influence over me than he should. Hey Riveria, what do you plan to do with that kid when you see him? Run him over like a mad bull. Because at this rate, you'll take the title of fastest adventurer in Aario from Vana Freya. You run like the devil himself. Wait, Riveria. Remember you didn't come alone. I wanted to reach the surface. To feel the warmth of the sun on my skin. To move forward without stopping until I reached the headquarters of I Am Ganesha. Hoping he would be there. After finding him I'm not sure what I'll do. Maybe I'll thank him, but I feel like words will never be enough to express how deeply grateful I am to him. My hero. What got into her? Just a few hours ago she unleashed a barrage of enchantments that should have left her completely out of it, yet here she is, brimming with energy and leaving us in the dust. It certainly seems our theory was correct. I still refuse to believe that an old woman like her is being motivated by the power of love. If that were the case we'd have to call the Ganesha family to imprison her. Imagine falling in love with a minor at 99 years old. That sounds too illegal. Are you sure it's appropriate for you to talk about this? Not long ago you proposed to a hobbit who was no more than 15 years old when you turned 45 a few weeks ago. Let's just shut up. Besides, he didn't accept. That doesn't make it any less bad. I would have loved to join the conversation to tease Finn, but a little voice inside me accused me of being a hypocrite. Who was I to criticize him when I wasn't so far from doing the same thing? Although I was lost in my own thoughts and not participating in the conversation of those two idiots, I heard them perfectly clearly. After all, there's a big difference between hearing and truly listening, just as there's a difference between feigning indifference and being unwittingly interested. However, one particular part of Gareth's statement caught my attention. I'm not in love with that guy. It's not like the power of love is giving me energy either. I just want to go back to the city, yes, that's it, go back because it's been a long week and I can't stand their jokes about it anymore. I tried to convince myself of that in my thoughts, but I felt like a vile liar making excuses to hide the shame caused by the undeniable reality. And, as if in immediate response that refuted my justifications, the face of the young man who had kept me in this state of bewilderment and anxiety appeared. I could observe in detail his smile illuminating the world, stopping time, and altering my breathing. Lucia appeared like an ethereal, almost celestial figure. Her red eyes shone like eternal fire, completely captivating me. The white strands of her hair, floating in the water as she was above me, caused a reaction in my chest. A rapid heartbeat that I couldn't control. Her expression, full of genuine concern, stirred a warm feeling inside me. One I never wanted to fade. And that wasn't all. The way he dodged the Viola's attacks while carrying me on his back was masterful. The precision with which he eliminated enemies and his unwavering willingness to help only accentuated his undeniable charm. It was as if all those fantasies I once whispered to the wind before the attack of the jet black monster had taken shape, embodied in that young man whom I had described as my ideal man. Pua. I stopped dead in my tracks. I felt Finn's face slam against my back from the sudden stop. I didn't have time to react. Realizing that I had indeed found someone who fit my ideal was like a bucket of cold water had been thrown on me. My legs trembled and I opened my eyes wide. I covered my mouth with one hand, unable to hide the disbelief that overwhelmed me. What's wrong with you? Are you tired already? Let's see if you can keep up with the others and stop getting ahead. Calm down, Gareth. No, this isn't possible. The ideal man for a woman like me should be a mere fantasy. A being not so different from the creatures in fairy tales that only take inspiration from those belonging to the real world. I only started rambling when I mentioned the characteristics he should have. Yes, it must just be a coincidence. I was internally torn, trying to deny the shameful conclusion I was about to reach. Accepting it would be to concede to Ina. Riveria Ljos Alf doesn't have an ideal man, much less would she fall in love with someone she's just met. In fact, I doubt someone like me could even understand what love is, and I'd rather not find out. My desire to meet this guy is simply driven by curiosity. Yes, that's all. My goal was no different from someone wanting to repay a great favor. I'm not in love. I'm sure I'm not in love. I just want to pay off my debt. And yet. Why does my heart race when I think about him? I placed a hand on my chest. My lips trembled as her image returned to my mind, not to torment me, but to elicit an involuntary smile that once again flooded my body with that comforting warmth. It's the first time I've felt like this. What's happening to me? Is this the first time you've felt this way, Riveria? Would you mind stopping ignoring us and telling us what's going on? Phew it. Suddenly, interrupting my doubts, Gareth and Finn appeared over my shoulders. How did they manage that, since I'm taller than both of them? I turned around with a start, taking a couple of steps to face them. They were standing on two rocks. That's how they managed to align their faces on either side of mine. Where did they get them? What do you want? How long have you been listening to me? More or less since you said, what's the name of my hero if not before? Ugh. And no, it's not what you think. It's only natural to be curious about your name, that's all. Nobody's telling you anything. Why are you getting so desperate? I fell into their clutches. Their suggestive glances and their desire to delve deeper into my thoughts were undisguised. They took a couple of steps forward, making their presence seem to grow, making me feel smaller, even though I'm taller. You've been distracted ever since we left Riveria. That's not like you, the ever-diligent mother of the Loki family. Don't call me that. I'm not anyone's mother. Besides, you're exaggerating. I'm completely focused. There are times when I simply prefer to remain silent. You should try it sometime. Are you sure? You only just noticed we were listening. In case you didn't know, your whole monologue about being a love-struck damsel waiting for her prince wasn't just a thought. We heard it all, clear and loud. Did you hear me? No, I just made it up. But you confirmed that monologue existed. Those two idiots know how to get information out of me. It's not like I made it difficult for them, either. I was dancing at their beck and call. I lowered my head, admitting that, indeed, something was gnawing at me. I refused to give them the satisfaction of forcing me to say it, so I sealed my lips like a tomb. Or at least, I tried to. But my efforts were useless because, in unison, they threw a mocking question at me. Does it have anything to do with your hero? Forget about that. I already told you it was a mistake. I didn't mean for it to sound the way you're interpreting it. I yelled at them, completely flushed and waving my arms. The heat in my face spread to the tips of my ears, while they just smiled with amusement. How do you expect us to forget? The great nine hell ran towards us like a lovelorn maiden asking for the name of her beloved knight. That's not what happened. Riveria is right. Maiden in love is not the adjective I would use, it would be more like old woman in love. Aerith. Ahahahaha. They mock me shamelessly, not only for my feelings, but also for my age, something strictly forbidden and which I could punish by turning them into ice cubes. But when I tried to raise my staff to cast magic upon them, I remembered the reason for their mockery. That my hero thing. Flashback. Of course, how am I supposed to thank my hero if I don't know his name? I repeated, looking at both of them sternly, barely inclining my head in slight bewilderment. Your hero? Riveria, are you feeling okay? That's when I realized my mistake. I paled as I understood that my words had come out unfiltered, leaving me in an embarrassing situation. So your hero? Ugh. Tell us more. They insisted. I wish Goliath had killed me. They stepped forward, focusing all their attention on me, ignoring even the calls of the rest of the family. For a second, I forgot about my search and sweat began to trickle down my forehead. I avoided eye contact at all costs. I felt vulnerable, like a lion whose claws and fangs have been torn out, facing several predators. I cleared my throat, gathering enough confidence to face them so that they wouldn't continue insisting on that subject. You're misunderstanding my intentions. I know the way I expressed myself wasn't right, but I simply don't know that young man's name. I called him my hero because, in a way, he was. Anyone in my situation would have called him the same thing if he saved them. Their anger subsided. They understood my point and agreed. At least I achieved my first goal. To get them to stop bothering me. For someone who is usually upright and serious, it's easy to hide their emotions, however confusing they may be. Seeing him leap, enveloped in white energy, his fist extended, a powerful roar like the cries of thousands of crows drowning out every other sound. If that's not what a hero looks like, then we should replace any definition of a hero with just a picture of him. I felt that familiar flutter in my chest again. Without realizing it, a dreamy smile spread across my lips as my gaze drifted to the ground, lost in my memories. A hero. Riveria. My hero. Heat rose to my cheeks, which turned red like the bright, hopeful eyes of my savior, whose name I longed to know. I reached into the pocket of my robe, searching for the hastily written letter he had penned, expressing his most sincere wishes and his fervent gratitude for my help in fulfilling his dream. No, I should be the one to properly thank you for the trouble you went to. Not just for finding my staff, but for saving my life. I thought, as I ran my fingertips over the ink smudged by the lingering dampness of the piece of fabric, that regardless of its appearance, it had immeasurable value. Not monetary, of course, but emotional. Land to Riveria. We've already lost her. Why did a letter mean so much to me? I've received several from many people. Ina sends me one every week to tell me how her life is going and to update me on her health. I've also had people write to me wanting dates, engagements, or even marriage, writing truly beautiful poems that would captivate any woman's heart except mine. That's why I always rejected them coldly, for having the audacity to make such proposals. However, the one I was holding now felt different. Special. Unique. The bond between my hero and me. DC? We were right. Misinterpretations, my beard. I snapped out of my trance at Finn's comment, who put his hands on his hips, looking at me with that mocking expression for the second time. Gareth did the same, shaking his head and scratching his long brown beard while stifling a laugh. I was an idiot. I was so lost in thought that I completely ignored their presence. Now, they're probably even more convinced of their suspicions. Ito. Don't worry about us. Keep talking. It's entertaining to see Princess Alf behaving like a young girl who had her fateful encounter in the dungeon. Don't you have to be new here for that? It's the young newbies who are looking for that kind of romance. Riveria isn't a newbie. Much less young. Ugh. I already told you that you are strictly forbidden from making fun of my age. I'll freeze you. Ha 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 ha. She got nervous. The two hugged, bursting into laughter and pointing at me. The commotion was so loud that we attracted curious glances from family members as well as other adventurers who were in the area. It's not what you think. Nothing is happening here. I panicked, trying to defuse the attention we were receiving because of this pair of screamers who don't know when to stop bothering people. I puffed out my cheek. I also felt the blood rushing to my forehead, bulging a vein there. I gripped the handle of my staff tightly and pointed it at them, intending to end their lives. Say your last words, you damned scum who dared to mock a princess. Your disrespect will not be tolerated. The icy tone in my voice returned, amplifying the weight of my threat. I rarely called myself princess because it wasn't a title I liked to reveal. However, this seemed to matter little to them. For a second, they stopped laughing and stared at me, mouths agape. I had the fleeting relief of thinking they understood how annoyed I was, but I was wrong. Ha 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 ha. You don't scare anyone. Especially not by rubbing that handkerchief on your cheek. Handkerchief. I glanced to my side and paled. Sure enough, the letter I treasured so much was pressed against my cheek. I hadn't realized when I'd taken it from my pocket, nor why a wave of emotion had washed over me as I held it there. What's more, why was I rubbing it like a cat? The full force of my ultimatum vanished, leaving me looking like a fool. I blushed again, this time even more intensely than before. The heat overwhelmed me. If I were in one of the fictional novels Tiona usually reads, this would be the moment when smoke would practically billow from my head, a sign of my profound embarrassment. I took a couple of steps back. I dropped my staff, and it fell to the ground with a dry, metallic clang that echoed louder than I expected. Damn. It's worse than I imagined. She really fell in love with that guy. It isn't true. She's 15. She's the same age as Alfia. What's with you two fixating on boys who are twice or more your age? That was low even for you. I'm not after anyone. And stop implying that I'm an old. I shook my fists emphatically, leaning forward so my words would reach them loud and clear. Then I grabbed that filthy, disrespectful dwarf by the shoulders. He kept making bold, baseless statements, completely unrestrained. Perhaps I should silence him once and for all permanently. It would be a significant loss for the Loki family, but we'll surely find a replacement. Riveria-sama. I heard someone calling me. Instinctively, I turned toward the source of the voice, stopping my hands from moving toward Gareth's neck, whom I intended to strangle without remorse. Alice. Alfia. They were my students. Both were carrying buckets full of crystal clear water and a mountain of freshly cut fruit, most likely picked in the area of the great dungeon tree. They kept their gaze fixed on me, as if they didn't know how to react to the strange scene they were witnessing. I released Gareth and straightened my robes, smoothing down the unruly strands of hair that made me look like a lunatic. I had to regain my composure so as not to lose the respect of those who see me as a figure of admiration. Aha. What brings you here, Alicia, Lafia? Riveria-sama. Upon hearing my voice, they both dropped their buckets and ran towards me. They hugged me tightly, bursting into tears as their sobs soaked the fabric of my robe. What's wrong with them? Thank the gods you're alright, Riveria-sama. We thought it would take a long time for her to wake up. When we saw the ice staircase collapse, we thought we'd lost her, but we're so happy she's safe. Please don't put yourself in that kind of danger again. I opened my mouth, surprised by the genuine fear they both carried in their hearts. They're crying, they're trembling, their ragged breathing made a lump form in my throat. I hugged them back. I'm fine, girls. I'm in perfect condition. I would say very well. I shot Finn a murderous glare. He was completely out of touch and making inappropriate comments. Luckily, he got the hint, as did Gareth. They remained silent at least for now. We shared a tender moment between teacher and students. They clung to me as if they were afraid of losing me again. I stroked the back of their necks, rubbing my palm behind their heads to remind them that I was still there, alive and present. All thanks to the person who made this reunion possible. That hero who allowed me to be here now, embracing them, crying with relief by their side. The albino whose name I still didn't know. They pulled away from my chest, wiping their cheeks with their uniform sleeves. They smiled, letting out a long sigh. Forgive our impertinence, Riveria-sama. Yes. We were thrilled to see her and couldn't help it. I shook my head, letting them know there was no problem. On the contrary, I appreciated their show of affection. Lift your heads. I appreciate that at least you care about my well-being, instead of bothering me as soon as I wake up. Bother her. They tilted their heads, confused, their eyes following the two men mentioned. The men simply raised their fingers in a gesture of peace, dismissing my anger. Yes, I've decided. When we return to Aario, I'll make them pay for their taunts. I'm already devising a punishment worthy of their crime. Perhaps hanging them upside down, setting one side on fire, and freezing the other. Then I'd heal them and repeat the process. A good start. Tell us, Riveria-sama, how were you able to escape from that monster? Its size was colossal. Don't ask silly questions, Lafia. It's obvious he took advantage of the distraction of that young man who came with Vyasa to escape. I highly doubt that a disrespectful brat like that was directly involved. Disrespectful brat. Alicia was talking about the white-haired hero. Her comment piqued my curiosity, so I stepped forward and took her hands firmly. What do you know about that young man? Do you know his name? My anxiety seeped into my voice, enough for both of them to notice my distress. The surprise in Alicia's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a dull, almost empty expression. The same happened with Lafia, who crossed her arms and adopted a terrifying grimace, as if remembering that boy triggered a visceral hatred within her. Are you referring to that damn scum who had the audacity to lay his hands on the body of our beloved princess? Slag. Alicia was the first to respond, using exaggeratedly harsh terms, confirming that she was talking about exactly who I thought she was. Yes. That vile human who defiled the immaculate body of the heir to the throne of Alf. Defile me? When did that happen? Lafia went along with it, but with a tone completely unlike her usual demeanor. The insecure girl I knew was gone. Her gaze was filled with a disturbing jealousy. I didn't know when it happened, but they both positioned themselves on either side of me, each holding one of my arms. Not even my elven senses noticed the movement. I blinked, puzzled, turning my head from side to side to confirm they were really there. When I turned to Finn and Gareth, I noticed they were just as surprised as I was. Since when did they become so fast? Before I could resolve the doubt, they began to drag me in an unknown direction. Where are you taking me? Hey. There's a lake nearby, Riveria-sama. We want to wash your body to purify it and erase the filth that shameless human left ingrained on your skin, which is overflowing with purity. Wash my body? Yes. Please let us take care of that. We apologize if we scrub your skin too hard, we do it for your own good. That's enough. I stood my ground, raising my voice and easily freeing myself from his grip. It's not right to speak like that about the young man who saved me. Thanks to his bravery, we were able to reunite and defeat the irregular Goliath. He hasn't done any of the things he's accused of. I'm sure he's not that kind of person. Yes, Riveria knows it better than anyone. It's not for nothing that he has. Say one more word and I'll show Tyan where you hide your room key. Let's see how long you last with her locked in there all night. That's why I'd better keep quiet. Finn made a zipping motion over his lips. Then I looked at Gareth, who simply gave a thumbs up, knowing I didn't need threats to get the message across. How can you say he's not that kind of person, Riveria-sama? We saw it with our own eyes. That human was holding her indecently. He should be considered a sexual predator. Yes. Death penalty for the pervert. What on earth did you see when we arrived at the camp? A drop of sweat trickled down my forehead. I recapped all the interactions I'd had with the albino, and in none of them did he do what they were both accusing him of. You're a lady through and through, Riveria-sama. It was to be expected that you wouldn't notice his intentions, because your mind is free of any sinful thoughts. But we did perceive the aura of perversion and carnal desire that brat emanated. It's incredible that someone his age could be so corrupted. I rubbed my eyes with my fingertips and let out a long sigh. These two were acting strangely. It was best to find out how they'd arrived at that absurd conclusion. I didn't know why, but it irritated me that they were speaking ill of the person who had saved me and who, at all times, had behaved like a gentleman. If it's not too much of an indiscretion, could you tell me what on earth you're talking about? What exactly do you think you saw? They exchanged glances, synchronizing as if they had rehearsed their response, and nodded in unison before turning their attention back to me. We saw everything, Riveria-sama. That look was outrageously perverted. He seemed to admire her legs as if they were divine treasures consecrated to the goddess of desire. Their voices echoed around my head. I could barely process what they were saying. Divine treasure? Goddess of desire? What kind of nonsense were these two imagining? Besides my legs. I was on his back the whole time. It was impossible for him to see them. And the symptoms were crystal clear. Facial flushing, a vacant stare, a silly grin. Shortness of breath. Dilated pupils. They had started listing symptoms as if they were reading a manual of first aid for romantic relationships. The scene was already ridiculous, but they didn't stop. However, those words reminded me of something the descriptions Aina gave me of people in love. That's why I didn't interrupt them. I continued listening in silence, with growing unease. And the way he held her thighs. Good heavens, he was so brazen. A sudden silence fell over us. And then I thought about it. My thighs. Slowly, my hands moved down, purely by reflex. I touched the tops of my thighs with slow, tense movements, as if I could detect a trace, a pressure, a ghostly hint of what they were saying. And the worst part was, I did remember. The firm grip. Firm? How did I not notice it before? It still tickled me. He was holding them as if his life depended on it. As if he were clinging to the last shred of sanity. I frowned, caught between confusion and embarrassment. Was this real? When did this happen and why hadn't I noticed? Gareth and Finn's stifled laughter, just off to the side, echoed in my mind, clouding my judgment. My hands remained resting on my thighs, as if searching for an answer that wouldn't come. I tried to trace, in my memories of that moment, any unmistakable sign of what Alicia and Alfia had described with such outrage. But I failed. I found nothing concrete. A faint warmth began to creep up my cheeks. It was a subtle betrayal, almost imperceptible. I lowered my gaze for a moment, my hands still resting on my thighs, as if that could erase the feeling that now, to my misfortune, I couldn't forget. No, I had to keep my composure. They're exaggerating. It was definitely an accident. Nothing more. But even I didn't entirely believe those words. He was just trying to help. Wasn't he? An awkward silence settled between the three of them. They watched me with a mixture of denial and expectation, as if they were waiting for me to say it out loud. That maybe, just maybe, I had realized and that it had bothered me as much as it bothered them. But I refused to give them that satisfaction. I straightened my back, pressed my lips together, and removed my hands from my thighs with what little dignity I could muster. And just before I could reprimand them for their ridiculous behavior, something came back to me. The compliments they had paid me. I am sorry if I made you uncomfortable. It's just that now I understand all those stories that describe how amazing elves are. He told me while he was bandaging my ankle. And now that I think about it, he kept looking at my legs. I can't read minds, but I sensed something in his gaze. Admiration. Does he have a thigh fetish? I paled. Panic gripped me at the thought that the ideal figure beginning to form in my mind might wither away. That the pure image of the selfless savior might crumble. I shook my head, rejecting the idea completely. Absolutely not. I'm sure they're mistaken. He's not that kind of man. And nothing will convince me otherwise. I defended myself firmly, refusing to listen any longer. I struck the bottom tip of my staff against the ground, making even my words tremble with the determination I wished to project. Both women took a step back, incredulous at the fervor with which she defended a mere human being. A man who, in their opinion, was not worthy of such good fortune. The first to react was Alfia, who crossed her arms, frowning with an expression that oscillated between concern and severity, almost as if she represented the judgment of an inquisitor. Riveria-sama, with all due respect, that boy looks every bit like a repressed pervert. Her voice carried an almost alarming conviction. Alicia nodded beside her, as if she were her faithful assistant in that moral crusade. Also, did he ask her permission to touch her like that? Alicia continued, leaning slightly toward me with that questioning look one only gives when about to say something difficult. Her question felt like a dagger wrapped in velvet. I opened my mouth to answer. Yes, he. But the words died on my lips. My voice broke before I could fully utter them, transforming into an unintelligible murmur. Something inside me stopped that automatic defense, as if I didn't want to lie, but couldn't admit otherwise either. All the confidence with which I had tried to argue my innocence unraveled like fabric in the wind, losing its shape. My gaze shifted to the ground, and I remembered how that event occurred. You'll have to excuse me, but it's the only way. No. He hadn't asked my permission. And the worst part was that I wasn't bothered, at least not as much as I should have been. The silence that followed was as thick as a cold fog. Alfia and Alicia said nothing, but their eyes spoke with the clarity of an unwritten sentence. It didn't help that Finn and Gareth were silent spectators, barely containing their laughter. They were more focused on mocking my misfortune than on helping me out of it, let alone getting me out of this mess. And I didn't know what to say to save what was left of my pride. Oh. We'll have to kill that perverted rabbit eternally in heat. Huh? Yes. It doesn't matter that he's from the Ganesha family. He's committed a serious crime, and not even the Aario police will stop him from getting what he deserves. We were being chased. There wasn't time for that kind of formality. Don't do anything to him. They interpreted my silence as confirmation of their suspicions, unleashing a bloodlust directed at the young man who had little or nothing to do with it. It was likely he wasn't even aware of their actions, so I came to his defense again. I was afraid he might be hurt due to a misunderstanding. Although, after seeing him in action, I doubted Alfia and Alicia could even touch him. Now I understand why the gods love to get mortals into trouble. It's a delight to pry into other people's lives and put them in embarrassing situations. You can say that again. Loki would enjoy this more than you can imagine. I turned to look at that talkative hobbit and that annoying dwarf, who were chatting amongst themselves, enjoying the spectacle. Keep talking. We're not here. By the way, Alfia, could you ask her about the letter ugh? I would no longer tolerate Finn, so I hit him on the head with my staff, silencing him instantly. She told you to shut up. Why yes. My bad. Gareth helped her up, extending his hand to assist her. Finn rubbed the spot where she'd been hit, a single tear escaping her eye. I may not be a melee fighter, and strength isn't exactly a virtue for a mage, but I'm still on par with them. Why all the fuss? Is that love I smell? Who's noticed my captain? Gay Jag-American. I finished my reservation for Jag-American. The sound of footsteps drew closer, and within seconds, Tiona, Tyan, and Aze made their appearance. Tiona was the first to notice the strange atmosphere, tilting her head in curiosity. Tyan, on the other hand, was less friendly. Her gaze darted quickly from side to side, as if searching for something or someone. She probably thought a woman was flirting with Finn. And then there was Aze. Pale, as if her very soul had left her. Her eyes, always so serene, now showed clear signs of exhaustion, as if she had been battling something far greater than mere fatigue. But that wasn't it. She was simply suffering from the starvation caused by the lack of that fatty food made of potatoes. There's a strange smell in here. Tyan frowned and, after a few seconds of awkward silence, began sniffing the air intently. Without saying anything else, she lowered her head slightly and continued sniffing, as if following a trail, and her steps led her directly toward me. Riveria Sama, why does the scent of love come from you? I don't smell like anything. Great. As if 4 annoyances weren't enough, now he also had to deal with Tyan's advances. Riveria Sama. Tell me how it went. Tiona took my hands, wrapping them in hers, staring at me with stars in her eyes. How did what happen? Seeing Argonaut Kun's attack. It must have been incredible to be so close to the impact. The way he flew through the air and the sound of the electricity hitting Goliath's flesh, I'm shivering just remembering it. It was a relief. The conversation she proposed was less exhausting than the previous ones, so I was inwardly grateful to her for giving me an escape from the drama that Alicia, Alfia, Gareth, and Finn were forcing me to remain in. Well, the truth is I couldn't really appreciate it because I fell into the water. But I felt it. I felt every pulse of magic as if it were piercing my chest. I recalled the moment and the words began to flow one by one, with total delight, beginning my story. I described it as if a storm cloud had descended, shaking the world beneath its blasts. Again and again, the explosions erupted, like lightning striking a single target. There was no compassion in that power, no frenzy. Only decisiveness. A brutal force, channeled without hesitation. I mentioned the roar of magic, the vibration of the water, and the evaporation it caused. I didn't need anything more to understand. Everything in its path, everything was devoured. It was like watching a child break the limits imposed by the gods. As if nature itself obeyed him. It was simply wonderful. I finished. The amount of praise I poured out on her every time I closed my eyes felt unnatural. I had never spoken about someone with such passion. Wow. It's like a professional writer narrated it. You made it sound much better than it was. And that should be impossible. He is incredible. Fiona, Tyan, and Ace shared their opinions. Alicia and Alfia were displeased, but they couldn't deny her remarkable bravery. Finn and Gareth remained silent, no longer with that annoyed attitude they'd had before. They believed my account. They agreed with how I described the event. He saved my life and I would like to thank him properly. Riveria-sama. Yufufu, and how do you intend to do that? My student spoke hesitantly, but Tyan's sudden question interrupted them. She covered her face with her palm and adopted a mischievous attitude. Huh? The truth is, I still don't know. I've never been in this kind of situation. I don't know what men like and I haven't interacted with him enough to know what he'd want as a reward. Would you like a suggestion? I didn't like the way Tyan said that, but I had nothing to lose by trying. Sure. What would you give to a man who saved your life? He smiled maliciously. I wouldn't like the answer he was about to give. She slowly raised her hands up her belly until they rested on either side of her prominent breasts, which she then squeezed as she leaned forward to accentuate their shape. You could give him your breasts. Letting him fondle them for a few seconds should be enough. You could also show him a nipple. My eyes widened in alarm at the indecent and spicy suggestion, and I covered my body. What are you recommending to Riveria-sama? I should kill you for that. Alfia and Alicia, as usual, launched an attack against Tyan, who only extended her fingers to stop them, without even moving from the spot. Hey. That's not a bad idea. From what I noticed when we met him, he's a big fan of big boobs. He kept staring at mine. What do you mean by that? A statement from this shameless Amazon captured my full attention. My voice trembled as I asked her what exactly she meant. Come on, Riveria-sama. It's not that hard to understand. He stared at my breasts as if he fancied them. I felt undressed by his gaze. But the clothes you're wearing, that's easy. Will you let me finish, Alicia? Did he look at your breasts? Yes. That's why I say it would be a good idea to follow my advice. He'll be more than happy. I sought confirmation from the others. I turned slowly, almost mechanically, fearing it was true. I refused to believe it. I refused to think that the hero I spoke of with such admiration was the pervert Tyan described. However, my hope faded with the discreet nods of agreement from Tiona, Ace, Finn, and Gareth. Pervert. I told you so. He's an immoral man. Penance. I had no choice but to label him that way. Alicia and Alfia immediately supported me, igniting a flame of conflict in their hearts. If they had previously detested him for the ideas they had formed about his intentions toward me, now they would kill him if they had him in front of them. While they both continued murmuring strange things, as if they were planning the most efficient way to kill him, I couldn't help but let my gaze wander, just for a moment, towards my own chest. Is it big? The thought was as ridiculous as it was sudden, but there it was. And without being able to stop myself, I turned to Tyan. She wasn't even trying to hide her figure. I pressed my lips together, noticing the absurd size of her breasts. I felt envious. Then Finn burst in. What are you doing, Riveria? I was slightly startled. I straightened my back and immediately composed myself. Nothing. I was just observing. I lied. And I knew it. But I also knew that no one should notice the slip-up. I decided to ignore the revelation, clinging to my mental image of my hero. I didn't care what others said or what evidence might exist against him. To me, he remained a flawless figure of admiration. By the way, do you know anything about him? Besides the fact that he belongs to the Ganesha family. I changed the subject, though not the topic. Unfortunately, none of them could give me any information different from what I already knew. Artie mentioned that he arrived in Aario that same day. It's incredible that an adventurer from the outside possesses such power. Yes. I also find it incredible. The only explanation I can think of is that he was a student in the school district. Of course not. I'd remember a rabbit eternally in heat like that. Finn's comment made me think. The possibility I raised about his origins was refuted by Alfia, a graduate of the academy. Seriously, you don't know anything? I do. She loves big breasts. Tyan, just shut up. It smells like my father. Ace. That's cute but strange. Ah, I know. He loves stories about heroes almost as much as I do. Finally, I was getting some useful information. Once again, Tiona was my beacon of hope. I see. If she likes stories, then I could buy her one as a thank you. I held my chin, considering the idea. It wouldn't be a bad idea to give her a present that suited her tastes. Now that you mention it, Riveria-sama, aren't you worried about getting involved in a romantic relationship? I was startled by that comment from Tyan, who placed her finger on her lower lip and looked away upwards. A romantic relationship. Yes. He and Vyasa seemed especially close. Perhaps they are childhood friends who swore eternal love to each other and have finally reunited after years apart. Childhood friends' eternal love. Thinking about it made me especially uncomfortable. My heart felt restless and a feeling of emptiness overwhelmed me. Don't bother her anymore, Tyan. It's clear they're not like that. Huh? Yes. That boy, he seemed uncomfortable with Vyasa. Baze and Tiona contradicted her. I let out a soft sigh. I didn't fully understand the reason, but knowing that there wasn't a romantic relationship between him and Artie lifted a huge weight off my shoulders. I puffed out my cheek, frustrated at not having gotten his name. None of my family members even had the decency to ask him. Then I noticed the handkerchief still in my hand. I glanced at it for a second, then discreetly slipped it into my pocket. I didn't want any questions. No one else should see it. Finn took advantage of the calm moment when all the executive members of the family were gathered together for whatever reason and raised his voice with a mischievous smile on his face, although also with a hint of seriousness. As much as I'd like to keep bothering Riveria, I have to give you all a heads up. In a few hours, we'll be leaving for the next stage of the expedition. Get ready, because we won't stop until we reach the safe zone in the deepest levels. His eyes fixed on me, gleaming maliciously after he gave the warning and received confirmation from the rest. And I hope our love-struck princess can focus on the mission and not get lost thinking about her albino Romeo. Herald of the End, White Snow. Wait, Riveria. It was a joke. Just a joke. Without thinking twice, I conjured my magic and summoned a blast of ice, directing it straight at his mouth. While the power wasn't enough to freeze him completely, it was enough to silence him. Ice coated his lips, freezing his smile before he could speak again. Some laughed. Others avoided my gaze. I simply crossed my arms and looked away, backing off before I lost control and turned him completely into a block of ice. The following days passed with an eerie ease. There were no particularly strong monsters or unexpected traps. The path was clear and the mission progressed smoothly. Perhaps this was due to the recent activity of that erratic monster whose presence had driven the other beings away, imposing its strength and filling their hearts with fear. We were moving quickly and without stopping. However, I couldn't help but feel an emptiness and above all, a persistent discomfort in my chest. That boy had burst into my routine like a fleeting lightning bolt. His clumsiness, his courage, his naive yet unwavering presence, all of it haunted me. I found myself wondering what he was doing, if he was still training, if he was thinking of me after saving me. I cast my magic with precision, as if my lips and hands knew what to do without my mind being present. I responded to my companion's instructions, but my soul was elsewhere. My heart was focused on that person, leaving no room for any other emotion. Alfia would look at me with concern from time to time, but she didn't say anything. I knew it was for the best, and I was deeply grateful for her understanding. The strangest thing was that, although I was part of the rearguard, I constantly found myself at the front. I would move ahead without meaning to, driven by an urgency I couldn't explain. I wanted to finish as soon as possible. To return to Aario and, with that, to see him again, to learn his name and to repay him for the effort he made to give me my staff. Yes, that was the only reason I wanted to see him again. Sooner rather than later, we reached the 59th floor, which greeted us with an ominous presence. As soon as we stepped off the stairs, something felt different. The air was thicker. The walls seemed to throb. And then we saw them. New creatures. Twisted and unknown forms awaited us, as if they knew we would arrive. A tremor ran through the group, but no one retreated. At the center of the chaos, an immense, ethereal, and corrupt being emerged. It resembled a demi-spirit, but its presence was different. Devastating. There. He screamed, pointing his amorphous, disgusting tentacles, his voice guttural and high-pitched, like a lament and a curse at the same time. It seemed to contain an unresolved conflict and a burning desire to capture her. Baze tensed. Her face, until then expressionless, twisted with a fury she rarely displayed. Without a word, she lunged forward, enveloped in a dark wind. She used her Avenger ability. Each slash of her sword cut not only through flesh, but also through the very air, trying to reach a jade jewel that glittered on the entity's forehead. Fiona, Tyan, and Bette didn't stay behind. They joined the fight, facing the horde of monsters who also wore a foul-smelling jewel on their foreheads. Gareth ran after them, covering their flanks with his pair of shields, blocking the main entity's berserker-style attacks. The enemy did not remain still. A bull-like creature, with 4 legs, grayish skin, and the same shining jewel on its forehead, charged forcefully at the 3 vanguard. Fiona leaped, spinning in the air before delivering a direct kick to the monster's forehead. Tyan followed, plunging her daggers into its back. Bette spun around to slash at its hind legs. As chaos erupted, Alfia and I prepared to provide support from the rear. A magic circle unfolded beneath our feet as we focused all our attention on the multiple targets we had to eliminate. Ready, Alfia? I feel strangely motivated to defeat them all. She nodded, surprised by my determination. It wasn't immediately apparent, but my emerald eyes shone like the jewels of that same name. We began to chant. Energy flowed through our bodies as we spoke the words, gathering at the ends of our staffs. Valerica shooting. Ray levitain. The combination of our magic created a fiery wave that rose like a firestorm, striking directly into the limbs of the largest demi-spirit, the one with a strange fixation on A's. Its scream became agonized as its flesh was charred, consumed by the flames like a sheet of paper at the edge of a lighter. A's didn't stop. Every time the monster screamed that name Aario, her rage intensified. It was as if she were fighting a memory, an old wound that refused to heal. I wondered when she would be able to open her heart and tell us what troubled her. Magical explosions and battle cries mingled together. For a moment, the dungeon transformed into a battlefield where the roars of monsters mingled with the chanting of spells and the thumping of footsteps. And while all that was happening, I kept casting spells. But deep down, I was still thinking about my hero. I remembered his determined look when he charged at Goliath to finish it off. The speed with which he moved, becoming a thunderbolt that left only afterimages in its wake. I wanted nothing less than that. I wondered what he thought of this fight. If he was proud to see me fight. If his eyes would light up as he watched me demonstrate my strength. I wanted him to know that, while I appreciated his help, I was also capable of defending myself. But also I wondered if he would want to fight alongside me, as equals. Attack now. A scream from Tiona snapped me back to the present. I refocused. That demi-spirit had to fall. Despite attacking it with one of my most powerful spells, a relentless barrage, similar to when I faced the ebony beast alone, it remained standing, regenerating damage, as if it meant nothing to that creature. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead. I was visibly frustrated by the ineffectiveness of my attacks. Nevertheless, I wasn't about to give up. That monster would fall by my own hand. I closed my eyes, beginning to channel the next spell. I focused on every word of the chant, but as I did, something caught my attention. A detail that had gone unnoticed amidst my thoughts since the battle against Goliath. I had completely ignored my performance in the previous encounters until now. I'm reciting the chants faster than usual. Also, the energy I'm gathering is greater than before. And if that weren't enough, I don't feel exhausted. I've been casting magic continuously and I'm not tired. What's going on? I thought, surprised, as I continued chanting without stopping. I opened my eyes, astonished, trying not to lose control. I glanced sideways at Alfia, who was struggling to keep up. I sighed deeply and, without further delay, released the spell. Ray levitain. Aig. The blast of fire struck the demi-spirit full force. Its cry of pain was visceral. Its body writhed, engulfed in flames, as if each ember were slowly and torturously devouring it. I felt the magic flow through me with an almost unfamiliar ease. It took no effort to gather it, nor to channel it. Everything happened with unusual speed and precision. The power was different. More intense. More refined. I noticed it myself. The speed of the chanting, the force of the impact, the absolute control. Something had changed. Never before had my magic responded with such clarity, with such harmony. It was as if, finally, after so many years, I had stopped holding back. Perhaps I had finally broken my own limits. I stared at my staff for a moment, dismayed by this undeniable reality. I noticed Alfia was also watching me, her mouth agape. Riveria Sama, how did you do that? The question came out of her mouth with difficulty. The shock prevented her from speaking clearly. I don't know. It's strange. Ever since I fought Goliath, I've felt more vigor, more energy. Even when Vyasa used his magic on me to attack him, I noticed a considerable increase in my strength, both physical and mental. Perhaps pushing my mind beyond its limits brought this reward. Whatever the reason, I can't deny that I'm surprising myself. Can using magic to the point of mental exhaustion have effects like this? The question, laced with admiration, reminded me of something that young man had mentioned during our escape from the jet black monster. His mother used to make him train to the limit. Perhaps she already knew this method of self-improvement long before I did. If I ever had the chance to meet her, I would certainly ask for her advice. But first I had to survive this battle. Only then could I be reunited with her son. I gripped my staff tightly. The demi-spirit's groans echoed in the air, writhing in pain from our attacks. Despite considerable damage, it still stood, regenerating the charred areas by creating new tissue. Twisted, throbbing, grotesque tentacles sprouted from its limbs. I noticed A's activating her magic once more, though this time without the presence of the characteristic black wind. She launched herself at the creature with bestial speed, spinning like a cutting whirlwind, obliterating everything in her path. Meanwhile, Alicia drew her bow and fired at the roots that snaked across the battlefield, attacking indiscriminately between allies and foes, as if her sole purpose were to devour everything in her path. Coordinating with her, Raul and Aki redoubled their efforts to subdue the extensions of the main body, while Finn cleared the immediate area, containing its expansion, to give us enough space to conjure without interruption. The objective? To reduce its numbers until all forces could be concentrated on a single enemy. Fiona, Tyan, and Bed overwhelmed the second monster with a synchronized offensive. They attacked from different angles, constantly repositioning themselves to avoid retaliation. Gareth, as solid as a wall, blocked the onslaught with his heavy shields, opening brief windows of opportunity for the rest of the team to continue the siege. I have an idea, Riveria. Let's copy the strategy against the irregular Goliath. Finn's voice broke into my thoughts. I turned to him, raising an eyebrow, unsure of what exactly he meant. Destroy its limbs and burn its shell. The more damage it suffers, the more it envelops the jewel fetus with flesh to protect it. But if we open it like we did with Goliath's magic stone, I can destroy it and end this. Understood. Be prepared, we don't know how long it will take to regenerate. We nodded in unison and set off with that risky plan, the same one that had already saved us once. The conditions were similar, although this creature was, without a doubt, a threat of a different magnitude. Alfia, aim your arc's ray at the head. I'll try to extend Ray Levitane's range to open a corridor through which Finn can advance. High. He answered decisively, while I cast one last glance at the captain. Finn closed his eyes and moved his lips rapidly, invoking a technique that enhanced his physical strength. The change in the atmosphere was immediate. A dense, sharp energy enveloped him, as if the world had stopped around his will. For a fleeting moment, an image flashed through my mind. That of my hero. The concentration on his face, so serene yet so determined, reminded me of someone who has fought 1,000 battles and carries on his shoulders the dreams of all those he believes he protects. In that sense, perhaps he and Finn weren't so different. I smiled, deep within my soul. I kept that image, the one of that young man with snowy hair and a steady gaze, like a silent talisman. If that pesky hobbit and that meddlesome dwarf knew I was using the memory of that boy as a source of motivation, they would undoubtedly mock me mercilessly. But it didn't matter. If thinking about him allowed me to give more of myself, then so be it. I gripped the handle of my staff with both hands, one beneath the other. The force I exerted was evident in the whitening of my knuckles. I embedded the distal end into the rock, creating several cracks around it. Alfia, meanwhile, pointed hers as if it were a cannon about to fire. The flames will soon be unleashed. Progressive war, inevitable destruction. The magic circle beneath my feet manifested, emitting glowing embers that filled the air with the scent of freshly lit fire. Its diameter was considerably larger than usual, enough to envelop my student's body as well, though she was so engrossed in her own chanting that she didn't even notice. The battle horn sounds loudly. The cruelty of the conflict will engulf everyone. The mana shot up. I could feel the sweat running down my forehead, the air became denser, harder to inhale, as if instead of breathing oxygen, I were inhaling burning steam. Hum to me, crimson flames. Merciless hell. The metal of my staff began to heat up, causing a sharp, uncomfortable sensation in my hands. I'd never experienced anything like this before, but I couldn't afford to be distracted by such a trivial detail. The pain was fleeting. My entire family depended on me. I couldn't let them down. Just like in Riveria, I was a key piece for the mission's success, even if someone else delivered the final blow. Before, it was that young man from the Ganesha family. Now, it was Finn. In less than a week, I found myself in a similar situation. The difference was that this time I had no enhancements whatsoever. Arti Varma wasn't there to amplify my magic. The power I would unleash now depended solely on me. You are the embodiment of hellfire. With one blow, end the Great War. I opened my eyes suddenly. A flash revealed a detail I had overlooked while immersed in the complete darkness of concentration. The ground beneath our feet began to burn with pure white flames. A different kind of fire, like the color of the hair of the man who had filled my thoughts during the chant. Incinerolos spotted a Surtur. The flames grew enormously. Their height made them resemble a billowing wall, like a living fence of moving fire. My concentration broke for a moment. A pause, something a magician shouldn't allow himself so close to the end. However. Arc's ray. Alfia's scream, who was the first to fire, brought me back to reality with a start. The spell shot out to the exact spot I'd indicated. I couldn't help but smile with pride. It was time to return the favor with the same precision. I detached my staff from the rock, pointing it just as she had. A whirlwind like Aario, the wind that surrounds A's, enveloped my staff, dragging with it the white flames of the magic circle. The jewel at the tip of the staff shone brightly, changing from blue to white, adopting the same hue as the fire it was about to unleash. For reasons I didn't understand, I smiled again. The movement of the flames reminded me of my savior's white locks of hair. It was as if he were accompanying me in this unparalleled feat. I inhaled deeply, filling my lungs with air, and uttered the last two words that horrendous being would ever hear before becoming nothingness itself. Sorry, Finn, but Helfenegas won't be necessary anymore. Something in my mind told me so. The strength in my heart confirmed it. Levitain. My world went silent. All sound was replaced by the pounding of my heart. The colossal wave of white fire shot from my staff, obliterating everything in its path. Turning rock into will, sand into glass, life into death. There was no control. No finesse. It was pure concentrated destruction, relentless, determined. Those seconds felt like an eternity. The roar of magic shook the battlefield like a celestial, almost ethereal shriek. As a spectator of my own work, I watched each object dissolve in the flames, turning to ashes. The monster's scream was chilling. Broo-aya. The guttural, high-pitched, desperate shriek rose above the din, making the air, the stone, the very marrow of those who heard it vibrate. The sound pierced my ears, my chest, like a throbbing spear. I felt the dungeon walls tremble with the creature's agony. The embedded jewel, that strange, gleaming fetus that seemed to be the core of the being, emerged from the charred tissue of its chest. I saw its body trying to regenerate. But then it happened. I saw it, we all saw it. The jewel began to crack, to melt like wax at the edge of a flame until nothing remained but a pile of ashes. What was once a colossal monster, one that inspired fear in even the most seasoned adventurers, became nothing at all, leaving behind a burning stain with its silhouette imprinted on the wall. After that there was absolute silence. The reactions of those present were immediate, especially Finn's, who stopped singing and remained motionless in his position. And then I felt all eyes on me, one by one, fixed on the one responsible for finishing off the enemy with a single stroke, as if it were just child's play. My breathing was ragged, my legs trembled slightly, and my clothes were completely soaked with sweat. I staggered, but Alfia offered me her shoulder. I gripped the staff tightly. I knew what I had done, what I had accomplished, but I didn't fully understand how. There was only one thing I was certain of. Something inside me had changed. Riveria Sama. That was incredible. It was absolutely incredible, Riveria Sama. In less than a second, Alicia covered the distance between us and caught up with me, taking my hands, overflowing with joy at what had happened. As always, she was the one who paid the most attention to my actions and exaggerated them. Although, to be fair, in this specific case it wasn't an exaggeration. I did something I didn't even think was possible. Little by little, the family members began to approach, their expressions similar to Alicia's, all eager to know how I had acquired such power. They wanted to understand how I managed to destroy the demi-spirit in a single blow. However, even I didn't have a concrete answer. Well, perhaps there was an explanation, but it was too embarrassing to admit aloud. Can you enhance your magic like I do with Aario? Belle tilted her head, raising her fists under her chin, accentuating her surprise. In her usually dull golden eyes, a faint glimmer of admiration appeared. I doubt that's the case. Besides. Hey, old lady. You could have done that sooner. You would have saved us a lot of trouble. Who do you think you're calling an old lady, you flea-ridden dog? It all happened so fast. Like a boom. And then a kaboom. I've never seen such powerful magic. Even Argonaut-kun's was overshadowed. Argonaut. The reactions were mixed. Bet's complaints he has an incredible talent for complaining about everything almost turned him into an ice statue if it weren't for Alfia stopping him just in time. She saved him from a close call. However, the mention of Tiona, in her particular and enthusiastic way of speaking, brought to mind a memory. That of my hero. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was the reason something inside me had changed. I didn't yet understand the extent or the exact nature of that change, but one thing was clear. I wasn't the same person I used to be. I pressed my fist to my chest. My heart was still pounding, even though I wasn't in danger. I reacted like this every time he invaded my thoughts. And, honestly, it frustrated me not understanding why. Could it be a heart arrhythmia? I remember reading a book about heart disease caused by lack of sleep and accumulated stress. It's definitely their fault. The vein throbbed in my forehead. For now, that was the only explanation I was willing to accept for my irregular heartbeat. Because if you ask Ina, her diagnosis would be very different. And, according to her, it could be that. Feeling your heart leap out of your chest just thinking of your beloved. Smiling for no reason when you do. I remembered his words all too clearly, even though at the time I claimed that I wasn't interested in them. The trembling in my lips intensified. And then, like a persistent image that refused to be forgotten, the face of that albino who jumped to my rescue materialized again in my mind, a reminder that he was there, that he lived inside me, even though I couldn't or didn't want to stop it. It seemed as if I was trying to give more weight to my best friend's words, denying the excuse she kept repeating to me. Phew, you're already starting to think about that boy who loves big breasts. Huh? Ian interrupted my train of thought, peeking over my shoulder and whispering provocatively in my ear with that malicious smile she had already shown in Riveria. I made a pitiful sound in response to her comment, so I had to regain my composure. I adopted a firm stance, erecting an emotional barrier between us to prevent her provocations from penetrating my defenses. I don't know what you're talking about, Tyan. I just find it curious that Tyan calls him that. From what I know of the story, that boy nicknamed Argonaut was very different from Ganesha's son. Different? In what sense? The story describes him as a young man no more than 15 years old, with snow-white hair, who always smiled in the face of adversity. Well, maybe they're similar in that respect. But in terms of attitude. Who the hell cares if that idiot brat is like the protagonist of that stupid book or not? Slowly, with robotic movements, Tiona and I turned to look at Belle. Our expressions synchronized in a shared grimace of annoyance, although I sensed that the source of the irritation wasn't the same for both of us. You stupid brat. Stupid book. TSK. That clicked his tongue, and the silver fur on his arms bristled. The glacial tone in which we repeated his words would have frozen anyone's blood. For a moment, I wanted to defend him. But this time I chose reason. I couldn't give them any more reasons to mock me. I felt Finn, Gareth, and Tyan's eyes on me, expectant, as if they were waiting for the slightest slip-up so they could insinuate some ridiculous thing about love. I'm not in love. I never have been. And I highly doubt anything has changed overnight. I've said it countless times. I only feel indebted to that boy. Because, without considering the risks, he reached out to me and pulled me from certain death. He answered the call of my heart even though my words never reached him. Wait a minute, why do I keep giving it such a fantastical spin? It saved me. That's all. Nothing more and nothing less. I highly doubt he's an idiot. In fact, I'm sure he received a good education. You'd do well to learn manners from his example. What the hell did you say, Pua? It's not a stupid book. It's the story that changed my life. Tiona. I scoffed, looking down on him like he was a fly on my plate. It was a delight to watch his expression change. From confident to frustrated in a matter of seconds. He tried to retort, but Tiona, unlike me, didn't hesitate to escalate the argument into a physical fight. She pounced on him, tackled him to the ground, and began to deliver a one-sided beating, while Lion tried, with little success, to separate them. I broke free from Lafia's support and walked on my own toward Finn, who stood with his arms crossed in an unusual silence, oblivious to the chaos among his subordinates. Seeing that he wouldn't get what he wanted from the confrontation, his attention returned to the battlefield. Even so, it was clear that something was troubling him. He brought his thumb to his mouth and bit it hard, as if trying to quell an inner burning that was impossible to ignore. That gesture could only mean one thing. Do you have a bad feeling? He nodded wordlessly, his gaze fixed on the dark passageway that connected the 59th floor to the 60th. My thumb is screaming at us not to go down. But something else awaits us, eager to devour us. Something stronger than that demi-spirit. Stronger? Yes. I'd like to ignore it and keep pushing our limits, like you, but this time I prefer to follow my instinct and call it a day. We reached the 59th floor. It's a tremendous achievement for our family. The guild will be more than satisfied. His lack of ambition surprised me for a moment, but I soon realized that wasn't it. It wasn't fear, but prudence. The intuition of a leader who had learned when to back down. One adventure at a time. I spoke to him calmly, respecting his decision. Exactly. Besides, if we're delayed, a certain mature, love-struck elf might get upset. So we'd better get back before her love spell wears off. I spun around, glaring at him. The air turned icy as I began to whisper my chant, determined to freeze him right there. This time, I would transform him into a block of ice more than 10 centimeters thick. He dared to mock this princess one last time. By the way, is that a new decoration on your staff? Still with my back turned, ignoring the change in temperature, he brazenly pointed at the tip of my staff. Something made me stop the spell. I lowered my gaze and, as I did, I felt my blood run cold. There it was, the handkerchief. No, the letter my hero had left me. It was tied like a protective ribbon around the blue gem on my weapon. I stared at it, puzzled. When did? I stammered, unable to imagine how it had gotten there. I searched the pocket where I had put it and it was empty. Why did you put it there? I don't remember doing it. Perhaps that's why your magic was so powerful. It was empowered by the power of love. Ugh. I quickly untied the letter and put it back in my pocket. Then I grabbed Finn by the collar and lifted him off the ground with one hand. This never happened. Understood. There was no letter, no tape, no handkerchief. Nothing. But I can still see her. I brought my face close to his, almost touching foreheads. I said, is that clear? He nodded with his usual lopsided smile, the one he wore when he knew more than he was letting on. I had a bad feeling about it. I suspected he wouldn't keep the secret as well as he'd promised, but I had no choice but to trust him. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your little slip-up or what inspired that last attack. Your secret is safe with me, love-struck princess. TSK. I tensed up instantly. I roughly released her clothes, clicking my tongue in annoyance, and turned my back to her. I didn't want her to see my expression at that moment. I brought my hands to my face, feeling the heat rise violently to my cheeks. Inspiration, no, it wasn't that. But the thought returned like a flash. The letter, the handkerchief, her face. That smile of relief. Did I succeed by thinking about him? Just thinking about it made me nervously press my lips together. My heart was pounding. I hated myself for not being able to dismiss that possibility immediately. End of flashback. I'm almost certain that's not what happened. I behaved as I always do on these kinds of missions. They're just making things up to discredit me and keep making fun of me. After reviewing the past few days in my mind, I wasn't so convinced they were wrong anymore. But I absolutely refused to admit they were right because that would mean losing. And I don't lose. Finn and Gareth lowered their shoulders, defeated. Perhaps they couldn't believe my persistent denial, and that seemed to have exhausted their patience. Finn rubbed his eyelids with both hands, while Gareth crossed his arms with a stern expression. Look, I don't know what movie went through your head during the 2 minutes you were looking at the sky, but I can assure you that none of it happened the way you think. Of course it happened just as I remember it. None of my memories have been distorted. See? You're making things up again. Stop bothering me. Riveria, there are at least 3 injured people back there who can confirm that you were distracted from beginning to end of this expedition. Do you want me to call them? I narrowed my gaze in the direction she was pointing. I only saw Alicia, Alfia and Ty, and all of them covered in bandages. But why would that be my fault? How would that be my fault? You were so distracted you didn't notice the attacks from behind. Alfia and Alicia waited for your instructions for several minutes, and when they didn't get a response, they improvised. And let's just say improvisation isn't their strong suit. They got cuts, bites, and scratches. Meanwhile, you were grinning like an idiot. It's a miracle you didn't accidentally hurt any of our family members. Wait, you did? That's slander. I didn't give it to anyone. Riveria, you shot Tyan. Then you started laughing like a maniac, your eyes rolling back, muttering something about a big-titted cow. You did it on purpose, you damned old yandeer. That's not true. I'm sure I would remember. The person you're describing is nothing like me. I would never let myself be swayed by something so trivial. Of course it's true. I have burns on my back. You old elf with an inferiority complex. Who are you talking to? You? What fault is it of mine that your race has small breasts? Damaged? We clashed, sparks flying from the friction, as if we were about to declare war. They were throwing the minor mistakes I made in my distracted state in my face. But it wasn't that big of a deal. Yes, maybe the scars on Tyan's back were my fault, but nothing proves it. What if it was a hellhound that burned her with its fiery breath? A hellhound in the deepest floors when they only appear in the middle ones. Oh heavens, I'm jealous of her. I realized it, stunned by the childish behavior I was adopting. I stopped struggling and bumped my forehead against his one last time before taking a few steps back, dismayed. I swallowed hard as I analyzed what I had just done. I am sorry. This isn't me. Wow. You finally admit you screwed up. Tyan, that's enough. Stop trying to kill each other at least until we get back to the surface. I tried to apologize, but I only received hostility in return. Finn intervened as a mediator, trying to calm Tyan's fury, which was clearly one insult away from exploding. I shook my head, trying to rid myself of that unpleasant feeling that welled up in my chest every time I saw her. Her voice kept echoing in my mind, reminding me of the suggestion she made to me in Riveria. Hey. That's not a bad idea. From what I noticed when we met him, he's a big fan of big boobs. He couldn't stop staring at mine. My lips trembled. For the first time in almost 100 years, I felt what some call insecurity. Why did not having those huge bags of flesh bother me so much? Was it because he preferred them that way? How ridiculous, it's impossible that something so superficial could bother me so much, right? Mom's acting weird. See? Even Tiona, who doesn't understand anything, noticed that something is wrong with you. Yes. Say that again, Captain. I shook my head. Not because his comments were incorrect, but because I refused to accept them, however logical they might be. I tried to walk forward without looking back. Or at least, that was the intention. But the comments didn't stop, and each one was worse than the last. Who knows? Perhaps high elves reach puberty at 100 years old. The vein throbbed in my forehead after Gareth's comment. My blood was boiling. A murderous rage began to rise from deep within me. HMPH. I doubt that's the reason. She's just jealous because a woman of her race, who consider themselves superior, will never have a charming and youthful body like mine. That was the last straw. There is a limit to your impertinence and my patience, you perverted Amazon. Herald of the End, White Snow. Whenever you want, old woman. I pointed the staff, invoking the magic circle and concentrating the mana into the gem at the end. I was determined. Stop. Stop trying to kill each other. What the demi-spirit couldn't achieve, they will. What game are they playing? Thin and Tiona stepped between us, stopping the conflict before it escalated. A's, meanwhile, had just arrived on the scene, completely unaware of everything. You weren't directing your hatred at Tyan anymore. But. No buts. But she. I said no buts. I received a reprimand from Finn, who raised his voice in obvious annoyance. I sighed, lowering my staff and nodding. He was right. I shouldn't have stooped to Tyan's level. I'm supposed to be more analytical, less emotional. But lately, I've lost control. And you, please, don't provoke her anymore. It's not nice to be turned into an ice cube. I say this from personal experience. Yes, Captain. I still found it incredible how well Finn had trained Tyan. Just one word from him was enough to send her from attack mode to love-struck mode. How ridiculous Amazons in love could be. Yes, only Amazons. TSK. I clicked my tongue in annoyance and walked away. Why is she so worried about her appearance? It's not like she wants to show it off to a man. She herself has said that she's never been in love and doesn't plan to be. So what difference does it make if that guy likes big breasts? The comment took me by surprise. I didn't see it coming. My steps stopped for a moment. Why am I worried? The question escaped my lips unbidden. I immediately fell silent, biting my tongue in frustration. I quickened my pace, wanting to flee from that uncomfortable thought that haunted me, that doubt that was beginning to seep into my bones. Behind me, I heard Alicia and Lafia's voices. They arrived with visible scratches and panting tones. They asked what had happened. Yes, it was my fault they ended up like this. As always, Tyan took the opportunity to stir things up. But I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to isolate myself. To lose myself in my own drama. What happens now? Why is there so much shouting? Raul started crying from fright and Aki had to calm him down. HMPH. Nothing serious. It's just that their immaculate princess, Riveria Ljos Alf, is jealous of my curves. Don't you think that's childish? What did you say about Riveria-sama? You insolent, perverted Amazon. Stop spreading lies about our princess. And, as expected, chaos erupted. Again. The shouting began, and it was clear it would only escalate. A lecture was bound to follow. But all of that was now foreign to me. As I walked away, the voices faded into the distance. The argument no longer reached me. Finally, I had a moment of silence, a moment of peace to confront my thoughts. And as I walked, I knew. Something about me wasn't right. I wasn't normal. What the hell is happening to me? Over and over again, that face appeared in my mind. That face. That smile. That look. We finally arrived in Riviera. The warm lights, the makeshift tents, the adventurers resting brought me back a little calm. I took a deep breath. Less time in there. Less waiting. Sooner we'd be back in Aario. I might see him again soon. I repeated that thought to myself as an excuse. I just wanted to thank him. Nothing more. Return the rag he lent me. That was all. I slipped a hand inside my robe, touching the handkerchief. The improvised letter. My fingers brushed against it delicately, almost as if afraid of damaging it. And, for a second, a doubt froze my blood. How am I going to get rid of this? The minutes ticked by. In the distance, I could hear the others asking me to slow down. They said they were tired. They wanted to rest. But I just kept going. I couldn't stop. I didn't want to. Every monster that stood in my way was reduced to ashes with a single flick of my staff. Nothing could stop me. Not even a stampede of minotaurs could halt my advance. They were all pulverized. I didn't look back. I didn't pause to watch them fall. There was no room for distraction. There was only one course. Only one goal. And meanwhile, as was customary for one who was once called the Princess of the Elves, all eyes were fixed on me. Adventurers on the verge of rest held their breath as I passed by. Some of those looks were of respect, but others, sadly, were not. I recognized them instantly. Those misdirected glances, tainted by desire, clumsy, lustful. I hated that spark in her eyes. But I even pushed that hatred aside. It didn't matter. Because I only had one clear thought. I wanted to see it. TSK. How unpleasant. My hero is certainly unlike any other man. In his eyes I saw not lust, as in these people, but genuine admiration for me. I frowned and quickened my pace, the image of the young man still etched in my mind. As I said, I'd forgotten every detail Tyan mentioned. To me, he remained that gentleman in white, elegant and untouched by carnal desires. No sooner had I stepped away than I heard screams of terror, followed by the whiz of a projectile. Arrows in their arms. A couple of precise blows with a staff. Alicia and Alfia were fulfilling their duty. Zealous guardians of my dignity. Despite the multiple wounds on their bodies, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to protecting the purity of their princess. That's why someone like me could never fall in love. Anyone who caught my attention would face the wrath of an army of die-hard fans who would deem unworthy anyone who dared to take my hand. It's not that I think such a man exists. I've resigned myself to not knowing someone like that. It was just a thought that crossed my mind. I no longer had time for such thoughts. My mind was fixed on leaving the dungeon. I longed for it like never before, with a fervor that surprised me. I had never been so eager to return to Aario after an expedition. We were supposed to have accomplished an unparalleled feat, one not seen since the golden age of adventurers. And yet I didn't care. Each step toward the surface made my heart pound harder. I didn't understand why. Why this anxiety? This need? What was the reason for this desire to see him? Was it really just an outstanding debt or was there something more? I didn't have a clear answer. I only knew that I needed to get there. Maybe, with luck, I would find the solution to my doubts there. And finally I did it. The light from the surface hit my face, and without stopping, I started running. I ran through the streets of Aario, dodging people, ignoring stares. I was looking for him. And my heart knew exactly who. I ventured into the market, scanning every stall, every figure that crossed my path. I peered into alleyways, into squares, among the crowds gathered for the festival season about to begin. I turned in random directions, letting instinct guide me. I attracted the attention of curious onlookers who hadn't expected to see me act this way. I saw a group of adventurers and approached, feigning disinterest. He wasn't there. I walked to a coffee shop, peered inside from the sidewalk, scrutinizing each table. Nothing. I walked past the guild. I paused for a moment, scanning the crowd, and then I kept going. My steps quickened. My cheeks burned. Not from the heat or the exertion, but from the absurd possibility of running into him and not knowing what to say. And yet, I wanted it. I reached into my pocket, feeling the folded shape of that handkerchief, that letter. No. It wasn't just a letter. It was an excuse. A justification for this irrational search. But even so, I kept going. I kept looking for him. At least, that was my intention, until, panting and somewhat annoyed, Finn and Gareth caught up with me. "Where do you think you're going? We've been following you and calling you for 10 minutes. Will you calm down?" Finn grabbed my arm, stopping me just before I could change my search course again. "I'll go to the Ganesha family headquarters. If he's not in the city and we didn't see him in the dungeon, he's definitely there. I'm sure of it. Don't worry about me, I'll be back soon to celebrate." I raised my fist with determination. I felt my eyes shine with a special light. I turned to break free from Finn, but Gareth intervened, preventing me. "You know how we operate after an expedition. First, we must return to Twilight Mansion and inform Loki that we've returned. Furthermore, there's much to discuss with her. Don't forget that Evilus attacked us in Riveria. We need to give her every possible detail." I highly doubt Vyasa was very clear in her explanation. But Gareth, my hero. "No buts what you're doing. You're coming with us, and that's out of the question. I understand you're desperate and want to see him as soon as possible, but there are protocols we have to follow, and this time will be no exception." I lowered my head, my shoulders slumped, surrendering to the argument and the seriousness with which Finn delivered his explanation. As much as I hated to admit it, he was right. It wasn't the time to take liberties or behave selfishly. "Relax. It's not like that boy is going to disappear. When we finish our meeting with Loki, you're free to go look for him. What's more, I give you my word that I'll help you with that. And if you don't want to come celebrate with us, we won't stop you." I crossed my arms. It was comforting to receive that kind of support from them. I had expected them to start teasing me about my strange behavior, but they were being surprisingly understanding. For that reason, I decided to cooperate. Without wasting any more time, we resumed our journey home. Twilight Mansion, the seat of our family. An immense building, made of reddish bricks. Its doors stood open as if awaiting our arrival. And, in fact, they were. "Welcome, how did your expedition go? Do you have any good news?" Loki was there, standing in front of the entrance, with that mischievous grin that irritates me so much. But she wasn't alone. Beside her, two figures immediately caught my attention. My steps stopped for a moment. Just a second. But it was enough for those present to notice my surprise. "Aina, what are you doing here?" I completely ignored Loki's greeting, focusing my attention on my best friend, sitting in a wheelchair with that man behind her. Aina smiled when she saw me and raised her arms as she often did when she wanted a hug. Giving in to her gesture, I approached, abandoning my stillness, and hugged her briefly before we separated. I came to see my best friend. This girl arrived a couple of minutes ago. I told her to wait inside, but I didn't imagine they'd be back so soon. Yes. Did you know I was coming and that's why you rushed back? Oh, Riveria, how corny. It's only been 8 days since we last saw each other. That's not the point. I'm just surprised you're here. Did you get another letter from my father? Ina raised an eyebrow, crossed her arms, and puffed out her cheek in a cute pout. It always amused me when she tried to look threatening. While this was happening, Loki crept up beside me, moving his hand suspiciously. His intention was obvious and easy to read. He intended to grope me, as was his custom with the female members of his family. I just want to check that they're still as round. Ouch. I frowned, interrupted her with a shout, and slammed my staff down her head, knocking her unconscious. Looking back, I saw Finn shaking his head as he rushed over to help her. Do I need a reason to visit my best friend? My Riveria Sama-ometer wasn't filled enough on your last visit. Our Riveria Sama-metro. Yes. She's been talking about it for the past few days. I had no choice but to grant my wife's wish. TSK. I'm talking to her, not you. I missed you too, Riveria. And who said I would love you? That man drives me crazy. I know that behind that pretty face is a dirty, lustful man, just like all the others. Who gets his wife 2 daughters in the first 6 years of marriage? He's immoral. Although, to be honest, I don't know much about marriage. And that's not all. My romance detector went off a week ago, and I wanted to make sure I was right. What happened, Riveria? Tell me all about it. Don't be ridiculous. I already told you what I think about romance. Suspicious. The Riveria I know wouldn't hesitate to say so. I heard Finn, Gareth, and Tyne's muffled laughter behind me. I let it go and changed the subject. Let's go inside. You don't want to catch a cold out here. The cold? Riveria, it's almost 40 degrees and it's midday. I ignored her remark and gently nudged her husband with my shoulder to take charge of the wheelchair. He didn't reply. He just smiled and let me. That false politeness irritates me. He's so unflappable. Have fun. I was planning to go to the market to buy a few things. Loki-sama mentioned the one to the southeast. Hopefully, I'll find some flowers for Ina. With the suddenness of the trip and its length, I didn't have time to buy her any today. You're exaggerating, dear. There's no need to worry so much. We'll only be here today and we'll leave first thing tomorrow. It's a pleasure to pamper you. The conversation between them ended with a kiss on the lips. I covered my face with my hand, feeling a rush of heat. They are such an immoral couple. They have corrupted the mind of my beloved Ina. I sighed, leading her inside as the others followed behind. Loki dusted himself off and guided us to Finn's office, where we would discuss Evilus's attack. Once everyone was seated, I prepared some tea and handed a cup to Ina. Luckily, I had a few complimentary pieces from the sacred tree, so I could help keep her health stable with the infusions. Very well. I have a general idea of what happened to you in the dungeon, but I want to confirm that what Vyasa said is true. She may be truly beautiful and have some juicy, high-quality breasts, but being clear when explaining things isn't her strong suit. The word breasts came up again in the conversation. Reflexively, remembering what Tyne had said, I glanced at mine and mentally compared them to Artie Varma's. I gritted my teeth. She won, too. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Continue. I replied in an icy, sepulchral tone. After that brief pause, we began the report. We recounted what happened in Riveria. Evilus's attack, the destruction, and the chaos it unleashed. Then we discussed the appearance of that jet black beast, unlike any other monster, with immense strength that ravaged everything in its path. Its power was terrifying. The name Enyo soon emerged. It was strongly speculated that his identity might correspond to a god in disguise, acting from the shadows through an incredibly strong adventure. The most alarming thing was the masked stranger. According to Finn, he was able to hold off the family executives without showing any signs of weakness. He moved like someone accustomed to battle, but with a disturbing ease. Gareth even compared him to Revis and claimed he was even stronger. Saying it out loud forced us to accept it. This threat was not like the previous ones. And soon, it would reappear. Stronger than that creature. Where do they get them from? Loki leaned back on the desk, biting his thumb as he opened his eyes with clear annoyance and frustration at the power that Evilus had managed to gather. If only that idiot Hermes wouldn't travel so much, we could gather more information. It's annoying to admit I need it. We've already told your side of the story. Now it's up to you to tell us what happened on the surface. I highly doubt that Evilus, even though they've been defeated, will cease their activities. There's nothing worth mentioning. They were just isolated attacks that the Ganesha family was able to neutralize. Or, rather, that white-haired brat was. My eyes widened at the mention of my hero. The tapping of my fingers on my lap and the slight tilt of my head did not go unnoticed by Aina, who watched me intently. I tried to find out about that kid, but no one would tell me anything. From what I heard, he hasn't even been officially registered in that idiot's family. TSK. If I'd found him first, I would have recruited him without a second thought. There are even rumors that whenever he appears on the scene, a blinding white light envelops him and resolves the conflict in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing her, I felt a jolt in my chest. A sudden warmth spread through my body. My heart pounded, betraying the composure I was trying to maintain. I wanted to hear more about him. It's curious that you mention it, Loki. Because you should know that it wasn't us who defeated the irregular Goliath. Huh? What do you mean it wasn't you guys, Finn? Just as you heard. That young man was the one who delivered the final blow to the monster. Why, you're joking, there's no way that's possible, Gareth. Finn and Gareth turned to me, waiting for me to confirm the story. If you want details about what happened, perhaps Riveria can give them to you. She saw everything from the front row. As soon as my name was mentioned, Aina turned to me, intrigued. A vein popped out on my forehead. They were stoking the fire again. And they intended to drag me down with them. And well, you could say I was saved by him. If I had to describe him in one word, it would be incredible. He's an adventurer unlike any other. Giving in to the pressure, I tried to be as concise as possible, without compromising myself. But my heart betrayed me. I smiled slightly and added something unnecessary. I've been trying to find out his name. Do you know what it is, Loki? B.A.? Well, Vyasa told me, but I don't remember. It started with B or something like that. I see. It was strange that just knowing the initial was enough to make me happy. However, I soon realized the attention it had attracted. Especially Aina's, who asked. Can you repeat that? I want to hear more. I felt tiny. I wanted to die. There's nothing more to say. Liar. Oh, my hero this, my hero that. Oh no, I'm hurt, but my albino knight saved me with his strong arms and burning gaze. I knew my romance radar didn't fail me. That was love at first sight. That's not true. It wasn't anything like that. Does he like big breasts? My gentleman isn't like that. Shut up, Tyan. Enough. Nobody is going to take my mom away from me, do you hear me? Nobody. Not even that shitty brat. I brought a hand to my face, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks as everyone stared at me, as if I'd just confessed something inappropriate. Finn and Gareth were doing a pathetic skit about my behavior after being rescued, and, to top it all off, Loki started screaming like a madwoman, wanting to hug and grope me as if I were her property. The discomfort made me seethe inside. Why did I have to open my mouth? Why didn't I just stay quiet? The worst part was that, deep down, I couldn't completely deny what they were implying, and that made me even angrier. For my own sanity, I decided to leave the office and let Finn handle the rest. I took Aina's wheelchair and pushed it away. The commotion behind me gradually died down as I made my way into the city streets. And, as if that weren't enough, now I had to endure Aina's inevitable questions, knowing she'd definitely misinterpret the whole scene. Without a doubt, today was not my day. We're alone now, Riveria. Tell me, did you find your soulmate? Was it a chance encounter in the dungeon? Tell me all the details. It's nothing like that. He saved me from the erratic Goliath and left a very good impression on me. That's all. Nothing Finn, Gareth and Tyan said is true. And if it was, they exaggerated it. Lucius was too embarrassed for it to be just an exaggeration. Why are you refusing to tell me? I'm not going to judge you. On the contrary, I'm glad you're finally experiencing those kinds of emotions and have stopped being the bitter person you've always been. That last comment was unnecessary. You can be very cruel when you want to be. I looked at her with a certain indignation. That girl who had worshipped me to an almost unhealthy degree had disappeared several years ago. It wasn't that the change bothered me, on the contrary, I was glad our friendship had reached that point, but she crossed certain lines that, if it were someone else, would warrant a severe reprimand. Sorry. Don't worry. Let's go see Aina. I'm sure you're dying to see your daughter. Well, of course I am. But right now I'm more curious to know what's going on with you. It's okay. I already explained it to you. Be honest with me. I can tell when you're lying. I'm the person who knows you best in this world. My lips trembled. I didn't know how to answer. Part of me wanted to keep hiding this uncertainty, afraid I was giving too much importance to something that, in theory, should be trivial. Let's go with Aina. I already told you I can wait. It's not for you, Aina. I'm the one who wants to see her. Perhaps she knows the name of the young man who saved me. Aina was speechless at my sudden honesty. At that moment I understood that I didn't have to hide from her, so I opened my heart. I haven't stopped thinking about him. He has me completely confused and unsettled. I want to thank him properly for risking his life to save me. Thank you. Yes. And also to meet him. To talk to him. The heat returned to my cheeks and spread to my ears. It was embarrassing to admit, but I wasn't lying. Ina placed her hand on mine, looking up at me tenderly, and said. Then let's not waste any time. Let's go to the guild. My eyes lit up at his infinite empathy and understanding. I pushed her chair with moderate haste. Not so fast as to prevent her from enjoying the view Aario offered, but nimbly enough to reach the guild quickly. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, the wonder on her expression whenever she took in the stalls, the people, the overflowing joy of the inhabitants, reminded me how much I had missed her. Her delicate health was, in part, my fault. Or at least, that's how I felt. If she hadn't agreed to come with me to an unknown world, fed up with the monotony and mistreatment within our family, perhaps she would still be healthy. I know it was her decision. She repeats it over and over. That what she lost is insignificant compared to what she gained. But I wish she could enjoy the world as much as she wants. Not be confined to a bed. I'd like to live here. That way I could be closer to my daughter Ina and see Nina when school starts again. Besides, we'd spend more time together. I'm sure my husband wouldn't have any trouble finding a job. If you were to move to Aario, you wouldn't have to worry about expenses. I would be happy to take care of you and offer you a place at the Twilight Mansion. Definitely not. I would feel like a parasite. We both laughed at the thought of the scene. Then, silence fell between us for a moment. I wish you could stay. Yes, although lately I've been feeling stronger. If you ask me nicely, I'll stay here as long as my body holds out. She raised her arms, showing me her biceps. I couldn't help but laugh at her showing off the non-existent muscles of her thin body. Threatening. If we fought, I wouldn't know which of us would win. Let's find out. The new you versus the best version of Ina Tull. The new me? Of course. You've changed a lot in less than a week. The aura you give off is different. More relaxed and tender. He winked at me, making me nervous. I looked away, whistling, pretending to be oblivious. Your secrets are in danger with me by your side. I won't leave Aario until I meet that boy and see if he's worthy of my best friend. It's only fair. You did the same thing to my husband. They are completely different situations. You blush very easily, Riveria. That's progress. Now I'm even more curious to meet him. Ugh. Seriously, I can't deal with her. After that brief slip-up, Ina and I crossed the threshold of the guild. We were immediately enveloped by the clamor of voices, hurried footsteps, and the constant murmur of adventurers coming and going. It was organized chaos. Crowds thronging about, exchanging reports, collecting quests, or simply shouting at the advisors who were just trying to do their jobs. Yes, those kinds of people exist. We made our way through the crowd to the main reception area. There, like a rock in the midst of a storm, stood Ina Tull. Her expression was serious, but her hands moved with relentless precision. Signing documents, affixing seals, answering questions, and giving instructions without pausing for a second. There was no doubt. She was the very picture of efficiency. Even amidst the chaos, her gaze conveyed absolute control. I wondered how many people knew that, beneath that serene facade, beat a heart that cared deeply for the adventurers she helped every day. We exchanged glances before calling him out. She inherited that bossy side from your side of the family. My husband and I are more relaxed. I remind you that she is your daughter, not mine. If her personality is like that, she inherited it from you. I completely disclaim any responsibility for that. We moved towards Ina, who at that moment was yelling at one of her companions until she cried. I already told you that the registration papers must go in the white tray. Because of you, I've had to check them one by one, because you mixed them up with the applications for opening foreign businesses. I am sorry, Ina. It won't happen again. Of course it won't happen again, because you'll be up all night fixing it. I'm tired of fixing your mistakes. Rose, help me. You got yourself into this mess by not following instructions. Figure it out yourself. The trio of advisors had a peculiar friendship, one in which teasing the youngest and most inexperienced seemed to be the norm. I feel sorry for Misha, but that's just how the guild's work environment is. I am. Just a second, please. I'm in the middle of something. I'll be with you in a second, huh? Mamo. How dare you yell at your mother? I remind you that, even though you are 19 years old, I am still your mother and I deserve respect. Why are you hitting me? Ina hit her on the head, stood up for a second, and then collapsed back into her chair, having accomplished her goal. I stifled a laugh at what had happened. It wasn't common to see someone treat the dreaded demon of the advisors, the one who holds the record for most failing students, that way. What are you doing here, Mom? You can't be away from home. Your health could deteriorate and oh. First, greet us properly. Hi. Ina stood up and walked around the desk. First, she hugged Ina, who returned the hug with complete happiness. I missed you so much, my child. You never come to visit me. I was already forgetting your face. I've been very busy with work and Royman isn't making things easy for me. I promised to visit you during the next holiday period. After that warm gesture and the promise between mother and daughter, she addressed me with more respect than familiarity. It's a pleasure to see you, Riveria Ljos. I hope my mother didn't cause you any trouble. Not at all. In fact, you could say it was my method of escape. Method of escape? Yes. Today, my family members were especially upset, so I decided to leave under the pretext of bringing her to the guild. I see. I gestured slightly with my hand for her to stop bowing. We're family. There's no need for such formality. Although it's actually Riveria who wants to see you. Right. Come on, tell him. I received a couple of nudges to the thigh, urging me to speak. But I responded with a stern look to calm Ina down. If you're not too busy, I'd like to steal a little of your time to chat. There are a few questions I'd like to ask you about a particular adventure. Sure. Rose, can I use the study room for a moment? Yes, but don't take too long. Without you, the guild would collapse. An institution that collapses due to the absence of a worker is one that does not deserve to exist. After receiving confirmation from her superior, we headed to the room next to the reception desk. However, just before she led us to the study, Ina turned briefly to look at her colleague at the desk. Rose, if Belle arrives, give him those books on my desk. He said he'd come by for them at noon and he still hasn't shown up, that damn irresponsible guy. Rose nodded calmly, giving a thumbs up to confirm she would comply with the request. Ina and I stopped, exchanging a look full of surprise and bewilderment. Books. Belle. Without offering any explanation, Ina took a small stopwatch from her pocket, activated it and muttered something to herself. Exactly 2 minutes. Then she opened the study door and we followed her in. We closed it gently and sat down on the sofa opposite where she had already settled, ready to begin a conversation that, judging by her expression, would have clear boundaries. Very well. What would you like to discuss, Riveria-sama? Which adventure are you referring to? That's exactly what I came here for. I don't know his name and I was wondering if you could tell me. But more importantly, who is Belle? Ina let out a long sigh, as if finally releasing something she had been holding in for days. He's an adventurer under my command. I watched her closely, genuinely surprised. Not because I recognized the boy or noticed anything strange, but because it had been years since Ina had had an adventurer under her tutelage. Not since what happened with Maria, the first adventurer she trained. Since when? The day marked 6 days. Her answer left me speechless for a few seconds. 6 days. That was longer than the previous suitors had lasted, those who were swayed by her pretty face, believing they could win her over and capture her heart. Needless to say, as the days went by, they ended up giving up. Did that boy withstand your diligent teaching methods? We should sculpt a statue of him. The exagera, Riveria Ljos. My comment made her nervous, a little embarrassed to be in front of her mother, who didn't know this side of her. Then, she nodded calmly, with that soft gleam in her eyes that I rarely saw. He's a diligent, focused young man always eager to learn more. He's not content with what he knows. He always wants to be one step ahead. I've never seen someone so committed in such a short time. Her words flowed so naturally that I couldn't help but observe her closely. There was a softness in her voice, a serene, almost warm tone. I wondered if it was pride or if there was something more. He's someone I can trust. The calm smile she wore when she said that last thing aroused Ina's suspicion, who looked at her with narrowed eyes, tilting her head. You haven't fallen in love, have you, daughter? Ina sighed with a hint of annoyance, as if the mere mention of love seemed absurd to her. It's not all about love, Mom. I watched the scene in silence, but inside, something throbbed strongly. Ina's words echoed with an uncomfortably familiar sound. Diligent, focused, committed, it was the same feeling that young man in the forest had given me. The image of the albino boy flashed into my mind unbidden. Ina lowered her voice slightly, as if the rest of the world ceased to matter. The same thing that happens to me when I think about my hero. Belle is someone who wants to be a hero, so I try to live up to that. My heart skipped a beat. That name. Belle. Part of me desperately hoped that the boy Ina was referring to was the same one I'd been searching for. I leaned forward, feigning casual interest, but longing to hear more to confirm my suspicions. He just arrived in Aario. We haven't received his status sheet yet. I only know his name Belle. But he's already made it clear that he wants to learn, even before officially entering the dungeon or joining a familia. I remained silent. Each word wove a clearer picture. There were too many coincidences to not be real. He plans to hand over his papers to me soon. But in the meantime, he's insisted on preparing himself, on knowing all the risks, every rule, every possibility. It's not common for someone new to act like this. That same determination, the one I felt in that fleeting moment when a warm presence held me between water and fire. Everything aligned with an ease that unsettled me. And at the same time, I didn't want to stop listening to it. I needed to confirm it. Only one question separated me from the answer. I know what does look like. The stopwatch's sharp beep echoed through the room, shattering the moment with almost cruel precision, interrupting my words. Aina quickly stopped it and let out a soft sigh, as if regretting not having had more time. And the extension Rose gave me is over. I need to get back to the counter before more work piles up. I stood up, puffing out my cheek in anger as I held Aina's wheelchair. You want to go out for dinner when your shift is over? We could take advantage of the fact that the three of us will be there. I'd love to, but you'll have to wait for me until almost midnight. Mother and daughter walked casually toward the door, exchanging a few more words. I, on the other hand, remained silent for a moment, my fist pressed to my chest, feeling a dull burning frustration. I was so close to knowing my hero's name. It was nice seeing you, my lovely Aina. If that old Royman keeps causing you trouble, I'll beat him up. That's not necessary, Mom. You're not in a position to threaten anyone, Aina. As always, Aina overestimated her abilities. Although, to be honest, if either she or Aina asked me to reprimand Royman, I would do it without hesitation. I even think I could force him to resign. However, just as we were about to leave and the door finally opened, allowing me to see into the hallway, my body tensed up. My breath caught in my throat for a moment. There, standing, were two people. One of them was Vyasa. And the other was him. The boy from the lake. My hero. Our eyes met instantly, as if the rest of the world faded away. All the guild's bustle died away. For a second, there were no voices, no building walls, no city of Aario. There was only him and me. His expression reflected the same surprise I felt. I was lost in his eyes, in that bright red I remembered so well. The same eyes that looked at me in the middle of the lake when he held me in his arms and saved me. There was no doubt. It was him. At his side was Artie, who was puffing out his cheeks strangely and giving my hero a dirty look. I swallowed, trying to gather the courage to say his name, but I didn't know. I didn't know yet. Why didn't I know? I saw him open his lips, nervously, as if he were also looking for a way to call me. Artie, Aina and Aina became silent spectators of that reunion. They watched with bewilderment as we looked at each other, without understanding what was going through our minds. And then, with a slight tremor in his voice, I heard him whisper. Riveria. My heart skipped a beat. The world seemed to stop again. A slight shiver ran down my spine. And, as I answered, my lips moved on their own. You're my hero. Then I knew. Not centuries of life, not countless battles, not thousands of years of experience could have prepared me for that moment. For what I felt when I saw him in front of me, looking at me as if he too had been searching for me all this time. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.